labor to oust northern capitalists. O twin of monarchy that lives to rob and kill! What deviltry here that prostitutes at will? That keeps a robber gang in kingly rights enthroned? Then turns their robberies to legal acts condoned? Is not the blood as pure of him who lives by toil, as he who waxes fat on idleness and spoil? L.S. Oliver. The white proletariat in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. How in those southern states where Negroes formed a minority there ensued strife between planters, poor whites, Negroes, and carpetbaggers, which after varying forms of alliance finally ended in the subjection of black labor. We have studied Reconstruction in 3 states where the preponderance of Negro population, and the political part which it played during Reconstruction, makes it fair to say that the Negro during part of the time exercised a considerable dictatorship over the state governments of South Carolina, Mississippi, and Louisiana. In these states, the material for studying the participation of the Negro in Reconstruction is large, although by no means complete. We now come to states where the Negro population is large, but where from the beginning the political influence of the Negro was comparatively small. In Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, Texas, and the border states, the interests of black labor were never in the ascendant, but from the first there was a battle between carpetbaggers and planters to control white and black labor. For a time, the ancient breach between planters and poor whites gave control to carpetbaggers and scalawags supported by Negroes. But war and poverty had depleted the old planter families, and some poor whites, eager for land and profits, and jealous of Negroes, came to join the planters. They gradually drove the carpetbaggers to the wall, and took forcible control of colored labor, with the help of the whole labor vote which they controlled. The carpetbaggers made the hardest fight in North Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia. Alabama had 85,451 whites when it entered the Union in 1820, and 42,450 Negroes. By 1860, there were 526,271 whites and 437,770 Negroes. There was competition for appointment to the provisional governorship of Alabama, but Lewis E. Parsons was appointed June 1, 1865. He called an election for a convention based on white suffrage. The convention in September admitted that the institution of slavery has been destroyed in the state of Alabama. It adjourned September 30, and the legislature met November 20. This legislature adopted the 13th Amendment, with the understanding that it does not confer upon Congress the power to legislate upon the political status of freedmen in this state. 1. The Black Code adopted by the legislature was one of the most severe in the South. Most of these laws, however, were vetoed by Governor R. M. Patton, who saw the reaction in the North, and was trying to keep in careful touch with Washington. He warned the lawmakers that the Negro was at work, and that such severe legislation was not needed. Patton said with regard to these bills, "I have carefully examined the laws which under this bill would be applied to the freedmen, and I think that a mere recital of some of these provisions will show the impolicy and injustice of enforcing it upon the Negroes in their new condition." 2. The final code contained the usual provisions for vagrancy, apprenticeship, enticing labor, etc., but was drawn without obvious color discrimination, although there naturally was that in fact. The chief characteristic of Reconstruction in Alabama was the direct fight for mastery between the poor whites and the planters. The poor whites of Alabama were largely segregated in the northern part of the state. A correspondent of The Nation, who traveled among them in August 1865, said, "They are ignorant and vindictive, live in poor huts, drink much, and all use tobacco and snuff. They want to organize and receive recognition by the United States government in order to get revenge, really want to be bushwhackers supported by the federal government. They wish to have the power to hang, shoot, and destroy in retaliation for the wrongs they have endured. They hate the big nigger holders, whom they accuse of bringing on the war and who, they are afraid, would get into power. Again, they are the refugee, poor white element of low character, shiftless, with no ambition." 3. The poor whites won their first victory after the Constitution of 1865, when a law was passed providing for a census in 1866, and for apportionment of senators and representatives according to the white population. The delegates from the white counties of North and Southeast Alabama voted in favor of this, and 30 white delegates from the Black Belt voted against it. This measure destroyed the political power of the Black Belt, and if the Johnson government had survived, the state would have been ruled by the white counties, instead of by the black counties. The planters were thus thrown into involuntary alliance with Negro labor, and the matter of Negro suffrage was discussed. The planters were sure they could control the Negro vote, while the poor white merchants and farmers opposed Negro voters. Brooks, once president of the Secession Convention of 1861, and a brother of Bully Brooks of South Carolina, who nearly killed Sumner, introduced a bill in the lower house providing for a qualified Negro suffrage, based on education and property. He represented Lowndes County in the Black Belt. This bill was endorsed by Governor Patton and Judge Goldthwait, but there were two difficulties: first, the unbending opposition of the triumphant poor whites, and secondly, the suspicion of the planters themselves that their ability to dictate to the blacks was not so certain. The movement did not get far. From 1865 to 1868, and even later, there was for all practicable purposes over the greater part of the people of Alabama, no government at all. From 1865 to 1874, government and respect for government were weakened to a degree from which it has not yet recovered. The people governed themselves extra-legally, and have not recovered from the practice. 4. In 1866 the Negroes held a convention in Mobile and complained of lawless aggression and the refusal of the legislature to receive their petitions. There was continual fear of insurrection in the Black Belt. This vague fear increased toward Christmas, 1866. The Negroes were disappointed because of the delayed division of lands. There was a natural desire to get possession of firearms, and all through the summer and fall, they were acquiring shotguns, muskets, and pistols, in great quantities. In several instances, the civil authorities, backed by the militia, searched Negro houses for weapons, and sometimes found supplies which were confiscated. The financial condition of Alabama was difficult. There was not only loss of slaves, destruction and deterioration of property, but the cotton tax and war confiscation fell heavily on this cotton section. The cotton spirited away by thieves and confiscated by the government would have paid several times over all the expenses of the Army and the Freedmen's Bureau during the entire time of the occupation. Many times as much money was taken from the Negro tenant, in the form of this cotton tax, as was spent in aiding him. 5. At the end of the war, at least 5,000 Northern men were in Alabama engaged in trade and farming. They brought with them a good deal of capital, and since cotton was selling for 40 cents to 50 cents a pound, they naturally expected to make large profits. After the Reconstruction laws, these capitalists sought to control the labor vote. Encouraged by them, the Negroes called a convention in Mobile, which met in May, 1867. The convention declared itself in favor of the party of the new capitalists, and asked protection in their civil rights and schools supported by a property tax. They declared that it was the undeniable right of the Negro to hold office, sit on juries, ride in public conveyances, and visit places of public amusement. That same month, Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts made a political speech in Montgomery to a great crowd of black and white people. He made a plea for cooperation between whites and Negroes. The Confederates objected that this would lead to a union of alien capitalists and colored people, and the state thus would be taken out of the control of natives. Later, May 14, when Judge Kelly of Pennsylvania tried to speak in Mobile, there was a race riot. General Pope wrote in 1867 from Alabama. It may be safely said that the marvelous progress made in the education of these people, aided by the noble charitable contributions of Northern societies and individuals, finds no parallel in the history of mankind. If continued, it must be by the same means, and if the masses of the white people exhibit the same indisposition to be educated that they do now, 5 years will have transferred intelligence and education, so far as the masses are concerned, to the colored people of this district. 6. His district included Georgia, Florida, Alabama, and Mississippi. In July, General Clanton formed the Conservative Party of Alabama, and knowing what this represented in reaction, there was a widespread desire among colored people around Montgomery to prevent the meeting of this convention. A few leading colored people formed themselves into a special committee, and resolved that they would use all the influence they may choose to counteract any acts of violence to the convention. The result was that the meeting was held without the fact being known that there was any movement against it. In the election under the Reconstruction laws, 61,295 Negroes and 104,518 whites registered. But of the whites, only 18,533 voted in favor of a convention. In the convention were 31 Northerners, of whom 18 were officials of the Freedmen's Bureau and 18 Negroes, the rest were Southern whites. The Alabama Negroes had few educated leaders in their ranks and were, in the main, poor, ignorant field hands. The Negro members of the convention are noted as follows: Ben Alexander of Greene, field hand; John Carraway of Mobile, assistant editor of the Mobile Nationalist; Thomas Diggs of Barber, field hand; Peyton Finley, formerly doorkeeper of the house; James K. Green of Hale, a carriage driver; Ovid Gregory of Mobile, a barber; Jordan Hatcher of Dallas; Washington Johnson of Russell, field hand; L. S. Lathan of Bullock; Tom Lee of Perry, field hand, who had a reputation for moderation; Alfred Strother of Dallas, and J. T. Rapier of Lauderdale. Rapier was educated in Canada and was a man of power. Several of his proposals are embodied in the present Constitution of Alabama. Of these members, 2 were well educated, and 1, Rapier, a national leader, about half could not write. Nevertheless, their actions, their votes, and their speeches were encouraging. They were, as in practically all cases, conservative, and willing to follow leadership. The debates touched the disfranchisement of Confederate leaders, mixed schools, and intermarriage. Many white people at this time proposed to leave the state, but the elections of 1867 in the North encouraged them, especially the defeat of Negro suffrage in several states. The majority of the scalawags were ready to revolt after finding that the carpetbag element had control of the Negro vote. The Negroes, with a few exceptions, made no unreasonable and violent demands unless urged by the carpetbaggers. The carpetbaggers, with a few extreme scalawags, were disposed to resort to extreme measures of proscription in order to get rid of white leaders and white majorities, and to agitate the question of social equality in order to secure the Negroes, and to drive off the scalawags. 7. The debates on suffrage were long, and many took part. Dustin White, formerly of Iowa, proposed that the new Constitution should admit former rebels to the ballot, but his resolution was voted down by a vote of 30 to 51. Some of the Negroes voted for it. Rapier proposed that the convention memorialize Congress to remove the political disabilities of those who might aid in Reconstruction, according to the plan of Congress. This was adopted, and Griffin, a radical member, was made chairman of the committee to make these recommendations. The majority report of the committee did not wish to go beyond the acts of Congress in disfranchising former Confederates, but attempts were made to disfranchise all Confederates above the rank of captain, and all who held any civil office anywhere. CISPI wanted to exclude from suffrage those who had killed Negroes during the last 2 years, or opposed Reconstruction, or persuaded voters not to take part in the election. It was finally settled that in addition to those disfranchised by the Reconstruction Acts, others should be excluded for violation of the rules of war. Such persons could neither register, vote, nor hold office, until relieved by the vote of the General Assembly, and until they had accepted the civil and political equality of men. Lee, Negro, said that such a course would endanger the ratification of the Constitution, and if the Negroes did not get their rights now, they would never get them. He wanted his rights at the courthouse and at the polls and nothing more. 8. The colored representative of Dallas County demanded that the Negroes be empowered to collect pay from those who held them in slavery at the rate of $10 per month for service rendered. From January 1, 1863, the date of the Emancipation Proclamation, to May 20, 1865. An ordinance to this effect was adopted by a vote of 53 to 31. The Scalawags, as a rule, wished to prohibit intermarriage of the races, and Simple of Montgomery reported an ordinance to that effect. Caraway, a Negro, wanted life imprisonment for any white man marrying or living with a black woman, but he said it was against the Civil Rights Bill to prohibit intermarriage. Gregory, a Negro of Mobile, wanted all regulations, laws, and customs wherein distinctions were made on account of color or race to be abolished. Caraway succeeded in having an ordinance passed, directing that church property used during slavery for colored congregations be turned over to the latter. Some of the property was paid for by Negro slaves and held in trust for them by white trustees. Some of it had belonged to the planters, who had erected churches for the use of their slaves. The Negro members demanded free schools and special advantages for the Negro, and a few carpetbaggers spoke of the malign influence of the old regime in keeping so many thousands in ignorance. The Scalawags demanded separate schools for the races, but pressure was brought to bear, and most of them gave way. 16 of the native whites finally refused to sign the Constitution, and united in a protest against the action of the convention in refusing to provide separate schools. The protest said that the Constitution agreed upon tended to the abasement and degradation of the white population of the state, because it authorized mixed schools, and because the convention had refused to prohibit the intermarriage of the races. The protest pointed out, as evidencing the degree in which leading white Republicans deferred to their colored colleagues, that though the Judiciary Committee had unanimously reported a measure providing against amalgamation, yet the convention tabled it, and many members of the committee, who had concurred in the report of the committee, receding from their position, voted to lay it on the table. 9. The Constitution was adopted by the convention by a vote of 66 to 6, 26 not voting. Just before the convention adjourned, Caraway, a Negro, offered a resolution, which was adopted, stating that the Constitution was founded on justice, honesty, and civilization, and the enemies of law and order, freedom, and justice, were pledged to prevent its adoption. This Constitution was afterward repudiated by the Convention of 1875, when the Negroes had been driven from political power. Nevertheless, it was a more modern and democratic instrument than any of the preceding constitutions of the state, and the new Constitution of 1875 retained many of its provisions. On the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of February, 1868, the new Constitution was to be voted on. According to the Reconstruction Act, the adoption of the Constitution required a majority of the registered vote. A conference of conservatives was held in Montgomery, January 1. It was decided that as many as possible should register, and then stay away from the polls. The time of voting was extended to 5 days. The Constitution received 70,812 affirmative votes and only 1,005 negative, yet this was not a majority of the registered vote, so that the plan of the conservatives was successful. However, Congress changed the law so as to make a majority of the vote cast valid for adopting the Constitution, and thus declared it adopted. Alabama was admitted to the Union, June 25. On July 13, the General Assembly convened. The 14th Amendment was ratified, and William H. Smith elected governor. The legislature held 3 sessions during 1868, on July 13, September 16, and November 2. There were 26 Negroes in the House and 1 in the Senate. One of the first things that the legislature did by means of the Negro votes was to relieve the disabilities of those disfranchised by the state constitution. In 1869, a general state system of schools was put into operation, and the private schools of Mobile merged into the system. November 25, the 15th Amendment was ratified. At the beginning of the Reconstruction government, the debt of the state was $8,355,683. At the first session of the legislature there was no important legislation, but at the second session of the legislature, the previous custom of Alabama, of aiding railroads, was taken up, and the aid increased from $12,000 to $16,000 a mile. The argument was that under the old law capitalists had not been attracted, but that now they would come in. Under this law, there was a good deal of waste of money through railroads failing to complete building for which they had been paid. These railroad acts were adopted by votes of men of both parties, the first by the Democratic Provisional Legislature of 1867, and those of 1868 to 1879 by the Republicans. Additional aid to one railroad was opposed and many charges of corruption made. Railroad building increased in Alabama. In 1860, there were 743 miles, in 1867, 851 miles. In 1871 to 1872, 1,697 miles were completed, with other lines in construction. The cost of the miles completed, with equipment, was over $60 million. One peculiarity of the dispute about railroad legislation during Reconstruction is that money secured on the credit of the state was controlled and spent very largely by Southern men. The question, therefore, of the liability of the states in the future to pay such of these debts as the railway corporations did not pay, was really, in most cases, a question as to how far Southern people were going to conduct railroads so as to pay debts owed their own state. Thus the large contingent railway debts of North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, and Georgia, would not have been debts at all if Southern people had handled investments efficiently and wisely. Yet their failure to do this enabled them to make the charge of extravagance against the carpetbaggers all the greater. Election for governor and for the lower house in the legislature was held in November, 1870. Lindsay, a Democrat, was elected in November, and after some contest with the Republican incumbent, was seated. His administration was admittedly not a success, and there was as much railroad graft as ever. In 1872, Lewis, a Republican, was elected, but two bodies, one Democratic and the other Republican, both claimed to be the legislature of the state. The Democrats met at the State House, and the Republicans at the United States Courthouse. Both appealed to the President, and December 11, 1872, the President submitted an unofficial plan for compromise. The Republicans finally secured a majority in both houses. In 1874, the debt, including railroad bonds, amounted to $25,503,593. There were conflicts between whites and blacks during the election, but the Democrats carried all the state officers, and had majorities in both houses of the legislature. A new constitution was adopted, the number of officers was cut down and the salaries, and the school funds were seriously curtailed, and the system weakened. The Ku Klux Klan was rampant in Alabama. In one district, 6 churches were burned by incendiaries before the election of 1870. Many schoolhouses were burned. Between 1868 and 1871, there were 371 cases of violence, including 35 murders. The planters and poor whites after their first enmity early made alliance in Alabama, and their concentrated social weight descended on whites who dared to vote with the blacks. Such persons were warned and attacked until they fled the state or made peace with the new masters. Later, Northern capital poured into the poor white belt to develop coal and iron. Convict labor was widely used and exploitation developed, with labor divided by race, and helpless. It is absolutely essential, declared a great Negro Convention in Montgomery, December, 1874, to our protection in our civil and political rights that the laws of the United States shall be enforced so as to compel respect and obedience for them. Before the state laws and state courts, we are utterly helpless. The Force Acts were failing, and to the Negro, the question presented by the failure of their execution was whether his constitutional rights as a citizen were to be a reality or a mockery, a protection and a boon, or a danger and a curse, whether they were to be freemen in fact or only in name, whether the last 2 amendments to the Constitution were to be practically enforced, or to become nullities, and stand only as dead letters on the statute books. 10. The state of Georgia had, in 1790, 52,886 whites and 29,662 Negroes. The increase was rapid, but fairly uniform up until 1850, when there were 384,613 Negroes and 521,572 whites. In 1860, this had increased to 465,698 Negroes and 591,550 whites. There were, in 1860, 3,500 free Negroes in the state. The assets of the state of Georgia in 1860 included $600 million of taxable property, besides stock in banks and railroads amounting to about $800,000. The state debt in 1861, including nearly $15 million worth of currency, came to a total of $18,035,775. Georgia lost 40,000 of its white population during the war. Georgia clung to slavery. Howell Cobb wrote in June, 1865, "The institution of slavery, in my judgment, provided the best labor system that could be devised for the Negro race." 11 He had his capital invested in thousands of Negroes and hundreds of acres of land in middle and southwestern Georgia. In 1866, there was a sufficient migration of Negroes from Georgia to the west to cause some alarm. The Georgia Land and Immigration Company was formed in 1865 to encourage white immigrants. It was not successful. Some who came demanded better wages and were dissatisfied with the food. The project was given up. By May 1866, 1,200 citizens of Georgia had received special pardons from the President under the $20,000 exemption clause, and as early as 1865 and 1866, there was evident in Georgia a transition of leadership from the old landed aristocracy to the new commercial class. In June, James Johnson, a lawyer of Columbus, was appointed provisional governor of Georgia, instead of Joshua Hill, who had been strongly urged, and had urged himself. Former Governor Brown had summoned the state legislature, acting on the assumption that the state was already restored. The state legislature was prevented from assembling by military order, and Brown resigned the governorship. He had, however, great influence with Andrew Johnson, and may have been one of the influences that changed Johnson from severe to moderate measures toward the rebels. 12. Elections for the convention were held in October, 1865. Nearly 300 delegates assembled at Milledgeville, of whom the great majority were insignificant men. They were a conservative body, unprogressive, mostly old men and rising politicians. 13. This convention repealed but refused to nullify the Ordinance of Secession, and abolished slavery with the proviso that this acquiescence in the action of the government of the United States is not intended to operate as a relinquishment, waiver, or estoppel of such claim for compensation or loss sustained by reason of the emancipation of his slaves, as any citizen of Georgia may hereafter make upon the justice and magnanimity of that government. 14. The convention adjourned, and in the November election C.J. Jenkins was elected governor, after Alexander Stephens and former Governor Brown had refused to be candidates. The legislature convened in Milledgeville in December, 1865, and elected two leading former Confederates, Alexander Stephens and H.V. Johnson, as senators. President Johnson wanted Governor Johnson, and Joshua Hill greatly desired the place. The New York Times regretted that two men had been selected apparently because of their prominence in the rebellion. 15. The first work of the legislature was a series of 11 laws which formed the Black Code. Georgia, however, under ex-Governor Brown's advice, was more careful than the other states, and listened to the storm of criticism against the other Black Codes. The Black Code contained an apprentice law in the usual form, a vagrancy law with heavy penalties, various alterations in the penal laws, and laws about the enticing of labor. Civil rights were established for Negroes, giving them the right to testify in courts, but only where colored people were concerned. Every colored child hereafter born was declared the legitimate child of his mother and also of his colored father, if acknowledged by that father. 16. Alexander Stephens suggested extending the franchise to the Negro, after he had reached a certain cultural standard and acquired an amount of wealth, but no one paid the slightest attention to this proposal. The 14th Amendment was rejected in 1866 unanimously in both houses. In the summer of 1867, Toombs suddenly returned from Europe, where he had been hiding. He declared, "I regret nothing in the past, but the dead and the failure, and I am ready today to use the best means I can command to establish the principles for which I fought." 17. The Negro early began to organize. Meetings were held in Macon and in Savannah, and a particularly large convention was assembled in Augusta, in 1866, before the Reconstruction legislation. There were over 100 delegates from 18 counties. James Porter was elected president, and the convention went on record as not asking universal suffrage, but advocating property and educational tests as qualifications for the right to vote. It appointed a board to look after the education of the Negroes within the state, and finally formed itself into a body to be called the Equal Rights Association of Georgia. The platform of the association sought to inculcate principles of honesty, industry, and sobriety among Negroes, and a kindly feeling toward former masters. Negroes were advised to work hard, to learn to read and write, and to buy homes. There were two other important resolutions passed: 1. That the coast lands held by Negroes were not to be regarded as territories, and that land was not to be confiscated from its owners; the other, that the Georgia legislature should give equal rights to Negroes before the courts. 18. Another meeting was held in Macon, March 26, 1867, 2 months after the Reconstruction Acts. The Macon Telegraph carried a long account of this gathering. The meeting was to be held at the Second Colored Baptist Church, but this was not large enough, and it convened in a grove near Rose Hill Cemetery. Here a huge platform was erected for the speakers, federal officials, and school teachers. There were speeches by white and colored men, and the procession carried banners. On one banner was the inscription, "As we have got to live and vote together in one state, let us be friends." 19. This was followed by another meeting in Savannah. On the platform were ex-Governor Johnson, several Army officers, and 3 colored men. Ex-Governor Johnson was made president. 5 resolutions were passed recognizing the power of Congress, the enfranchisement of colored people, the education of the whole people as of the highest importance, and early registration and election for the convention. 20. The last of this series of meetings was held in Augusta with an attendance of 1,000 people. Again ex-Governor Johnson was the principal speaker, but the meeting was not quite as harmonious as the former meetings. In the other meetings, there had been evidently a careful attempt to reconcile the desires of the white and colored people. But in this meeting, the wishes of the colored people were more frankly expressed. The resolutions asked for equal political rights and the abolition of corporal punishment. White papers reported that many intelligent colored men disapproved of the spirit of the resolutions, but this was evidently white propaganda. 21. When the military reconstruction of Georgia was ordered by General Pope, Governor Jenkins went to Washington to seek an injunction before the Supreme Court on the part of the state of Georgia against the Secretary of War, General Grant, and General Pope. His petition was dismissed May 13 for want of jurisdiction. Later, the governor returned to Washington, carrying the Great Seal of the state and about $400,000 in cash which disappeared. He filed a bill of complaint in the Supreme Court, against General Grant, General Meade, and others, for illegal seizure of the property of the state, and again asked for an injunction but was unsuccessful. General Pope gave Negroes the right to serve on juries in August, and in January, he was removed by President Johnson, and General Meade substituted. In the registration under the Reconstruction laws, 93,457 Negroes registered and 95,214 whites. This meant that the whites were registering in spite of the advice of leading men like Ben Hill. Joseph Brown, on the other hand, counseled the whites not to let the newcomers and Negroes sweep on to victory unopposed, and Brown's advice was evidently followed. Notwithstanding this, 24,000 Negroes were persuaded or intimidated into not voting, and 60,000 whites did not take part. While it is often stated that the great mass of white people were debarred by the Reconstruction Acts, it is notable in Georgia that the average vote, before the war, was 102,585, while the registration of whites was 95,214. Thus those debarred from registering were estimated at between 7,000 and 10,000. The convention met in Atlanta on December 9, 1867, and sat until the middle of March, 1868. Of the 169 delegates to the convention, 37 were Negroes, 9 were white carpetbaggers, and 12 conservative whites. The great majority, then, were native whites. This convention therefore was not controlled by carpetbaggers and Negroes, but by native whites. A reporter of the Savannah News, December 14, 1867, declared that the Negroes in the convention appeared well-dressed and well-behaved, with few exceptions 22. The convention was interested in suffrage, qualifications for office holding, relief, and a liberal constitution. In these matters, Negroes took active part in the discussions, and used their political privilege intelligently, and with caution. Among the most capable colored members of this meeting were Aaron A. Bradley, Tunis George Campbell, J. B. Costin and Henry McNeil Turner. Bradley was a fighter, and attacked both Democrats and Republicans when they tried to coerce the Negroes. He was, therefore, given much publicity as a dangerous and undesirable Negro, who would cause trouble. Bradley had a colorful and eventful career and was a man of great eloquence, and the Negroes could not be made to lose confidence in him. He attacked racial discrimination on public carriers, and requested the general in command to have the jails and prisons examined so as to release persons unlawfully deprived of their liberties. Bradley left the convention because of charges that he had deceived Negroes on an island off the coast of Savannah. As a matter of fact, he was trying to protect their land, and they had so much confidence in him that they sent him back as senator in 1888.23. Turner was the most prominent of the Negroes. He was born in South Carolina in 1833 and was appointed chaplain in the Army by President Lincoln. He was a preacher in the African M.E. Church, of which he eventually became bishop. In 1865, he was appointed to the Freedmen's Bureau in Georgia. He traveled over the whole state, and when he became a part of the Republican organization in 1867, was well known for his speeches in all parts of Georgia. Turner was not liked by the whites. The Atlanta Intelligencer called him an unscrupulous fellow, shrewd enough to deceive the poor, deluded Negro. He had to withstand all sorts of attempts to involve him in difficulties. He said that the whites accused him of every crime in the catalogue of villainy. I have even been arrested and tried on the wildest and most groundless accusations ever distilled from the laboratory of hell. He was acquitted, however, in every case. 24. Turner, nevertheless, sought to win the confidence of the conservatives. He tried to prevent the sale of property on which owners were unable to pay taxes, and he introduced a resolution for the relief of banks. Both these passed the convention. He desired civil rights, but did not wish the downfall of the aristocracy. There was enthusiasm in his efforts to secure pardon for Jefferson Davis. He tried to secure internal improvements by state action rather than by private companies. As a member of the Education Committee, he sought to insert provisions that 5 years after the common school system had come into full operation, no person on becoming 21 years of age should vote, unless he possessed an educational qualification. Another Negro leader was Tunis Campbell. He was born in Massachusetts, and came south as an agent of the Freedmen's Bureau. He first established himself on an island off the coast of Savannah, where he established his own government. An armed force was necessary to remove him. He then went to Darien, where he acquired wide control over the Negroes, and virtually ruled them. In the Constitutional Convention, he was particularly interested in relief, seeking unsuccessfully to abolish imprisonment for debt. 25. The convention prohibited slavery, established a single citizenship without discrimination, and gave the right to vote to all males born or naturalized in the United States and resident in Georgia 6 months. In laying down qualifications for voters, it was said especially that all voters should be eligible to office. This stipulation was afterward stricken out by an almost unanimous vote on the ground that it was unnecessary. This was probably a trick engineered by ex-Governor Brown for election purposes, and was the basis of the subsequent expulsion of colored men from the legislature. In the Constitution, a general system of education free to all children of the state was provided. There was no attempt to disqualify Confederates for office, beyond the demands of the Reconstruction Acts. The convention devoted much of its efforts at first toward relief from taxes, foreclosures, executions for debt, etc. On April 20, 1868, the Constitution was adopted by a majority of 17,699 votes, and Rufus B. Bullock was elected governor. Bullock is usually classed as a carpetbagger, but he had lived in Georgia before the war, and served as an officer in the Confederate Army. In the election of 1868, the Democratic Conservatives attacked the Constitution because they claimed that it established social, political, and educational equality of whites and blacks, and that it would result in depreciation of property and a fearful increase of taxation. They declared it was framed by adventurers, convicts, and ignorant Negroes. Both parties appealed to the poor whites, the Conservatives through race prejudice and the Republicans by class prejudice. One of the latter appeals was, "Be a man. Let the slave-holding aristocracy no longer rule you. Vote for a constitution which educates your children free of charge, relieves the poor debtor from his rich creditor, allows a liberal homestead for your families, and more than all, places you on a level with those who used to boast that for every slave they were entitled to 3/5 of a vote in congressional representation. Ponder this well before you vote." Point 26. The result of the election was mixed, but the conservative Democrats had 17 of the 44 members of the Senate, and 88 of the 170 members of the House. There was evidence of fraud and intimidation of the Negroes in many counties where the Negroes were in the majority, and the electoral vote of the state was given to Seymour. In this legislature, 3 Negroes were elected to the Senate, and 29 to the House. Bullock was installed as governor, June 28, but he complained to the military commander that many men ineligible to office under the 14th Amendment were seated in the legislature. The legislature investigated, but finally found none ineligible. The 14th Amendment was ratified July 21. Georgia was duly restored to the Union by the Omnibus Bill, passed by Congress, June 25, 1868. Military authority was withdrawn. 7 congressmen from Georgia were seated in the House, but the senators were elected too late to take their seats before Congress adjourned. Just as soon as congressional power was withdrawn, the Georgia legislature turned upon its Negro members, of whom there were 3 in the Senate, and 29 in the House. Their presence was an offense. 27. Former Governor Brown had maintained during the campaign that Negroes were not eligible to office, and the Conservatives immediately took up the question, citing ex-Governor Brown's opinion, and asking investigation. Led by Milton Candler, a white Democratic senator, a movement was started to declare that since Negroes were not citizens, they could not hold office. There was long and heated discussion. Bradley, one of the black senators, argued forcibly and ably in the Senate on the Negroes' eligibility, and after his speech, it was moved that Candler's resolutions be expunged from the minutes. Later Bradley's own eligibility to his seat was attacked because of an alleged previous criminal conviction in New York. A majority of a special committee, all white men, sustained the accusation, but a minority declared that the evidence was incomplete. Nevertheless, Bradley was not allowed to defend himself, and resigned. Thereupon in September, the effort was continued to declare Campbell and Wallace, the other 2 colored senators, ineligible. The Negroes were given 1 hour for defense. After vigorous debate, the 3 colored senators were expelled by a vote of 24 to 11. The following protest was sent in by Wallace and Campbell. We claim to be the legally elected representatives of a very large portion of nearly one-half of the legal electors of the state of Georgia. Sirs, the Constitution and the laws of Georgia strictly provide that no laws shall be made or enforced which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, or of this state, or deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of its laws. Therefore, in behalf of ourselves, our constituents, and also in behalf of nearly 500,000 loyal citizens of this state, we do enter our solemn protest against the illegal, unconstitutional, unjust, and oppressive action of this body, based upon the resolutions of the Senator from the 35th Senatorial District, declaring us ineligible on account of color. 28. In the House, the resolution was introduced in August, and passed in September by a vote of 83 to 23. The Negroes refused to vote. 4 of the colored members, who were so white that their Negro blood could not be proven, were permitted to remain. They were Beard, Belcher, Davis and Fewell. Turner made an elaborate defense of the right of the Negro to hold office. Cases may be found where men have been deprived of their rights for crimes and misdemeanors, but it has remained for the state of Georgia in the very heart of the 19th century, to call a man before the bar and there charge him with an act for which he is no more responsible than for the head which he carries upon his shoulders. The Anglo-Saxon race, sir, is a most surprising one. No man has ever been more deceived in that race than I have been for the last 3 weeks. I was not aware that there was in the character of that race so much cowardice, or so much pusillanimity. The Negro is here charged with holding office. Why, sir, the Negro never wanted office. I recollect that when we wanted candidates for the Constitutional Convention, we went from door to door in the Negro Belt, and begged white men to run. Some promised to do so, and yet, on the very day of election, many of them first made known their determination not to comply with their promises. They told the black men, everywhere, that they would rather see them run, and it was this encouragement of the white men that induced the colored man to place his name upon the ticket as a candidate for the convention. In many instances, these white men voted for us. It is very strange, if a white man can occupy on this floor a seat created by colored votes, and a black man cannot do it. Why, gentlemen, it is the most short-sighted reasoning in the world. If Congress has simply given me merely sufficient civil and political rights and made me a mere political slave for Democrats, or anybody else giving them the opportunity of jumping on my back in order to leap into political power, I do not thank Congress for it. Never, so help me God, shall I be a political slave. You have all the elements of superiority upon your side, you have our money and your own, you have our education and your own, and you have our land and your own, too. We, who number hundreds of thousands in Georgia, including our wives and families, with not a foot of land to call our own, strangers in the land of our birth, without money, without education, without aid, without a roof to cover us while we live, nor sufficient clay to cover us when we die. It is extraordinary that a race such as yours, professing gallantry, chivalry, education, and superiority, living in a land where ringing chimes call child and sire to the Church of God, a land where Bibles are read and gospel truths are spoken, and where courts of justice are presumed to exist, it is extraordinary, I say, that with all these advantages on your side, you can make war upon the poor defenseless black man. 29. This speech was not printed in the minutes of the legislature, but issued as a pamphlet in Augusta the same year. In September, 1868, the legislature declared all colored members ineligible, and it then proceeded to put in their seats the persons who had received the next largest number of votes. The outrages of the Ku Klux Klan on Negroes and whites became widespread. Bullock protested and appealed to Congress, citing that members of the legislature had not all taken the test oath. Bullock's letter was accompanied by the memorial of the Convention of Colored People held in Macon in October. The Republicans brought the case to the state Supreme Court in June, 1869. 2 of the 3 judges decided that the Negroes were eligible. Immediately there came the question as to whether this decision affected the legislature. Alexander Stephens and many others thought it did not. Negroes immediately began a movement to reseat their members. A closed convention was held at Macon with 136 delegates, many of whom walked from 10 to 40 miles to attend the meeting. The Constitution said that there were venomous and incendiary speeches, but these largely unlettered men went about to do their work of recovery of their privileges in extraordinarily practical ways. 82 counties were represented, and Turner presided. Reports of outrages and conditions were brought together and sent to Congress. Turner and Sims went to carry the report and relate their hardships before the Committee on Reconstruction. 30. There was a disposition in Georgia to stand firm and not to reseat the Negroes. Several papers advised the Assembly to persist in the attitude which it had adopted, and to reseat the Negroes only under compulsion. In spite of such advice, Nelson Tift, Democratic representative-elect to Congress, from the 2nd District, had pledged certain parties in Washington that Georgia would reseat the colored members and ratify the 15th Amendment, if Congress would not interfere. This rumor ruined Tift's chance for a seat in Congress, for the Democrats said that they had not granted him such power and never would do so, for they did not intend to reseat the Negroes, unless Congress should use force. 31. Joshua Hill, one of the senators elected by the Georgia legislature in July, presented his credentials to the United States Senate, December 7, 1868. It was recommended that Hill be not admitted on the ground that Georgia had failed to comply with the Omnibus Act. In the House of Representatives, the Committee on Reconstruction was instructed to examine public affairs in Georgia. They took testimony during January 1869, hearing Governor Bullock, James Sims, a colored preacher, H. M. Turner, and others. The lawlessness in the treatment of blacks was emphasized, there being 260 cases of outrages between January and November. Meantime, there was a grave question as to whether Georgia's vote could be cast in the presidential election of 1868. It was finally decided that if Georgia's vote did not affect the result, the final vote should be announced in 2 ways, with and without the vote of Georgia. On a technicality, the members of the lower house who had already been representing Georgia were excluded, as not entitled to sit in the 41st Congress. Several bills concerning Georgia were introduced into Congress. Finally, in March 1869, when Georgia refused to ratify the 15th Amendment, a bill was passed making the ratification of the 15th Amendment necessary before Georgia was admitted. The testimony as to the lawlessness in Georgia helped the passage of this bill, which became a law December 27, 1869. Georgia thus came again under military authority, and all persons elected to the legislature were called to meet in special session by General Meade. A legislature convened January 10, and the test oath was administered under military supervision. This legislature ratified the 14th and 15th Amendments, and not only recognized the 24 colored members, but paid them for lost time. There was thus a double expense for the salary of members that year, since both sets of members were paid, the white members on the motion of a colored senator. There was a question as to how long members of this legislature, originally elected in 1869, but stopped by the expulsion of colored members, should hold office, and many attempts were made to bribe members of the legislature to secure their votes for and against prolonging their terms. Georgia members were admitted to the 3rd session of the 41st Congress, and Georgia entered her 3rd and final stage of Reconstruction, January 10, 1870. The one colored congressman from Georgia, Jefferson Long, 1869–1871, opposed removing Confederate disabilities. Speaking in the House, he said, February 1, 1871. "What do those men say? Before their disabilities are removed, they say, we will remain quiet until all of our disabilities are removed, and then we shall again take the lead. Why, Mr. Speaker, in my state since emancipation there have been over 500 loyal men shot down by the disloyal men there, and not one of those who took part in committing those outrages has ever been brought to justice. Do we, then, really propose here today, when the country is not ready for it, when those disloyal people still hate this government, when loyal men dare not carry the stars and stripes through our streets, for if they do they will be turned out of employment, to relieve from political disability the very men who have committed these Ku Klux outrages? I think that I am doing my duty to my constituents and my country, when I vote against any such proposition. Point 32. The parties in Georgia were now three: the Conservatives, who represented the former planters, the Scalawags and Carpetbaggers, or Radicals, who stood together as a commercial, capitalistic group, and a moderate group who held the balance of power. The legislature of 1868 was evenly divided between Conservatives and Radicals in the Senate, but the House had a majority of the Conservatives, and after the exclusion of colored members, the Conservatives had a majority in both, 25 to 19 in the Senate, 127 to 48 in the House. When the legislature was reorganized in 1870, the Radicals had a majority in both houses, 27 to 17 in the Senate, 87 to 83 in the House. In the election of 1871, the moderates threw their power to the Conservatives, and the combination gained 2/3 of the seats. Negroes in the Georgia legislature introduced numbers of bills. Senator Campbell not only introduced bills for education, but on the jury system, in regard to churches, concerning the city government of Savannah and of Reedville, on pleading and practice in the courts, and on better government of cities and towns. Most of these were reported back by the various committees with recommendations that they pass. The number of Negro members was reduced to 26 by the death of Representative Lumpkin, of Macon County. He had spoken little, but his vote could be counted on always for worthy bills. Although several of the members of the General Assembly, 1868 to 1870, had died, in no case was the resolution of eulogy so pronounced as that concerning Lumpkin. We cheerfully record our appreciation of his modest worth, his integrity as a man, a citizen, and a representative. 33. Turner introduced the following bills: to establish a state police, to secure chaplains for convicts, to enforce an act donating lands to the Georgia State Orphans' Home, to amend the Constitution of Georgia so as to enable females to vote, to appropriate the state capitol and the governor's mansion, at Milledgeville, to educational purposes, to repeal an act to amend the several acts now in force, regulating the fees of magistrates and constables in the state of Georgia, so far as relates to the counties of Bibb, Richmond, Monroe, and Lee, and to provide for the mode of collecting the same, approved January 22, 1852, and the several acts amendatory thereof, and to prescribe the costs in insolvent cases due magistrates and constables in this state, to add an additional section to the 9th Division of the Penal Code, also, a bill declaring certain persons husband and wife. 34. Turner's resolution extending sympathy to the inhabitants of Richmond, Virginia, who had just suffered a terrible disaster, was adopted by the House. The Negroes in the General Assembly seem to have had a special interest in correcting the methods of maintaining and managing the penitentiary of this state. Representative Turner offered several resolutions for reform in the system. This penitentiary system began to characterize the whole South. In Georgia, at the outbreak of the Civil War, there were about 200 white felons confined at Milledgeville. There were no Negro convicts, since under the discipline of slavery, Negroes were punished on the plantation. The white convicts were released to fight in the Confederate armies. The whole criminal system came to be used as a method of keeping Negroes at work and intimidating them. Consequently, there began to be a demand for jails and penitentiaries beyond the natural demand due to the rise of crime. Federal officials began the custom of leasing the convicts to private persons for work. This system was extended by Bullock, who leased 500 victims to a firm of contractors. The legislature of 1871 confirmed this lease, and in 1876, the Democrats hastened to order a 20-year lease of convicts, which began the horrible system of convict leasing, and gave to the state a profit in crime, not to mention the vast profits which came to the private contractors. Naturally, then, the colored members of the legislature, even before this system was settled, were interested in securing better conditions for convicts. Senator George Wallace and Representative James Sims served on a joint committee from the Senate and the House respectively, to ascertain the number of inmates, and how they were treated. Peter O'Neill offered a bill for the abolishment of the penitentiary system. As a result of this movement, changes were made in the drastic methods used to punish convicts. This amelioration led to the issuing of many pardons, for which the Bullock administration was severely criticized. The most energetic Negro on the Standing Committee on Penitentiary Investigation was Representative J. M. Sims of Chatham County. He had spoken only twice in 1868. On his return to the General Assembly in 1870, Sims offered many bills. To amend an act for the more efficient preservation of peace and good order on election days in this state, to repeal an act prohibiting the sale and purchase of agricultural products in the counties of Lowndes and Macon, to incorporate the Chatham Mercantile, Loan and Trust Company, to repeal the act passed in 1869 to encourage immigration into this state, to repeal the local laws of Savannah and Chatham County, so far as relates to the fees and costs of justices of the peace, notaries, ex officio justices and constables in criminal cases and warrants, to provide for the reopening of the books of registration by the clerk of the Common Council of the City of Savannah. 35. Two of these bills passed, the last two were indefinitely postponed. Representative Porter was prominent. He was born in Charleston, South Carolina, of free parents. Before the war he was a member of the Underground Railroad, and he opened a secret school in his home. He was a music teacher and tailor by trade. In 1856 he had won some distinction in music, which led the Bishop of the Episcopal Church in Savannah to have him to come there to train a choir for the St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. After the war between the states, Porter opened an 8th-grade private school, and later on, he was called to be the principal of the first Negro public school in Savannah. He left this position to become the first principal in the public school of Thomasville, Georgia. While there, he published his first book, English Grammar for Beginners. Finally, he became principal of a school in Yazoo, Mississippi. 36. Porter was especially prominent in the Negro conventions which preceded the state conventions of 1867. Jefferson Long was sent to Congress from Georgia. He was born in Crawford County in 1836, educated himself, and went into business as a merchant tailor in Macon, Georgia. He was elected a representative from Georgia to the 41st Congress, by a majority of 900 over Lawton, a Democrat. He was admitted to his seat January 16, 1871. The record of the Negro in the Georgia legislature is creditable, and yet Clark Howell afterwards declared Negro members of this legislature were unlettered, ignorant politicians, who seemed a stack of puppets and harlequins of a menagerie. Outrages and guerrilla warfare against Negroes were widespread in Georgia. General Lewis of the Freedmen's Bureau reported 260 attacks, whippings, and murders of freedmen between January and November, 1868. In September, there was a race riot at Camilla. Nordhoff found about 1875 that the Negroes in and near the cities and towns were usually prosperous. There are many colored mechanics, and they receive full wages where they are skillful. Near Atlanta and other places, they own small truck farms, and supply the market with vegetables. There are fewer black than white beggars in the cities, and a missionary clergyman surprised me by the remark that the blackberry crop, which was ripening, was a blessing to dozens of poor white families whom he knew, who lived half the year, he said, in a condition of semi-starvation. There are many colored mechanics, and they are all thrifty people, and very commonly own the houses they live in, and often a town lot besides. In the cotton country, an increasing number of colored men own farms of from 40 to 100 acres, but many of these were free before the war. In the towns and villages, the colored people have a prosperous look, they dress neatly, and very commonly live in frame houses. On the whole, their condition appears to me very comfortable and satisfactory. 37. He gives these facts. In an official report of the Comptroller General of the State for 1874, giving the character and value of property and amount of taxes returned by colored taxpayers for that year, the number of colored polls listed was 83,318. These returned an aggregate value of taxable property amounting to $6,157,798, on which they actually paid $30,788 in taxes. They own 338,769 acres of agricultural land and city and town property to the amount of $1,200,115. Now, remembering that these people were slaves only 9 years before, I think it clearly establishes that, first, they have labored with creditable industry and perseverance, and, second, that they have been fairly protected in the rights of life and property by the democratic rulers of the state. I do not think the colored people in any other state I have visited own half as much real estate, or indeed, a quarter as much, as those of Georgia. 38. The difficulty of securing adequate wages led to a Negro labor movement. This step was undertaken by two Negro leaders, Congressman Jeff Long and State Representative H. M. Turner. Their purpose was to organize a union among Negroes, demanding a minimum wage of $30 a month for field hands, and $15 for women. The convention received considerable notice, and the employers condemned it. There were strikes in Macon and Dougherty County. In Houston County, there was agitation, and county associations of field hands were attempted. But this movement for rural unions was not very successful. Georgia was thus a state where a coalition of planters and Negroes began before Reconstruction. But while the planters advised the Negroes and made fair promises, they took no active part with them. When the new political life began, the planters and the poor whites combined to put the Negroes out of the legislature. The carpetbaggers and scalawags formed a moderate bloc and fought with the planters to gain control of the poor whites. In this way they succeeded and were able to ignore the Negroes, bribe white labor with silence and make commerce and business triumphant in the state. The carpetbaggers and scalawags spent money extravagantly, but they spent it, in their printing and contingent funds, with Southern merchants and supply houses, thus combining capitalistic interests. Georgia does not present the stock picture of a state looted by outsiders. It looted itself. Reviewing the events recorded from the beginning of this chapter, we observe that the period of Reconstruction in Georgia was not a period when a swarm of harpies took possession of the state government and preyed at will upon a helpless people. The Constitutional Convention of 1867 to 1868 forebodes such a period, but when the conservatives rouse themselves, from that time on the stage presents an internecine war between two very well-matched enemies. This struggle is usually represented as between a wicked assailant and a righteous assailed. That it was a struggle between Republicans and Democrats is much more characteristic. In such a contest mutual vilifying of course abounded, and it is not to be supposed a priori that the vilifying of one party was more truthful than that of the other. 39. None were more proud of the extravagance that accompanied this building of the commercial state than white Georgians. They welcomed the bearers of Northern capital then as now. The most extraordinary man in the Reconstruction history of Georgia was Hannibal I. Kimball, who was a capitalist interested in railroads, and often associated for business purposes with ex-Governor Brown. He was especially close to Governor Bullock, and was a focus of bribery and corruption. He was a type of a class of aspiring Northern men who have rushed to the South since the war, some to run plantations, some to open mines of coal and iron, some to build railroads, others to establish great hotels, and all to give a grand impulse to Southern progress, and show the old fogies in the South how to do it. Many of these enterprising men have already come to grief and left the country, while others are in full career to fortune, or her eldest daughter misfortune. 40. Kimball has been of course represented as bribing Negroes, but what Kimball and his kind bribed was the city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and the whole South. And while he doubtless gave his tens and hundreds to Negro legislators, his thousands and tens of thousands went to that vast majority of white men who saw in him and his methods the salvation of the new capitalistic South, and who made the wealth and advertising of Atlanta overshadow the old-fashioned conservatism of Savannah and Macon. Moreover, Georgia was not ruled by carpetbaggers. Facts do not warrant the description of the Reconstruction government of Georgia as a Negro carpetbagger combination. There were some of both classes in the Constitutional Convention and in the legislature of 1868, already mentioned, and many in the federal service, particularly as internal revenue officers, but they generally held minor positions. 41. The planter candidate for governor, who opposed Bullock, testified that in 1870 no more than a dozen former non-residents were holding office in Georgia, and that the judges appointed by Bullock were entirely satisfactory. The economic boom of Georgia was evident. The value of total property rose steadily from $191 million in 1868 to $234 million in 1871. By 1870, the cotton crop of Georgia had surpassed the largest crop raised under slavery, a proof that Negro labor had not been demoralized by emancipation. Manufactures increased during 1860 to 1870, and the lumber business greatly increased. There had been 643 miles of railroad in 1850 and 1,420 in 1860. By 1870, this had increased to 1,845 miles, and 2,160 in 1872. This business and industrial prosperity of Georgia was largely at the expense of the laboring classes. The educational system was started, but it received little support. Instead of preventing crime, crime was deliberately increased by the convict lease system. The poor, the blind, and the insane were neglected, and although peasant farmers, because of the high price of produce, were able to buy some land, there was no effort to place large numbers of small owners on their own farms. There was no real labor legislation. On the other hand, capital began to receive large returns, and speculation was rife. It is of especial interest to note that in Georgia, where the native white man never lost control, there was practically the same increase in debt, and the same railway scandals. There was graft in printing, advertising, and attorneys' fees, and the state debt was greatly increased, so that including endorsed railway bonds, it reached a total liability of over $20 million in 1872. It may be gathered from this that extravagance and theft in the Reconstruction South was a matter neither of race nor of geography, rather it was a question of poverty, opportunity, and current American morals. Nevertheless, there were in Georgia the same charges of theft and waste as elsewhere, and the same final desire to shoulder the blame on the Negroes. In the election of December 1870, there was a large Democratic majority in both houses of the legislature, and the Democrats continued in power. Bullock, foreseeing impeachment, resigned in October 1871. The legislature met in November. In December, there were several investigating committees. Robert Toombs became prosecuting attorney, and the investigations were thoroughly partisan. Railroad manipulation in Georgia as elsewhere led to Wall Street and many financiers of New York, like Henry Clews and Company, and Russell Sage. The acts granting aid to railroads were passed by votes of members of both political parties, and the state is considered secure against loss if the law be properly enforced. 42. The lease of the state-owned railroad undoubtedly involved corruption, but among the lessees were former Governor Brown, Alexander Stephens, and Ben Hill, in addition to H.I. Kimball and others. Naturally, no Negroes were involved, except as possible recipients of bribes. Representative Turner seems to have worked hard to secure more reasonable terms payment only after the work was actually finished. Bullock himself was charged with many financial frauds, but none of them were ever proven. His worst deed, the establishment of the convict lease system, was not held against him but adopted by the state with avidity. Florida had long been a refuge for runaway slaves, and the desire to reclaim these slaves had led to the so-called Seminole Wars and the final annexation. There were 27,943 whites and 26,534 Negroes in 1840, the first census after the state entered the Union. In 1860 there were 77,746 whites and 62,677 Negroes. There never were as many as 1,000 free Negroes in the state before emancipation. Florida was a poor state with a small population. It had been dominated by rich planters and the poor whites had had little opportunity. The state therefore in many respects resembles South Carolina rather than Alabama in that the black man was the dominant labor and no white proletariat ever ruled. On the other hand, black labor never came to self-assertion, while planters and carpetbaggers manipulated it from the first and gerrymandered its representation. White rule was ever in control, but it was only partially proletarian in character. Although there were hundreds of Negro soldiers in the state at the time of Johnson's proclamation, he ordered a convention based on white suffrage, and the convention met October 2, 1865. It was composed almost entirely of Confederates, and the message of the provisional governor, Marvin, gave them encouragement. It is doubtful if there was any noticeable opinion among the whites in favor of Negro suffrage. Certainly Marvin spoke decidedly against it. It does not appear to me that the public good of the state or of the nation at large would be promoted by conferring at the present time upon the freedmen the elective franchise. Neither the white people nor the colored people are prepared for so radical a change in their social relations. Nor have I any reason to believe that any considerable number of the freedmen desire to possess this privilege. 43. The convention finally said, "The people of the state of Florida, in general convention assembled, do ordain and declare, that while we recognize the freedom of the colored race, and are desirous of extending to them full protection, we declare it the unalterable sentiment of this convention, that the laws of the state shall be made and executed by the white race." 44. The convention sat 12 days and adjourned for the ensuing election. E.S. Walker was elected governor. He recommended the removal of black soldiers from the state and advocated various black laws. He said with regard to Negro suffrage, "Each one of us knows that we could not give either an honest or conscientious assent to Negro suffrage. There is not one of us that would not feel that he was doing wrong, and bartering his self-respect, his conscience and his duty to his country and to the Union itself, for the benefits he might hope to obtain by getting back into the Union." 45. A commission of 3 was appointed to report laws concerning the Negro. They recommended a county criminal court mainly for Negro offenders and the same discrimination against emancipated slaves which had been used formerly against free Negroes. They were not sure how they could keep the Negro at work, and they were tearful concerning his future. If, after all, their honest efforts shall prove unavailing, and this for millions of the human family but recently dragged up from barbarism, and through the influence of Southern masters elevated to the status of Christian men and women, shall be doomed by the inscrutable behest of a mysterious providence to follow in the footsteps of the fast-fading aborigines of this continent, and when the last man of the race shall be standing upon the crumbling brink of a people's grave, it will be some compensation to the descendants of the Southern master to catch the grateful and benignant recognition of this representative man, as he points his withered finger to the author of his ruin and exclaims, "Thou didst it." 46. The black laws of Florida followed, to save them from the ruin which inevitably awaits them if left to the tender mercy of the canting hypocrisy and mawkish sentimentality which has precipitated them to the realization of their present condition. 47. There were the usual vagrancy and apprenticeship laws, and laws against firearms. On the other hand, there were laws regarding marriage and the right to testify in court, but only in matters in which Negroes were concerned. After the federal law of June 21, 1866, a large number of Negroes flocked to Florida. From 1865 to 1867, the chief thought of the freedmen of Florida, as in other states, concerned itself with what the government was going to do for them with regard to farms, and they were victims of many speculators. The duel in Florida for the control of labor was between two sets of northern men, mostly federal office holders of various sorts, and the planters. The policy of the planters was so to shift their influence between the northerners so as to gain their ends by political strategy, which they finally did. At the same time, they made some effective efforts to keep in touch with the Negroes so that they retained a good deal of influence over their vote. When the elections of 1867 under the Reconstruction laws were about to take place, the Negroes sought to get in touch with leading white Southerners. One meeting was held in Leon County and several white planters invited to address it and give the Negroes information as to their newly acquired duties as citizens. This increased the rivalry between the planters and the carpetbaggers, with the result that the planters made few further open efforts to cooperate with the Negro voters. The Southern whites tried to kill the convention by refraining from voting, so that the total vote cast was 14,503, of which all but 1,220 was cast by Negroes. In the convention of 1,868, 46 delegates were returned. 18 of these were Negroes. Of the 27 whites, 2 were conservatives, 15 carpetbaggers, and the rest Southern whites. The most cultured member of the convention, probably, was Jonathan Gibbs, a Negro. Gibbs was a tall and slightly built black with a high forehead and a color indicating mulatto origin. His voice was clear and ringing. He possessed some of the qualities of a born orator and a genuine sentimentalist. 48. E. Fortune, another colored member, was a native of Florida with a fair education, courageous in his opinions. Among other colored leaders were Armstrong, Oates, and Wallace, who wrote the history of Reconstruction in Florida. The convention, which met January 20, 1868, had a colored man of Tallahassee, C.H. Pierce, as temporary president. He was not a strong man and was later convicted of technical bribery. But, on the whole, his advice and effort seem to have been sincere, and he had the confidence of large numbers of colored people. Of the 46 delegates, there were only 20 present. Richards, a white man of Illinois, who, as Wallace says, had been only 2 days in the county from which he had been returned, was elected permanent chairman. Richards, however, struck the right note in his speech. He said, "We should provide for a system by which all may obtain homes of their own and a comfortable living, and also provide for schools in which all may be educated free of expense, clothe honest industry with respectability, inaugurate a public sentiment that shall crown the man with honors as the benefactor of his race who makes 2 blades of grass grow where one grew before, and prohibit all laws that are not equal and just to all within our state." 49. The first difficulty was a matter of money. There was only $500 in the treasury, and the convention had to issue scrip to pay its expenses. This scrip circulated at less than par value and made the expenses appear much larger than they actually were. 2 factions early developed among the carpetbaggers, and the policy of the planters was to wait and take advantage from time to time of the outcome of this internal fight. This left the Negroes in a peculiarly helpless condition, and it was only the ability and sanity of men like Gibbs that enabled them to make any headway at all. On the second day of the convention, an ordinance was passed forbidding the sale of property for debt, suspending the collection of taxes, releasing all persons held to labor for non-payment of taxes, but not forbidding the laborer the right to collect wages from his employer. It was distinctly legislation in the interest of labor. The convention had been in session about 2 weeks when the planters took a hand. The 2 factions among the northern white leaders were the conservative Osborne faction, which leaned toward the planters, and the more radical Billings faction, which sought complete control of the Negroes. The Osborne faction and the planters, under the leadership of ex-Governor Walker, succeeded in breaking up the convention so that nearly half of it seceded and went off secretly to a neighboring town to work on a constitution. This rump convention adopted a constitution and sent it to the federal general of the district for his approval. They then took a recess. Afterwards they returned to Tallahassee, broke into the Legislative Hall at midnight, and declared themselves the rightful convention. General Meade intervened and made the 2 factions come together and adopt a constitution which proved to be mainly the constitution drawn by the seceders. This constitution was a peculiar document. It put vast appointing power in the hands of the governor, making him a practical dictator of the state, and it was also charged that the basis of representation was so unfair that less than 1/4 of the registered voters would elect a majority in the state senate and less than 1/3 a majority of the assembly. 6,700 voters in the rebel counties elect as many senators, as 20,282 voters elect in Union counties. 7 senators are elected by 3,027 voters in rebel counties, and only one senator is elected by 3,181 in Union County, Leon, and 23 voters elect one senator in a rebel district. In the Assembly, 8,330 voters in rebel counties choose 27 members. Madison County Union, with 1,802 voters, sends 2 representatives, while the rebel sent from Dade County has a constituency of 8 registered voters. 50. This was accomplished by discriminating against the localities where the Negro vote was large, so that the Negroes never had in the legislatures a representation anywhere near as large as their population called for. The Constitution relieved the former Confederates from taking the registration oath. Charles Sumner and others opposed the admission of the state under this Constitution, but, nevertheless, after a delay from February to June, the state was admitted. In the election on the Constitution and for state officers, Billings was the candidate of the radical branch of the Northern white leaders, and the planters nominated a Confederate cavalry colonel, but in reality threw their support to Harrison Reed, the candidate of the Osborne faction which had made the Constitution. The Republican ticket, headed by Reed, received 14,421 votes, the Democratic ticket, headed by Scott, 7,731, and the Independent Radical ticket, 2,251. In the first legislature there were 17 Republicans and 8 Democrats in the Senate, and 36 Republicans and 15 Democrats in the House. Of these 76, 19 were Negroes, 13 carpetbaggers, 21 Southern Loyalists, and 23 Conservatives. Harrison Reed was a Johnson Democrat and formerly chief postal agent in Florida. He was present at Johnson's inauguration, as an unofficial representative of the state, and was a strong opponent of Chase. He was a curious character. Like Warmoth of Louisiana, he was an adroit politician and was repeatedly threatened with impeachment. But he was not as unscrupulous a grafter as Warmoth and exercised his great power with considerable care. His policy always was to favor the planters as much as possible, and then, when the Negroes or Northern whites revolted, to yield to them sufficiently so as to retain their support. In his cabinet, the more important places went to ex-slaveholders. The number of Negro members in subsequent Florida legislatures is not clear. Wallace mentions 25 colored members of the House in the legislature of 1873. The number of representatives in the legislature who could neither read nor write, during the 7 years of carpetbag rule in Florida, was 6, of whom 4 were white. Under the Constitution, the governor appointed all of the chief state officers except the lieutenant governor and judges, and also he named most of the county officers. Nevertheless, the Constitution of 1869 gave the Negroes the right to vote and gave Florida its first approach to a real government of the people. Reed's administration started out with strength and respectability, but it was weak because of lack of recognition of the colored people. His opponents, therefore, tried one method of attacking him by introducing a civil rights bill, compelling hotel keepers and railroad companies to receive Negroes on the same terms as whites. The bill was passed in the Assembly, but the governor called in members of the Senate and explained why he thought it was not wise to push such legislation. Colored people became alarmed, but through Pierce and other leaders their apprehensions were allayed. The ill will against Reed began when electors were chosen in November, 1868. Impeachment proceedings against him were begun, but the Supreme Court ruled that there was no quorum in the Senate at the time. The Secretary of State, Alden, had joined in the opposition to Reed and was removed. Gibbs, the colored leader, was selected as his successor, which greatly increased the strength of Reed among the freedmen. The ensuing turmoil in Florida cannot be understood unless one keeps carefully in mind just what was taking place. The planters were encouraging lawlessness and inciting the Negroes to make extravagant demands for equality in order to embarrass the carpetbaggers and excite the poor whites. The carpetbaggers and Northern capitalists were seeking to get rid of Reed, and bribing white and black members of the legislature in order to get through special legislation for capital. The Negroes were trying to find a program of labor legislation, which would help and uplift the masses. Reed was playing capital, labor, and planters against each other, and in the midst of these contradictory and opposing forces, the state staggered on. The governor informed the legislature that the past 7 years of anarchy and insurrection had left nothing in the treasury, with $600,000 of debts and a large amount repudiated. The former inadequate school fund had been robbed of its last dollar to aid the Confederate forces. The railroad system, half completed, was bankrupt, the revenue laws inadequate, no schools or school systems, no benevolent institutions, no almshouses, penitentiaries, and scarcely a jail. In the first Reconstruction legislature, Negro leaders, Harmon and Black, tried to pass a school law for the education of the masses. At the second session of the legislature, a homestead law was passed and the school laws amended. Acts of violence throughout the state continued and there was considerable bribery in the legislature. The second session of the legislature met January 5, 1869. There was a second attempt to impeach Reed, foiled by the action of 2 colored members, H. S. Harmon and E. Fortune, and finally defeated by a vote of 43 to 5. An extraordinary session of the legislature was called May 17, 1869, on account of financial difficulties and matters connected with the sale of the Pensacola and Georgia Railroad and the Tallahassee Railroad. 51. Railroad legislation was introduced, Littlefield and Swepson, already operating in North Carolina, being connected with the matter. State aid was asked at the rate of $12,000 a mile for these railroads, which would amount to $4 million. Wallace says that members of the legislature were openly bought, white men receiving from $2,000 to $6,000 and colored men $500 or less. There were disturbances in various counties and open violence and bloodshed in 1868 to 1869. Reed was asked to declare martial law, but instead he sent Secretary Gibbs to the centers of disturbance. Gibbs received close attention from the colored people and openly attacked the carpetbagger leaders. The legislature met in January, 1870, in its third regular session. The governor repeated a statement which he had made before. In several counties organized bands of lawless men have combined to override the civil authorities, and many acts of violence have occurred, but these have been incidental to the state in all its past history, and arise less, perhaps, from special enmity to the present form of government than from opposition to the restraints of law in general. 52. It is true that these same localities, being, to all intents, border sections, have from time immemorial been the resorts of lawless and reckless men, and in some of them, as in earlier periods of the existence of the western and southwestern states, the law of Judge Lynch and the regulators 4 years before the war, had been the only code of much efficacy. I had hoped better results from the reorganization of government under Republican auspices, but the bitterness resulting from the war, the noxious teachings of disappointed and defeated political opponents, assisted by the occasional lack of discretion on the part of injudicious political friends, succeeded for a long time in setting at naught the advice and the efforts of the better men of all classes, until improvement at times seemed to be hopeless, and I have been strongly and forcibly urged to the declaration of martial law. 53. Again an attempt was made to impeach Reed, but the colored members stood by him. The impeachment committee sent in 2 reports, a majority report signed by 4, and a minority report signed by 1. The minority report, which was adopted, said: "Looking back over the history of the state for the last 10 years, so full of excitement, agitation, and turmoil, we are profoundly impressed with a sense of the value of the results of the reconstructive legislation of the national government, and its subsequent result in the organization of our own state government. We feel bound in duty to call attention to the many difficulties and embarrassments, particularly of a financial description, with which in the administration of a newly organized government, Governor Reed has found himself continually surrounded. Without sympathy, with scanty resources, without the support from a portion of his cabinet, as it appears from the testimony and from official documents, called to fill a multitude of offices by the appointment of comparative strangers, he must have been seriously embarrassed and hampered on every hand. After deliberate consideration of the charges, the evidence, the surrounding and difficult circumstances, and in view of the results that may be expected to follow the action taken, we do not find the charges preferred to be so far sustained by the evidence given as to warrant us in recommending an impeachment. The report was adopted by a vote of 27 to 22, all the colored members of the legislature except one voted against impeachment. 54. In 1870 the Democratic Party put in nomination Bloxam for lieutenant governor. The Republican politicians declared that if Bloxam was elected they would unite with the Democrats so as to impeach Governor Reed and make Bloxam governor. Wallace thinks that Bloxam was in fact elected but counted out by the returning board, of which Gibbs, the colored Secretary of State, was a member. He says that Gibbs consented with great reluctance and under threat of impeachment if he did not yield. It must be remembered, however, that Bloxam was the friend and mentor of Wallace and edited his book. The legislature met in January, 1872, and again sought to impeach the governor. The more ignorant of the members of the assembly were secured to vote for the impeachment. A Southern county judge was promised appointment as a circuit judge, and a Democratic member of the assembly was promised a share of the new bonds. Ex-Governor Walker promised the support of the Democrats. The governor in his message complained that more than two-thirds of the bonds issued in aid of Littlefield roads had been wasted without any real progress. The bonds were entrusted to firms of swindlers in New York. Impeachment proceedings were based on this, and the governor was suspended from office, but the trial was never held and at an extra session of the legislature he was restored to office. There had been much corruption in every legislature under Reed, but Wallace says, the colored members at this session began to show more manhood by openly denouncing the tricks of the carpetbaggers and refusing to be enslaved by caucus rule. They showed their independence by this resolution introduced by Daniel McInnes, colored, of Duval County. Whereas it appears that after several attempts to have a civil rights bill, which gives to every citizen the same protection in the enjoyment of his liberties, and, whereas it has become a painful fact from the action of Liberty Billings, acting President pro tem. of the Senate of the state of Florida, and others who are opposed to seeing the colored citizens of this state enjoy the same rights that he and his associates do, we again witness on today another defeat of the Civil Rights Bill, caused by only those who profess to be our friends in connection with this great cause of civil rights. Therefore, resolved that we, the colored members, and those who honestly sympathize with us, do unhesitatingly repudiate such friendship, and do now and henceforth withdraw from and decline from ever affiliating with, politically, or to aid in electing any such man or men who have so basely misrepresented our people. 55. These resolutions were ruled out of order. McInnes was fought and denounced in his county, and lost the next election to the legislature, although one of the most faithful and honest representatives of the colored people. The delegation elected from Leon County, all colored, stood opposed to the system of plunder which had been inaugurated in almost every county of the state. This was shown when Gleason introduced a bill to authorize corporations to change their names and consolidate their capital stock, etc. The measure was adopted by the Republican caucus, but when the matter came up for final consideration, the Leon County delegates opposed the bill and John W. Wyatt, a Negro, made a speech which was the first ordered spread on the minutes of the legislature of Florida. We want no Tom Scotts, Jim Fisks, or Vanderbilts in this state to govern us, by means of which they would influence legislation tending to advance personal interests. The great curse of Florida has been dishonest corporations, rings and cliques, with an eye single to their central interest, and if this bill is suffered to pass this assembly, in my opinion we may look for a continuation of abuses and a usurpation of the rights of citizens who be opposed to the evil machinations such as are generally exerted by consolidated bodies. The recent expose of the Tammany Ring in New York has satisfied all right-thinking men that the power exercised by strong bodies, composed of many corporations, is the most dangerous to the public good and safety. Therefore, it ill becomes us to pass a bill enveloped in darkness as the title to this bill indicates it to be. A last attempt was made in this session to impeach Reed. Wallace says, as one of the members of the committee, I never saw the report of the investigating committee nor any other evidences upon which the subsequent articles of impeachment presented by the committee were based. 56. After a long and intricate fight, Reed, supported loyally by his Secretary of State, Gibbs, outgeneraled his opponents. However, Reed was not renominated, although the colored people wanted him. The planters now felt strong enough to assert themselves, and secured the selection, as Republican candidate for governor, of Justice Burghardt. The carpetbaggers filled the rest of the ticket, except that the freedmen received recognition by the nomination of J.T. Walls, as one of the candidates for United States Representative. The campaign was bitter and the results of the election close. The Republicans carried it by a small margin. Hart was the first native governor of Florida in Reconstruction times, but was a vacillating and uncertain man. The legislature met in January, 1873, and nominated a colored man, Scott, for Speaker. He was defeated by the revolt of the colored delegation from Leon County on account of his connection with politicians. In return, the white leaders insisted that no colored man was fit for a cabinet position except Jonathan C. Gibbs, and he, they charged, had attempted to count in Bloxham in the previous election. The Negroes insisted on Gibbs. Hart refused until the colored members in caucus demanded Gibbs' appointment, with the threat that they would otherwise combine with the Democrats and clog the wheels of the administration. Colored members of both branches of the legislature went to Hart in a body and finally he had to accede to their demand. Gibbs was appointed Superintendent of Public Instruction. Gibbs held this office during 1872 to 1874, when the school system was tottering and the collection of funds difficult. He virtually established the public schools of the state as an orderly system, but when a student of Florida history recently tried to examine the records of his administration, he discovered that they had all disappeared from the state archives. The extraordinary political complications of the day are illustrated by Hart and his cabinet. Hart was a Southern planter backed by carpetbaggers and his Secretary of State was McClin. Wallace says, "The cabinet was a very fair one, with the exception of McClin, who was a deserter from the rebel army, and being self-condemned for his own treachery for having volunteered in the Confederate service and then deserted before he smelled gunpowder, he was satisfied that neither the Democrats nor the carpetbaggers cared to trust him, and he was therefore the tool of the most rabid and unprincipled members of the carpetbag dynasty of the state." 57. In 1873, Gibbs and the trustees of the Agricultural College frustrated an attempt to invest the $100,000 received from the general government in bonds which would have put the cash in possession of the politicians. When Hart died in 1874, Stearns became governor. He wanted to ask the resignation of Gibbs, but Gibbs was too popular. Stearns had promised to nominate Gibbs for Congress but was afraid that he could not control him. Gibbs was in perfect health before the meeting of the convention and during its sitting. He delivered a powerful speech in the Stearns convention, attacking one of his supporters. He went home and ate a hearty dinner, after which he suddenly died. It was whispered and generally believed that he was poisoned by some of the carpetbaggers, because they dreaded his growing popularity. His brother, Judge Mifflin Gibbs of Arkansas, gives a different cause for his death but notes his fear of assassination. My brother, Jonathan C. Gibbs, was then Secretary of State of Florida, with Governor Hart as executive. He had had the benefit of a collegiate education, having graduated at Dartmouth, New Hampshire, and had for some years filled the pulpit as a Presbyterian minister. The stress of Reconstruction and obvious necessity for ability in secular matters induced him to enter official life. Naturally indomitable, he more than fulfilled the expectations of his friends and supporters by rare ability as a thinker and a speaker, with unflinching fidelity to his party principles. I found him at Tallahassee, the capital, in a well-appointed residence, but his sleeping place in the attic resembled, as I perceived, considerably an arsenal. He said that for better advantage it had been his resting place for several months, as his life had been threatened by the Ku Klux. It was my last interview or sight of my brother. Subsequently, after a 3-hour speech, he went to his office and suddenly died of apoplexy. 58. In the legislature of 1873 there were 25 colored members of whom 19 were in revolt against the political leaders. The methods of the white politicians were illustrated in the case of 2 colored members who wished to inspect the state prison. Everything was done to impede them. A special train was prepared for the comfort of the visiting guests, but it left just 2 hours before the time designated and the colored men were left behind. But the Negroes were energetic and determined and reached the grounds by other means. The warden at once set out liquors and cigars, but the colored men refused to partake and went about their investigation. The Civil Rights Bill finally passed at this session without great opposition. The matter of land distribution continued to come up, and the Northern politicians assured the freedmen that they favored high taxes upon the lands of the ex-slaveholders so as to compel them to sell these lands cheaply. On the other hand, they accused the planters of being in favor of low taxes so that the whites could hold the land and rent it to the colored people. This propaganda influenced Negro votes but resulted in no real action. In the legislature of 1875, most of the minor offices were filled with colored men. The Republican State Convention renominated Stearns for governor and adopted a platform arraigning both state and national governments for corruption, extravagance, and oppression. The state debt was only $1,329,757.68, the state taxation, which had been less than 2 mills on a dollar in 1861, had increased to 5 mills in 1867 and 13 7/10 mills in 1872. It was then reduced to 7 mills in 1875. The expenditures were but $190,000 against receipts of about $220,000. Thus the Democratic cry of extravagance was not particularly effective. In the campaign of 1876, the Democrats won. McClin, the ex-Confederate in the cabinet, celebrated in the Tallahassee Sentinel the victory of Hayes. In general, Florida presents no abnormal picture. There was some waste and high taxation, but it did not reach extremes. It had, as in other states, to contend with deliberate efforts to sabotage its advance. The Floridan said in 1871, "No greater calamity could befall the state of Florida, while under the rule of its present carpetbag, scalawag officials, than to be placed in good financial credit. Our only hope is in the state's utter financial bankruptcy, and heaven grant that that may speedily come. On the other hand, establish for the state financial credit on Wall Street, so that Florida bonds can be sold by Reed and Company, as fast as issued, and you give these foul harpies a life tenure of these offices. The temporal salvation of the taxpayers is having scrip low, so that they can buy it to pay taxes with, and in having the state's financial Reed it low so that Reed & Co. can't sell state bonds so as to raise money with which to perpetuate their hold on office." There was bribery of Negro legislators, as Wallace frankly shows, but he also says of his history. The design of this work is to correct the settled and erroneous impression that has gone out to the world that the former slaves, when enfranchised, had no conception of good government, and therefore their chief ambition was corruption and plunder. That it was white men, and not colored men, who originated corruption and enriched themselves from the earnings of the people of the state from the year 1868 to 1877, that the loss of the state to the National Republican Party was not due to any unfaithfulness of the colored people to that party, but to the corruption of these strange white leaders termed carpetbaggers, that the colored people have done as well as any other people could have done under the same circumstances, if not better. 59. Wallace particularly laments the effect of corrupt leaders on the Negro. The Northern machine politicians assert that it was the incompetence and unfaithfulness of the Negro voter to the Republican Party that brought about the unhealthy condition of things which made the Solid South. It was these and kindred acts of the carpetbaggers which furnish the key to unlock the door that reveals the secrets of the Solid South, while these very carpetbaggers were sustained by the Northern machine politicians. From the beginning to the end of Stearns' so-called administration it was contaminated with packed juries for political purposes, and during the last 2 years of his term it became a patent fact that scarcely a person brought before the courts in the Black Belt counties could be convicted from the fact that the petty juries were mostly composed of the very worst element among the freedmen. 60. This is not the whole truth. The reactionary planters, in whom Wallace and other colored men pathetically believed, were not honest or sincere in their advice to and support of Negroes. They encouraged lawlessness among poor whites, extravagance among carpetbaggers and bribery among Negroes. They deliberately befouled the whole political nest in order to discredit its rulers and voters. Shall I sing of liberty when there is no liberty? Shall I sing of freedom when there is none? Shall I sing love songs to young lovers who are slaves? My soul thrills even as I think the laburnum in springtime thrills to link her chains of gold. I am lost in the great miracle which nature has endlessly wrought out of freedom. But man sits amid his own ruins, eating husks. Charles Erskine Scott Wood. 13. The duel for labor control on border and frontier. How in North Carolina and Virginia, in the border states and on the southwestern frontier, the dominant white worker after the war sealed the fate of his black fellow laborer. North Carolina presents quite a different situation and method of Reconstruction from the states studied. The war left the state in economic bankruptcy. The repudiation of the Confederate debt closed every bank, and farm property was reduced in value 1/3. The male population was greatly reduced and the masses were in distress. In 1800, North Carolina had 337,764 whites and 140,339 Negroes. In 1840, 484,870 whites and 268,549 Negroes. In 1860 there were 629,942 whites and 361,544 Negroes. There were 30,000 free Negroes in 1860, a class who had in the past received some consideration. Up until 1835 they had had the right to vote and had voted intelligently. In the 19th century one of the best schools in the state for children of the white aristocracy was conducted by John Chavis, a Negro, educated at Princeton. Many Negroes had come into the state during the war so that their proportion of the population increased in 1870 and 1880. In general, however, emancipation was not attended by any great disorders, and the general tide of domestic life flowed on. The Freedmen's Bureau issued rations to white people as well as colored, and many were kept from starvation. Large sums of money were received from the North in 1866 to 1867 and grain and provisions as well. When President Johnson called North Carolina whites into consultation concerning his proposed plan of Reconstruction, many of them were highly indignant, some even leaving the room. They did not propose to share power even with the president but wanted to put their own legislature back in power. They finally acquiesced and William W. Holden was appointed provisional governor, May 29. He ordered an election for a convention with a white electorate September 21. By June 27, 1,912 pardons had been granted in North Carolina, 510 of which came under the $20,000 exemption. Here, as in other states, there came the preliminary movement of planters to secure control of the Negro vote. Alfred M. Waddell, in July 1865, editor of the Herald before the war and a colonel in the Confederate Army, spoke to the colored people of Wilmington and denounced taxation without representation. He advocated the extension of the suffrage to qualified Negroes. The Sentinel said it was opposed to Negroes voting, but would open its pages for discussion. Favorable articles appeared by Victor C. Barringer and David L. Swaint. The idea was to forestall any attempt of Northern white leaders and capitalists to control the Negro vote. The Negroes, however, had thought and leadership, both from the free Negro class, who had some education, and from colored immigrants from the North, many of whom had been born in North Carolina but had escaped from slavery. During the year 1865, Negroes circulated petitions asking the president for equal rights. The Convention of 1865 met October 2. The Ordinance of Secession was repudiated and slavery abolished, but no action at first was taken on the Confederate debt. Johnson interfered and at last the debt was formally repudiated, although the leading papers of the state called the action humiliating. The General Assembly met in November, when the 13th Amendment was ratified, but the vote explained that this amendment did not give Congress power to legislate on the civil and political status of the freedmen. A commission was appointed to report on new legislation for the freedmen. This commission reported in 1866, and the General Assembly passed a bill which defined Negroes and gave them the civil rights that free Negroes had had before the war. An apprenticeship law disposing of young Negroes preferably to their former masters and mistresses was passed, and Negroes could be witnesses only in cases in which Negroes were involved. In 1867 there were acts to prevent enticing servants, harboring them, breach of contract, and later seditious language and insurrection. The adjourned session of the convention in May made a significant change in the basis of representation. Formerly, 3/5 of the Negroes had been counted in the representation, but the new constitution changed the basis to the white population alone, and allowed only white persons to vote or hold office. During the state convention, the Negroes had met in Raleigh and adopted a set of resolutions which asked in moderate and well-chosen language that the race might have protection and an opportunity for education. They also asked that discrimination before the law be abolished. They said nothing about the suffrage. In the fall election of 1866, Worth was chosen governor. He advocated the rejection of the 14th Amendment. The legislature agreed. Holden, the former provisional governor and now leader of the Republicans, changed his attitude toward Negro suffrage, and in December 1866, openly advocated votes for Negroes. Holden says, "The people of North Carolina had rejected President Johnson's plan of Reconstruction on the white basis. They had also rejected the Howard Amendment under which they could have returned to the Union as Tennessee did. Nearly 3 years from the close of hostilities had elapsed and we were still under provisional forms with the national military paramount. What was to be done? In a conversation which I had with Thaddeus Stevens in December 1866, he told me he thought it would be best for the South to remain 10 years longer under military rule, and that during this time we would have territorial governors and territorial legislatures, and the government at Washington would pay our general expenses as territories and educate our children, white and colored. I did not want that state of things in North Carolina. I did not want to run the risk of a practical confiscation of our property to pay the expenses which would have been entailed upon us by these military governments. I did not want North Carolina to cease to exist as a state. I confess I feared confiscation of property to a greater or less extent, especially as President Johnson had said to me in May 1865, I intend to confiscate the lands of these rich men whom I have excluded from pardon by my proclamation, and divide the proceeds thereof among the families of the Wool Hat Boys, the Confederate soldiers, whom these men forced into battle to protect their property in slaves too." When the Reconstruction Act was under consideration in Congress, the North Carolina Negroes sent a delegation to Washington asking for the removal of Worth, and that Holden be relieved of his disabilities so that he could again be put in office. In September 1867, after the Reconstruction Act had passed, the Negro leaders called another convention in Raleigh. Among these leaders was James H. Harris, born in North Carolina but educated in Ohio. Even the whites acknowledged that he had great ability. Another leader was James Walker Hood, born in Pennsylvania and sent south as a missionary by the African Zion Church. He became eventually a leading official in the organization of the public schools of North Carolina, and finally was elected bishop of his church. Other Negro leaders were A. H. Galloway, Isham Swett, and J. W. Ward. This Raleigh Convention asked for full rights and full protection and the abolition of all discrimination before the law. They especially demanded ample means and opportunity for education. The convention resolved itself into an Equal Rights League and established a newspaper. The order for general registration was published in May 1867, and the registration was to begin in July in 170 registration districts. In the appointment of the boards, Governor Worth wanted to avoid the appointment of Negroes but recommended a few. For the General Board, G. W. Brudy, a colored minister from the North, was selected by General Sickles. There were 106,721 whites who registered and 72,932 Negroes. 93,006 voted for the Constitutional Convention, and 32,961, all of them white, voted against the Constitution. The Constitution was ratified April 21, 1868, by a vote of 93,084 against 74,015. In the registration, 19 counties had Negro majorities, and in several other counties the white majority was less than 100. Immediately there was an attempt to organize political parties. A People's Convention met March 27 with white and black delegates. It was denounced by the planters as a meeting of Holden's miscegenationists. The colored delegates took a prominent part and made many speeches, and a Republican Party was organized. On the other hand, an attempt was made in Raleigh to call a colored mass meeting at which Governor Worth and other conservatives were to speak, the idea evidently being to divide the Negro vote between the parties, but the conservatives did not respond. Among the colored people there was growing a strong feeling about the land. Some wanted the land confiscated and given to small farmers. But many of the Northern capitalists opposed this. Harris advocated taxation of large estates so that the land could be sold and opportunity given Negroes to buy. On the other hand, he wanted the disabilities of the planters removed, while most of his followers were opposed to this. The election was held in November, 1867, and resulted in a large majority for the convention, although over 50,000 people, mostly whites, did not vote. On January 14, 1868, the Constitutional Convention on the Congressional Plan convened at Raleigh. Of the 133 members of the body, 18 were Northern carpetbaggers and 15 were Negroes. The leading carpetbaggers were H. L. Grant of Rhode Island and the Reverend S. S. Ashley of Massachusetts, afterwards the Superintendent of Public Instruction. The Rev. James Walker Hood of Pennsylvania was the outstanding Negro delegate. The Rev. Ashley was made chairman of the Committee of Education, and from this position he greatly influenced the educational provisions of the Constitution of 1868. The leading Negro members were James H. Harris, J. W. Ward, J. W. Hood and A. H. Galloway. The next year Hood was made an agent of the Bureau of Education, and there did his life work. In the convention, the chief matters of discussion were segregation in schools, intermarriage, and propositions concerning holding of state offices by Negroes. The records of the proceedings of the convention adhere strictly to parliamentary form. There were no speeches by any of the members of the convention recorded. The Constitution which was adopted had a Bill of Rights in which men were declared equal, slavery prohibited, and the people's right to education asserted. Property qualifications for office were abolished, and universal suffrage and a system of public schools ordered to be established. There were also provisions for vagrants, a penitentiary, public charities, and orphanages. 3. The convention wrangled over the question of separate schools for Negroes, and finally refused to make separation of races in schools compulsory. They discussed intermarriage and universal suffrage. There was a proposition to get loans from Congress for agricultural purposes and buying land and homes. This was declared to be pay for Negroes for their long labor without reward and for their services during the war. Loans from $3 million to $10 million were proposed. The convention passed 75 ordinances and 56 resolutions and sat for 55 days. The reception of this constitution and the work of the convention was characteristic. The planter press in the state was strong and it insulted the convention in every way possible. The real brunt of the attack, however, fell not on the Negroes but on the Northern capitalists and leaders. The Republican Standard called the convention one of the ablest, most dignified, and most patriotic bodies that ever assembled in the state. The reactionary Sentinel called it the so-called Convention of Ethiopian Minstrelsy, ham radicalism in its glory. Some said that the pillars of the Capitol should be hung in mourning for the murdered sovereignty of North Carolina. And Josiah Turner, who has the chief credit for finally overthrowing Reconstruction in North Carolina, said, in the legislative halls, where once giants sat, are adventurers, mannequins, and gibbering Africans. The North Carolinian, February 11, 1868, said, The Cowles Museum contains baboons, monkeys, mules, turgee, and other jackasses for. Evidently the state, by a combination of northern capitalists and Negroes, and by a corresponding refusal of the whites to cooperate, was passing under a new regime. In the convention the carpetbaggers had large influence in the committees, and when the state was organized they undertook to run it upon a larger scale, spending more money, certainly, in part for the reason that the state had more things to do, as, for instance, public education, internal improvements, the extension of the credit of the state and public improvements. By 1868, the ex-planters in North Carolina had begun to organize themselves as Democrats, although some of them for financial reasons became scalawags and allied themselves with the carpetbaggers. The conservatives fought the Constitution on the ground that it made the Negro a social equal, and while it gave representation to the Negro, it did not give representation to property. In Wilmington, for instance, it was said that Negroes cast the majority of votes, that 39/40 of the real estate belonged to the white people. Property was thus arrayed against labor, while labor was allied with the new carpetbag capital. This new capital was in the hands of persons who had but lately come to the state. In no state was the fight of the planters against carpetbaggers more bitter. Due to the long presence of the army in the state during the war, with the easy communication by water, a large number of Northerners after the war chose North Carolina as a likely home and place for work and investment. Holden summoned the legislature to meet July 1, 1868. In his inaugural address, he defended the carpetbaggers and stated that in the history of the state most of the leaders had come from the outside. This legislature ratified the 14th Amendment and voted down a provision for separate Negro schools. There were 3 Negro members of the Senate out of a total of 15, and 16 members of the House, out of a total of 120. 2 of the Negroes acted as speakers at various times. Among both Negro and white members there was considerable illiteracy, and among the local officials throughout the state it was said that few of the Negro appointees were competent and many of the white ones were not. Thus the Reconstruction problem in North Carolina, while it had to deal with ignorance and inefficiency, was only to a very small extent a Negro problem. The real fight in North Carolina was between the old regime and the white carpetbaggers, with the poor whites as ultimate arbitrators, and Negro labor between, struggling for existence. The brunt of attack was the northern newcomers. The combination by which the white immigrants gained control of the state with the support of the Negroes had to meet, as in all southern states, a charge of extravagance if not corruption. During the 2 years of the government of Holden the debt of North Carolina was increased from $16 million to $32 million. It is doubtful, however, if Holden could be held responsible for this, and certainly the Negroes could not. Most of this debt was to aid railroads. The aid granted to railroads by the Convention of 1868, and the legislatures of 1868 to 1869, was generally approved and passed by votes of members of both parties. The object was to extend and complete the general railroad system, and the popular belief was that immigration and consequent development would justify the improvement and secure the state against loss. These expectations have been disappointed. Immigration was checked and prevented. Part of the bonds were sold as a sacrifice, and the proceeds misapplied by the officers of the companies. Among the men managing the railroads and converting the proceeds were members of both political parties. 5. The planters who bore the taxation raged with cries of fraud and theft. The Sentinel said, "Rave on, ye radical plunderers, but your days of iniquity and fraud and corruption are fast coming to an end. The people, insulted and robbed, will not much longer suffer you to pursue your foul practices and elude public justice." 6. The North Carolina served, loved, and honored by Gaston, Hash, Badger, Swain and Ruffin is the same North Carolina no more. She is now the hog trough of the Union, where Littlefield, Dewey's, Laughlin, Turgee, Heaton, Ashley, Brewer, and Abbott, and such swine, come to wallow with native hogs like Holden, Victor, and Greasy Sam. 7. Many things show that in North Carolina land and capital were bidding for the black and white labor vote. Capital with universal suffrage outbid the landed interests. The landholders had one recourse, and that was to draw the color line and convince the native-born white voter that his interests lay with the planter class and were opposed to those of the northern interloper and the Negro. The boycott on the part of the planters against Negro labor, unless it voted right, was severe. When the legislature of 1868 adjourned, 88 of the Republican members signed a bitter address to the people, which was militant labor striking back. Did it ever occur to you, ye gentlemen of property, education, and character, to you, ye men, and especially ye women, who never received anything from these colored people but services, kindness, and protection, did it never occur to you that these same people who are so very bad, will not be willing to sleep in the cold when your houses are denied them, merely because they will not vote as you do, that they may not be willing to starve, while they are willing to work for bread? Did it never occur to you that revenge which is sweet to you, may be sweet to them? Hear us, if nothing else you will hear. Did it never occur to you that if you kill their children with hunger they will kill your children with fear? Did it never occur to you that if you good people maliciously determine that they shall have no shelter, they may determine that you shall have no shelter? And now, be it remembered that in the late election there were more than 20,000 majority of the freemen of North Carolina who voted in opposition to the Democratic Party. Will it be safe for the landholders, householders, and meat holders to attempt to kick into disgrace and starve to death 20,000 majority of the freemen of this state? 8. Again, later, as the power of the planters became stronger, the Standard, representing the carpetbaggers, said, "Can there be any remedy under the forms of law? We think so, unquestionably. Of course it is not to be supposed that men and women and children will starve to death while corn is still standing in the fields and while hogs and cattle are not kept under lock and key. But these are matters of minor importance and are to be expected, however much the necessity may be deplored. What we mean is, that there is one efficient remedy for this wholesale crusade of oppression carried on against the colored race to starve him into voting against his choice. The remedy is this. Whenever the Republicans have control of a county, let a meeting of the commissioners be called at once. Let them make out a list of all the colored stonemasons, bricklayers, plasterers, painters, and carpenters. Then let them select a site of sufficient dimensions for a village of from 5 to 1,500 colored paupers, as the case may be. The work itself will give employment to a considerable number of persons, and some time will be required to complete it. Then let the county paupers be moved in and be provided with houses and food at the expense of those who have made them paupers. Let the tax be so laid as to affect only the large landholders. Not 1 in 20 owns any land at all, and the large landholders are much rarer. This tax will fall lightly upon the great mass of people, while the oppressive landholder will be compelled to throw his broad acres upon the market to raise money to pay the taxes. And in addition to this, let the legislature deprive these exacting tyrants of the benefit of the stay law and compel them to pay their debts, to pass their lands under the sheriff's hammer and give the poor a chance to buy land. 9. Governor Holden was accused of being the head of the Union League, which was the organization of white and colored voters, of believing in social equality and of being corrupt. The Ku Klux Klan increased their activities and the Congressional Investigating Committee reported 260 outrages, including 7 murders and the whipping of 72 whites and 141 Negroes. Holden says, "These combinations were at first purely political in their character, and many good citizens were induced to join them. But gradually, under the leadership of ambitious and discontented politicians and under the pretext that society needed to be regulated by some authority outside or above the law, their character was changed, and those secret clans began to commit murder, to rob, whip, scourge, and mutilate unoffending citizens. They met in secret, in disguise, and arms, in a dress of a certain kind intended to conceal their persons and their horses, and to terrify those whom they menaced or assaulted. They held their camps, and under leaders they decreed judgment against their peaceable fellow citizens from mere intimidations to scourgings, mutilations, the burning of churches, schoolhouses, mills, and in many cases to murder. This organization, under different names but cemented by a common purpose, is believed to have embraced not less than 40,000 voters in North Carolina. 10. Governor Holden said in his proclamation of July 19, 1870. 4 months past there has been maturing in these localities, under the guidance of bad and disloyal men, a dangerous secret insurrection. I have invoked public opinion to aid me in suppressing this treason. I have issued proclamation after proclamation to the people of the state to break up these unlawful combinations. I have brought to bear every civil power to restore peace and order, but all in vain. The Constitution and the laws of the United States and of this state are set at naught, the civil courts are no longer a protection to life, liberty, and property, assassination and outrage go unpunished, and the civil magistrates are intimidated and are afraid to perform their functions. To the majority of the people of these sections the approach of night is like the entrance into the valley of the shadow of death. The men dare not sleep beneath their roofs at night, but abandoning their wives and little ones, wander in the woods until day. 11. The legislature met in 1870 with 3 Negro senators and 19 Negro members of the House. This small proportion of Negroes was continued up until 1876, the number of senators remaining about the same, but the number of representatives being reduced to 7. The appropriations for schools and relief were not sufficient and there was continued complaint. A system of public schools had been inaugurated in April, 1869. The impeachment of Holden was repeatedly demanded. 17 colored members of the legislature issued an address in 1870 in which they defended Holden. The only offense of Governor Holden, and that which has brought down the wrath of the dominant party upon him, is that he thwarted the designs of a band of assassins who had prepared to sacrifice this state in the blood of the poor people on the night before the last election on account of their political sentiments and to prevent them from voting. Because he dispersed this murderous host organized by the so-called Conservative Party, they proposed to destroy him. First proposed to suspend him, then to go through with a mock trial before the Senate as they have already done before the House, where a true bill has been found without taking testimony. After impeachment his enemies will not be satisfied until he is hanged, unless happily their own gallows should overtake them. When Governor Holden is disposed of, those whom he protected will be the next victims. For the blood of one man will not satisfy their thirst. They are mad because Reconstruction measures have triumphed and we are permitted to represent you in this body. They are mad because we refuse to bow the knee to them. 12. The legislature which convened in the Capitol in the fall of 1870 was made up of a Senate of 36 conservatives, 3 Negroes, and 2 carpetbaggers, and a House of 75 conservatives, 19 Negroes, and 2 carpetbaggers. One of the first things which this new legislature did was to take steps leading to the impeachment of the governor. He was accused of being the head of the Union League in North Carolina, of believing in the social and the political equality of the two races, and of conducting the affairs of the state of North Carolina in a wasteful way. As members of the Union League, it was to be expected that Negroes would give their full support to the only political organization which made any pretense at wanting them among its membership and which they believed to be the one thing standing between them and re-enslavement. In a letter to Captain Pride Jones of Hillsborough, Holden said, "Every citizen, no matter of what color, or how poor or humble, has a right to labor for a living without being molested, to express his political opinions without let or hindrance, and to be absolutely at peace in his own house." 13. But the strategy of North Carolina became increasingly clear, to drive out Northerners who dared to take political leadership of Negroes and to unite all whites against Negroes on a basis of race prejudice and mob law. Thus under race they camouflaged a dictatorship of land and capital over black labor and indirectly over white labor. The Albemarle Register said, "This paper in the future is in favor of drawing the line between whites and blacks regardless of consequences." Despite all the charges of fraud, corruption, and stealing, Holden when finally impeached was charged not with dishonesty, but with using and paying troops to put down insurrection in the state. He said in defense, that as regarded the white militia, we all agreed, at least those of us who took part in this discussion, that the governor would be employing a militia composed of Ku Klux to put down Ku Klux, that as regards the colored militia it was inexpedient and impolitic to use them, owing to the prejudice in regard to race and color. It was then suggested, by whom I do not recollect, that it would be best to organize a regular force. 14. White Northerners added that far from the Ku Klux trying to stamp out corruption, that to punish or prevent corruption is no part of the object of the Ku Klux, but that they tolerate those who rob the state. This may be because among the robbers are members of both political parties, including some who direct and others who control and might easily suppress the Klan, and if the Ku Klux were to punish corruption impartially they would strike men in sympathy with themselves, even their own members. Another reason for the indulgence of public robbers by Ku Klux is, that the doings of both tend to the same result: the overthrow of the state government. The one assaults while the other undermines. 15. In the ensuing Constitutional Convention, Turgeon, one of the ablest and most honest of the carpetbaggers, defended the carpetbaggers and said that Columbus, the Pilgrims, and even Jesus Christ were carpetbaggers. O'Hara, a Negro delegate, moved to make the cohabitation of a white person and a Negro a felony. This was rejected 59-46. Turgeon proposed to make it a misdemeanor. This was rejected 61-43. From 1870 on, North Carolina was in the power of the Democratic Party, so that radical Reconstruction controlled the state for only 2 years. Wages were low during Reconstruction and probably would have been under any government. In 1860, $110 a year was the wages of a man hired out, in 1867, $104, in 1868 and 1870, $89. The value of the chief crops was $38 million in 1867, $31 million in 1870. In 1860, the value of manufactured products was $9,011,050, in 1870, $19,021,327. Concerning this whole North Carolina struggle, Turgeon expressed the truth when he said that democratic methods of government were never indigenous to southern soil. In truth, it has never become acclimated there, but has remained from the first an exotic. A few thousand of the white people of North Carolina accepted it in 1868, simply as the equivalent of the Unionism which has always held so dear a place in their hearts. A few hundred Adullamites accepted it as the alternative of political bankruptcy and the shibboleth of profitable power, and a few score of earnest natives accepted it with a clear perception of its basic principles, and a bona fide belief in their beneficence and righteousness. A few hundred carpetbaggers received it as the spontaneous product of their native states, the sentiments for which they fought and bled. The African race in bulk received it as the incarnation and sheet anchor of that liberty which they had just tested. Ignorance, poverty, and inexperience were its chief characteristics. 16. At the beginning of the 19th century, Virginia had something over 300,000 Negroes, of whom 285,369 were slaves and 20,124 free Negroes. By 1860, the slaves had increased to 490,865 and the free Negroes to 58,042. The western counties of Virginia, beyond the mountains, opposed secession, and at a meeting held in August, 1861, they called themselves the Restored Government of Virginia, and made F. H. Pierpont governor. This body gave the consent of Virginia to the forming of a new state of West Virginia. Governor Pierpont then moved his capital to Alexandria, under the protection of the federal armies, but actually had only a small part of Virginia under his control. In May, 1864, this restored government adopted a constitution with white suffrage. President Lincoln recognized the government, and President Johnson, May 9, 1865, restored federal functions in Virginia. A session of the legislature met in June, 1865, passed some black laws, and congratulated itself on escaping Negro suffrage. The government was moved from Alexandria to Richmond, and immediately there appeared a split between the former Confederates and the Unionists. The freedmen were especially disappointed and held a convention in Alexandria in August, 1865. The body reviewed the indignities, brutalities, and inhumanities, to which the Negroes were subjected as slaves. It asserted that a large number of Virginians bore the Negroes an undeserved malice because they were black, and had been freed by the United States government. As a protection against such people, the freedmen demanded the rights, privileges, and immunities common to citizens, including the right to vote. The freedmen declared that they were prepared to exercise the suffrage intelligently, and they pledged their loyalty to the interests of the state and to the United States. They presented a claim to citizenship on the ground that they should not be regarded as a separate class, but granted the considerations prayed as an evidence of the natural equality of all men. 17. In the congressional election of October 12, the reactionaries were completely successful and in January 1866, passed a stern black code with the usual vagrancy law and contract labor law. Ordinary civil rights were granted the Negro, but he could testify in court only when he was himself involved. Even some of the Confederates thought these laws too drastic, and General Terry prohibited their application. The Congressional Committee of 15 began an inquiry into affairs in Virginia in January 1866, and had 49 witnesses of all shades of opinion. The reactionaries were bitter toward the Negroes and there were several riotous outbreaks. The Unionists called a convention at Alexandria May 17 and took a stand in favor of public schools and Negro suffrage. Late in 1866, Pierpont, recognizing the trend of affairs, recommended modification of the vagrancy law and ratification of the 14th Amendment, but the legislature at first refused, and then in extra session debated the matter. Before they had come to any final decision, the Reconstruction laws became operative. The Reconstruction Act of March 2 had been passed when the legislature met again. On March 5, the Negroes had attempted to vote in a municipal election at Alexandria. The mayor and judge asked advice of President Johnson and of the Attorney General, but received no answer. The Negroes cast 1,400 votes, the white conservatives 1,000 votes, and the white radicals 72 votes. The Negro votes were not counted, and the military commander forbade further local elections until after registration. Meantime, the considerable immigration of white politicians and office holders began to organize the Negro vote. Among those who early took leadership was James W. Honeycutt, a native of South Carolina, who became the radical leader of the Negroes. John C. Underwood became a more moderate leader, and John Minor Botts, a conservative leader. At first, Botts was not in favor of Negro suffrage. Various Republican papers were established which told the Negroes that they were in danger of being re-enslaved, and they were given to understand that the plantations would be broken up and every freedman given a 40-acre farm. The reactionaries were strongly against Negro suffrage. They wanted the Negro neither to vote nor hold office, but would grant him some civil and economic rights. They nevertheless insisted that Negroes cooperate with their former masters. There was a great deal of sickness, poverty, and death among Negroes at this time, and some crime. There was also much philanthropic effort, fraternal and insurance societies, attempts at theatrical exhibitions, and some intermarriage between the races. Negro churches and schools were built and burned. A riot took place in Alexandria on Christmas Day, 1865, in which 2 whites were injured and 14 Negroes killed. Yet Whitelaw Reid said, "The Negroes were everywhere found quiet, respectful, and peaceable. They were the only class at work, and in, perhaps, most respects their outward conduct was that of excellent citizens." 18 With regard to their deportment, the Alexandria Gazette expressed the consensus of press opinion that the Negroes generally behave themselves respectfully toward the whites. 19. The economic oppression of the Negro led during 1865 to 1867 to considerable migration. Perhaps as many as 200,000 left the state, and there were attempts to organize unions and strikes for higher wages, particularly in the tobacco factories. In Richmond there was a stevedores' strike and another strike on the Richmond and Danville Railroad. In 1875, a state convention of Negroes assembled which organized the Laboring Men's Mechanic Union Association to protect Negro labor. The Superintendent of Public Instruction in his report for 1871 said, "The more striking evidences of thrift are, of course, given by comparatively a small proportion of the race, and the general willingness to labor which exists among them is to be partly accounted for by the habit having been formed in slavery. But in the past history of the race in America, there have always been examples of Negro shrewdness and enterprise in every neighborhood. With the very limited opportunities which a slave had for getting money, it is astonishing how many of them bought themselves and their families, in order to enjoy freedom. And how common it was for them to gain money for themselves by extra work, by little manufactures and other honest means. And it is not to be forgotten that during the late war, the Negroes of Richmond contributed thousands of dollars to sustain the Confederacy, and many stood the test of the battlefield on both sides. 20. In 1868, the Negroes of Richmond organized the Virginia Home Building Fund and Loan Association, and in 1875 there was a Land and Financial Association chartered by the legislature to purchase land in small parcels for Negroes. It is estimated that during the late 60s and the early 70s, Virginia Negroes bought between 80,000 and 100,000 acres of land, and there were many individuals who owned considerable quantities. Schools were started, at Hampton and Norfolk, and were greatly extended by the Freedmen's Bureau. Two political factions now appeared, one consisting of the planters and a few Negroes, and the other of the liberals, Negroes, and Northern and native whites. Honeycutt became a radical champion. At an Emancipation Day celebration held in Richmond, 1867, Honeycutt spoke. He urged Negroes to register in order to vote in the fall elections. Where they were organized, he said, they should elect a loyal governor and loyal congressman. Negroes were advised not to support white men who had opposed their liberty. Union men also should be tested. Those refusing to sit in a constitutional convention with Negroes should not be supported for office. Negroes who voted for rebels invited the perpetuity of the whipping post, the chain gang, and the vagrant law. Honeycutt regarded with suspicion the praise of Negroes emanating from journals which formerly abused and ridiculed them. He counseled unity of action among the blacks and expressed the hope that whites and Negroes might live together in harmony. 21. A Republican state convention was held April 10, 1867. Some of the Negroes were intelligent-looking men and neatly attired. 22. There were 210 delegates, including 160 Negroes. The Negroes took an active part in the convention. Many wanted land confiscation and distribution, but some opposed it. Fields Cook, a Negro of Richmond, especially warned the Negroes against any ill-advised measures approving confiscation. The resolutions thanked Congress, advocated public schools and universal suffrage, and made special effort to attract the white laboring class. Honeycutt denied that he had given the Negroes advice detrimental to the whites. He asserted that the Negroes were the bone and sinew of the land, but the pay they received was inadequate. This was an imposition that should not be permitted to continue. He opposed a white-landed aristocracy. He opposed injustice to the Negroes in the courts. Whites, he said, were not executed for murdering, but Negroes were hanged for killing whites. Honeycutt opposed the restitution of the state to native white control. He asserted that Pierpont was a political disloyalist and should not be trusted. He flayed the legislature, stating that its sentiment was attested in the passage of the vagrant law, galling alike to poor whites and Negroes. Summing up his contentions, Honeycutt stated that he did not desire to place Negroes above whites, but he believed that whites and Negroes should be accorded exactly equal rights. 23. The ascendancy of Honeycutt was feared in the North. The New York Tribune spoke against it, and Senator Wilson of Massachusetts was sent to Virginia to counteract him. On the other hand, the planters began to threaten economic proscription against Negroes, if they did not work and vote with the native whites. But cooperation was made difficult by Negro agitation for civil rights on streetcars, and on juries, which incensed the reactionaries. The freedmen arranged a political meeting at Amelia Courthouse where prominent whites and Negroes spoke. Consequently, the Republicans became more and more divided. Moderate Republicans tried to organize and leave out the Honeycutt faction. They held a meeting at Charlottesville in July and elected delegates to a convention in Richmond. Meetings for cooperation among blacks and whites were held throughout the state. The Richmond meeting was held in the African Baptist Church and was completely captured by Honeycutt. This defeated cooperation. In the registration 225,933 persons registered, of whom 120,101 were white and 105,832 were Negroes. The whites had majorities in 52 counties and the Negroes in 50 counties. The election took place October 18, 19 and 20, 1867. The whites cast 76,084 votes and the Negroes 93,145. The call for a convention was authorized. The planters had 33 delegates, the liberals 72 delegates, and among the latter were 25 Negroes. Honeycutt was arrested for inciting the Negroes to insurrection but released on bail. The reactionary press boldly advocated proscription of Negro labor, and the discharge of workmen who supported the liberal cause. 150 Negroes employed in iron mines were discharged because they voted for the radical ticket. Lewis Lindsay said to this that before any of his children should suffer for food, the streets of Richmond should run knee-deep in blood, and he thanked God that the Negroes had learned to use guns, pistols, and ramrods. Commenting on this, the editor of the Enquirer deplored that the capitalist was threatened with murder if he dared to discharge men who had declared themselves his implacable enemies. He is to house, feed and cherish the black vipers who meet in midnight conclave, and not content with heaping fouled epithets upon him, conspire to defraud him of his property. Undaunted by the presence of the military, the Negroes openly avow sentiments, which deserve death upon the gallows. 24. The Petersburg Index asserted, the Negroes are the last men who should complain if their white employers were to discharge them and supply their places with white men. The Lynchburg Virginian said, they the native whites should concert measures without delay to fill the state with white laborers from the North and from Europe. They must crowd the Negro out. They must rid the state of an element that will hinder its prosperity, an element that, under the influence of base white demagogues themselves without property, would tax the property of others to relieve themselves of obligation to educate their children and care for their paupers. 25. A white man's convention was held in Richmond, November 11. It appealed to the North not to permit the disgrace of Negro suffrage to be inflicted upon the state, and urged the organization of a party to bring the state under a white man's government. The Constitutional Convention with 105 members met in Richmond, December 3, 1867. There were 35 reactionaries and 65 liberals and 5 doubtful. Among the liberals were 25 Negroes. The native press ridiculed the convention, calling it the Convention of Kangaroos and the Black Crook Convention. The convention began work in January and first took up a Bill of Rights with a statement of the natural equality of men. When the first section of the preamble was brought up for discussion on January 6, 1868, James W. D. Bland, colored, moved that in place of the word men in the clause that all men are by nature equally free and independent, as reported from the committee, be substituted the words mankind, irrespective of race or color. Mr. Bland said, when I recollect that the word men, as written in this first section, has been construed to mean white men only in Virginia, and as the word mankind takes in all the men, women, and children on earth, I propose that as an amendment, as men upon this earth are of different races and colors, and as we are here to propose a Bill of Rights for the people of Virginia which will make no distinction, I think it right and proper that we should state distinctly what we mean by mankind, or what we mean by men. Mr. Bain, another Negro, replied, I rise to state emphatically that when I was elected to the convention, I pledged the good people of my section that I should endeavor to aid in making a constitution that should not have the word black or white anywhere in it. I told them that I wanted a constitution which our children 15 years hence might read and not see slavery, even as a shadow, remaining in it. I am here to carry out that agreement. All that was necessary, in my judgment, for this nation to do to abolish slavery was simply to place men in power that would interpret that Constitution as an anti-slavery instrument, which I always believed it was. The word slave was not found in it, but bad men in the nation and bad men in power placed such wicked constructions upon it that it worked death to the nation, and that is the cause of our being here today. The convention discussed free public education and held a long debate on the matter of race separation in schools. The Negroes especially insisted upon mixed schools, and the final report made no specific reference to whether the schools were to be mixed or segregated. When the debates over mixed schools were in progress, Bain proposed an amendment to the committee's plan so as to place blacks and whites in the same schools. The amendment failed to get the support of enough radicals to be adopted, in spite of the efforts on the part of the Negro delegates, and the threats of Bain, Lindsay, Hodges, and others, that if it were not supported by the white radicals, the Negroes would withdraw from the Republican Party. The suffrage was the paramount question. The liberals stood for universal suffrage, while the reactionaries declared that government was the prerogative of white men. Finally, the enfranchisement of all males 21 years of age was adopted. Mr. Bain said, "Does the gentleman mean that the black men are not to have any rights in this country? Does he mean to set us free today and in 50 or 60 years to come, then to give us the right of suffrage? I want it distinctly understood that the old slaveholders' coach moves too slow for us. They design to enslave the blacks again if they can. They design to make him a slave by cutting him off from all opportunities for labor, by starving and oppressing him. Set the Negro free now and let him remain here. No, that is too much for him. He will enjoy it too much. 100 years to come will be time enough for him to have these rights. In order to carry out their ideas and designs, they have commenced just like they did with secession. They are preaching the danger of a war of races in this hall. They are preaching it in Congress, in the cities and over the country, in the streets, and on the seas, on the steamboats, in the cars, in the taverns, and everywhere. This war of races is being preached up constantly, but nobody preaches it up but that side of the House which hates the Republican Party and hates the federal government." Lewis Lindsay, a Negro, said, "We want to give to the poor classes in this state, blacks and whites, every right to which they are entitled, and we will go home satisfied. I want this black race to have every right that is conferred upon every other man." Mr. Bain said. In one breath he tells the convention that this boon is given to us by the blessed providence of God, and in the next, he says that the northern fanatics have clothed us with these rights. If the northern fanatics are the means with which God wishes to confer upon us these rights, I will take the rights whether they or the devil brought them to us. I know that we have them. There is no power on earth or in hell that can deprive the black man of his right to vote. The economic problems appear in many guises. One resolution was introduced. Resolved, that the Committee on Limitations and Guarantees, when appointed, be entrusted to consider and report the propriety or impropriety of incorporating in the proposed Constitution a provision clothing the General Assembly with power to declare and punish as a misdemeanor the discharge of any person employed as a laborer on account of his political opinions. Mr. Bain said, "I claim to be an ignorant man, one not wholly acquainted with this kind of work. I give this convention notice that unless they settle the question mentioned at this time and in the commencement of the sessions, we ignorant men will settle it ourselves and to satisfy ourselves. If we are to be bound and obligated at this time, let us know it." Mr. Mary, White, asked, "Why is it that the cry is coming up from the colored men, actually now taking the form of a petition to Congress, that they cannot get employment because the white people hustle them out of it?" Mr. Bain answered, "Will the gentleman allow me to answer his question? The colored people will not work because the employers do not pay them. $6 a month will not pay a man and feed and clothe his wife and children. Former Confederates were disfranchised by a test oath and for participation in the rebellion as officers. The Constitution was adopted by a vote of 51 to 36, only one Negro voting against it. 26. The reactionary members of the convention joined in a statement. "For nearly 5 months we have patiently sat in this convention listening to the encomiums upon the Negro race, to wholesale denunciations against the whites of the South, to propositions and speeches leveled against property, and addressed to the cupidity of enfranchised slaves suddenly invested with the controlling power in the state. It was the subject of remark among us during the progress of the convention, said they, that the Negroes grew more and more impracticable. The reported debates of the convention will show how active they gradually became in the proceedings of the body. 27. This constitution was especially opposed because the test oath went further than congressional legislation. It also provided for the reorganization of counties, which interfered with the rule of certain families who had dominated various county governments. Income taxes were imposed on incomes over $600, a poll tax on all males, and a homestead exemption. Civil and political rights were guaranteed, and a system of free public schools. Voting on this constitution was postponed by the military commander, General J. M. Schofield, who was hostile to it, and refused to let money for the election be taken from the state treasury. The election, therefore, could not be held unless Congress made a special appropriation. Political parties, nevertheless, began to prepare for the election, and the Republicans nominated H. H. Wells over Honeycutt. The Conservative Party condemned the abominable Constitution and nominated Withers, a Confederate colonel. Withers pledged himself to fight against Negro suffrage and said, "I appear before you as the standard-bearer of the white man's party. I do not ask the support of the Negroes, nor do I expect it, for I consider them unfit to exercise the right of suffrage." 28. In the meantime, the Republicans appealed to Congress, and the House of Representatives passed a bill to hold the election in August, 1868, and then afterward another bill to hold it in May, 1869, but the Senate would not assent. Meantime, more moderate men in Virginia proposed that Negro suffrage be accepted, but that the new Constitution be rejected. This led to a convention in December in Richmond which stated that while it did not believe in Negro suffrage it would accept it. A committee went to Washington, and also a Republican Party committee was sent. They appeared before the Committee of 15. Finally, the Republicans held a new convention, again nominating Wells, but with him as lieutenant governor, a Negro, Dr. J. D. Harris. This convention split, and the seceders nominated a white man, Walker, for governor. President Grant ordered an election to be held July 6, 1869, with a separate vote as to the test oath and disfranchisement of Confederates. The reactionaries supported Walker, and the ensuing campaign turned entirely on the Negro. Walker was elected, the whites casting 125,114 votes and the Negroes 97,201 votes. Harris was defeated by a vote of 99,600 to 120,068 for his white opponent. The disfranchisement and test oath clauses were rejected, but the Constitution was ratified. Among the white people there was great rejoicing over the result. The Petersburg Index said, "Virginia has accepted restoration, has rebuked proscription, has vindicated her right to a voice in the control of her affairs, and by a vote unprecedentedly large, places at the head of the government the ticket of peace and equality." The Danville Register said, "Let us all now go to work, white and colored, looking forward hopefully to a just and liberal system of legislation and an impartial administration for the protection of all alike." The Lynchburg Virginian said, "The deluded Negroes have been taught a lesson which will bring them to their senses, and we shall have no more trouble with them." The Norfolk Journal rejoiced that Virginia was redeemed, regenerated, and disenthralled. 29. The colored conservative Republican group sought to encourage the depressed Negroes and appealed to the whites not to take economic revenge upon the Negroes and drive them away from their jobs because they had voted in accordance with their convictions. October 5, the General Assembly came together and ratified the 14th Amendment. But the liberal Republicans continued dissatisfied and declared that the election held in July resulted in a Confederate triumph and was achieved by artifice, intimidation, and fraud. They tried to keep the federal government from admitting the state, but Grant recommended its admission and Virginia was restored February 8, 1870. The new Constitution was on the whole an excellent instrument. Taylor says that it gave Virginia the only democratic instrument of government it has ever had. In spite of some of its cumbrous provisions and its imperfect machinery, the Underwood Constitution was as far ahead of that of the old regime or that of the present Virginia caste system as a modern steamship is of an Indian canoe. Such an innovation, of course, struck the reactionaries as a disaster, destructive of all that the gods had ordained as equitable and just. 30. An Englishman in 1870 said of the legislature. "I counted among the delegates," he said, 3 or 4 colored men, one of whom was a pure Negro, very well attired, and displaying not more jewelry than a gentleman might wear, while another, who seemed to have some white blood in his veins, was a quite masculine-looking person, both physically and mentally. The Senate was presided over by the Lieutenant Governor of the state, who was altogether like a young member of the British House of Lords, as the Senate itself had a country gentleman sort of air not perceptible in the lower house, which more resembled a town council or parochial board than the House of Commons. There were 2 colored senators among the number, quite black, but senatorial enough, and like men who in Africa would probably have been chiefs. In the lower house the colored delegates mingled freely with the other members, but in the Senate these 2 sat in a corner by themselves. 31. Here, then, was a state in which the Negroes never had control, and nevertheless its chief difficulty under white control was the progressive piling up of an enormous debt which in January, 1872, amounted to $43,690,542. Nothing illustrates better than this the fact that there was no necessary connection between debt and Negro control. The subsequent history of Virginia for many years was the question of paying or repudiating this debt. Meantime, gradually, the Negroes were disfranchised by continued economic pressure, by appeals from their white friends and connections, and by force and fraud. Arkansas had 12,597 whites and only 1,676 Negroes in 1820. In 1860 it had 324,143 whites and 111,259 Negroes. There was a brief military rule in Arkansas under John S. Phelps in 1862, followed by a year of civil war in 1863, then came 4 years of civil state government under Governor Murphy, 1864 to 1867. In 1867, the civil government was subordinated to a military regime under brigadier generals of the United States Army. Then came the Republican government under Powell Clayton, 1868 to 1871, and 4 additional years of Republican rule, after which came the Revolution in which the Republicans were driven from power by the local Democrats, assisted by Republican influences at Washington. At the outbreak of the Civil War, the Negroes resided mainly in the lowlands where most of the plantations were located. During the war, the slaves remained with their masters until the federal military operations of 1863 took place in sections containing the largest numbers of Negroes. All territory along the White River from Pea Ridge to Helena and westward to Little Rock came under federal control, and the southeastern counties and lower Arkansas also were captured. The Negroes in these sections then began to enter the federal lines in large numbers. A group of Union sympathizers determined to reorganize the state and sought Lincoln's cooperation. He cautiously gave it under his military power, but the group went ahead boldly, held a convention in January, 1864, adopted a constitution and elected Isaac Murphy governor. 2 senators were sent to Washington, but Congress called a halt on this summary action and would not admit them. In 1866, the returned Confederates practically took charge of the Murphy government and sent a commission to Washington to confer concerning the condition of the state. The most important change in the Constitution during this time was the abolition of slavery and the prohibition of indenture of any Negro except as an apprentice. Some of the leaders preferred permanent despotism to restoration under Negro suffrage. General Albert Pike said Negro suffrage would make a hell on earth, a hideous, horrid pandemonium filled with all the devils of vice, crime, pauperism, corruption, violence, political debauchery, social anarchy. 32. Meantime, congressional Reconstruction was begun. Registration began in May, 1867, but progressed slowly. A few whites told the Negroes registration was for the purpose of enrolling them for taxes, but the Freedmen's Bureau sent out agents to instruct them in the purpose of voting. The total number of registered voters in Arkansas was 66,805, 41,134 voted at the election, and of these 27,756 voted for and 13,558 against holding a constitutional convention. Upon these figures, General Ord announced the names of delegates elected to the convention. The Arkansas Constitutional Convention convened January 7, 1868, in the city of Little Rock, and adjourned February 14, 1868. There were 8 Negro delegates to the convention: J. W. Mason, Richard Samuels, William Murphy, Monroe Hawkins, William Gray, James T. White, Henry Rector, and Thomas P. Johnson. Hempstead County had 1 Negro out of 4 delegates, Jefferson, 1 out of 4, Lafayette, 1 out of 2, Phillips and Pulaski each had 2 out of 4. Of the Negro delegates, 1 was a postmaster, 2 were farmers, 4 ministers, and 1 a planter. Seipert, leader of the white conservatives, proposed in the convention of 1868 the adoption of the Constitution of 1864. Seipert claimed to be a friend of the Negro. He had been a Freedmen's Bureau agent for a while, and had always been desirous of advancing the interests of this unfortunate race. He knew the Negro in all his attributes, that their people were now being misled. He appealed to the Negro members present. Mr. Brooks, white, interrupted, to rise to a point of order. It was disrespectful to style the gentlemen of the convention Negroes. Mr. Gray, colored, of Phillips County, said. He took no objection to the appellation. His race was closely allied to the race which built the Great Pyramids of Egypt, where slept the remains of those whose learning had taught Solon and Lycurgus to frame the systems of their laws, and to whom the present ages are indebted for the hints of art and knowledge. Mr. Seipert, white, said. He was glad that the rebellion had been crushed. He was glad the Negro was free, but while he would have the Negroes protected, as they now are by law, in all their just rights, he could never consent to see them entrusted with the elective franchise, and made the rulers of white men. Mr. Gray of Phillips replied. I must confess my surprise at the action of the gentleman from White County, Mr. Seipert. I am here as the representative of a portion of the citizens of Arkansas whose rights are not secured by the ordinance offered by the gentleman from white men, sir, who have stood by the government and the old flag in times of trouble, when the Republic trembled with the thought of civil war, from center to circumference, from base to cope. From this and other considerations, we are here not to ask charity at the hands of this honorable body, but to receive at the hands of the people of Arkansas in convention assembled, the apportionment of our rights, as assigned by the Reconstruction Acts of Congress. I am here, sir, to see those rights of citizenship engrafted upon the organic law of this state. The gentleman from White does not seem to recognize the fact that the present Constitution is not in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, guaranteeing to each state a republican form of government. The gentleman from White says the Negro cannot become a citizen. The fact is patent that we have exercised the rights of citizenship under the Constitution, in all the states except South Carolina, and that we voted for that time-honored instrument, the federal Constitution, by voting for the men that ratified it. Before the Revolution, all native-born free persons were British subjects and hence citizens, as the British government did not base allegiance or citizenship on color or complexion. Hence, we passed from British subjects to American subjects, without changing our relative status as to citizenship. This, I think, disposes of the assertion that we cannot be citizens under the Constitution. But, sir, I claim that it is ours, not only on constitutional grounds, according to the rulings of distinguished American jurists, but ours by right of purchase on the numerous battlefields of our country. It is ours, because from the Revolution down to and through the Rebellion, we have stood unswervingly by our country and the flag. We fought for liberty. That liberty cannot be secured to us without the right of suffrage. The government owes the debt, acknowledges it, and apportions it out among the several states. We are here, sir, to receive the amount due us from the state of Arkansas. The troubles now on the country are the result of the bad exercise of the elective franchise by unintelligent whites, the poor whites of the South. I could duplicate every Negro who cannot read and write, whose name is on the list of registered voters, with a white man equally as ignorant. 33. James T. White, a colored man, spoke on social equality. I cannot think that the extension of the right of suffrage to colored men could be construed as opening the parlors of white people to a forcible entrance of colored men, but, on the contrary, their virtue and pride of race will be a sufficient safeguard to prevent them from anything like social intercourse. Who is to blame for the present state of affairs? When I look around I see an innumerable company of mulattoes, not one of them the heir of a white woman. This is satisfactory evidence of the virtue of white women. In the late bloody war, these gentlemen left their wives and daughters in the care of colored men for 4 years, and I defy the gentlemen to cite me a single instance where they have failed to live up to their integrity. Gentlemen, the shoe pinches on the other foot. The white men of the South have been for years indulging in illicit intercourse with colored women, and in the dark days of slavery this intercourse was largely forced upon the innocent victims, and I think the time has come when such a course should end. 34. Mr. William Murphy, a colored man, said February 10. When the late war resulted in the issuing of the Emancipation Proclamation by Abraham Lincoln, 4 millions of our enslaved brethren were called to aid in the establishment of this union of loyalty. For the colored troops have proved their loyalty, they protected the Union flag. So they stood, and white gentlemen have been compelled to surrender the sword. At the same time they will rise here, under the same flag, after they have dropped their swords and their bayonets, and seek to limit our privileges. I would never have spoken, but to say this to the men that have been our masters, men whom we have brought to the very condition they are now in, and have not only fed them, but have clothed them, have tied their shoes, and finally have fought until they are obliged to surrender. Yet now that they have surrendered, they say we have no rights. Has not the man who has conquered upon the battlefield gained any rights? Have we gained none by the sacrifice of our brethren? Concerning the adoption of the Constitution, James P. Johnson, a colored man, said, "I believe this Constitution to be the best one that Arkansas ever had. The gentleman from Ashley, Mr. Moore, has undertaken to show us that the class of men of whom he is a representative are our best friends. My God! I hope he will put his hand over his mouth and never speak that word again. We are very much inclined to believe the men who are trying to secure equal rights of voting according to the true Republican doctrine of the equal rights of all men. You do not want us to have any rights, but just let us stay in slavery as we were before the war." James Mason, another colored delegate, read the following explanation of his vote, which he asked to have spread upon the journal. "I object to the continued disfranchisement of all persons who are now disfranchised by the present Reconstruction Acts of Congress, and I believe many are now disfranchised who ought not be, but in the face of the reiterated assertions of gentlemen of the Conservative Party, that they are not to give us the right of suffrage under any circumstances, I am forced to accept this Constitution as being good as a whole and as being the best that I can get under the circumstances, and give up my ideas of limited disfranchisement and qualified suffrage." James White, the colored delegate, added, "Another reason why I shall vote, and why if I had 10,000 votes I would give them all for the Constitution, is that I see in it a principle that is intended to elevate our families, the principle of schools of education. That is the only way that these Southern people can be elevated. Were they properly educated they would not be led from any prejudice to oppress other men. Were they educated they would not hate us because we have been slaves, but like these gentlemen, if they should puzzle their brains and risk their lives upon the battlefield for the Union, they would stand up for our rights. Away with Union men who will not give all men their rights. Talk about friendship. The devil has such friends locked up, and hell is full of them." 35. In the course of convention sessions, a conservative taunted a carpetbagger with the assertion that the Negro vote was his only way to ride into Congress. Thereupon, Negro members said their race was ready both to vote and fight for the whites who would grant them political rights. Brooks, leader of the Radicals, declared, "We, the great Republican Party, hold that the Negroes should have the ballot, and we intend that they should have it, and we will sustain the government based upon the principles of universal franchise and universal equality." On the other hand, Hinkle, a scalawag, exclaimed, "Great God! Is there no help for the widow's son?" and asserted that all the devils in hell could not keep him from making himself a record by voting against adoption of the Constitution 36. Despite this, the final vote was 45 to 21 in favor of adoption. On April 1, it was announced that the Constitution had been ratified by a vote of 30,380 to 41. On May 7, a bill for the readmission of Arkansas was presented in Congress by Thaddeus Stevens. It was finally passed in both houses and over the President's veto on June 22, 1868. Before the bill was presented to Congress, however, the state legislature had met April 2, 1868, and adopted the 14th Amendment, which was one of the prerequisites to her admission. The Constitution of Arkansas, like that of Florida, was a document which centralized power in the state government. The governor appointed nearly all the local officers in counties and townships, and he had the power to fill vacancies even in the few offices he did not originally fill. He appointed judges, collectors and assessors of taxes, justices of the peace, prosecuting attorneys, registrars of elections, who in turn appointed the judges of elections. In April 1867, a Union convention at Little Rock nominated a state ticket and succeeded in electing Powell Clayton as governor. One Negro, John Peyton of Pulaski County, was on the Committee of Resolutions, otherwise the Negro was not represented among the officials in this party convention. During 1868 to 1873, Clayton ruled Arkansas with an iron hand, while the Ku Klux Klan practically carried on civil war. In 1869 an anti-Ku Klux Klan law of great severity was passed which prevented all secret political organizations, and declared their members public enemies. Even the possession of a Ku Klux Klan costume was a criminal offense. The law was sternly enforced, and the Klan disbanded after a season of martial law. In February 1873, a severe civil rights law was passed which compelled hotels and places of public amusement to admit colored people and ensured them equal school facilities in separate schools. Fines of $200 to $1,000, or imprisonment of 3 to 12 months, were provided. Officers of the law may be prosecuted for failure to enforce it, and prosecuting attorneys, sheriffs, coroners, justices of the peace and even constables, are to institute proceedings, and are obliged to do so. Many of these officers throughout the state are colored men. I was told there had been but a single case under this act, in which a saloon keeper was fined $25. I noticed that some drinking saloons had 2 bars, one for each color, but I also saw in several cases black and white men drinking together. The Negroes have shown no disposition to make the law offensive. 37. The rulers of the state constituted a closed ring which had no Negro members, but its power depended on controlling the Negro vote, and on the disfranchisement of about 20,000 of the former Confederates. Those disfranchised were given the right to vote by a constitutional amendment in 1872. In April 1874, a civil war broke out in Arkansas between Baxter, the regular Republican, and Brooks, a Reform Republican. Each claimed to be governor. Baxter was recognized by the legislature, but Brooks took possession of the state buildings by force. They appealed to President Grant. Grant refused to take part, but the federal forces prevented the two parties from fighting. Grant finally recognized Baxter as governor because the legislature had, and ordered the Brooks forces to disperse. A constitutional convention was held which cut down the length of the governor's term and his power. Brooks now allied himself with the Democrats and declared that the constitutional convention had not been called according to law and was the result of conspiracy. The Democratic convention nominated Garland. The Republican convention, not recognizing the election as lawful, made no nominations. Garland was therefore elected. Grant came to the conclusion that the Constitutional Convention was illegal and that Brooks was still governor. But Congress declared against federal interference. Finally, in 1874, the Democrats secured complete control of the state. Arkansas thus was a contrast to Louisiana. Law and order conquered, but it conquered not for the purpose of giving the Negro any economic power, or, in fact, anything at all except schools and the Civil Rights Bill. The government dictatorship was frankly capitalistic and for the benefit of capital and the protagonists who represented it. Texas had, in 1860, 182,921 Negroes and 420,891 whites, thus putting this state among those where the Negro population was a decided minority, and white immigration destined greatly to increase the preponderance of the whites. The division of the planters and poor whites was less distinct in this state than in many others. There was plenty of rich land and the poorest white men could get a start. This increased the demand for labor. Texas was one of the southern states that had considerable prosperity during the war. She was outside the area of conflict, excellent crops were raised and slave labor was plentiful. Many slaves were deported to Texas for protection, especially from Louisiana and Arkansas, so that Texas could furnish food and raw material for the Confederate States, and on the other hand, when the blockade was strengthened, Texas became the highway for sending cotton and other goods to Europe by way of Mexico. There were many losses because of the distance, the dishonesty of traders, and lawlessness. Nevertheless, these were offset by the high prices. When the war neared its end, the Confederate troops in Texas got out of hand and began rebelling and looting. Towns like Houston were burned, and clothes and food and all sorts of goods stolen. The Texas Republicans stressed the ruinous effect of freeing 4 million of ignorant and helpless blacks, and said that the people of the North would be glad to witness a return of slavery, because it would raise larger crops and a richer market for Yankee manufacturers. This paper did not think that slavery would be abolished for at least 10 years, and that in the meantime compulsory labor would continue. Under the Army officials, the compulsory labor did continue, but when the officials of the Freedmen's Bureau arrived, they began to supervise contracts. There was the usual complaint that Negroes were not keeping their contracts, together with reports that they were working well. President Johnson appointed A.J. Hamilton as provisional governor. He was a native of Alabama but had come to Texas before the war. He had refused to join the seceding states and fled to Louisiana, where he became a brigadier general in the Federal Army. When he arrived in Texas, he found everything in confusion. Money had been stolen from the treasury, the Capitol building was without a roof, and there was general anarchy. Hamilton protested to Johnson against the tendency of the farmers to keep the Negroes as slaves. The question of the legal status of the Negroes the governor left to the courts, and the courts contradicted themselves in their decisions, some of them admitting Negro testimony and others refusing it altogether. There continued the strong feeling that either the Negroes were going to remain in bondage, or compensation was going to be paid for their emancipation. The lawlessness continued, robbery and murder of Unionists and freedmen were common, and outlaws defied arrest. One county reports that the civil authorities are helpless because the country is full of ruffians and lawless men, another that the laws cannot be enforced without the aid of the military. The Inspector General on the staff of General Howard declared, early in 1866, that Texas was in the worst condition of any state that he had visited, that almost the whole population was hostile in feeling and action to the United States, that there was a mere semblance of government, and that the whites and the Negroes were everywhere ignorant, lawless, and starving. The Assistant Commissioner for Texas under the Freedmen's Bureau arrived in Texas in September, 1865, and began to appoint local agents in December. He found the freedmen not only willing but anxious to improve every opportunity offered for their moral and intellectual advancement. 38. In January, 1866, one Black Belt county reports that 2/3 of the freed population were then at work at good wages and that 7,000 contracts had been filed already and that unemployed freedmen were becoming scarce. By the end of January there were 26 day and night schools and 1,600 Negro pupils enrolled. There was the usual bitter attack upon the presence of Negro troops, late in 1865 and early in 1866. After much delay, an election was held January 8, 1866, and a convention was scheduled to meet in Austin in February. There were strong differences of opinion among the delegates. Dalrymple said, "My opponents, each and all, concede something to the Negroes, some more, some less, approximating to equality with the white race. I concede them nothing but the station of hewers of wood and drawers of water. If a republican form of government is to be sustained, the white race must do it without any Negro alloy. A mongrel Mexico affords no fit example for imitation. I desire the perpetuation of a white man's government." Colonel M.T. Johnson of Tarrant County declared his opposition to granting the Negro any political rights whatever, and insisted that he should be made to work by uniform laws regulating pauperism, labor, and apprenticeship, but at the same time asserted the necessity of treating him with justice and kindness in his helpless condition. There seems to have been only one candidate, E. Degener, a prominent German of San Antonio, who openly advocated Negro suffrage. One prominent Texan, John H. Reagan, a prisoner of war at Fort Warren, Massachusetts, wrote a thoughtful letter in August which was published in Texas in October. He pointed out that the South was in the position of a conquered nation, that Texas would not be restored until it did what the North demanded, and that the North demanded protection against secession, the abolition of slavery, and civil rights for the freedmen. Moreover, it was probable that this alone would not satisfy the North and that it would demand Negro suffrage. Reagan, therefore, advised that Negro testimony be admitted in courts, and that an intelligence and, possibly, a property test be set for admission to the right to vote regardless of race or color, provided that no persons previously entitled to vote should be deprived of the right by the new requirements. President Johnson secured a parole for Reagan and it was hoped that he would have influence on the state, but his wise advice raised such opposition that he long refrained from further discussion. A refusal to accede to these conditions would only result in a prolongation of the time during which you will be deprived of the civil government of your own choice, and will continue subject to military rule. 39. When the convention assembled, the former secessionists were in control. The governor in his message stressed the necessity of giving full civil rights to the Negro and the possibility of political suffrage. He said, "I do not believe that the great mass of the freedmen in our midst are qualified by their intelligence to exercise the right of suffrage, and I do not desire to see this privilege conferred upon them, but if we fail to make political privileges depend upon rules of universal application, we will inevitably be betrayed into legislation under the influence of ancient prejudices and with a view only to the present. I think that human wisdom cannot discern what is to be the future of the African race in this country. I would not be willing to deprive any man, who is qualified under existing laws to vote, of the exercise of that privilege in the future, but I believe it would be wise to regulate the qualifications of those who are to become voters hereafter by rules of universal application. 40. The convention dawdled and spent most of its time electioneering for the senatorships, and entered into a metaphysical discussion as to whether secession was illegal from the beginning or should simply be disavowed at present. Finally, the usual Southern circumlocutions were adopted. African slavery had been terminated by the United States government, and therefore it should be discontinued in Texas. Negroes were to have property rights but could testify only in cases involving Negroes, although the legislature could, when it wished, give them full rights of testimony. The German Degener was alone in his advocacy of Negro suffrage. There was some debate on repudiating the civil debt which had been recklessly increased to nearly $8,500,000. After a session of 8 weeks, the convention adjourned, having failed to take any really advanced step, except the grudging recognition of emancipation. Immediately preparations were made for the coming elections, and a considerable party wanted to drive out all Union men and nullify the emancipation of Negroes. The planters supported the president of the convention as governor and opposed Negro suffrage. Their ticket was elected by a large majority and eventually recognized by the president. Former Confederates, elected as senators, were unable to take the test oath. They and the representatives were refused seats in Congress. The 13th and 14th Amendments were presented to the legislature, the first without comment and the second with unqualified disapproval. The 14th Amendment was rejected by a vote of 70 to 5 in the House, and a large majority in the Senate. Reagan again called attention to the trend of events, and advocated qualified Negro suffrage and the right of Negroes to testify in the courts. His letter produced only irritation. The new head of the Freedmen's Bureau, General Kidu, favored the employers as against the Negro laborers and established heavy fines for enticing laborers away from employers. A black code gave certain rights to freedmen not prohibited by the Constitution, but forbade intermarriage, voting, holding public office, serving on juries, or testifying in cases where Negroes were not concerned. Johnson urged that civil rights be extended to the colored people if it had not already been done. Violence continued in the spring and summer of 1866. The town of Brenham was burned, soldiers broke up a Negro ball, and there was general lawlessness. Gangs of horse thieves and desperados were roaming about. Federal officials reported that Union men and Negroes were fleeing for their lives and that murders and outrages on Negroes were on the increase, while criminals were always acquitted. Kidu substituted yearly contracts instead of monthly contracts in the cotton districts, and tried to assure the freedmen of their wages. He repudiated the labor law passed by the legislature, but his successor adopted some of its provisions. March 19, 1867, Sheridan was made commander of the 5th Military District, consisting of Louisiana and Texas. Unable to secure the release of large numbers of Negroes imprisoned on trivial charges, Sheridan issued his jury order excluding from juries persons who were unable to take the test oath. Sheridan declared that one trial of a white man for killing a Negro was a farce. Meantime, the registration of voters under the new congressional legislation began. The Negroes were eager to vote. A new state Republican Party was organized, and there was advocacy of free common schools and free homesteads from the public lands to all without discrimination of color. Pease was appointed governor by Sheridan July 30, 1867, and Throckmorton removed. Pease was a native of Connecticut but had been in Texas since 1835, and during 1853 to 1857 had been governor of the state. He opposed secession. There arose among the Republicans a severe difference of opinion as to how far the former Confederates should be disfranchised. The President in August removed Sheridan from command and substituted Thomas. 10 days later he substituted Hancock for Thomas. Hancock assumed command in November. He was a Democrat, and a follower of Johnson. He reversed Sheridan's order concerning juries, and declared that the country was in a state of profound peace. Pease flatly contradicted this and said there had been 100 murders during the past year, with only 10 arrests and 5 trials. He declared that, because of Hancock's order concerning juries, there had been an increase in crime and hostility to the government. Agitation arose because it was said that Negroes were carrying arms, although it was well known that every white Texan was habitually armed. A Negro meeting which was addressed by a Supreme Court judge was broken up, and the judge complained. None but a Johnson man could be tolerated here. He must cuss Congress and damn the nigger. General Hancock is with the President politically and will only execute the letter of the law to escape accountability. There is not an intelligent rebel in all the land who does not understand him. Point 41. During 1867 there was bad feeling between the races. The whites especially resented arms in the hands of the Negro soldiers. And the impossibility of convicting white aggressors upon black men was continually manifest. A judge declared that it was impossible to convict a white man of any crime on Negro testimony, where the crime was against a Negro. To convict a white man of murder in the first degree was out of question. Registration of voters had begun early in the summer of 1867 but went on slowly. The conservatives first proposed not to register, and then afterward changed their minds and registered with the plan of staying away from the election. The election was held in February, 1868, and showed that comparatively few whites had been disfranchised. 59,633, or 14% of the white population, registered in 1,867, and 49,497 Negroes, or 27% of the colored population. A majority of the whites voted against the convention, but the blacks carried it. The total registration was 109,130, and the white registration was about equal to the total vote in the campaign of 1,866. The election was quiet, and the convention won by an overwhelming vote of 44,689 to 11,440. In the Constitutional Convention, it was characteristic that among the 90 members there were 12 reactionary white members from the Black Belt, elected undoubtedly by all too common methods. There were 9 Negroes, and delegates from the black districts bordering on the Brazos and Trinity Rivers. J.T. Ruby came from Galveston. He was an educated Negro and was elected from the white district of Galveston. Ruby was a mulatto from Philadelphia and for 15 years was the leader of the Negroes. He was rated as an astute politician and a man of unusual ability. He was very popular in Galveston, where his brother held a position in the Custom House. E.J. Davis was a new white leader of the Unionists. He had been an opponent of secession and an officer in the Union Army during the war. He was one of the first to defend Negro suffrage. Governor Pease sent in a message in which he declared that from December 1, 1867, to June 1, 1868, in 67 counties out of 127, 206 murders had taken place with few attempts to punish the offenders. He recommended schools and homesteads and the encouragement of immigration. Ralph Long of Limestone, a Negro, was an outstanding leader. It was he who offered the resolution annulling certain court decisions which declared that the Emancipation Proclamation should not take universal effect. His resolution was rejected by a 2/3 vote. On July 2, the Committee on Lawlessness and Violence reported 509 whites and 486 Negroes killed, 1865 to 1868. More than 90% of these murders were committed by white men. The report continues. In other words, according to the lowest calculation, the peace administration of Generals Hancock and Buchanan has to account for twice the number of murders committed under the Sheridan-Throckmorton administration, and 3 times the number committed under the Sheridan-Pease administration. Moreover, fuller reports show that since the policy of General Hancock was inaugurated, sustained as it is by President Johnson, the homicides in Texas have averaged 55 per month, and for the last 5 months they have averaged 60 per month. It is for the commander of the 5th Military District to answer to the public for at least 2/3 of the 330, or more, homicides committed in Texas since the 1st of December, 1867. Charged by law to keep the peace and afford protection to life and property, and having the Army of the United States to assist him in so doing, he has failed. He has persistently refused to try criminals, rejected the prayers of the executive of the state and of the commanding general of the District of Texas for adequate tribunals, and turned a deaf ear to the cry of tried and persecuted loyalists. And knowing whereof we affirm, and in the face of the civilized world, we do solemnly lay to his charge the death of hundreds of the loyal citizens of Texas, a responsibility that should load his name with infamy, and hand his very memory to coming years as a curse and an execration. 42. Delegates were sent to Congress with this report, while the Houston Telegraph advocated their assassination. The convention in making the Constitution came to the question of the suffrage in August, and then postponed it until after the recess, which took place after 92 days of work. The reason for the recess was differences among the Republicans and fear of mob law among the Democrats before the presidential election. Mobs appeared. G.W. Smith, a white New Yorker and leader of the Negroes, was jailed and lynched, together with several of his black followers. Feuds were rife in many of the counties. Bands of Ku Klux roamed about. Negroes were boycotted or given employment as they joined Democratic groups. In January, when the convention came together again, the question of suffrage was discussed. The Democrats proposed to exclude Negroes, while unrestricted suffrage was defeated by a vote of 34 to 31. The final proposition allowed Negroes to vote and disqualified only those classes mentioned in the 14th Amendment. This finally passed by a vote of 30 to 26. The whole fight on suffrage was not a fight against Negro suffrage, but a question as to how far former Confederates were to be allowed to vote. The measure finally passed admitted the great mass of these. Hamilton, the former provisional governor, secured the final triumph of a policy of leniency toward the ex-Confederates. This divided the Republicans into two factions, one which wished to disqualify the Confederates more completely, and the other which was willing to share the practical control with the Confederates. 3 Negro members, Ruby, Williams, and Newcomb, revolted against the prolonging of the session of the convention and resigned, declaring that the convention was prolonged for the purpose of subsidizing a venal press. Ruby declared that the present Reconstruction Convention has lost, through many of its members, all regard for dignity and honor as a legislative assembly, and that its continued assemblage will only terminate in disgust to the entire country. The convention never actually adjourned, nor was the Constitution ever adopted by actual vote. The most meritorious features of the Constitution were the abolition of slavery and the liberal provisions for the schools. The Constitution established free public schools and decreed that the receipts from public lands should go to the school fund, besides other revenues. A state superintendent of public instruction was appointed. As a final result, Davis became the leader of the Radical Republican Party, while Hamilton was the leader of the Conservatives and was backed by Johnson. The result was a contest in which Hamilton could only hope to win by getting a large number of white Democratic votes, while Davis sought the bulk of the Negro votes, because of their fear of disfranchisement at the hands of the ex-Confederates. The election took place in 1869. It was quiet, although there were accusations of fraud in various parts of the state. E. J. Davis, by the efforts of Ruby, who marshaled the Negro votes, was elected governor by a small plurality. In the ensuing legislature, the 14th and 15th Amendments were adopted almost without opposition, and March 30, 1870, the representatives of Texas were admitted to Congress. Thereupon, E. J. Davis became governor instead of provisional governor. In April, Governor Davis complained of the continuance of lawlessness in many parts of the state. Ruby, the colored leader, was still active in Galveston, working for a new charter for the city. Every effort was made to aid the railroads by renewing land grants and making appropriations of $16,000 in state bonds for every mile built. Davis favored railroads but opposed subsidies and vetoed some of the bills. He kept on declaring that a slow civil war was going on in Texas, and pressed for a state police force. Later, a railroad grab involving $6 million subsidy was passed through the legislature and indignantly vetoed by the governor. In counting up the charges against Davis's administration, not a suspicion can rest against his financial honesty, of which this veto message is an enduring monument. 43. There was a small increase of debt. When Davis came into office in 1870, the state was out of debt, and when he left office in 1874, the debt was $4,414,095. The rate for state taxes had risen from 15 cents in 1860 to $2.17 on $100 valuation in 1866, exclusive of about 60 cents in addition, which was interest on bonds donated to railroads. There had been an ineffectual effort to establish a free public school system in Texas in 1845. In 1869, provision was made to give to the public school fund the proceeds of the sale of all the public lands, which resulted in a magnificent endowment. The Constitution of 1869 authorized the legislature to divide the state into school districts and appoint school directors. Every effort was made to wreck the school system in order to exclude Negroes, but gradually it became solidly established. As the election of 1873 approached, there was great excitement. Davis's chief reliance was on the Negro vote, and he strove especially to get out the Negro vote in the Black Belt counties, where it was largely suppressed. The whites were determined to drive him out. It was in a sense a revolution. There is no shadow of a doubt of fraud and intimidation at this election. Davis Negroes were in many communities ordered to keep away from the polling places, while white men under age were voted. 44. The total vote was surprisingly large, probably because it was fraudulent. Davis was defeated by a vote of 85,549 to 42,663, and the majority of the legislature were Democrats. The state Supreme Court held the election irregular because of the case of a single individual, and Governor Davis attempted to prolong his term, but this meant civil war. Negro militia was on hand to prevent Democrats from taking possession of the Capitol, and open hostilities were imminent. Davis telegraphed Grant, but military aid was refused, and finally Davis retired. The problem in this frontier state never reached its vital economic phases until long after Reconstruction. During this Reconstruction period many Negroes held office. There was a lack of whites who could take the test or oaths or who were willing to act as supervisors, registrars, and clerks. The Negroes were usually on these boards and sometimes were appointed even when whites were available. They became indeed so outstanding as office holders for a while that the Houston Telegraph sounded a warning that unless the full strength of the whites should be enlisted, there would be large numbers of Negro office holders, and that they would try to take the land out of the hands of the present owners. There were Negroes in the state militia and on the various police forces, and they formed a military guard when Davis was trying to keep the Democrats from taking forcible possession of the Capitol. In 1872, for the first time, Negroes voted for president. Norris Wright Cuney, a young colored man, born in 1846, became sergeant-at-arms in the Texas legislature, and warmly attached to Governor Davis. In 1871, Cuney became one of the school directors of Galveston County. In 1872 he was inspector of customs for the state. Cuney ran for mayor of Galveston in 1875, and his successful Democratic opponent testified to Cuney's interest in sound policy and honest government. He continued for many years to be the incorruptible and intelligent leader of the Negroes of Texas. The borderland between slavery and free labor, including the District of Columbia, Delaware and Maryland, West Virginia, Kentucky and Tennessee, Missouri and the Indian Territory, was vitally affected by the abolition of slavery. Its history during and after the Civil War is not usually included in Reconstruction, and yet it had analogous problems arising from abolition and enfranchisement. Unfortunately, however, monographic material upon which a study of the Negro in these states might be based is lacking in many particulars. There is practically nothing about Negroes in Delaware and the Indian Territory, and in the case of the other states, the problems are insistently conceived as being exclusively problems of the white population, so that the development of the Negro is followed with great difficulty. Here remains, therefore, a most interesting and neglected field of historical and economic exploration. The District of Columbia is of a special interest because it is the seat of the United States government. The status of slavery there not only was of intrinsic importance, but the nation and the world actually saw slavery in Washington and judged the whole system largely from what they saw. At the beginning of the 19th century, there were 4,027 Negroes in the district. They increased to 10,425 in 1820 and 13,746 in 1850. At the beginning of the war, the Negro population stood at 14,316. Of this population, there were 783 free Negroes in 1,800, 6,152, or a majority of the black population in 1,830 and 11,131 in 1,860, when they largely outnumbered the 3,000 slaves. Immediately after the war, the Negro population greatly increased, reaching 43,404 in 1,870 and 59,596 in 1,880. During these years, however, the population of Negroes in the total Washington population did not vary greatly. It formed one-third in 1810 and one-third in 1880. It fell to its lowest point, 19%, in 1860. Because of the prominence of the city, the abolition campaign was early concentrated upon slavery in the district, and gained partial triumph when the slave trade was abolished in 1850. In 1861, a bill to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia was introduced by Senator Wilson, and after much opposition from the border states, it passed the Senate and the House in April, 1862, and was signed by President Lincoln, April 16. The result of this law made Washington a mecca for free Negroes, and in a single decade, the Negro population increased 200%. These Negroes had begun their own self-supported schools in 1807. The civil rights of Negroes in the district were fought for continuously by Charles Sumner. He secured the law of April 3, 1865, to make valid Negro testimony in the district courts. He fought segregation on railroad and streetcar lines and the law which prevented Negroes from carrying mail. On his motion, a Negro was admitted to practice before the Supreme Court in 1865, and another in 1867. The right to serve as jurors was not conferred on Negroes until March, 1869. After the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, there came an agitation to give the Negroes the right to vote. A large mass meeting was held at the Asbury M.E. Church in 1865. A petition signed by Negroes who could read and write was sent to Congress, and after long debate and postponement for a year, the Negro was finally enfranchised in December, 1866. The bill passed over a veto by President Johnson. In November, 1867, there were 13,294 white voters, and 6,648 Negroes. In 1871, at the election of a delegate to Congress, 17,757 whites and 10,772 Negroes voted. The economic status of the Negro in the district was made very difficult during and after the war because of the large increase in the Negro population. Nevertheless, Negroes accumulated a good deal of property. When, for instance, it was charged in 1865 that they did not own $40,000 worth of property in the whole city, it was proven that in one square their holdings aggregated $45,592. Yet there were poverty and suffering among the Negroes. In 1867, it was estimated that of 32,000 Negroes in the district, one-half were destitute. Congress appropriated $15,000 on March 16, 1867, to relieve the freedmen. In February, 1871, an act was passed changing the government of the District of Columbia. The old charters and courts which had been inherited from the Maryland government were discarded and a territorial form of government established with a governor and legislative assembly composed of a council and House of Delegates. The governor and council were appointed by the president, and the House elected by the people. The powers were similar to those granted to new territories, including the right to borrow money, assess taxes, and carry on the government. Alexander R. Shepard, a personal friend of President Grant. He ran a plumbing business, and was a native of the district. Grant appointed him governor. He changed Washington from a poorly paved, badly lighted, unattractive city into a model and beautiful capital. The work was done rapidly and was accompanied by all the current political jobbery. Under any circumstances, the transformation would have cost large sums of money, but with graft and misappropriation of funds, the district was plunged into a debt of many millions of dollars. After sharp agitation, the government was changed again, all the people disfranchised, and the district put under the rule of 3 commissioners. Naturally, in this case, as in the southern states, the harm and dishonesty of the Shepard regime was charged to the colored voter, while the beauty and accomplishment of the reborn city was put to the credit of white civilization. There was about as much sense in one charge as in the other. Disfranchisement in the district came at the demand of overtaxed real estate and of reactionary property interests hiding behind the color bar. Maryland had at the beginning of the 19th century 125,222 Negroes. This number increased gradually to 155,932 in 1830, decreased in 1840, rose in 1850 to 165,091, and in 1860, was estimated at 171,131. The free Negroes in this population numbered 19,587 at the beginning of the century, and increased rapidly and steadily to 83,942 in 1860. Thus, the black population of Maryland was almost evenly divided at the opening of the war between free Negroes and slaves. Maryland, along with Virginia and the other border states, had some part in the business of raising slaves for sale further south, but not as large a part as these other states. On the whole, her Negro population were artisans, laborers, and servants, and the institution of slavery was insecure because of the ease of escape to northern states. The Black Code of Maryland forbade the immigration of free Negroes, although in 1862, the penalty for sale into slavery was abolished. In 1865, immigration was permitted. The Assembly of 1867 repealed many parts of the Black Code, but among other things, did not allow a colored woman to be a competent witness against the white father of her child. During the war, nothing was done to interfere with the institution of slavery. But the Convention of 1864, charged with forming a new constitution, had a considerable number of delegates in favor of abolition. Finally, a clause for immediate abolition of slavery was passed by a vote of 2 to 1. When the Constitution went before the people, it was accepted by a narrow margin. A constitutional convention was held in Annapolis in 1867, and another constitution adopted by an overwhelming popular vote. It did not declare that men were created equally free, and compensation for freed slaves was demanded. This represented a reactionary movement, as compared with the Constitution of 1864. During the campaign, the Unconditional Union Party, in 1866, pledged itself against Negro suffrage, while the Republican Party convention, in 1867, had colored men among the 200 delegates from Baltimore and a large number from the counties. A colored clergyman opened this convention. A colored veteran said there was no need to tell his people how to vote. "We have not," he said, "the ability among us to occupy high positions of honor. We are like a newborn babe, taking our first steps to political life and strength, supported by the Radical Party." Another prominent leader said, "It is because we are a minority of the voting population of Maryland that the necessity has been forced upon us of casting around to see by what means we can extricate ourselves from our present position," and another still, "Whenever we can get the suffrage for the colored man, I am satisfied there is no man that can ever betray us again." 45. The resolutions of the convention called for the equality of all American citizens in all civil and political rights, and urged the Republican Party, as a last resort, should the coming conservative constitution not give impartial suffrage, to appeal to Congress for support. One colored delegate, a member of the Committee on Resolutions, rejoiced to see a day of real political equality between whites and blacks. Another said he was ready, like Simeon of old, to depart in peace, now that he had seen salvation. 46. In 1866, Governor Swan, the man who wanted to arm his militia with federal artillery, addressed an open letter to the editors of the Baltimore American in which he said, "I am utterly opposed to universal Negro suffrage and the extreme radicalism of certain men in Congress and in our own state, who have been striving to shape the platform of the Union Party in the interests of Negro suffrage. I look upon Negro suffrage and the recognition of the power in Congress to control suffrage within the states as the virtual subordination of the Negro in the state of Maryland. I consider the issue upon this subject, as well made in the fall elections, and the most important that has ever been brought to the attention of the people of the state of Maryland. 47. Governor Swan was answered in an editorial in The American, a few days later, which read: "At least 9/10 of the Union men of Maryland have taken position with the Congress of the United States. The governor will find, when too late, that he will not be followed by a corporal's guard of those who placed him in his present position in the course he has taken, and that his future affiliation must be with the disloyal, whilst his antagonists will be the true and loyal men of Maryland." 48. Notwithstanding the effort of the Republicans, the conservative Constitution, without Negro suffrage, was adopted a few months later. Negroes did not get the right to vote until after the 14th and 15th Amendments. Few colored men have been nominated to elective offices in Maryland. In 1872, a Negro ran for Congress in the 5th District, but withdrew in favor of a white candidate. Negro labor had a larger chance in Baltimore because of skilled work by the blacks in brick making, oyster shucking, work as stevedores, and they practically had a monopoly on ship caulking. After the Civil War, there came a good deal of competition with foreign labor. From the testimony of many persons, the colored people of Baltimore appear to have been actively engaged in all manner of business ventures even before the Civil War. These antebellum enterprises were carried on generally by individual ownership. But immediately after the Civil War, numerous cooperative movements sprang up among the people all over the city. Cooperative grocery stores, coal yards, beneficial societies, and other kinds of business met with marked success for short periods, but each one in its turn finally failed, owing either to lack of capital, or trained business management, or both. 49. Prior to the war, the colored people of Baltimore had no place, aside from the churches, in which to hold public entertainments. To meet this need, several colored men, John H. Butler, Simon Smith, and Walter Sorrell, formed a partnership, and purchased in 1863 a large three-story brick building on Lexington Street, near North, and had it converted into a hall. They named it Douglas Institute, after the grand old man from Maryland. Besides public entertainments of all sorts, the hall was used as a meeting place for fraternal orders. The Chesapeake Marine Railway and Dry Dock Company, a company owned and controlled by colored men, was organized in the year 1865. The company was capitalized at $40,000. The stock was divided into 8,000 shares at $5 a share. The corporation lived for a period of 18 years, or from 1865 to 1883, and was for many years very successful. It finally gave up business in 1883. The organization of the ship company saved the colored caulkers, for they became members of the White Caulkers Union. The failure of the whites to drive out the colored caulkers lessened their efforts to drive colored labor out of other fields. Changing economic conditions ended this company, but it was an object lesson to the whites, as well as to the blacks, of the power and capability of the colored people in their industrial development. 50. Before 1865, the public schools depended on local authorities. Then an educational revolution took place, and the state began to control the schools. The law of 1865 provided that the part of the school taxes paid by colored men should be used for Negro schools. The law of 1868 ordered a 10-cent tax on $100 for state schools, and this was all the colored schools could expect down to 1872, except by donations from philanthropists. In 1872, the state appropriated $50,000 for the colored schools, in addition to the colored tax, but the white schools received all the regular school tax. In 1878, the sum of $100,000 was appropriated, to be taken from the state school fund at the expense of the white schools. This remained the law until 1888. Baltimore had before the war at least 6 private schools taught by colored people, and later, Northern philanthropists founded schools for the freedmen. Kentucky was a state with 41,082 Negroes at the beginning of the century, 170,130 in 1830, and 226,167 in 1860. The Negroes formed a little over one-third of the population. There were comparatively few free Negroes, the number being only 10,684 in 1860. Kentucky was so situated between the two sections that it was in the main current of trade movements. Not only was it vitally interested in the slave trade to the south, but also in the trade in foodstuff and manufactured materials from the north. The economic problem, therefore, for Kentucky during the Civil War, was difficult. Her chief interest was to keep the sections from falling apart and thus spoiling her favored economic position. Then, too, she had several important crops, chief of which was tobacco, and next, corn. Besides these there were hemp, flax, and livestock. In all these economic, industrial activities, the Negro figured largely. On the other hand, Kentucky was near the border, and the loss of capital through runaway slaves was a constant menace to the system. No sooner did the war open than this menace was increased by the action of the slave owners themselves. This practice of putting slaves to work on military projects was first begun with the slaves of Southern sympathizers. A network of wagon roads had to be constructed over which military supplies should go, fortifications had to be built. Large numbers of slaves were early set to work on a road from central Kentucky to Cumberland Gap, and by the middle of 1863, Boyle was calling for 6,000 slaves to extend the railway from Lebanon to Danville. 51. In 1863, there was a rumor that the slaves would rise in insurrection at Christmas time, and that Northern troops would aid them. This was followed by the policy of enlisting colored troops into Northern armies. The enlistment of slaves ended the slave system. The cash bounty and offer of freedom brought droves of black volunteers. The Negroes deserted the fields in the midst of growing crops in many parts of the state, and in western Kentucky where they were under better control, steamboats threatened the rivers and with squads of troops raided the plantations, and forcibly took hundreds of Negroes from the fields. In Madison County Negro regiments were used to scour the fields and force the slaves into the army. 10,000 slaves left the state during the year 1863, slaves enlisted at the rate of 100 a day, and after the war, were freed at the rate of 500 a day. 52. Still the legislature refused to ratify the 13th Amendment. Kentucky regarded the Emancipation Proclamation, issued January 1, 1863, as unwise, unconstitutional and void. Legislation was passed to nullify its execution, and in 1864, slaves were still being sold for $350 to $500 apiece. The Freedmen's Bureau set up the first state organization for Negroes at a convention held in Lexington, March 22 to 23, 1866. It was bitterly opposed because of its attempt to secure colored men justice in the courts. General Fisk announced that freedmen's courts would be established for the protection of the Negroes, and in the following months, these courts found much to do. This activity scared the legislature into granting the Negro partial civil rights, and abolishing the slave code. During 1867, the Bureau arrested 89 persons charged with crimes against Negroes, and handed them over to the federal courts for trial. 53. The legislature stubbornly refused to ratify the 13th Amendment. After it had been ratified, Kentucky passed a Civil Rights Act, February 1866, which repealed the old slave code. The bill was passed as the result of a refusal on the part of Congress to remove the Freedmen's Bureau from that state until Negroes had been granted civil rights. The freedmen were given all the civil rights enjoyed by white persons with the exception of sitting on juries and testifying against whites. 54. White labor rivalry was widespread. Guerrilla bands spread all over the state following the war. In March 1865, a band of men stopped a train on the Ohio and Mississippi Railroad by tearing up the track north of the Ohio River, secured $30,000 in United States bonds, robbed the passengers, and fled across into Boone County. A similar crime was committed in 1867, in Simpson County. Some of the members of this gang were arrested. Some of the names these gangs assumed were Regulators, Rowney Band, and Skaggs Men. In Madison County, which the Regulators terrorized for 3 or 4 years, a wealthy farmer was hanged. In Mercer County, one was shot and then hanged, another 70 years old was killed, and later, 2 cousins were also hanged. In western Kentucky, the Negroes were warned to leave the country and landowners threatened with having their homes burned if they rented to them. In the election of 1864, the 2 parties were the Conservatives and the Radicals. The Radical Party was the champion of the rights of the Negroes. A great storm of complaint came from the Conservatives. The military authorities had acted outrageously, they had assumed control of the election, as if it were wholly an affair of the army, and had assumed to decide who should vote, and who should not. Soldiers were stationed around the polls, and at many places, they were Negroes, holding lists of names of people who some radicals thought should not vote. None of these were permitted to approach the ballot box. All were simply people who were opposed to the 13th Amendment. 55. In the meantime, Negroes began their political organization and on Emancipation Day and the 4th of July held celebrations with parades. The celebration of July 4, 1868, was attended by 15,000 Negroes from Fayette and surrounding counties. Radicals estimated that there would be over 50,000 Negro votes, and that only through these votes could they overcome the Conservatives. The proposed 14th and 15th Amendments encouraged the Radicals to anticipate victory by organizing Negro voters. It was predicted that there would be 100,000 Negro votes. The Louisville Commercial declared that elections thereafter would not be the one-sided affairs of 1867, 1868 and 1869. Picnics and celebrations were held on the passage of the 15th Amendment, where the Negroes gathered in great numbers, and where the Radicals used their full opportunities to make speeches and to organize and control the new voters. One of the celebrations was held in Paris, Kentucky, and was attended by more than 6,000 Negroes. The most ambitious move to organize the Negroes was made in a convention in Frankfort in February, 1870, where Negroes from almost every county in the state gathered together. This first Republican convention of the colored citizens of the state of Kentucky was refused the legislative halls, but it seems to have lost no prestige by meeting elsewhere, for one of its members boldly declared, "The eye of the world is upon Major Hall." Where they finally met, the planters and capitalists made a counter-stroke by starting a noisy agitation for Chinese and other foreign labor. Many Negroes were alarmed. Partly as an answer to this, and for other purposes, a Negro convention was held in Louisville, Kentucky, on July 18, 1869. There were 250 delegates in attendance. The subjects discussed were political and economic as well as educational. They included the abolition of the relics of slavery, equal education, the rights in the courts, equal taxation, the ratification of the 15th Amendment, and the purchase of real estate. 56. The Negroes advised the young men and youth of Kentucky to learn trades and engage in agricultural pursuits as a proper mode of supporting themselves and giving encouragement to mechanics and agriculture, and by all means to procure homes for themselves and families. In Fayette County, a meeting of Negroes was held in which they expressed their willingness to work and enter into labor contracts with whites. An intelligence office of the ex-soldiers maintained a labor agency. During the first half of 1869, 3,000 Negroes were supplied with jobs through them. On August 20, 1869, the Negroes observed a day of thanksgiving for their success. Evidently, the whites were praised for their cooperation. They contributed ham, beef, flour, and other provisions for the celebration. The first test of Negro suffrage came in 1870, when county offices were to be filled. The Democrats attempted to arouse the Negroes to demand offices so that the Radicals would be estranged. The Democrats did not intend to invite Negro support, and they early saw that it would be dangerous to interpose violent opposition to Negro voting. What then should be their position toward inviting his support? Henry Watterson believed that the Negro suffrage should be accepted as an established fact and that Negro voters should be welcomed as much as others. But the whole idea of Negro suffrage was so fearful and repulsive to the Democrats that they plead with the reasonable radicals, as sensible men, to halt and think seriously for at least 1 minute. They sought to drive out of the party many radicals by holding up to them the specter of Negro officials. In fact, they pushed the logic with great emphasis on every occasion that if the radicals embraced the Negroes they must give them offices. They hoped to arouse the Negro on this point to demanding offices, and thereby imperil his relations with his allies. 57. Cheating and fraud were eventually resorted to. Many Negroes were prevented from voting by requiring receipts for taxes which had been assessed on them. There were insufficient facilities for voting, purposely leaving the Negroes waiting until the sun went down. An endless number of irrelevant questions were asked, requiring in one place from 20 to 25 minutes for 4 Negroes to vote, while 10 to 15 whites could vote during that time. The question of offices became increasingly important for the Negroes. It was not merely a matter of personal ambition, but here, as in the Deep South, a question of the administration of the law which they with perfect right feared to trust entirely to the hand of whites. In 1873 a Negro convention declared that since they had voted for the radicals, they should now have a reasonable portion of the offices, and if claims were to be ignored, they would cease to be indebted to this party any more than to any other. In 1867, the Negroes owned $1 million of taxable property on which they paid a tax of $3,661. Most of this wealth consisted in land, which they greatly coveted. By 1871, Negro agricultural fairs were held in many of the counties. The freedmen were encouraged by bureau agents and by other people to be frugal and begin to save money. The branches of the Freedmen's Saving and Trust Company, located in Louisville and Lexington, contained $171,000 in savings belonging to Negroes when the crash came. 58. The economic rebirth of the state went on with Negro help. The number of farms increased in this decade, 1860 to 1870, from 90,000 to 118,000. The last year of the war, 1864 to 1865, tobacco dropped from 127 million pounds to 54 million, wheat from 8 million bushels to 3 million, hemp from 10 million pounds to 2 million, hay from 135,000 tons to 127,000, barley from 161,000 bushels to 137,000. Corn increased from 39 million bushels to 58 million. An increase in crops began in 1867 and attained the pre-war mark by 1871. A comparison of the produce of these 2 years shows an increase, in tobacco from 54 million to 103 million pounds, hay from 127,000 to 320,000 tons, barley from 161,000 to 243,000 bushels. Corn fell from 58 million to 54 million bushels. Tennessee was a border state which formed in many respects an economic complement to Kentucky. The state had at the beginning of the century 3,778 Negroes. They increased rapidly to 146,158 in 1830, chiefly through the development of the cotton belt in the western part of the state near the Mississippi. At the opening of the war, Tennessee had 283,019 Negroes. The number of free Negroes was small, being only 7,300 in 1,860. During the decade 1850 to 1860, Shelby County, of which Memphis was the center, gained its great mass of Negro population. From this point the Cotton Kingdom spread west and south. In strong contrast to this, in Nashville and in the middle and eastern part of the state, and in similar parts of Kentucky, there was strong emancipation sentiment in early times, chiefly with the motive of getting rid of the competition of Negro labor. This was manifested by opposition to the custom of slaves hiring out at times, which was prevalent in this part of the state. In the Constitutional Convention of 1796, there was an attempt to prohibit slavery after 1864, which did not pass, but free Negroes who met the requirements of residence and land holding were allowed to vote. They enjoyed this right until 1834. At the convention of 1834 another attempt to abolish slavery was defeated and the vote was denied free Negroes, with some exceptions. The slave trade in Tennessee was even more lucrative than in Kentucky, and there was strong trade in both slaves and materials down the Mississippi to New Orleans. The Confederates seized most of Tennessee at the beginning of the war, but with the retreat of the Confederate Army after the surrender of Fort Donelson, in 1862, a territory of 30,000 square miles was opened to federal occupation, and a population of 1 million souls was left without government and in possible danger of a slave insurrection. To meet the emergency, President Lincoln, March 3, appointed Senator Andrew Johnson, a former governor of Tennessee, military governor, with the rank of brigadier general. In 1863, Rosecrans needed every available man for the winter campaign. Lincoln telegraphed September 8, and urged all Union officers to get every man he could, black and white, to guard the roads and bridges and send all the better trained soldiers forward to Rosecrans. On October 21, Johnson and Stearns of Massachusetts were authorized to raise troops in Tennessee. 6 regular Negro regiments, and 2 garrison and hospital regiments, were thus raised. Governor Johnson made attempts immediately and at several times thereafter to reorganize the civil government of the state, but all these attempts failed, until the people of East Tennessee undertook the task in the summer of 1864. In November 1864, the East Tennessee Union Executive Committee called a convention to meet in Nashville in December. Meantime, the Confederates captured Knoxville, and when it was time for the convention to meet, Hood was threatening Nashville. The convention was, therefore, postponed until January 8, 1865. By that time, the Confederates had been driven out, Johnson had been elected vice president, and Congress had refused to count Tennessee's scattering presidential vote. The convention met and voted for amendments to the Constitution. 1. Abolishing slavery. 2. Providing that all citizens who had borne arms for the United States should be allowed to vote, color should not disfranchise any person who was a competent witness in the courts. Johnson favored the amendments and they were put through with slight modification. This is the story of Winston, but by consulting Hall, one learns that slight modification was the dropping of the amendment which allowed Negroes to vote. 59. The report finally adopted by the convention proposed 2 amendments to the state constitution, one to abolish slavery, and another forbidding the legislature to make any law recognizing it. The report directed that all who voted should take the ironclad oath and that the convention should nominate a candidate for governor and a complete legislative ticket. In the ensuing election, 20% of the vote in 1860 was cast. William G. Brownlow was chosen governor by 23,352 votes, against 35 scattering ones. 4 days after his inauguration, Lee surrendered and the new government was safe. The Constitutional Convention had declared in favor of disfranchising all who had fought against the United States. Governor Brownlow was determined to make this declaration into a law. After recommending the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the federal Constitution, he reminded the legislature that the loyal people who had entrusted the qualifications of voters to them wanted them to act decisively in the matter. He asked the legislature for military force to enforce the law when enacted. 60. The law provided that white persons of lawful age and residence, who had entertained unconditional Union sentiments from the outbreak of the war, or who had arrived at the age of 21 years since November 4, 1865, or who could prove their loyalty, or had been honorably discharged from the Union Army, or were Union men conscripted into the Confederate Army, or had voted at the elections of 1864 to 1865, should be entitled to the privileges of the elective franchise. At the next session of the legislature, the governor recommended the amendment of the franchise bill and the colonization of the Negroes in Texas or Mexico, or their admission to full citizenship and suffrage, in case the franchise law restricting the vote of former Confederates should be repealed. The result was that a bill which the first legislature had refused to consider became law on January 21, 1866. This said that persons of African and Indian descent are hereby declared to be competent witnesses in all the courts of this state, in as full a manner as such persons are by an act of Congress competent witnesses in all the courts of the United States, and all laws and parts of laws of the state, excluding such persons from competency are hereby repealed, provided, however, that this act shall not be so construed as to give colored persons the right to vote, hold office, or sit on juries in this state. And that this provision is inserted by virtue of the provision of the 9th section of the amended Constitution, ratified February 22, 1865. Race prejudice was strong in East Tennessee, based on the economic rivalry of Negroes and poor whites. East Tennesseans, though opposed to slavery and secession, do not like niggers. There is at this day more prejudice against color among the middle and poor classes, the Union men of the South who owned few or no slaves, than among the planters who owned them by scores and hundreds. 61. On the other hand, the planters had not surrendered their ideas on slavery. The designs of the great secession majority of Tennessee may have been changed by the events of the war, and so may have been their opinions of their own strength and of the strength of the government, but, unless your memorialists greatly misunderstand them, their sentiments, sympathies, and passions remain unchanged. They welcome peace because they are disabled from making war, they submit because they can no longer resist, they accept results they cannot reject, and profess loyalty because they have a halter around their necks. They recognize the abolition of slavery because they see it before them as a fact, but they say it was accomplished by gross violations of the Constitution, that the Negro is free only in fact, but not in law or of right. 62. The attitude of the state toward Negroes was bad. The predominant feeling of those lately in rebellion is that of deep-seated hatred, amounting in many cases to a spirit of revenge towards the white Unionists of the state, and a haughty contempt for the Negro, whom they cannot treat as a freeman. The hatred for the white loyalist is intensified by the accusation that he deserted the South in her extremity, and is, therefore, a traitor, and by the setting up of a government of the minority. The spirit of revenge is called forth by the attempt to disfranchise them, and by the retaliatory acts of the returned Union soldiers for wrongs done them during the war. The Negro is the Mordecai who constantly reminds them of their defeat, and of what they call a just, but lost cause. And the sight of him in the enjoyment of freedom is a constant source of irritation. 63. On the 1st of May, 1866, a riot broke out in Memphis between the whites and blacks, which continued 2 days and resulted in the death of 24 Negroes and the wounding of 1 white man. As a result of this, the legislature passed the Metropolitan Police Bill, May 14, which provided that the police regulations of the city of Memphis should be in the hands of 3 commissioners appointed by the governor, and made it a crime for anyone else to attempt to exercise any control in the city not subordinate to this board. The provisions of this act were also extended to Nashville and Chattanooga. 64. The Negroes of Tennessee were not content. On Friday, June 23, 1865, they sent out notice of a state convention in August. Great efforts are being made to oppress, and in our judgment in relation to House Bill, No. 47, and re-enslave us. Let us lay our grievances before the general government. Under the government of the noblest patriot of the country, Andrew Johnson, the friend of humanity and liberty, we feel assured that our cause will succeed. We enter anew upon our duties as men, trusting in God. Come one, come all. Rally to the cause of liberty, and to the rescue. 65. The convention was in session 4 days, and resolved, that we protest against the congressional delegation from Tennessee being received into the Congress of the United States, if the legislature of Tennessee does not grant the petition before it prior to December 1, 1865.66. A month before the opening of Congress in December, 1865, the clerk of the House announced his decision not to put on the official roll the names of any men claiming to be elected from any Southern state. This decision of the clerk was endorsed by the Republican caucus held at the opening of the session. Congress assembled at noon, December 4, and when the clerk, in calling the roll, reached Indiana, Mr. Maynard, from the 1st District of Tennessee, rose and attempted to speak, but the clerk would allow no interruption of the roll. A report of the Joint Committee on Reconstruction, March 5, 1866, proposed to allow the admission of Tennessee with white suffrage, but it was recommitted. July 20 it reappeared and was amended by the Senate so as to require acceptance of the 14th Amendment. In this form, the resolution was passed July 23, and was approved July 24, although the President denied that Congress had any right to pass laws preliminary to the admission of qualified representatives from any of the states and objected to certain words in the preamble. Tennessee complied by promptly accepting the 14th Amendment, July 11 to 12, 1866, the vote being 15-6 in the Senate and 43-11 in the House. Subsequently, February 6, 1867, the House of Representatives of Tennessee passed a bill striking the word white from the franchise law of the state by a vote of 38-25. The Senate concurred February 18, by a vote of 14-7. And in March, the Supreme Court of the state upheld the constitutionality of Negro suffrage. The Republican platform in February, 1867, severely attacked Andrew Johnson, as an unprincipled adopted son, but said nothing directly about the Negro. The conservative platform of April 17 said that our colored fellow citizens, being now citizens of the United States and citizens of the state of Tennessee, and voters of this state, are entitled to all the rights and privileges of citizens under the laws and Constitution of the United States, and of the state of Tennessee. In a race for Congress in 1872, Johnson made a bid for the Negro vote. In the western counties crowds of Negroes attended the speaking, some evidently anxious to make good citizens. Addressing these colored people, Andrew Johnson explained his position. If fit and qualified by character and education, no one should deny you the ballot, he said. I have been ridiculed for saying I would be your Moses, he continued. Yet I say again, I will be your Moses, and if you have a certificate to vote you should be allowed to vote. 67. There were 2 or 3 Negroes in the Tennessee legislature during Reconstruction, while others served as state and city officers. Nashville at one time had a third of its city council composed of Negroes. Missouri was a western state which became southern because it was on the great national highway to the south and its political weight was needed by the southern oligarchy. It was thought that if Missouri remained a slave state, Kansas, Colorado, and California would follow, and the Southern Empire would be safe, but if Missouri was lost, slavery would be restricted, with its whole western dependence on Texas. Missouri had few Negroes 3,618 at her first census, 59,814 in 1,840, and 118,503, about a tenth of her population, in 1,860. Only 3,572 of them were free. Most slaveholding families had only 3 or 4 Negroes. Slavery was not a system, it was a survival, a sentiment, and a matter of common labor and service. This made a sharp economic division, at the outbreak of the war, between those who said slavery was industrially useless in Missouri, but that the South had a right to it, and those who cared neither for slavery nor for the South. There arose a bitter internecine strife, family against family, and neighbor against neighbor. To the Union went 109,000 troops, to the Confederates, 30,000. There were 244 battles and 2,261 engagements in the state, which devastated the land and killed over 30,000 people. War rooted thousands of settlers, and spread robbery and crime, lying and murder, mistreatment of women and children, disease and death. The legislature of 1860 favored the South, but not secession. The new governor, Jackson, who sought to force the state into secession, was opposed by F. P. Blair, a leader of the new industrial development. The Civil War came, and Blair was victorious. A constitutional convention in 1865 abolished slavery, without compensation. The convention which emancipated the Negro drew up a new constitution which provided for the establishment and the maintenance of free public schools for the instruction of all persons in the state who were between the ages of 5 and 21. Later, the legislature passed a law requiring one or more segregated schools to be set up in cities and villages. This law, like many other laws relating to the Negro, was overlooked. During the period, however, there was a growing sentiment in favor of public schools. The school system grew. Negro troops founded the first school of Negro higher training at Jefferson City Lincoln Institute. The Radicals carried the elections of 1866 and 1868, but nevertheless, the state constitutional amendment enfranchising the Negro in Missouri was defeated. The amendment was submitted by the legislature, but was lost by more than 19,000 votes. The opposition came from the Democrats, who voted solidly against it, and from a goodly number of radicals, also. The question of enfranchising the Negroes had been an important issue in the state ever since they had been freed in 1865, but it was submitted to the people in the form of a constitutional amendment but once. The 15th Amendment of the United States, conferring suffrage upon the Negro, was ratified and put in force before the amendment to the Constitution of Missouri could be brought up again. This settled the issue without any further contest in the state. Here, then, is a sketch of the part which Negroes took in the Reconstruction of various southern states, together with some indication of their action along the border. It is incomplete, and for that reason, inconclusive. And yet, no one can read these records, and the documents upon which they are based, without concluding that this was a perfectly normal development, that these black men were ordinary men who, according to their training and experience and particularly according to their economic condition, did extraordinarily well and do not in the slightest degree deserve the contempt and unbridled abuse that has been put upon them. They were not primarily responsible for the exceeding waste and corruption in the South any more than the laboring class was to blame for the greater waste and dishonesty in the North. They were not proven incapable of self-government. On the contrary, they took decisive and encouraging steps toward the widening and strengthening of human democracy. It is only the blind spot in the eyes of America, and its historians, that can overlook and misread so clear and encouraging a chapter of human struggle and human uplift. Then speed the day and haste the hour. Break down the barriers, gain the power. To use the land and sail the sea. To hold the tools, unchecked and free. No tribute pay, but service give. Let each man work that all may live. Banish all bonds and usury. Be free. Set free. Democracy. Democracy. A. W. Thomas. 14. Counter-revolution of property. How, after the war, triumphant industry in the North coupled with privilege and monopoly led an orgy of theft that engulfed the nation and was the natural child of war, and how revolt against this anarchy became reaction against democracy, North and South, and delivered the land into the hands of an organized monarchy of finance while it overthrew the attempt at a dictatorship of labor in the South. The abolition democracy of the North had been willing to try real democracy in the South because they believed in the capabilities of the Negro race and also because they had passed through war, oligarchy, and the almost unbridled power of Andrew Johnson. Relatively few of them believed in the mass of Negroes any more than they believed in the mass of whites, but they expected that with education, economic opportunity, and the protection of the ballot, there would arise the intelligent and thrifty Negro to take his part in the community, while the mass would make average labor. Perhaps they did not expect the proportion of thrift and intelligence to equal that of the whites, but they knew certain possibilities from experience and acquaintance. The machinery they were compelled to set up, with the cooperation of Northern industry, was a dictatorship of far broader possibilities than the North had at first contemplated. It put such power in the hands of Southern labor that, with intelligent and unselfish leadership and a clarifying ideal, it could have rebuilt the economic foundations of Southern society, confiscated and redistributed wealth, and built a real democracy of industry for the masses of men. When the South realized this, they emitted an exceeding great cry, which was the reaction of property being despoiled of its legal basis of being. This bitter complaint was all the more plausible because Southern labor lacked sufficient intelligent and unselfish leadership. Some in truth it got from black men who gave their heart's blood to make Reconstruction go, from white men who sacrificed everything to teach and guide Negroes. But for the most part their leaders were colored men of limited education, with the current honesty of the times and little experience, and Northern and Southern whites who varied from conventional and indifferent office holders to demagogues, thieves, and scoundrels. The next step would have been, under law and order, gradually to have replaced the wrong leaders by a better and better sort. This the Negroes and many whites sought to do from 1870 to 1876. But they failed because the military dictatorship behind labor did not function successfully in the face of the Ku Klux Klan, and especially because the appeal of property in the South got the ear of property in the North. After the war, industry in the North found itself with a vast organization for production, new supplies of raw material, a growing transportation system on land and water, and a new technical knowledge of processes. All this, with the exclusion of foreign competition through a system of import taxes, and a vast immigration of laborers, tremendously stimulated the production of goods and available services. But to whom were the new goods and the increased services to belong, and in whose hands would lie the power which that ownership gave? An almost unprecedented scramble for this new power, new wealth, and new income ensued. It broke down old standards of wealth distribution, old standards of thrift and honesty. It led to the anarchy of thieves, grafters, and highwaymen. It threatened the orderly processes of production as well as government and morals. The governments, federal, state and local, had paid 3/5 of the cost of the railroads and handed them over to individuals and corporations to use for their profit. An empire of rich land, larger than France, Belgium, and Holland together, had been snatched from the hands of prospective peasant farmers and given to investors and land speculators. All of the national treasure of coal, oil, copper, gold, and iron had been given away for a song to be made the monopolized basis of private fortunes with perpetual power to tax labor for the right to live and work. Speculation rose and flourished on the hard foundation of this largesse. Senator George Hoar said, "When the greatest railroad of the world, binding together the continent and uniting the two great seas which wash our shores, was finished, I have seen our national triumph and exaltation turned to bitterness and shame by the unanimous reports of 3 committees of Congress that every step of that mighty enterprise had been taken in fraud." William N. Tweed became New York State Senator in 1868 and his candidates for governor and mayor were swept into office that year. Tweed became director in numbers of great corporations and regularly bribed the legislature. Graft crept into all city business. He and his partners stole something like $75 million. Public opinion was silenced, real estate owners, merchants, and the propertied class were afraid to complain lest they be highly assessed and taxed. Offices were sold and men nominated for what they could pay. Directors of corporations plotted and nominated judges. Men were sent to the United States Senate because they were lawyers for railroads, mining companies, and banks. Congressional leaders were on the payrolls of corporations. Great lawyers hired their services to rascals who were stealing, and such persons included distinguished names like David Dudley Field, who was nearly expelled from the Bar Association because of his identification with Fisk and Gould at a salary of $125,000. Editors of publications received stocks and bonds and railroad passes for publicity. Appointment to cadetships at West Point was on sale and federal offices given in return for contributions to campaign funds. The whole civil service became filled with men who were incompetent and used to paying political debts. It was common for members of Congress to take stocks and bonds in railroad and other companies when they were in position to favor these companies by voting for certain laws. A Western governor was impeached for embezzlement. The President of the United States and his family received gifts and loans from financiers. Consolidation of railway systems began with fighting, stealing and cheating. The New York Central was financed. The Erie went through an extraordinary series of manipulations in which millions were spent, judges were bought and members of the legislature were bribed. The new method of stock watering came into use, by which actual invested capital was doubled and trebled in face value by issuing stock, and the public was compelled to pay fabulous interest on fictitious investments. When the annals of this republic show the disgrace and censure of a vice president, a late Speaker of the House of Representatives marketing his rulings as a presiding officer, 3 senators profiting secretly by their votes as lawmakers, 5 chairmen of the leading committees of the late House of Representatives exposed in jobbery, a late Secretary of the Treasury forcing balances in the public accounts, a late Attorney General misappropriating public funds, a Secretary of the Navy enriched or enriching friends by percentages levied off the profits of contracts with his departments, an ambassador to England censured in a dishonourable speculation, the President's private secretary barely escaping conviction upon trial for guilty complicity in frauds upon the revenue, a Secretary of War impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors. The demonstration is complete. Point 1. All this was not simply the corruption of the Republican Party, as some writers insist. It ran across all lines of party and geography, it embraced all sections, classes, and races. It was the disgrace of a whole nation. The slime of this era of theft and corruption, which engulfed the nation, did not pass by the South. Legislators and public officials were bribed. Black men and white men were eager to get rich. In every Southern state, white members of the old planting aristocracy were part and parcel of the new thieving and grafting. But the South did not lay the blame of all this on war and poverty, and weak human nature, or on the wretched example of the whole nation. No. After first blaming greedy and vengeful Northerners and then holding up to public execration those Southerners who accepted Negro suffrage, the South, finally, with almost complete unity, named the Negro as the main cause of Southern corruption. They said, and reiterated this charge, until it became history, that the cause of dishonesty during Reconstruction was the fact that 4 million disfranchised black laborers, after 250 years of exploitation, had been given a legal right to have some voice in their own government, in the kinds of goods they would make and the sort of work they would do, and in the distribution of the wealth which they created. Throughout the North, reaction followed, directed mainly at 2 impossible goals. First, to re-establish old standards of honesty in a new field. Property was taking new forms and called for a new morality, not a re-establishment of the old. Secondly, an attempt was made to curb production by breaking down tariff walls, the monopoly of raw materials and the privileges of special laws and exclusive techniques. But this was also difficult if not impossible so long as the rewards of monopoly and privilege were so spectacular and the powers bestowed so tremendous. Thus the old dictatorship carried on by property interests failed, while at the same time a new super-dictatorship arose. The dictatorship of property, as represented by the wild freebooting from the close of the war to the panic, had proven to many minds that free competition in industry was not going to bring proper control and development. Far from turning toward any conception of dictatorship of the proletariat, of surrendering power either into the hands of labor or of the trustees of labor, the new plan was to concentrate into a trusteeship of capital a new and far-reaching power which would dominate the government of the United States. This was not a petty bourgeois development, following the overthrow of agrarian feudalism in the South. It was, on the contrary, a new feudalism based on monopoly, but not monopoly of the agricultural possibilities of the land so much as of its wealth in raw material, in copper, iron, oil, and coal, particularly monopoly of the transportation of these commodities on new public iron roads privately sequestered, and finally, of the manufacture of goods by new machines and privileged technique. This new feudalism was destined to crush the small capitalist as ruthlessly as it controlled labor, and even before the Panic of 1873, it was beginning to consolidate its power. The copper of Michigan, the coal, steel, and oil of Pennsylvania, came under control, and at the same time the bankers and financiers began to bend the manufacturers and the railroads to their will by their monopoly of investment capital and direction of its distribution, which they secured by guaranteeing income to small investors. Great corporations, through their control of new capital, began to establish a super-government. On the one hand, they crushed the robber barons, the thieves, and the grafters, and thus appeased those of the old school who demanded the old standards of personal honesty. Secondly, they made treaty with the petty bourgeoisie by guaranteeing them reasonable and certain income from their investments, while they gradually deprived them of real control in industry. And finally, they made treaty with labor by dealing with it as a powerful, determined unit and dividing it up into skilled union labor, with which the new industry shared profit in the shape of a higher wage and other privileges, and a great reservoir of common and foreign labor which it kept at work at low wages with the threat of starvation and with police control. This control of supercapital and big business was being developed during the 10 years of Southern Reconstruction and was dependent and consequent upon the failure of democracy in the South, just as it fattened upon the perversion of democracy in the North. And when once the control of industry by big business was certain through consolidation and manipulation that included both North and South, big business shamelessly deserted, not only the Negro, but the cause of democracy, not only in the South, but in the North. To the leaders of the Republican Revolt of 1872, big business offered law and order, greater efficiency of the businessman in politics and security of salaries and investment. To the insurgent West, it offered combinations which would give lower railway rates, wider and better markets and rising land values. To the South, it offered the withdrawal of the National Army and the restoration of political control to property. Before this dominant power the meaning of party designations faded. When the old Democratic Party secured a majority in Congress in 1874, the majority sat under the dictatorship of big business. When the Republicans were seated in 1876, the empire of industry was completed. To the student of government who fastens his attention chiefly on politics, the years 1866 to 1876 were years when the power of the national government remained exclusively democratic, with ultimate control in the hands of the mass of citizens who had the right to vote. But the student who realizes that human activity is chiefly exercised in earning a living and, thus, particularly in the present industrial age, the actions of groups and governments have to do mainly with income, this student will see that the Civil War brought anarchy in the basic economic activities which were gradually hammered and forced into a new and vast monarchy of tremendous power and almost miraculous accomplishment. Forms of democratic government went on, but they were almost fantastic in their travesty on real popular control. Industrial freebooters and bandits, now as lone and picturesque masked highwaymen, now hunting in packs and mercenary armies, gripped and guided the efforts of a vast nation to get rich after the indiscriminate murder and destruction of 4 years' war. All this led to disaster which threatened the industrial machine. Those who still believed in democracy came to the rescue and saw salvation, in the North as in the South, in universal suffrage. In the South, universal suffrage could not function without personal freedom, land, and education, and until these institutions were real and effective, only a benevolent dictatorship in the ultimate interests of labor, black and white, could establish democracy. In the North, democracy ceased to function because of corruption and bribery, the open buying of elections, low and selfish ideals, and officials chosen to misgovern in the interest of industrial freebooters. The Party of Democracy saw salvation in increased freedom of industrial competition through the uprooting of tariff-nurtured monopoly and civil service reform which would replace knavery and selfishness by character and ideal in public office. Then, with an electorate of growing intelligence, democracy would truly function. But the electorate, despite schools and churches, was not intelligent, it was provincial and bigoted, thinned by poverty-stricken and ignorant peasant laborers from abroad, and impregnated with the idea that individual wealth spelled national prosperity, and particularly with the American assumption of equal economic opportunity for all, which persisted in the face of facts. Only a vast and single-eyed dictatorship of the nation could guide us up from murder in the South and robbery and cheating in the North into a nation whose infinite resources would be developed in the interest of the mass of the nation, that is, of the laboring poor. Dictatorship came, and it came to guide the industrial development of the nation by an assumption of irresponsible monarchical power such as enthroned the Caesars, by methods of efficiency of accomplishment and control never surpassed among so many millions of men. But the object of this new American industrial empire, so far as that object was conscious and normative, was not national well-being, but the individual gain of the associated and corporate monarchs through the power of vast profit on enormous capital investment, through the efficiency of an industrial machine that bought the highest managerial and engineering talent and used the latest and most effective methods and machines in a field of unequaled raw material and endless market demand. That this machine might use the profit for the general weal was possible and in cases true. But the uplift and well-being of the mass of men, of the cohorts of common labor, was not its ideal or excuse. Profit, income, uncontrolled power in my business for my property and for me, this was the aim and method of the new monarchical dictatorship that displaced democracy in the United States in 1876. Part and parcel of this system was the emancipated South. Property control, especially of land and labor, had always dominated politics in the South, and after the war, it set itself to put labor to work at a wage approximating as nearly as possible slavery conditions, in order to restore capital lost in the war. On the other hand, labor was in open revolt by army desertions, by the general strike and arming of black labor, by government employment through the Army and the Freedmen's Bureau, but its revolt could only be shown by refusal to work under the old conditions, and it had neither permanent organization nor savings to sustain it in such a fight. Into this situation, Northern capital projected itself through the agency of the so-called carpetbagger. The carpetbagger tried to stimulate production on the Northern model. He offered the laborer higher wages and yielded him political power. He tried to establish wide systems of transportation and to exploit new raw materials. His efforts involved the same overthrow of old standards of honesty and integrity prevalent in the North, and this was emphasized in the South by the post-war bitterness and war losses of capital. The orgy of graft, dishonesty, and theft, North and South, was of the same pattern and involved the same sorts of people, those scrambling to share in the distribution of new goods and services which the new industry in the North and the restoration of the old agriculture in the South poured out, and those trying to get legal titles to the new forms of property and income which were arising. The South, however, had two peculiar elements: a capitalist class deprived of most of its capital except land, and a new class of free black labor with the right to vote. Into the hands of this body of labor, the North had been compelled by the intransigence of the planters themselves to place a tremendous dictatorship, and this dictatorship of labor was gradually being set to change the whole pattern of distribution of wealth. But Southern labor was thinking in terms of land and crops and the old forms of wealth, and was but dimly conscious of the new industry and the new wealth. The landholder, therefore, in the South, was caught in a curious vice. Impoverished by the war, he found labor in control of the remaining parts of his wealth and determined to distribute it for the uplift of the mass of men. He found carpetbaggers encouraging this by yielding to the political power of laborers, and manipulating that power so as to put into the hands of carpetbaggers the new wealth arising from corporations, railroads, and industries. He found the carpetbagger trying to raise the capital necessary for new investment through spending money borrowed by the state, and thus increasing the taxation on him which already new social legislation on behalf of the laborers had increased. The result was that a scramble ensued in the South as mad as that in the North, but different, more fundamental, more primitive. It had been insistently and firmly believed by the best thought of the South: 1. That the Negro could not work as a free laborer; 2. That the Negro could not really be educated, being congenitally inferior; 3. That if political power were given to Negroes it would result virtually in the overthrow of civilization. Now, it is quite clear that during the period we are studying, the results failed to prove these assumptions. First of all, the Negro did work as a free laborer. Slowly but certainly the tremendous losses brought on by the Civil War were restored, and restoration, as compared with other great wars, was comparatively rapid. By 1870, the Cotton Kingdom was re-established, and by 1875, the South knew that with cheap labor and freedom from government control, it was possible for individuals to reap large profit in the old agriculture and in new industry. The restoration of Southern industry varied according to crops and conditions. The cotton crop, for instance, which was 2,469,093 in 1850 and leaped to the high mark of 5,387,052 in 1860, dropped to 3,011,996 in 1870, but had surpassed by 1880 the high mark of 1860 by reaching 5,755,359 bales and then went on to 10, 12, and 14 million bales. The sugar production did not recover as quickly, but its decline began before the war. There were 247 million pounds raised in 1850, 230 million in 1860, and only 87 million in 1870, but by 1880, it had reached 178 million and from then kept on its path of recovery. Tobacco was at 434 million pounds in 1860 and 472 million pounds in 1880. The production of corn had recovered by 1880 and the average value of livestock on farms had very nearly recovered by 1870. The production of wool in the south did not greatly decline and had rapidly recovered by 1880. Rice continued a decline begun before the war from 215 million pounds in 1850 to 178 million in 1860. 73 million in 1870, and up to 110 million in 1880. It is true that after the war a larger and larger proportion of white laborers was in part responsible for the increased crops. But this simply proved that emancipating one class of laborers emancipated all and was to the credit of abolition. Nevertheless, the free black laborer was the main constituent labor force in the South and as such, largely responsible for results. The land holdings in the South decreased, showing a tendency toward peasant proprietorship. The average acreage of 335 acres in 1860 fell to 214 acres in 1870 and 153 acres in 1880. The increase in the value of machinery and implements per acre, while not as great, showed gradual progress. The average value of farmland did not recover from its high speculative value of 1860 until 30 years later, but on the other hand, its decrease in value, 1860 to 1870, was not large. The land, for instance, in 1870 in the South, was worth more in average value per acre, including improvements and livestock, than in 1850. The testimony of unprejudiced visitors as to the work of the Negro as a free laborer during these days is practically unanimous. Nordhoff said in 1875, "The Negro in the main is industrious, free labor is an undoubted success in the South. The Negro works, he raises cotton and corn, sugar and rice, and it is infinitely to his credit that he continues to do so, and according to universal testimony, works more steadfastly and effectively this year than ever before since 1865, in spite of the political hurly-burly in which he has lived for the last 10 years." 2. Summers said, "The testimony generally borne of the Negro is that they work readily when regularly paid. Wherever I have consulted an effective employer, whether in the manufacturing works of Richmond or on the farms and plantations, such is the opinion, with little variation, that has been given. The testimony borne of the Negroes by candid and substantial people is that, while they do not afford the supply of steady labor necessary, and there is room for more of them, or of more efficient laborers, they are doing much better than was expected before emancipation. That the Negroes are improving, and many of them rising under freedom into a very comfortable and civilized condition, is not only admitted in all the upper circles of society, but would strike even a transient wayfarer like myself in the great number of decent colored men of the laboring class and of happy colored families that one meets. 3. Manufactures began to develop in the South. The manufacture of pig iron assumed importance in Alabama in 1874 and the output arose from $64,000 to $1,405,000 in 1875. The manufacture of cotton goods increased in North and South Carolina. The number of mills in South Carolina was 270 in 1860 and 720 in 1880. The railroad mileage southeast of the Mississippi was 8,838 miles in 1860 and 11,501 in 1870. West of the Mississippi the growth was even larger. In every southern state, 1860 to 1866, the railroad mileage increased, sometimes only slightly, as from 973 to 1007 in South Carolina and from 1420 to 1502 in Georgia, but all these figures include the rebuilding of railroads destroyed during the war. White labor was of increased importance in these lines, but colored labor was never negligible. With regard to education, the testimony is equally clear. Grant that the Negro began as almost totally illiterate, the increase in schools and education, largely by his own initiative, is one of the most extraordinary developments of modern days and will be treated more in detail in the next chapter. It is enough to say here that the question as to whether American Negroes were capable of education was no longer a debatable one in 1876. The whole problem was simply one of opportunity. The third problem, of the Negro's use of his political power, was not so clear because it involved matters of norm and ideal. Whose civilization, whose culture, whose comfort, was involved? The Negro certainly did not attempt to overthrow civilization in the sense of attacking the fundamental morals and habits of modern life. Sir George Campbell said in 1879, "During the last dozen years the Negroes have had a very large share of political education. Considering the troubles and the ups and downs that they have gone through, it is, I think, wonderful how beneficial this education has been to them, and how much these people, so lately in the most debased condition of slavery, have acquired independent ideas, and, far from lapsing into anarchy, have become citizens with ideas of law and property and order. The white serfs of European countries took hundreds of years to rise to the level which these Negroes adopted in America. 4. Before I went south I certainly expected to find that the southern states had been for a time a sort of pandemonium in which a white man could hardly live. Yet it certainly was not so. When I went to South Carolina I thought there at least I must find great social disturbances, and in South Carolina I went to the county of Beaufort, the blackest part of the state in point of population, and that in which black rule has been most complete and has lasted longest. It has the reputation of being a sort of black paradise, and per contra, I rather expected a sort of white hell. There I thought I should see a rough Liberia, where blacks ruled roughshod over the whites. To my great surprise I found exactly the contrary. At no place that I have seen are the relations of the two races better and more peaceable. All the best houses are in the occupation of the whites, almost all the trades, professions, and leading occupations. White girls go about freely and pleasantly as if no black had ever been in power. Here the blacks still control the elections and send their representatives to the state assembly. In Mississippi alone did I find politicians silly enough to talk about the superiority of the Caucasian race, and the natural incapacity of the Negro for self-government, but even there the best Republicans told that these noisy Democratic demagogues were but a small, though aggressive, and not unpowerful, minority. 5. Sir George Campbell, however, makes one interesting observation. Not only is the Negro labor excellent, but also there is among the Southern proprietors and leading men accustomed to black labor, and not so used to whites, a disposition greatly to rely on black labor as a conservative element, securing them against the dangers and difficulties which they see arising from the combinations and violence of the white laborers in some of the northern states, and on this ground the blacks are cherished and protected by democratic statesmen, who now hold power in the South. 6. If we include in morals and culture the prevailing manner of holding and distributing wealth, then the sudden enfranchisement of a mass of laborers threatens fundamental and far-reaching change, no matter what their race or color. It was this that the South feared and had reason to fear. Economic revolution did not come immediately. Negro labor was ignorant, docile, and conservative. But it was beginning to learn, it was beginning to assert itself. It was beginning to have radical thoughts as to the distribution of land and wealth. If now it is true that the enfranchisement of black labor in the South did not crush industry but gave the South a working class capable of being trained in intelligence and did not disturb the essential bases of civilization, what is the indictment, the bitter and deep-seated indictment brought against the Negro voter? The indictment rests upon this unquestioned fact: property in the South had its value cut in half during the Civil War. This meant that property was compelled, after the war, not simply to attempt to restore its losses, but to bear a burden of social expense largely because of the widened duties of the state and the greatly increased citizenship due to emancipation and enfranchisement. The bitter conflict, therefore, which followed the enfranchisement of Negro labor and of white labor, came because impoverished property holders were compelled by the votes of poor men to bear a burden which meant practically confiscation of much of that property which remained to them, and were denied opportunity to exploit labor in the future as they had in the past. It was not, then, that the postbellum South could not produce wealth with free labor, it was the far more fundamental question as to whom this wealth was to belong to and for whose interests laborers were to work. There is no doubt that the object of the black and white labor vote was gradually conceived as one which involved confiscating the property of the rich. This was a program that could not be openly avowed by intelligent men in 1870, but it has become one of the acknowledged functions of the state in 1933, and it is quite possible that long before the end of the 20th century, the deliberate distribution of property and income by the state on an equitable and logical basis will be looked upon as the state's prime function. Put all these facts together and one gets a clear idea, not of the failure of Negro suffrage in the South, but of the basic difficulty which it encountered, and the results are quite consistent with a clear judgment that Negro and white labor ought to have had the right to vote, that they ought to have tried to change the basis of property and redistribute income, and that their failure to do this was a disaster to democratic government in the United States. To men like Charles Sumner, the future of democracy in America depended on bringing the Southern Revolution to a successful close by accomplishing two things: the making of the black freedmen really free, and the sweeping away of the animosities due to the war. What liberalism did not understand was that such a revolution was economic and involved force. Those who against the public will have power cannot be expected to yield save to superior power. The North used its power in the Civil War to break the political power of the slave barons. During and after the war, it united its force with that of the workers to uproot the still vast economic power of the planters. It hoped with the high humanitarianism of Charles Sumner eventually to induce the planter to surrender his economic power peacefully, in return for complete political amnesty, and hoped that the North would use its federal police power to maintain the black man's civil rights in return for peaceful industry and increasing intelligence. But Charles Sumner did not realize, and that other Charles Karl Marx had not yet published Das Kapital to prove to men that economic power underlies politics. Abolitionists failed to see that after the momentary exaltation of war, the nation did not want Negroes to have civil rights, and that national industry could get its way easier by alliance with Southern landholders than by sustaining Southern workers. They did not know that when they let the dictatorship of labor be overthrown in the South, they surrendered the hope of democracy in America for all men. Doggedly to the end of his days and with his dying breath, Charles Sumner strove for his peaceful revolutionary ideal. As early as 1870, he had tried to have the names of Civil War battles taken from the Army Register and the regimental colors. He introduced the matter in Congress again in 1872. He was unsuccessful, and not only that, he was publicly censured by his own Massachusetts legislature. When Congress met in the fall of 1871, Sumner made his last effort to carry his Civil Rights Bill. The first Civil Rights Bill of April 9, 1866, after varied experience in the courts, was superseded by the first section of the 14th Amendment. The present bill was aimed at the North as well as the South, and Sumner proposed to secure equality of civil rights to colored people and prohibit discrimination against them in railroads, theaters, hotels, schools, cemeteries, and churches, and in serving as jurors. He presented a series of petitions favoring the bill and tried to make action on the bill a condition of adjournment. Finally, he sought to make the pressure for reconciliation with the South a part of his movement for civil rights. He therefore moved his Civil Rights Bill as an amendment to the Amnesty Bill which had been passed in the House. He thought the two measures should be associated in history, the one an act of justice, and the other an act of generosity, and it was his opinion, not however, justified by the result, that the desire for amnesty was so strong that when once his civil rights measure had been incorporated in it, the bill thus amended would pass by a 2/3 vote. His amendment was lost in Committee of the Whole by a single vote, and moving it again after the bill was reported, he said, "I entreat senators over the way the Democrats who really seek reconciliation now to unite in this honest effort. Give me an opportunity to vote for this bill. I long to do it. Gladly would I reach out the olive branch, but I know no way in which that can be done unless you begin by justice to the colored race." 7. Colored people held meetings to popularize the measure, but there was no wide interest in it. After the Christmas recess, Sumner made his final appeal. "I make this appeal also for the sake of peace, so that at last there shall be an end of slavery, and the rights of the citizen shall be everywhere under the equal safeguard of national law. There is beauty in art, in literature, in science, and in every triumph of intelligence, all of which I covet for my country, but there is a higher beauty still in relieving the poor, in elevating the downtrodden, and being a succor to the oppressed. There is true grandeur in an example of justice, making the rights of all the same as our own, and beating down prejudice, like Satan, under our feet. Humbly do I pray that the Republic may not lose this great prize, or postpone its enjoyment." 8. He read documents, letters, and newspaper extracts to show the necessity for the bill. The galleries were filled with colored people. But industry and the new finance looked askance. Their attitude toward the abolition democracy was plainly expressed in 1876 by Henry Cook, brother of J. Cook, the great banker. "You know how I have felt for a long time in regard to the course of the ultra-infidelic radicals like Wade, Sumner, Stevens etc. genus. They were dragging the Republican Party into all sorts of isms and extremes. Their policy was one of bitterness, hate and wild agrarianism. These reckless demagogues have had their day and the time has come for wiser counsel. With Wade uttering agrarian doctrines in Kansas and fanning the flames of vulgar prejudices, trying to array labor against capital and pandering to the basest passions, with Butler urging wholesale conscription throughout the South and wholesale repudiation throughout the North. With Stevens, advocating the idea of a flood of irredeemable paper money, with Pomeroy and Wade and Sprague and a host of others clamoring for the unsexing of woman, the load was too heavy for any party to carry. 9. Even Schurz did not sympathize with Sumner and said little during the debate. Sumner pushed the bill throughout the session, but despite his efforts the bill failed. Another bill came from the House 3 months later but was lost by a Senate vote. Just after that, Sumner again sought to attach his civil rights proviso to the amnesty bill. He lost in the Committee of the Whole by a single vote. He placed the Civil Rights Bill on the calendar with the Amnesty Bill, but his strategy was finally defeated by a ruse, and the Amnesty Bill passed without the Civil Rights Bill. On the first day of the new Congress, December 1873, Sumner pressed two measures, a National Civil Rights Bill and a bill for equal rights in the schools of the District of Columbia. He traced, in debate, the history of the Civil Rights Bill from 1870 to 1874, when he made his last appeal. The bill was not reported until after his death, and then Senator Frelinghuysen said, "Would that the author of the measure were here to present and defend it. To our view it would have been becoming that he, who was in the forum the leader of the grandest victory of the 19th century in the Western Hemisphere, the victory of freedom over slavery, should have completed the work he so efficiently aided." But it was otherwise decreed. 10. It passed the Senate but was not voted on in the House. In February 1875, a new House bill omitting schools and cemeteries became a law. In 1883, the Supreme Court pronounced this law unconstitutional. Sumner passed before the effect of the new alignment of big business on the Southern situation was clear. He was taken ill in March 1874, at his deathbed stood three Negroes, Frederick Douglass, George T. Downing and Sumner Wormley, together with distinguished senators and officials. 3 times he said hoarsely and in a tone of earnest entreaty, "You must take care of the Civil Rights Bill, my bill, the Civil Rights Bill, don't let it fail." This was his last public message. Point 11. Frederick Douglass led his funeral procession and colored soldiers guarded his body at the State House in Boston. So died, as Sherman said, the foremost man in the civil service of the United States. William Lloyd Garrison had written, "Your blood staining the floor of the Senate chamber, was the blood of a martyr, now it is given to you to wear a martyr's crown. This is no human, but divine triumph, this is not in the wisdom of man, but in the power of God." Point 12. The dream of democracy died hard. The final ratification of the 15th Amendment brought a special message from President Grant, March 30, 1870, which has a curious historical significance. Such notification is unusual, but I deem a departure from the usual custom justifiable. A measure which makes at once 4 millions of people voters, who were heretofore declared by the highest tribunal in the land not citizens of the United States, nor eligible to become so, with the assertion that, at the time of the Declaration of Independence, the opinion was fixed and universal in the civilized portion of the white race, regarded as an axiom in morals as well as in politics, that black men had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, is indeed a measure of grander importance than any other one act of the kind from the foundation of our free government to the present day. Blaine, who preeminently represented that northern plutocracy which was throttling democracy, still spoke with the voice of wisdom. The 15th article of amendment to the Constitution, now pending and about to be adopted, would confirm the colored man's elective franchise and add the right of holding office. One of the senators just admitted from Mississippi in advance of the ratification on the amendment, Hiram R. Revels, was a colored man of respectable character and intelligence. He sat in the seat which Jefferson Davis had wrathfully deserted to take up arms against the Republic and become the ruler of a hostile government. Poetic justice, historic revenge, personal retribution were all complete when Mr. Revels' name was called on the roll of the Senate. But his presence, while demonstrating the extent to which the assertion of equal rights had been carried, served to increase and stimulate the Southern resistance to the whole system of Republican Reconstruction. Those who anxiously had studied the political situation in the South could see how unequal the contest would be and how soon the men who organized the rebellion would again wield the political power of their states, wield it lawfully if they could, but unlawfully if they must, peaceably if that would suffice, but violently if violence in their judgment became necessary. Point 13. The reform movement in the North which Sumner joined was abortive. First, it split the combination of industry and abolition democracy which had won the Civil War and reconstructed the South, and it threatened to put the Copperhead Democratic Party back in power. This latter party had not only supported the South against the East in the Civil War, but had fought the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and now was seeking to unite with the radical West. The abolition democracy itself was largely based on property, believed in capital and formed in effect a powerful petty bourgeoisie. It believed in democratic government but only under a general dictatorship of property. Most of the leaders of the revolt of 1872 in the North lived on investments or received salaries from investments. They did not believe in a democratic movement which would confiscate and redistribute property, except possibly in an extreme case like slavery. But even here, while they seized stolen property in human bodies, they never could bring themselves to countenance the redistribution of property in land and tools, which rested in fact on no less defensible basis. Not only, then, did the property complaint of the South fall on their sensitive and responsive ears, they were the more aroused at familiar complaints of theft and corruption in public office because this was precisely the thing they were fighting in the North. They found themselves in dilemma. They could not join the ex-slave Democratic Party and repudiate their own investments in government bonds and industry. They could not maintain further political alliance with the industrial and political order eventually responsible for the Credit Mobilier, the Whiskey Ring and the Gold Corner. Their logical path lay toward organized labor, leading to a combination of Eastern intellectuals, Western peasant farmers and the great army of labor. But the Panic of 1873 altered the face of society. The era of business depression which followed helped this consolidation of industrial control in a few hands. The Panic of 1873 changed, too, the history of the South. Already, in 1870, the Republicans had lost their two-thirds majority in Congress, and in 1874, for the first time in 20 years, the Democrats had a majority in the House of Representatives. They looked forward confidently to controlling the nation in 1876. Even in the face of catastrophe, the North had moral courage and the spirit of faith among large numbers of its best citizens. The history of abolition is full proof of this. But sacrifice must build on faith. A saving nucleus of the North believed in the Negro from experience and study, but this same class had lost faith in democratic methods in the North. The experience with the Irish in Massachusetts and New York, misgovernment, crime, and dirt in the great industrial cities, were attributed to the laboring masses. How could they rightly exercise the power to rule? New England lost faith in democracy and cherished something like a race hatred for the Irish. Her Puritan past kept her just. She gave them schools, she refused discriminatory laws in religion, but she doubted, and even if she knew the end was mass rule, it was a long, bitter way, and a crisis was already here. The system of capital and private profit smashed in 1873, and all property and investment were in dire danger. Labor was at the edge of starvation, and democracy and universal suffrage could function only through revolution. But a new savior appeared. Already industry had been undergoing a process of integration, alliance, and imperial domination. Instead of lawless freebooters, there were appearing a few strong purposeful kings with vast power of finance and technique in their hands. They promised law and order, they promised safe income on a sure property base with neither speculative bubbles nor criminal aggression. In other words, a new empire of industry was offering to displace capitalistic anarchy and form a dictatorship of capital to guide and repress universal suffrage. The conquest of the new industry in the ranks of labor was quick and certain. The growth of the National Labor Union into a labor party along Marxist lines, which had been developing from the close of the war, began to become petty bourgeois. It began to fight for capital and interest and the right of the upper class of labor to share in the exploitation of common labor. The Negro as a common laborer belonged, therefore, not in but beneath the white American labor movement. Craft and race unions spread. The better paid, skilled and intelligent American labor formed itself into closed guilds and, in combination with capitalist guild masters, extorted fair wages which could be raised by negotiation. Foreign-born and Negro labor was left outside and tried several times, but in vain, to start a class-conscious labor movement. Skilled labor proceeded to share in the exploitation of the reservoir of low-paid common labor, and no strikes nor violence by overcrowded competing beggars for subsistence could move the industrial machine so long as engineers and skilled labor kept it going. To be sure, the skilled labor guilds and capital had bitter disputes and even open fighting, but they fought to share profit from labor and not to eliminate profit. Big business with high-salaried engineers, well-paid skilled labor and a mass of voiceless common labor then offered terms to the nation. Profiteering, graft and theft had run wild in the North under the extreme individualism of post-war industry. Northern business had protected its monopoly by high tariff, profit from investments in railroad and government bonds, and new ventures. It had held its political power by the 14th Amendment and Reconstruction Acts. But its dominion and advance were threatened by loss of all moral standards, cutthroat competition, political revolt threatened, which might result in lowering the tariff, attacking the banking and money system, and strengthening government control of business freedom. One way to forestall this was to effect inner control and coordination of business by centralizing the control of the power of capital, regaining the confidence of investors by sure and steady income, and driving from power the irregular banditti and highwaymen of industry. Fortunately for them, the Panic of 1873 checked the reform movement of 1872, and delivered the country into the power of the great financiers without seriously breaking the power of capital. Reform became liberal, attacking theft and graft, and calling for freedom of the South from military control. Thus, the radical revolution of controlling capital and forcing recognition of the rights of labor by government control was lost sight of. Labor war ensued in the North, and serfdom was established in the South. But what of the South in this development? The planters had expected Negro governments to fall in confusion at the very beginning of the attempted dictatorship of labor. This did not happen. Writing in the American Historical Review, I said, "In legislation covering property, the wider functions of the state, the punishment of crime and the like, it is sufficient to say that the laws on these points established by Reconstruction legislatures were not only different from and even revolutionary to the laws in the older South, but they were so wise and so well suited to the needs of the New South that in spite of a retrogressive movement following the overthrow of the Negro governments, the mass of this legislation, with elaboration and development, still stands on the statute books of the South." Reconstruction constitutions, practically unaltered, were kept in Florida, 1868–1885, 17 years. Virginia, 1870–1902, 32 years. South Carolina, 1868–1895, 27 years. Mississippi, 1868–1890, 22 years. Even in the case of states like Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, and Louisiana, which adopted new constitutions to signify the overthrow of Negro rule, the new constitutions are nearer the model of the Reconstruction document than they are to the previous constitutions. They differ from the Negro constitutions in minor details but very little in general conception. Besides this, there stands on the statute books of the South today law after law passed between 1868 and 1876, and which has been found wise, effective, and worthy of preservation. 14. This compels us to begin with the fact that the basic difficulty with the South after the war was poverty, a depth of grinding poverty not easily conceivable even in these days of depression. In the first place, it goes without saying that the emancipated slave was poor, he was desperately poor, and poor in a way that we do not easily grasp today. He was, and always had been, without money and, except for his work in the Union Army, had no way of getting hold of cash. He could ordinarily get no labor contract that involved regular or certain payments of cash. He was without clothes and without a home. He had no way to rent or build a home. Food had to be begged or stolen, unless in some way he could get hold of land or go to work, and hired labor would, if he did not exercise the greatest care and get honest advice, result in something that was practically slavery. These conditions, of course, while true for the mass of freedmen, did not apply to workers in the army, artisans, or laborers in cities and others who had exceptional chances to obtain work for cash at something like decent rates. The white worker, in the mass, was equally poverty-stricken, except that he did usually hold, as a squatter, some land, and emancipation gave him better chance to hire his labor in cities. Finally, there were the impoverished planters, merchants, and professional men who came out of the war with greatly reduced income and resources. In this setting of poverty, as nearly universal as one could have under modern conditions, must come the effort to set up a new state, and it is clear to the unprejudiced observer that no matter who had conducted that state, if there had been no Negro or other alien elements in the land, if there had been no universal suffrage, there would have been bitter dissatisfaction, widespread injustice, and vast transfer of wealth involving stealing and corruption. The freedman sought eagerly, after the war, property and income. He believed that his condition was not his own fault but due to theft on a mighty scale. He demanded reimbursement and redress sufficient for a decent livelihood. This came partially from the federal government, from religious bodies, and in one lamentable case, the new industry reached forth a careless helping hand, expecting profit from the venture. No more extraordinary and disreputable venture ever disgraced American business disguised as philanthropy than the Freedmen's Bank, a chapter in American history which most Americans naturally prefer to forget. The organization of the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company has been called one of the few sensible attempts made at the close of the Civil War to assist the ex-slave 15 during the Civil War, and when colored soldiers became numerous, the matter of their savings became of importance and military savings banks were created at Norfolk, Virginia, and at Beaufort, South Carolina. At the same time there were various sums of money held by the departments of Negro Affairs in the different Army headquarters of the South. General Banks established a bank for Negroes at New Orleans in 1864, and General Butler and General Saxton in South Carolina established banks. Several efforts in 1865 were made to organize permanent savings banks. An Army paymaster, A.M. Sperry, hoped to absorb the banks at Norfolk, Virginia, and Beaufort, South Carolina, and in New Orleans, Negroes planned a labor bank. In January 1865, Alvord arranged a meeting of a number of interested persons and businessmen in New York, and the result was a bill to incorporate the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company introduced into the Senate, February 13, 1865. Another bill was introduced into the House and the name of Chief Justice Chase added as a trustee. These bills were combined and passed and Lincoln signed the law, March 3. He said, "This bank is just what the freedmen need," at the same time that he signed the bill creating the Freedmen's Bureau. The incorporators and trustees of the bank included Peter Cooper, William Cullen Bryant, A. Lowe, Garrett Smith, John J. S. G. Howe, George L. Stearns, Edward Atkinson and Chief Justice Chase. The business was confined to the Negro race and at least two-thirds of the deposits must be invested in United States securities. For a while, the success of the Freedmen's Savings Bank was phenomenal and the deposits extraordinarily encouraging. They came from day laborers, house servants, farmers, mechanics, and washerwomen, and the proverbial thriftlessness of the Negro seemed about to be disproven. North as well as South, the whites were agreeably surprised. Gradually difficulties developed. On the one hand, in the North, the bank was regarded as a philanthropy and not worth the careful control and oversight of those who had loaned their names to it. The Southern state governments began to oppose the branch banks because they were a sort of national system not under local control and took money away from local communities. The white banks were not disposed to cooperate, and were often unfair, while the white planter regarded the Freedmen's Bank as part of the Freedmen's Bureau and did everything possible to embarrass it and curtail its growth. Before 1871, there had been errors in the conduct of the bank and disregard of law. Indeed, it is not quite clear whether in the original charter the bank had any right to establish branches outside the District of Columbia. Soon the speculators of Washington were attracted by the assets of the bank and discovered how they were growing. These assets were, however, amply protected by provisions requiring investment mainly in government bonds. An amendment to the charter was introduced into Congress in 1870 which provided that one-half of the deposits invested in United States bonds might be invested in other notes and bonds secured by real estate mortgages. Immediately the pennies of poor black laborers were replaced by worthless notes. Money was loaned recklessly to the speculators in the District of Columbia. J. Cook and Company, the great bankers, borrowed $500,000, and this company and the First National Bank of Washington controlled the Freedmen's Bank between 1870 and 1873. Runs were started on the bank and then an effort was made to unload the whole thing on Frederick Douglass as a representative Negro. This was useless and the bank finally closed in June 1874. The Commission of Three which liquidated the Freedmen's Savings Bank paid depositors 30% and charged for their services $318,753. At the date of closing, so far as is known, there was due to depositors $2,993,790.68 in 61,144 accounts. This was never paid. The assets amounted to $32,089.35. The rest was represented by personal loans and loans on real estate which were practically uncollectible. The total business transacted by the Freedmen's Bank was extraordinary, considering that the bulk of its clientele had just emerged from slavery. Its total deposits at one time reached $57 million. Thus, the most promising effort to raise the financial status of the best and thriftiest of Negroes went down in the maelstrom of national corruption. It is difficult to overestimate the psychological effect of this failure upon Negro thrift. But after all, the amount of cash handled by the freedman was small, and by far the most pressing of his problems as a worker was that of land. This land hunger, this absolutely fundamental and essential thing to any real emancipation of the slaves, was continually pushed by all emancipated Negroes and their representatives in every Southern state. It was met by ridicule, by anger, and by dishonest and insincere efforts to satisfy it apparently. The Freedmen's Bureau had much Confederate property in its possession. But the seizure of abandoned estates in the South came as a measure to stop war and not as a plan for economic rebirth. Just as the slaves were enticed from the South in order to stop the aid which they could give to rebels, in the same way the land of masters who ran away or were absent aiding the rebellion was seized, and this large body of land was the nucleus of the proposal to furnish 40 acres to each emancipated slave family. The scheme was further advanced when Sherman, embarrassed by the number of Negroes who followed him from Atlanta to the sea and gathered around him in Savannah and South Carolina, as a war measure settled them upon the abandoned sea islands and the adjacent coast. Confiscated property was in some cases condemned or sold on order of the federal courts for unpaid taxes, and the title vested in the United States. Thus the Freedmen's Bureau came into possession of nearly 800,000 acres of farmland with control over it, except the right of sale. This land was in Virginia, Georgia, South Carolina, Louisiana, North Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee. There was very little in Alabama and Florida and none in Texas. The Bureau intended to divide up this land and allot it to the freedmen and the white refugees, but much of it was tied up with leases, and, after all, despite the large amount, there was never enough to give the freedmen alone an acre apiece. 1,000,000 acres among 1,000,000 farmers meant nothing, and from the beginning there was need of from 25 to 50 million acres more if the Negroes were to be installed as peasant farmers. Against any plan of this sort was the settled determination of the planter South to keep the bulk of Negroes as landless laborers and the deep repugnance on the part of Northerners to confiscating individual property. Even Thaddeus Stevens was not able to budge the majority of Northerners from this attitude. Added to this was the disinclination of the United States to add to its huge debt by undertaking any large and costly social adjustments after the war. To give land to free citizens smacked of paternalism. It came directly in opposition to the American assumption that any American could be rich if he wanted to, or at least well-to-do, and it stubbornly ignored the exceptional position of a freed slave. Indeed, it is a singular commentary on the attitude of the government to remember that the Freedmen's Bureau itself during the first year was financed not by taxation but by the toil of ex-slaves. The total amount of rents collected from lands in the hands of the Bureau, paid mostly by Negroes, amounted to $400,000. And curiously enough it was this rent that supported the Freedmen's Bureau during the first year. Surprise and ridicule has often been voiced concerning this demand of Negroes for land. It has been regarded primarily as a method of punishing rebellion. Motives of this sort may have been in the minds of some Northern whites, but so far as the Negroes were concerned, their demand for a reasonable part of the land on which they had worked for a quarter of a millennium was absolutely justified, and to give them anything less than this was an economic farce. On the other hand, to have given each one of the million Negro free families a 40-acre freehold would have made a basis of real democracy in the United States that might easily have transformed the modern world. The law of June 21, 1860, opened public land in Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Arkansas, and Florida, but comparatively few of the freedmen could take advantage of this offer. The Bureau gave some assistance in transporting families, but most of the Negroes had neither stock nor farm implements, and the whites in those localities bitterly opposed their settling. Only about 4,000 families out of nearly 4 million people acquired homes under this act. The Sherman Order gave rise to all sorts of difficulties. The Negroes were given only possessory titles. Then the owners came back and immediately there was trouble. The Negroes protested. What is the use of giving us freedom if we can't stay where we were raised and own our own house where we were born and our own piece of ground? It was on May 25, 1865, that Johnson in his proclamation of pardon had provided easy means whereby all property could be restored, except the land at Port Royal, which had been sold for taxes. General Howard came to Charleston to make arrangements, and the story is characteristic at first, said a witness. The people hesitated, but soon as the meaning struck them that they must give up their little homes and gardens and work for others, there was a general murmuring of dissatisfaction. 16. General Howard was called upon to address them, and to cover his own confusion and sympathy he asked them to sing. Immediately an old woman on the outskirts of the meeting began, "Nobody knows the trouble I've seen." Howard wept. 17. The colored landholders drew up an illiterate petition to Andrew Johnson, the poor white, expressing sad feelings over his decree, and begging for 1.5 acres of land each, but naturally nothing came of it, for President Johnson, forgetting his own pre-war declaration that the great plantations must be seized, and divided into small farms, declared that this land must be restored to its original owners, and this would be done if owners received a presidential pardon. The pardoning power was pushed and the land all over the South rapidly restored. Negroes were dispossessed, the revenue of the Bureau reduced, many schools had to be discontinued. The Bureau became no longer self-supporting and its whole policy was changed. In December 1865, the Bureau had 768,590 acres of land. In 1868, there were only 139,644 acres left, and much of this unimproved and unfertile. For a long time there still persisted the idea that the government was going to make a distribution of land. The rumor was that this was to be made January 1, 1865, and for months before that Negroes all over the South declined to make contracts for work and were accordingly accused of laziness and insubordination. The restoration of the lands not only deprived Negroes in various ways of a clear path toward livelihood, but greatly discouraged them and broke their faith in the United States government. These disappointments and discouragements did not for a moment stop the individual efforts of exceptional and lucky Negroes to get hold of land, and the cheapness of the land enabled them to make purchases on a considerable scale where they could get hold of a money wage. The land holdings of Negroes increased all over the South. In South Carolina, the gradual subdivision of the land showed that poor people, colored and white, were slowly getting hold of the divided plantations. Some 33,000 plantations were divided among 93,000 small farmers. Virginia Negroes acquired between 80,000 and 100,000 acres of land during the late 60s and early 70s. There were soon a few prosperous Negro farmers with 400 to 1,000 acres of land and some owners of considerable city property. Georgia Negroes had bought, by 1875, 396,658 acres of land, assessed at $1,263,902, and added to this they had town and city property assessed at $1,203,202. Of Arkansas in 1875, Nordhoff said, "Of the 40,000 Negro voters in the state, it is believed that at least 1 in 20 owns either a farm, or a house and lot in town." This would give but 2,000 such independent landholders, a small number, but yet a beginning, showing that, even amidst the intense and incessant political turmoil of the last 7 years, a part of the colored men have been persistently industrious and economical. 18. All this was the record of the exceptional and lucky freedmen. After all, they owned in 1870 less than 1/10 of the land which they ought to have possessed, and the wages of 9/10 of the black laborers were low and seldom paid in cash or with regularity. Wesley gives figures showing annual wages in southern states to have ranged from $89 to $150 in 1867 and 1868.19. On the other hand, this demand for land by government action and the increased disposition to vote public funds for the benefit of the pauperized masses incensed the planters. In every southern state, the South from 1868 to 1876 stressed more and more the anomaly of letting people who had no property vote away the wealth of the rich. The strongest statement of the case against the black legislature of South Carolina was that they paid almost no taxes upon property, they who for the most part had only had the right to hold property since 1866. This charge against the poor, frequent as it always is in democratic movements, is not valid. The first attempt of a democracy which includes the previously disfranchised poor is to redistribute wealth and income, and this is exactly what the Black South attempted. The theory is that the wealth and the current income of the wealthy ruling class does not belong to them entirely, but is the product of the work and striving of the great millions, and that, therefore, these millions ought to have a voice in its more equitable distribution, and if this is true in modern countries like France and England and Germany, how much more true was it in the South after the war, where the poorest class represented the most extreme case of theft of labor that the world can conceive, namely, chattel slavery? On the other hand, there is not the slightest doubt but that the South had a right to demand of the nation that the whole of the burden of this readjustment of wealth should not fall upon the planters, guilty as they were of supreme exploitation of labor. Their guilt was shared by the rest of the nation, just as the rest of the nation had for centuries shared the profits of the slave system. It would have been fair and just for the cost of emancipating the slaves and giving them land to be equitably shared by the whole of the United States. Moreover, the increased taxation of which the South so bitterly complained was not wholly for social uplift. It took mainly the form of 1. Restoration of injured property, 2. Restoration of capital investment, lost or injured, as in the case of the railroads, 3. The expense of a new system of public education, 4. The expense of carrying on a government with enlarged functions. Only the last two directly benefited the black worker. There had been a destruction and disappearance of invested capital through war and emancipation, which represented the greater part of the whole invested capital of the South except land. The value of the land decreased enormously because of the disappearance of slave labor and the destruction of a whole industrial system. Accurate figures are out of the question. A report to the House of Representatives, 42nd Congress, gives these estimates. The total assessed property of the South in 1860, including slaves, was $4,363,030,347.05. In 1870 it was $2,141,834,188.02, a loss of $1,634,105,341 in slaves and $586,990,218 in other property. 20 The total loss in the South by the war in property, assets, and debts, state and Confederate, has been estimated at $5,262,303,554.26. These were the losses of capital, but what of the losses of 9 million laborers, represented not so much by positive loss as by negative deprivation and exploitation for centuries? The 19th century assumed that universal suffrage would prevent the state from falling into the power of forces inimical to the masses. It might and did leave power in the hands of property and invested capital, but it left them less chance to oppress unduly the laboring class, in so far as that class was thrifty and intelligent. But suppose labor was not intelligent and had been so long enslaved that shiftlessness became a virtue? It seemed clear that in America and in all leading countries in the latter half of the 19th century the dictatorship of wealth and capital would be modified in some degree by reference to the will of the mass of laborers. In this way industrial peace and progress toward high standards of living for the masses would be secured without disturbing the basis of capitalistic production. Thus the guidance and dictatorship of capital for the object of private profit were not to be questioned or overthrown, but it must maintain that ascendancy by controlling the public opinion of the laboring class. This was accomplished and, on the whole, easily accomplished by the power to give and withhold employment from people who were without capital, the power to fix wages within certain wide limits, the power to influence public opinion through the prestige of wealth, news, and literature, and the power to dominate legislatures, courts, and offices of administration. The building and buttressing of the new and more powerful capitalistic imperialism was slow and difficult, and with purposeful leadership, labor could enormously curtail the power of capital and bring near a critical time when the dictatorship of capital must yield to a dictatorship of labor, when general well-being would replace individual profit as the object of industry. This was not so clear in detail in the middle of the 19th century as it is now. There were Democrats, like Sumner and Stevens, who sensed the new power which supercapital was beginning to assert over labor and particularly over universal suffrage. Still it seemed to them that the right to vote in the hands of the intelligent mass could dictate the form of any state that it wished. The difficulty was that the mass of labor and particularly black labor was not intelligent. They freely admitted, therefore, that while it would be better to give the right of suffrage only to those Negroes who were intelligent and particularly those who by economic opportunity would amass some little capital, nevertheless they felt that since the South compelled them to choose between universal suffrage and disfranchised landless labor in the control of landholders and capitalists, with increased political power based on the disfranchisement of labor, the right of suffrage even in the hands of the poor and ignorant gave better chance for ultimate economic justice than their disfranchisement. It was for this reason that they advocated universal suffrage for the emancipated slaves. They were offered no middle ground. There were in the South only spasmodic signs that any powerful body of public opinion was willing to admit the Negro to the right of suffrage, no matter how intelligent he became, or to admit white labor without nullifying its vote by giving to capital the power based on disfranchised blacks. Yet without some acceptance of a labor vote the modern state could not endure, and while the cost of introducing this sudden change in the South was great, yet the action of the dominant South left no alternative. It was either universal suffrage or modified slavery, and in either case, increased political power in the nation for the former slave oligarchy. Moreover, it is certain that unless the right to vote had been given the Negro by federal law in 1867, he would never have got it in America. There never has been a time since when race propaganda in America offered the slightest chance for colored people to receive American citizenship. There would have been, therefore, perpetuated in the South and in America, a permanently disfranchised mass of laborers, and the dictatorship of capital would, under those circumstances, have been even more firmly implanted than it is today. Certainly and naturally the slaves were far more ignorant and poverty-stricken than the mass of northern white laborers. A dictatorship of federal power was therefore set up in the first Freedmen's Bureau Bill, which would have furnished them land and schools and protected their civil and economic rights until they were ready for universal suffrage or had learned by using it. The bill, as finally passed, left out the provision for land and most of the provisions for education. The Negroes themselves continued to demand land when they were enfranchised by the Reconstruction Bill of 1867, but this evoked shrieks of anger from property in the South and apprehension from property in the North. There arose in the South an extraordinary situation which few scholars have studied in its economic aspects. First, there was black labor, in the main ignorant and poor, but with some leaders of intelligence, backed in part by the military power of the North. Secondly, there was white exploitation, which in the South had been based on the ownership of land and labor and which was now widely impoverished, but still left with most of the land, some capital and large social influence. There was in addition to these the mass of impoverished and ignorant white peasants and laborers. To this there were added a number of northern immigrants with smaller or larger amounts of capital. It is idle to speculate as to just how this situation could have been avoided. Of course, it would not have arisen if slavery had continued. Moreover, there would have been less evident catastrophe and turmoil immediately if slavery had been continued under another name, in accordance with the efforts of the Southern states under the Johnson Reconstruction Plan. But this simply meant a postponement of the trouble. Eventually the complete agrarian capitalistic system, based on the ownership of both land and labor, had to disappear from America and the world, and its disappearance had to spell revolution involving a vast transfer of capital and of political power. This revolution might have taken the form of annulling property in slaves with indemnity to the slave owners, and seeking to put into the South a laboring class without political power. This would have been an impossible solution, because this laboring class would have been thrown into even more direct competition with white laborers the land over, a fact which had already been a cause of civil war, and it would have involved an attempt at capitalist autocracy without the corrective of universal suffrage among a third of the American laboring class. Moreover, the capital to indemnify the slave owners must have come out of the wealth of that part of the country whose capital was being taxed to pay the staggering cost of a war to overthrow political power based on enslaved labor. Northern capital would not consent to restore Southern loss from investment in slaves, much less if this restored capital were to be used to compete with capital in the North. There ensued in the South a contest for the ultimate dictatorship of the state in conjunction with universal suffrage for black and white. The temporary dictatorship set up by the federal government represented and had to represent, in essence, the attitude of Northern capitalists. The parties that hoped to dominate this dictatorship, all of them, lacked capital. The planter had been impoverished by the war, the small capitalist from the North who had come south brought little to invest, but expected to accumulate capital on the spot, and the poor white represented the impoverished peasantry and labor class as well as a petty bourgeois of small merchants and professional men. Here, then, was the situation. And what had to follow? The planters had to move toward the control of the political power of newly enfranchised labor, both black and white. One can see such movements in the consent of Beauregard and Longstreet in Louisiana, Alcorn in Mississippi and Hampton in South Carolina, to Negro suffrage, and their willingness to concede something of economic power to the black voters. But this movement, which would have been comparatively simple under the ordinary organization of capital and labor in modern countries, was complicated by three facts. First, there came in a new, eager class of competing capitalists who proposed to share with the planters the dictatorship of labor. Secondly, the movement of the planter class to attract black labor with economic concession met the immediate and bitter fear and opposition of the poor whites, not simply of the mass of half-starved white peasants and farmers, but of the merchants, the former slave overseers and managers, men who proposed to join the planters as exploiters of labor. These desperately feared the rise of black labor to a position which might equal and even surpass the poor whites. This was shown in the voting in Alabama, under Johnson's Reconstruction, where the poor white counties went solidly against the Black Belt on several occasions, and it was also shown in the bitter opposition to the counting of black folk as a basis of representation. If the whole population was to be counted as a basis of representation, then after the war as before, the Black Belt and its capitalistic dictators were going to dominate white labor, and it was for this reason that the poor whites long fought to exclude the Negro in apportioning the political power of the state, and after Reconstruction united in disfranchising him. When the Negro received the right to vote and had to be counted, there arose a desperate effort on the part of the poor whites to keep the planters from controlling the Negro vote by their economic power. Sometimes this effort took the crude method of driving black labor off the plantations and intimidating it in various ways. Sometimes it took the form of trying to lead black labor through demagogues, like Honeycutt in Virginia, and all the time, in the background, was the feeling that unless the planters united with the poor whites in a solid racial phalanx against the black voters, anarchy and destruction were preferable to the economic rise of the Negro. How this interaction of former land monopolists, white peasant and Negro peasant, would have worked itself out if uncomplicated by other interests, is a question. But it seems almost inevitable that division would have had to take place along economic rather than racial lines, and that the planter capitalists, reinforcing themselves with recruits from a poor white petty bourgeois, would have organized to control white and black labor endowed with universal suffrage, along the same lines that allowed capital in the North to control native white labor and new immigrants. There entered, however, the small Northern investor, usually and inaccurately comprehended under the term carpetbagger, a phrase too vague for our use, but too much used to discard. When the war ended, there were large numbers of Northern soldiers and officers in the South. There were civilian agents of the government and there were other Northerners who looked toward the South as a place of economic rebirth and investment. There was nothing extraordinary in this. Thousands upon thousands of Southerners had come into the North and had been welcomed to its freedom and opportunities, while this migration to the South had come mainly in time of war, with the resultant war hatred and bitterness. Still its main reason was economic. Men with smaller or larger amounts of capital and many with no capital proposed to invest in land and free labor in the South at a time when the great staples of Southern agriculture were abnormally high and in wide demand throughout the world. These men, so far as they were investing capitalists, and most of them were, proposed to build up in the South the same kind of capitalistic democracy based on universal suffrage to which they had been used in the North. They were going to trade with free black labor and white labor and yield to it that amount of consideration and that economic share of the product which they would naturally have to yield in order to keep their dictatorship and yet get profit for themselves. If, now, the new northern capitalists and the southern planter class had been united into one new capitalistic class, their only problem would have been to deal with a new laboring class composed of blacks and whites and to admit to their ranks those of either class who had or could get any amount of new capital. But both capitalists and laborers were split in two. There was hatred and jealousy in the ranks of this new prospective capitalistic class, and race prejudice and fear in the ranks of the laborers. In the new capitalistic class, the hatred of the planters for northerners, who apparently were planning to add to the conquests of war new conquests of economic power, was naturally intense. It was this same power of northern capital which in southern minds caused civil war. The new northern capitalists, on the other hand, could not understand why they should not be welcomed as investors without sentiment, in a region where investment of new capital was sadly needed, and why this should not be accompanied by the same attitude toward labor which capital must take throughout the world if it were going to maintain its mastery. Thirdly, the poor whites began a desperate and almost panic-stricken attempt to force themselves into this situation, either as allies of the old planter class which had for them the greatest contempt, or as allies of the carpetbagger capitalist, against whom they had just been fighting in the ranks of the army, and whose attitude toward black labor they did not understand and feared, or even as allies of black labor, which they might use as a club against both planter and capitalist. The ensuing turmoil in the South was a fight of these three pretenders to economic power over the capitalistic state, and also it was further complicated by the fact that the federal military dictatorship was in the hands of northern capitalists and northern social workers. There ensued a fierce fight for mastery characterized by widespread graft, corruption, and violence, for what responsibility did any of these parties have to a state they did not own? And the greater the failure of government through any of the contenders, the more it justified radical change. When the planter class moved toward black labor, its leaders made demands which the planters would not meet, namely, demands for land, education, and the expense of social uplift. These demands of the black laborer might have been modified, if he had not found that they were easily promised and partially fulfilled by the carpetbag capitalist. He, therefore, turned to the carpetbagger for leadership and through him was given education and at least a possibility of buying land. The poor white could try to compete with the carpetbag capitalist in leadership and demagoguery over the Negroes, or he could seek alliance with the planter because the planter's property was bearing the main cost of the new educational social program, or by sabotage he could seek to sink the government in anarchy. Small wonder that the ensuing graft, stealing and renewal of civil war was widely misunderstood. But the very last place where the blame for the situation could, by the wildest imagination, be placed was upon the newly enfranchised black labor. What the Negro needed, and what he desperately sought, was leadership in knowledge and industry. In knowledge he wanted through his own irrepressible demand for education to become an intelligent citizen, and a start toward this he received through the splendid and unselfish cooperation of the northern social workers connected with the federal dictatorship and through their allies, the teachers who came down to man the Freedmen's Bureau schools. By straining his political power to the utmost, the Negro voter got a public school system and got it because that was one clear object which he understood and which no bribery or chicanery could seduce him from advocating and insisting upon in season and out. On the other hand, in economic leadership, in the whole question of work and wage, he was almost entirely at sea. His higher schools based on New England capitalism and individualism gave little training for an economic battle just dawning in the world and far from the conception of leaders in Southern industry. Even his later industrial schools were tied hand and foot to triumphant capitalism unhampered by a labor vote. He had, then, but one clear economic ideal, and that was his demand for land, his demand that the great plantations be subdivided and given to him as his right. This was a perfectly fair and natural demand and ought to have been an integral part of emancipation. To emancipate 4 million laborers whose labor had been owned, and separate them from the land upon which they had worked for nearly 2.5 centuries, was an operation such as no modern country had for a moment attempted or contemplated. The German and English and French serf, the Italian and Russian serf, were, on emancipation, given definite rights in the land. Only the American Negro slave was emancipated without such rights, and in the end this spelled for him the continuation of slavery. Beyond this demand for land, economic leadership for the Negro failed. He appealed to his former master. The best of the planters, those who in slavery days had occupied a patriarchal position toward their slaves, were besieged not only by their own former slaves but by others for advice and leadership. If they had wished, they could have held the Negro vote in the palm of their hands. The Negroes would have followed them implicitly, and it was this that poor whites from Andrew Johnson down feared. But they forgot that the planters were stopped from this program by their own lack of capital, by the new and confiscatory taxation which the Negroes' demands entailed even under the most frugal and honest administration, by their own singular lack of knowledge of the methods of capitalistic democracy throughout the world, which was based on those very concessions to labor of which they could not conceive. They kept insisting on hard, regular toil, vague and irregular wages, and no exercise of political power, all this in a day when labor the world over demanded shorter hours, a definite high-wage contract, and the right to vote. To this attitude of the planters must be added the bitter jealousy, not only of the worst and more vicious and selfish of the planters, but of the poor whites. And when there was added to this the fact that they themselves were being supplanted as advisers of Negroes by the new white northern capitalist, willing to grant labor's demands at the expense of the state, they, in most cases, utterly refused to lead Negro labor, and thus threw the Negroes back on the carpetbag capitalists for advice and leadership. Thither, too, Negroes were attracted by a trust that naturally grew out of the fact that these people represented their emancipation. They represented Abraham Lincoln and his government, and Negroes were naturally strongly inclined to do anything that this leadership told them to, even when the advice was dishonest and unwise. Thus were the freedmen landed in piteous contradiction and difficulty. The Negro's own black leadership was naturally of many sorts. Some, like the whites, were petty bourgeois, seeking to climb to wealth; others were educated men, helping to develop a new nation without regard to mere race lines, while a third group were idealists, trying to uplift the Negro race and put them on a par with the whites. But how was this to be accomplished? In the minds of very few of them was there any clear and distinct plan for the development of a laboring class into a position of power and mastery over the modern industrial state. And in this lack of vision, they were not singular in America. Where else in the land, even among labor leaders, was there any such fixed and definite program of action? The fight for the domination of the new form of state which Reconstruction was building took the direction of using the income for new forms of state expenses, and for that, public investment for private profit was the widespread custom in the North. The South had entered only to a small extent into such schemes and tended to regard them as outside the function of the state. Even the forms of expenditure for education, and the help of indigents, were kinds of expenditure to which the Southern taxpayers had not been used and in which for the most part they did not believe. There were consequently fierce outcries against the waste of such expenditures. When in addition to that, there came widespread and deliberate investment of public funds in railroads and corporations where the profits went to speculators and grafters, the protest of landed property was intensified. The results of this form of stealing bore hard upon the impoverished landholder and were particularly detestable to him because, monopolizing the government before the war, he had largely escaped taxation and had tried to transfer it to the shoulders of the small businessman. Now the small businessman, reinforced by the carpetbagger and black voter, was returning it to the landholder. Assessments were increased and the gradual disestablishment of the landed aristocracy became imminent. Here is the crux of the matter: it was this large and, for the day and circumstances, overwhelming loss that lay at the bottom of the extraordinary charges of extravagance and stealing that characterized the Reconstruction controversy. For had there been no further loss, and no necessity nor effort to increase the customary taxation of the past, the planter would have felt hurt to his heart by the disappearance of the bulk of his capital. But when to this was added a new taxation for uplifting Negroes and enriching Northerners, he raised his protest to a shriek of bitterness. When we try to get to the details of the Southern states' debts after the war and during Reconstruction, we are faced by the fact that there is no agreement among authorities. The reasons for this are several. First, what is a debt? Is it the amount which a state actually owes, or is it the amount for which a state may become liable in the future, by reason of present commitments and promises? In this latter case, for how much does it actually become liable? A careful examination of such facts as seem established shows that the increase of debts under the Reconstruction regime was not large. In 11 southern states there was little over $100 million of debt in 1860, which rose to $222 million on account of war. When the Confederate debt was repudiated, the recognized debts in 1865 stood at $156 million. To this should be added certain railroad liabilities of Alabama, which brings the total debt at the beginning of Reconstruction to $175 million. In 1871, this debt had increased nearly 100% to $305 million, but $100 million of this debt consisted in contingent and prospective liabilities due to the issue of railway bonds, which confuses the whole issue with regard to Reconstruction debts. The whole increase of debt, during 1860 to 1871, amounted apparently to less than 100%. 21 What now did this increase of debt due to the railway bonds mean? It meant that Southern and Northern men, Republicans and Democrats, had united to put the credit of the state back of their railway investments. The only way in which 9/10 of Negro voters came into this matter was as their representatives were bribed by both parties to support this legislation for private profit. Such bribery undoubtedly was widespread. But it was widespread not only among Negro voters, but among white voters, and among all the voters of the United States, and among members of all legislatures and members of Congress. It could hardly be argued that in this respect, new and largely ignorant Negro voters should show a higher public morality than the rest of the country. On the other hand, the wrath of the landholders against this increase in debt was the wrath of agrarian capitalists against the new industrialism, and yet they were unable to prosecute those who stole the state's money through the issue of railway bonds because there were too many Southern people, and Southern people of prominence, involved. This was shown in North Carolina, where despite the extravagant investment in railways, the hope of wide immigration and rapid development was disappointed, and the landholders put the commercialists out of power, but they did not dare prosecute them. In Mississippi, on the other hand, where the Negro was as powerful as in any state, there was no increase of debt, because from the first the landholders and Negroes refused to loan the credit of the state to railroads. If the money raised by taxes had been spent carefully and honestly upon legitimate and necessary matters of restoration and government, the increase is not unreasonable. Or in other words, there is nothing on the face of the figures that proves unusual theft. Over 150 millions of this debt was repudiated by the reactionary governments which came into office after 1876. John Fume Tutu claims that to this should be added $120 million of debts repudiated before the Civil War, showing that the South was not unused to dealing in this way with borrowed funds. This indebtedness must also be interpreted by considering the price of gold. South Carolina's debt of $22 million in 1871 was made when paper money was at 70 and was therefore equivalent to $15.5 million in 1860. Indeed, the curve of the price of gold explains to some extent the curve of alleged extravagance. The debt of these states between the time when it reached its highest point and 1880 was scaled down to $108,003,974. This meant that a sum of $155,525,856 was repudiated, and it will be noted that this is almost exactly the increased indebtedness which the Reconstruction regime incurred in order to meet the increased burden of the state public school education, charitable institutions, the restoration of public buildings, and increased social responsibilities. There can be no possible proof that all of this increased indebtedness represented theft, nor is there any adequate reason for believing that most of it did. What happened in Southern repudiation after the war was that the Southern states proceeded to punish people who had dared to loan money to the Southern states under Negro suffrage, by confiscating the sums which they had loaned. This was what they had threatened to do, and they did it with vengeance. There are certain other considerations. White Southerners were in practically complete control during the Reconstruction regime in Virginia and Tennessee, yet in these two states, an indebtedness of $52 million in 1860 increased to $88 million before 1880, and $34 million of this was repudiated. This could hardly be charged to Negro suffrage. Then, too, in North Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama, the ex-Confederate South never lost all control, and was early restored to full control. Yet in these states, an indebtedness of $19 million in 1860 reached $81 million before 1880. And of this $56 million was repudiated. A part of the blame of this may be shouldered on white Northerners, but very little of it could possibly be attributed to Negroes. In the case of Florida and Mississippi, the debt was negligible, and on the face of it, absolutely defensible. Yet large amounts were repudiated by the Reform Party. In South Carolina, the debt stood at nearly $6 million in 1865, before Reconstruction. It reached at its highest point, before 1880, nearly $25 million. And of this $17 million was repudiated. If any large proportion of it represented theft, it represented as much the illegal graft of Northern moneylenders as the theft of money actually received by the state. Arkansas, under a government in which the Negro had almost no part, repudiated $12 million out of $18 million of indebtedness. The whole debt transaction of the South after Reconstruction seemed to show that many of the accusations of unreasonable debt, and the haste at repudiation, were a blow aimed at Northern finance, rather than a proof of Negro extravagance. It was openly said in Louisiana that it was fitting that the Northerners who tore down the basis of our former prosperity should share some of the ills. 23. Sir George Campbell said, "All the carpetbag governors are, as a matter of course, accused of the grossest personal corruption, and as soon as they fall from power it is almost a necessity that they should fly from criminal prosecutions instituted in the local courts under circumstances which give little security for fair trial. On the whole, then, I am inclined to believe that the period of carpetbag rule was rather a scandal than a very permanent injury, and there was more pilfering than plunder on a scale permanently to cripple the state. 24. Indeed, in most cases, the testimony concerning stealing and corruption in the South during this time was either given by bitter political opponents who constituted themselves judge, witness, and jury, or by criminals who were clearing their own skirts by accusing others. Note well the character of the stealing in the South. In the first place, when money was appropriated even extravagantly, it was appropriated for railroads, which the South needed desperately, and it was appropriated under the same terms that had enabled the North and the West to get their railroads. It was appropriated for public institutions, it was appropriated for the buying of land in order to subdivide the great plantations, it was appropriated for certain public services. In all cases the graft and dishonesty came in the carrying out, the fulfillment of these needs, and this was not only in the hands of white men, but Southern white men as often as Northern, and Northern white financial agents and manipulators in Wall Street helped to make the bond sales of South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. To charge this debt to the Negroes is idiotic. It was not so charged at the time, but this came to be a popular version of Southern corruption when it became unpopular to accuse the Northerners. In the original charges of graft and corruption made by the Southerners, Negroes were mentioned only as tools. It was the carpetbagger and scalawags, Northern and Southern white men, who were continually and insistently charged with theft and corruption. Then as the carpetbaggers lost the power of military dictatorship, and as the prospect of alliance with the poor whites showed the planters a way of resecuring the government, they turned and with the poor whites concentrated all their accusations of misgovernment and corruption upon the Negro, in order to deprive the Negro of his political power. Southern corruption was not the exclusive guilt of scalawags and carpetbaggers, nor were all carpetbaggers and scalawags thieves. Some carpetbaggers were noble-hearted philanthropists. Some scalawags were self-sacrificing benefactors of both Negroes and whites. Some of the scalawags and carpetbaggers lied and stole, and some helped and cooperated with the freedmen and worked for real democracy in the South for all races. Indeed, in graft and theft the skirts of Southern whites of all classes were not clear before or after the war. Before the war, the South was ruled by an oligarchy and the functions of the state carried on largely by individuals. This meant that the state had little to do, and its expenses were small. The oligarchic state does not need to resort to corruption of the government. Its leaders, having the right to exploit labor to the limit, receive an income which makes them conspicuously independent of any income from the government. The government revenues are kept purposely small and the salaries low so that poor men cannot afford to enter into government service. On the other hand, when the oligarchy is broken down and when labor increases its power, revenue is raised by taxing the rich, and then the temptation to bribery and stealing increases according to the amount of poverty. The corruption in the South before the war did not usually touch the state governments. The income there was too small to be tempting, yet in Mississippi, after 2 receivers of public money had defaulted for $155,000, a United States Treasury agent recommended that the last one be retained since another would probably be as bad. Other Southern states had defaulting officials, and shamelessly repudiated their public debts. For 30 years, during 1830 to 1860, the South was ruled by its own best citizens, and yet during that time there were defalcations in Tennessee, Mississippi, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama, and Arkansas among postmasters, United States marshals, collectors and surveyors, amounting to more than $1 million. How far, then, was postbellum corruption due to Negroes? Only in so far as they represented ignorance and poverty and were thus peculiarly susceptible to petty bribery. No one contends that any considerable amount of money went to them. There were some reports of show and extravagance among them, but the great thieves were always white men. Very few Negro leaders were specifically accused of theft, and again seldom in these cases were the accusations proven. Usually they were vague slurs resting on the assumption that all Negroes steal. Petty bribery of members of Reconstruction legislatures, white and black, was widespread, but Wallace in Florida shows the desperate inner turmoil of the Negroes to counteract this within their own ranks, and outstanding cases of notably incorruptible Negro leaders like Lieutenant Governor Dunn of Louisiana, Treasurer Cardozo of South Carolina, Secretary of State Gibbs of Florida, and Speaker Lynch of Mississippi, are well known. Certainly the mass of Negroes were unbribable when it came to demands for land and education and other things, the beneficent object of which they could thoroughly understand. But they were peculiarly susceptible to bribes when it was a matter of personal following of demagogues who catered to their likes and weaknesses. The mass of Negroes were accused of selling votes and influence for small sums and of thus being easily bought up by big thieves, but even in this, they were usually bought up by pretended friends and not bribed against their beliefs or by enemies. To the principles that they understood and knew, they were true, but there were many things connected with government and its technical details which they did not know. In other words, they were ignorant and poor, and the ignorant and poor can always be misled and bribed. What made the Negro poor and ignorant? Surely, it was slavery, and he tried with his vote to escape slavery. As Dunning says, as to corruption under the Negro government of the South, this must be noted: first, the decade when the Negroes were ushered into political life, from 1867 to 1877, was probably the most corrupt decade in the history of the United States, and of all parts of the United States. The form and manner of this corruption, which has given so unsavory a connotation to the name Reconstruction, were no different from those which have appeared in many another time and place in democratic society. At the very time, indeed, when the administrations of Scott, in South Carolina, and Warmoth, in Louisiana, were establishing the Southern high water mark of rascality in public finance, the Tweed Ring in New York City was at the culmination of its closely parallel career. 25. When we come to examine them, the charges made by such men as Rhodes, Oberholzer, Dunning, Bowers, etc., even if taken at their face value, which they assuredly should not be, are charges that might with equal force be leveled against every government, federal, state, and municipal, North and South, Republican and Democratic, of the time and against the lily-white restoration governments that followed in the South with reaction. Only compare the public monies stolen by officers of the Reconstruction governments with the vast sums that found their way into the pockets of the Tweed Ring in the perfectly conservative, democratic, Copperhead city of New York, 26. It may be contended that the presence of a mass of unlettered and inexperienced voters in a state makes bribery and graft easier and more capable of misuse by malign elements. This is true. But the question is the situation any better if ignorance and poverty are permanently disfranchised? The whole answer of modern industrial conditions is no, it is not. And the only alternative, therefore, is the one continually urged by Sumner, Phillips, and Stevens: if ignorance is dangerous, instruct it. If poverty is the cause of stealing and crime, increase the income of the masses. Property involves theft by the rich from the poor, but there comes a grave question: given a mass of ignorance and poverty, is that mass less dangerous without the ballot? The answer to this depends upon whose danger one envisages. They are not dangerous to the mass of laboring men. If they are kept in ignorance and poverty and dominated by capital, they are certainly dangerous to capital. To escape such revolution and prolong its sway, property must yield political power to the mass of laborers, and let it wield that power more intelligently by giving it public schools and higher wages. It is naturally easier for capital to do this gradually, and if there could have been a choice in 1867 between an effective public school system for black labor in the South and its gradual enfranchisement, or even beyond that, a property qualification for such laborers as through free land and higher wage had some chance to accumulate some property, if this had been possible, it would have been, without doubt, the best transition program for capital and labor, provided of course that capitalists thus tamely yielded power. But there was no such alternative. Labor, black labor, must be either enfranchised or enslaved, unless, of course, the United States government was willing to come in with a permanent Freedmen's Bureau to train Negroes toward economic freedom and against the interest of Southern capital. This was revolution. This was force, and no such permanent Freedmen's Bureau backed by a strongly capitalistic Northern government could have been expected in 1867. The essential problem of Negro enfranchisement was this: how far is the poor and ignorant electorate a permanent injury to the state, and how far does the extent of the injury make for efforts to counteract it? More than 1 million Negroes were enfranchised in 1867. Of these, it is possible that between 100,000 and 200,000 could read and write, and certainly not more than 25,000, including black immigrants from the North, could be called educated. It was the theory that if these people were given the right to vote, the state, first of all, would be compelled to discontinue plans of political action or industrial organization which did not accord with the general plans of the North, and secondly, in self-defense, it would have to begin the education of the freedmen and establish a system of free labor with wages and conditions of work much fairer than those in vogue during slavery. How far was this a feasible social program? It was not possible, of course, if the South had the right to continue its industrial organization based on land monopoly and ownership of labor. Conceding the emancipation of labor, that emancipation meant nothing if land monopoly continued and the wage contract was merely nominal. If a wage system was to be installed, it must receive protection either from an outside power, like that of the federal government, or from the worker himself. So far as the worker was concerned, the only protection feasible was the ballot in the hands of a united and intelligently led working class. Could it be assumed now that the possession of the ballot in the hands of ignorant working people, black and white, would lead to real economic emancipation, or on the other hand would it not become a menace to the state so great that its very existence would be threatened? It had been the insistent contention of many that the basis of the state was threatened between 1867 and 1876 and, therefore, the Revolution of 1876 had to take place. The known facts do not sustain this contention, and it seems probable that if we had preserved a more complete story of the action of the Negro voter, the facts in his favor would even be stronger. As it is, it must be remembered that the proponents of Negro suffrage did not for a moment contend that the experiment was not difficult and would not involve hardship and danger. The elections for the conventions went off, for the most part, without upheaval, with intelligence, and certainly with unusual fairness. The conduct of the Negro voters, their selection of candidates, their action in conventions and early legislatures, was, on the whole, sane, thoughtful, and sincere. No one can, with any color of truth, say that civilization was threatened or the foundations of the state attacked in the South in the years from 1868 to 1876. Then, however, came a time of decisions. Did the South want the Negro to become an intelligent voter and participant in the state under any circumstances, or on the other hand was it opposed to Negro voters no matter how intelligent and efficient? It may be said, then, that the argument for giving the right to vote to the mass of the poor and ignorant still stands as defensible, without for a moment denying that there should not be such a class in any civilized community, but if the class is there, the fault is the fault of the community and the community must suffer and pay for it. The South had exploited Negro labor for nearly 2½ centuries. If in 10 years or 20 years things could be so changed that this class was receiving an education, getting hold of land, exercising some control over capital, and becoming co partners in the state, the South would be a particularly fortunate community. If, on the other hand, there had been the moral strength in the South so that without yielding immediate political power, they could have educated and uplifted the blacks and gradually inducted them into political power and real industrial emancipation, the results undoubtedly would have been better. There was no such disposition, and under the profit ideal of a capitalist organization, there could not have been. That would have required, after the losses of war, an industrial unselfishness of which capitalist organization does not for a moment admit. Force, therefore, an outside force, had to be applied or otherwise slavery would have persisted in a but slightly modified form, and the persistence of slavery in the United States longer than it had already persisted would have been a calamity worse than any of the calamities, real or imagined, of Reconstruction. Consequently, with Northern white leadership, the Negro voters quite confounded the planter plan, they proved apt pupils in politics. They developed their own leadership. They gained clearer and clearer conceptions of how their political power could be used for their own good. They were unselfish, too, in wishing to include in their own good the white worker and even the ex-master. Of course, all that was done in constitution making and legislation at this time was not entirely the work of black men, and in the same way all that was done in maladministration and corruption was not entirely the fault of the black man. But if the black man is to be blamed for the ills of Reconstruction, he must also be credited for its good, and that good is indubitable. In less than 10 years, the basic structure of capitalism in the South was changed by his vote. A new modern state was erected in the place of agrarian slavery. And its foundations were so sound and its general plan so good that despite bitter effort, the South had to accept universal suffrage in theory at least, and had to accept the public school system. It had to broaden social control by adding to the landholder the industrial capitalist. Indeed, the Negro voter in Reconstruction had disappointed all the prophets. The bravest of the carpetbaggers, Turgey, declared concerning the Negro voters, they instituted a public school system in a realm where public schools had been unknown. They opened the ballot box and jury box to thousands of white men who had been debarred from them by a lack of earthly possessions. They introduced home rule in the South. They abolished the whipping post, and branding iron, the stocks, and other barbarous forms of punishment which had up to that time prevailed. They reduced capital felonies from about 20 to 2 or 3. In an age of extravagance they were extravagant in the sums appropriated for public works. In all that time no man's rights of person were invaded under the forms of laws. 27 The Negro buttressed Southern civilization in precisely the places it was weakest, against popular ignorance, oligarchy in government, and land monopoly. His schools were more and more successful. If now he became a recognized part of the state, a larger and larger degree of social equality must be granted him. This was apparent in his demand for a single system of public schools without discrimination of race, a demand that came for obvious reasons of economy as well as for advantages of social contact. It appeared also in the demand for equal accommodations on railroads and in public places. Ultimately, of course, a single system of public schools, and state universities without distinction of race, and equality of civil rights was going to lead to some social intermingling and attacks upon the anti-intermarriage laws which encouraged miscegenation and deliberately degraded women. This was a possibility that the planter class could not contemplate without concern, and it stirred among the poor whites a blind and unreasoning fury. The dictatorship of labor in the South, then, with its establishment of democratic control over social development, education, and public improvements, succeeded only at the expense of a taxation on land and property which amounted to confiscation. And it was accompanied by a waste of public funds, partly due to inexperience, and partly due to the prevailing wave of political dishonesty that engulfed the whole country. The singular thing about the wholesale charge of stealing and corruption during Reconstruction times is that when government was restored to the whites and to the Democratic Party, there were so few attempts at criminal indictment or to secure any return of the loot. In North Carolina, for instance, wholesale theft was charged against the carpetbaggers, and yet when the governor and leader of the Republican Party was impeached, no charge of stealing was in the indictment. He was impeached for using the militia to put down admitted and widespread disorder, and for the arrest of the men who openly and impudently encouraged the disorder. In Mississippi, all that the restored government apparently wanted was to get rid of Governor Ames. They made no attempt to charge him with theft. In South Carolina, the restored government claimed to have documentary evidence of widespread stealing and graft, and they made a few indictments which were afterward quietly quashed. Why did not the fraud committee go into the courts which they now controlled, and find out where the money they alleged was stolen had gone, and who was now enjoying it? The conclusion is almost inescapable, that the fraud committee knew perfectly well that a large proportion of the thieves were now on the side of white rule, and that much of their theft had been designed and calculated to discredit Negroes and carpetbaggers. These facts and similar ones show that the overthrow of Reconstruction was in essence a revolution inspired by property, and not a race war. The echo of the Northern reform movement was felt in the South. It encouraged the Northern capitalists and the more intelligent Negroes to unite in a Southern reform movement. This was shown by the Chamberlain government in South Carolina, the Ames government in Mississippi, and less clearly by the Kellogg government in Louisiana. The carpetbag reformers moved toward an alliance with the planters with an understanding that called for lower taxes and the elimination of graft and corruption. Negro voters began to support this program, but were restrained by distrust. They feared that the planters still planned their disfranchisement. If this fear could have been removed, and as far as it was removed, the power of the Negro vote in the South was certain to go gradually toward reform. It was this contingency that the poor whites of all grades feared. It meant to them a re-establishment of that subordination under Negro labor which they had suffered during slavery. They, therefore, interposed by violence to increase the natural antagonism between Southerners of the planter class and Northerners who represented the military dictatorship as well as capital, and also to increase the fear of the Negroes that the planters might try to re-enslave them. The planters certainly were not disposed to make any permanent alliance with carpetbaggers like Chamberlain. After all, they were Northerners, recent enemies, and were responsible for the taxation that had gone before reform. The efforts at reform, therefore, at first widely applauded, one by one began to go down before a new philosophy which represented understanding between the planters and poor whites. This again was not an easy thing for the planters to swallow, but it was accompanied by deference to their social status, by eagerness on the part of the poor whites to check the demands of the Negroes by any means, and by willingness to do the dirty work of the revolution that was coming, with its blood and crass cruelties, its bitter words, upheaval, and turmoil. This was the birth and being of the Ku Klux Klan. Before the war, there had been violent Southern anti-Negro propaganda on racial lines, but that had been mainly for consumption in the North. Northerners, traveling in the South, were always astonished at finding it accompanied by peculiar evidences of social equality and closer intimacies. In other words, there was no deep racial antagonism except in the case of poor whites, where it had a tremendous economic foundation. After the war, the race division, so long as the economic foundation was equitable, would have become less and less pronounced had it not been emphasized with determination in the application of the Mississippi Plan. It is one of the anomalies of history that political and economic reform in the North and West after 1873 joined hands with monopoly and reaction in the South to oppress and re-enslave labor. Every effort was made by careful propaganda to induce the nation to believe that the Southern wing of the Democratic Party was fighting the same kind of corruption as the North and that corruption was represented in the South solely by carpetbaggers and Negroes. This was only partly true in the South, for their labor too was fighting corruption and dishonesty, so far as land and capital, which were secretly abetting graft in order to escape taxation, would allow it to do so without disfranchisement. But the South now began to use the diplomacy so badly lacking in its previous leadership since the war. Adroitly it stopped attacking abolitionists and even carpetbaggers, and gradually transferred all the blame for post-war misgovernment to the Negroes. The Negro vote and graft were indissolubly linked in the public mind by incessant propaganda. Race repulsion, race hate, and race pride were increased by every subtle method, until the Negro and his friends were on the defensive and the Negro himself almost convinced of his own guilt. Negro haters and pseudo-scientists raised their heads and voices in triumph. Lamar of Mississippi, fraudulently elected to Congress, unctuously praised Sumner with his tongue in his cheek, and Louisiana solemnly promised to give Negroes full political and civil rights with equal education for Negro children, a deliberate lie which is absolutely proven by the revelations of the last 50 years. The South was impelled to brute force and deliberate deception in dealing with the Negro because it had been astonished and disappointed not by the Negro's failure, but by his success and promise of greater success. All this came at a time when the best conscience of the nation, the conscience which was heir to the enthusiasm of abolitionist democracy, was turned against the only power which could support democracy in the South. The truth of the insistence of Stevens was manifest: without land and without vocation, the Negro voter could not gain that economic independence which would protect his vote. Unless, therefore, his political and civil rights were supported by the United States Army, he was doomed to practical re-enslavement. But the United States Army became in the 70s the representative of the party of political corruption, while its political opponents represented land monopoly and capitalistic reaction in the South. When, therefore, the conscience of the United States attacked corruption, it at the same time attacked in the Republican Party the only power that could support democracy in the South. It was a paradox too tragic to explain, and it deceived leading reformers, like Carl Schurz, into consenting to throw the poor, ignorant black workers, whom he had helped to enfranchise, to the lions of land monopoly and capitalistic control, which proposed to devour them, and did. In the South, reform sought to follow the Northern model, and the carpetbag capitalists turned toward the purging of the civil service and the throttling of monopoly. In this, they gained the backing of many intelligent Negroes. But for one thing they could have got the bulk of the Negro vote, and that one thing was the Negro's distrust of the honesty of the planter's objects. Did the planter want reform, or did he want re-enslavement of Negro labor? As a matter of fact, the planter got the beginnings of reform in the administration of government in South Carolina, in Mississippi, and even in Louisiana. But he was aware that if that movement went far, it would prove that the Negro vote could be appealed to and made effective in good government as well as bad. This he did not want. As the South Carolina Democratic Convention said, April 1868, in an address to the colored people, "It is impossible that your present power can endure, whether you use it for good or ill." 28. Back of this was the knowledge that honest labor government would be more fatal to land monopoly and industrial privilege than government by bribery and graft. The white South, therefore, quickly substituted violence and renewal of the war in order to get rid of the possibility of good government supported by black labor votes. There was not a single honest Southerner who did not know that any reasonable political program which included a fair chance for the Negro to get an honest wage, personal protection, land to work, and schools for his children, would have received the staunch, loyal, and unyielding support of the overwhelming mass of Negro voters. But this program, when ostensibly offered the Negro, concealed the determination to reduce him practically to slavery. He knew this and in his endeavor to escape floundered through bribery, corruption, and murder, seeking a path to peace, freedom, and the income of a civilized man. The South has itself to blame. It showed no historic sign of favoring emancipation before the war, rather the contrary. It showed no disposition to yield to the offer of recompensed emancipation which Abraham Lincoln repeatedly made. It showed no desire to yield to emancipation with correspondingly curtailed political power as Congress suggested. It showed no disposition to reform democracy with the Negro vote. It relied on stubborn brute force. Meantime, the leaders of Northern capital and finance were still afraid of the return of Southern political power after the lapse of the military dictatorship. This power was larger than before the war and it was bound to grow. If it were to be used in conjunction with Northern liberals, it might still mean the reduction of the tariff, the reduction of monopoly, and an attack upon new financial methods and upon concentrated control in industry. There was now no sentiment like freedom to which the Northern industrialists could appeal. It was, therefore, necessary for Northern capital to make terms with the dominant South. Thus, both the liberal and the conservative North found themselves willing to sacrifice the interests of labor in the South to the interest of capital. The temporary dictatorship as represented by the Freedmen's Bureau was practically ended by 1870. This led to an increase of violence on the part of the Ku Klux Klan to subject black labor to strict domination by capital and to break Negro political power. The outbreak brought a temporary return of military dictatorship, but the return was unpopular in the North and aroused bitter protest in the South. Yet the end that planters and poor whites envisaged and, as the fight went on, the end that large numbers of the Northern capitalists were fighting for, was a movement in the face of modern progress. It did not go to the length of disfranchising the whole laboring class, black and white, because it dared not do this, although this was its logical end. It did disfranchise black labor with the aid of white Southern labor and with the silent acquiescence of white Northern labor. The white capitalist of the South saw a chance of getting rid of the necessity of treating with and yielding to the voting power of fully half the laboring class. It seized this opportunity, knowing that it thus was setting back the economic progress of the world, that the United States, instead of marching forward through the preliminary revolution by which the petty bourgeois and the laboring class armed with the vote were fighting the power of capital, was disfranchising a part of labor and on the other hand allowing great capital a chance for enormous expansion in the country. And this enormous expansion got its main chance through the 33 electoral votes which the counting of the full black population in the South gave to that section. It was only necessary now that this political power of the South should be used in behalf of capital and not for the strengthening of labor and universal suffrage. This was the bargain of 1876. Reconstruction, therefore, in the South degenerated into a fight of rivals to control property and through that to control the labor vote. This rivalry between dictators led to graft and corruption as they bid against each other for the vote of the Negro, while meantime Negro labor in its ignorance and poverty was agonizing for ways of escape. Northern capital compromised, and Southern capital accepted race hate and black disfranchisement as a permanent program of exploitation. In a certain way this great struggle of a laboring class of 5 black millions was epitomized by the appearance of 16 of their representatives in the Federal Congress from 1869 to 1876. These are the men, their states, and their service. Hiram R. Revels, Senator, Mississippi, 1870 to 1871. Blanche K. Bruce, Senator, Mississippi, 1875 to 1881. Jefferson P. Long, Congressman, Georgia, 1869 to 1871. Joseph H. Rainey, Congressman, South Carolina, 1871 to 1879. Robert C. DeLarge, Congressman, South Carolina, 1871 to 1873. Robert Brown Elliott, Congressman, South Carolina, 1871 to 1875. Benjamin S. Turner, Congressman, Alabama, 1871 to 1873. Josiah T. Walls, Congressman, Florida, 1873 to 1877. Alonzo J. Rancier, Congressman, South Carolina, 1871 to 1873. James T. Rapier, Congressman, Alabama, 1873 to 1875. Richard H. Kane, Congressman, South Carolina, 1873 to 1875, 1877 to 1879. John R. Lynch, Congressman, Mississippi, 1873 to 1877, 1881 to 1883. Charles E. Nash, Congressman, Louisiana, 1875 to 1877. John A. Hyman, Congressman, North Carolina, 1875 to 1877. Jer Harrelson, Congressman, Alabama, 1875 to 1877. Robert Smalls, Congressman, South Carolina, 1875 to 1879, 1881 to 1887. Several others, like Menard of Florida, Pinchback of Louisiana, Lee and others, had excellent titles to their seats, but did not gain them. 12 of these men who were the earliest to enter Congress were ex-slaves or born of slave parents and brought up when Negroes were denied education. On the other hand, the other 4 had received a more or less complete college education in the North and abroad. 5 of the congressmen were lawyers, and 2, Eliot and Rapier, had unusual training and ability. Rhodes sneers at these men, they left no mark on the legislation of their time, none of them, in comparison with their white associates, attained the least distinction. But Blaine, who knew them and served with most of them, said, the colored men who took seats in both Senate and House did not appear ignorant or helpless. They were as a rule studious, earnest, ambitious men, whose public conduct would be honorable to any race. Most of the colored congressmen had had experience in state legislatures and in public office. When these men entered Congress, questions of Reconstruction and of the economic and social condition in the North and West were before it. These included the exploitation of public lands, the development of railroads, the question of money, and the relation of the races in the South. The Negro congressmen, especially, had 3 objects: to secure themselves civil rights, to aid education, and to settle the question of the political disabilities of their former masters. This last question became of paramount importance. Long of Georgia was in favor of removing disabilities if the Southerners proved loyal to the new legislation. Revels supported amnesty, but Rainey felt that it had led to force and murder. Eliot protested against amnesty, saying that the men seeking relief were responsible for the crimes perpetrated against loyal men in the South, and that this proposal put a premium on disloyalty and treason. All the Negro congressmen plead for civil rights for their race. It was here that Robert Brown Eliot made one of his greatest speeches in a dramatic situation seldom equaled in Congress. Forney describes the incident. Mr. Stevens, the Vice President of the Confederacy, of which slavery was the cornerstone, spoke January 6, 1874, and Mr. Eliot, the colored champion of the liberated race, followed him the next day. I cannot describe the house when the 2 men addressed it, especially when the African answered the Caucasian. Here we have a new history, a history that may, indeed, be repeated, but which stands alone in the novelty of all its surroundings, and in the eloquence of all its lessons. Mr. Eliot, the last speaker, is a full-blooded black, a native of Boston, Massachusetts, where he was born August 11, 1842. Educated in England, he was not of age when the rebellion broke out, and in 1868, in his 26th year, was a member of the South Carolina legislature, and elected to Congress from Columbia District in 1872. He received 21,627 votes, against 1,079 votes for the Democratic candidate, W. H. McCaw. Had any man predicted that this colored boy, while attending school in 1853, at High Holborn Academy, and Eton College, England, in 1855, would sit in Congress from the capital of the proud state of South Carolina in 1874, and would there confute the ablest apostle of the old slave power, he would have been pronounced a madman. Eliot, defending against Stephen's civil rights for Negroes, said, "Sir, it is scarcely 12 years since that gentleman shocked the civilized world by announcing the birth of a government which rested on human slavery as its cornerstone. The progress of events has swept away that pseudo-government which rested on greed, pride, and tyranny, and the race whom he then ruthlessly spurned and trampled on are here to meet him in debate, and to demand that the rights which are enjoyed by their former oppressors who vainly sought to overthrow a government which they could not prostitute to the base uses of slavery shall be accorded to those who even in the darkness of slavery kept their allegiance true to freedom and the Union. Sir, the gentleman from Georgia has learned much since 1861, but he is still a laggard. Let him put away entirely the false and fatal theories which have so greatly marred an otherwise enviable record. Let him accept, in its fullness and beneficence, the great doctrine that American citizenship carries with it every civil and political right which manhood can confer. Let him lend his influence, with all his masterly ability, to complete the proud structure of legislation which makes this nation worthy of the great declaration which heralded its birth, and he will have done that which will most nearly redeem his reputation in the eyes of the world, and best vindicate the wisdom of that policy which has permitted him to regain his seat upon this floor. 29. In the matter of education, Rainey of South Carolina was one of the first Americans to demand national aid for education. Walls of Florida protested that national aid was not an invasion of state rights, and showed the discrimination in the distribution of state funds. The colored congressman advocated local improvements, including distribution of public lands, public buildings, and appropriations for rivers and harbors, in Alabama, Florida, Mississippi and South Carolina. Aside from these more personal questions, Negro congressmen discussed national economic matters. Walls of Florida and Lynch of Mississippi asked protective tariffs for local products, including cotton, lumber, and sugar. Walls voted for an appropriation for the Centennial Exposition of 1876, and urged the recognition of Cuba. Hyman championed relief of the Cherokee Indians. Bruce opposed the restriction of Chinese immigration, arraigned our selfish policy toward Indians, and especially advocated improving the navigation of the Mississippi and protecting life and property from its overflow. The words of these black men were, perhaps, the last clear, earnest expression of the democratic theory of American government in Congress. Congressman DeLarge of South Carolina said in 1871, "When I heard the gentleman from New York, Mr. Cox, on Tuesday last hurl his shafts against the members of my race, charging that through their ignorance they had brought about these excesses, I thought he should have remembered that for the ignorance of that portion of the people, he and his party associates are responsible, not those people themselves. While there may have been extravagance and corruption resulting from the placing of improper men in official positions, and this is part of the cause of the existing state of things, these evils have been brought about by men identified with the race to which the gentleman from New York belongs, and not by our race." 30. Congressman Rainey of South Carolina said in the same debate, "Sir, I ask this House, I ask the country, I ask white men, I ask Democrats, I ask Republicans whether the Negroes have presumed to take improper advantage of the majority they hold in that state by disregarding the interest of the minority? They have not. Our convention, which met in 1868, and in which the Negroes were in a large majority, did not pass any proscriptive or disfranchising acts, but adopted a liberal constitution, securing alike equal rights to all citizens, white and black, male and female, as far as possible. Mark you, we did not discriminate, although we had a majority. Our Constitution towers up in its majesty with provisions for the equal protection of all classes of citizens. 31. It was not, then, race and culture calling out of the South in 1876, it was property and privilege, shrieking to its kind, and privilege and property heard and recognized the voice of its own. The bargain of 1876 was essentially an understanding by which the federal government ceased to sustain the right to vote of half of the laboring population of the South, and left capital as represented by the old planter class, the new northern capitalist, and the capitalist that began to rise out of the poor whites, with a control of labor greater than in any modern industrial state in civilized lands. Out of that there has arisen in the South an exploitation of labor unparalleled in modern times, with a government in which all pretense at party alignment or regard for universal suffrage is given up. The methods of government have gone uncriticized, and elections are by secret understanding and manipulation. The dictatorship of capital in the South is complete. The military dictatorship was withdrawn, and the representatives of Northern capital gave up all efforts to lead the Negro vote. The new dictatorship became a manipulation of the white labor vote which followed the lines of similar control in the North, while it proceeded to deprive the black voter by violence and force of any vote at all. The rivalry of these two classes of labor and their competition neutralized the labor vote in the South. The black voter struggled and appealed, but it was in vain. And the United States, reinforced by the increased political power of the South based on disfranchisement of black voters, took its place to reinforce the capitalistic dictatorship of the United States, which became the most powerful in the world, and which backed the new industrial imperialism and degraded colored labor the world over. This meant a tremendous change in the whole intellectual and spiritual development of civilization in the South and in the United States because of the predominant political power of the South, built on disfranchised labor. The United States was turned into a reactionary force. It became the cornerstone of that new imperialism which is subjecting the labor of yellow, brown, and black peoples to the dictation of capitalism organized on a world basis, and it has not only brought near the revolution by which the power of capitalism is to be challenged, but also it is transforming the fight to the sinister aspect of a fight on racial lines embittered by awful memories. It is argued that Negro suffrage was bad because it failed, and at the same time that its failure was a proof of its badness. Negro suffrage failed because it was overthrown by brute force. Even if it had been the best government on earth, force, exercised by a majority of richer, more intelligent, and more experienced men, could have overthrown it. It was not overthrown so long as the military dictatorship of the North sustained it. But the South proved by appropriate propaganda that Negro government was the worst ever seen and that it threatened civilization. They suited their propaganda to their audience. They had tried the accusation of laziness, but that was refuted by a restoration of agriculture to the pre-war level and beyond it. They tried the accusation of ignorance, but this was answered by the Negro schools. It happened that the accusation of incompetence impressed the North not simply because of the moral revolt there against graft and dishonesty, but because the North had never been thoroughly converted to the idea of Negro equality. When, therefore, the North, even granting that all the South said of the Negro was not true, contemplated possibilities, it paused. Did the nation want blacks with power sitting in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, accumulating wealth and entering the learned professions? Would this not eventually and inevitably lead to social equality and even to black sons and daughters-in-law and mulatto descendants? Was it possible to contemplate such eventualities? Under such circumstances, it was much easier to believe the accusations of the South and to listen to the proof which biology and social science hastened to adduce of the inferiority of the Negro. The North seized upon the new Darwinism, the survival of the fittest, to prove that what they had attempted in the South was an impossibility, and they did this in the face of the facts which were before them, the examples of Negro efficiency, of Negro brains, of phenomenal possibilities of advancement. Moreover, Americans saw throughout the world the shadow of the coming change of the philanthropic attitude which had dominated the early 19th century, with regard to the backward races. International and commercial imperialism began to get a vision. Within the very echo of that philanthropy which had abolished the slave trade, was beginning a new industrial slavery of black and brown and yellow workers in Africa and Asia. Arising from this, as a result of this economic foundation, came the change in the attitude toward these darker people. They were no longer brothers in black, they were inferiors. These inferiors were to be governed for their own good. They were to be raised out of sloth and laziness by being compelled to work. The whole attitude of Europe was reflected in America, and it found in America support for its own attitude. The great Republic of the West was trying an impossible experiment. They were trying to make white men out of black men. It could not be done. It was a mistake to conceive it. The North and Europe were still under the sway of individual laissez-faire in industry, and hands-off in government. It was easy, therefore, for the North to persuade itself that whatever happened politically in the South was right. If the majority did not want Negro rule, or Negro participation in government, the majority was right, and they would not allow themselves to stop and ask how that majority was made. They knew that an organized inner group was compelling the mass of white people to act as a unit, was pounding them by false social sanctions into a false uniformity. If that part of the white South which had a vision of democracy and was willing to grant equality to Negroes of equal standing had been sustained long enough by a standing federal police, democracy could have been established in the South. But brute force was allowed to use its unchecked power in the actions of the whites to destroy the possibility of democracy in the South, and thereby make the transition from democracy to plutocracy all the easier and more inevitable. Through the rift of the opposition, between votes for and against the Negro, between high and low tariff, between free land and land monopoly, plutocracy drove a silent coach and four. What the South did in 1876 was to make good its refusal either to give up slavery or to yield the political power based on the counting of slaves. And so the South rode the wind into the whirlwind and accomplished what it sought. Did it pay? Did it settle either the Negro's problem or any problem of wealth, labor, or human uplift? On the contrary, it made the government of the South a system of secret manipulations with lying and cheating. It made its religion fundamental hypocrisy. And the South knows today that the essential Negro problem is just as it was how far it dare let the Negro be a modern man. It was all so clear and right and logical. A nation could not exist half slave and half free. If it tried, either its mass of laborers would by force of competition sink into the depths of exploited, ignorant poverty, or rising in bloody revolt break the monopoly of land and materials and endow the mass with more equal income and more political power to maintain their freedom. So in America came civil war over the slavery of labor, and the end was not peace, but the endeavor really and honestly to remove the cause of strife, to give the black freedman and the white laborer land and education and power to conduct the state in the interests of labor and not of landed oligarchy. Labor lurched forward after it had paid in blood for the chance. And labor, especially black labor, cried for light and land and leading. The world laughed. It laughed north. It laughed west. But in the South it roared with hysterical, angry, vengeful laughter. It said, "Look at these niggers, they are black and poor and ignorant. How can they rule those of us who are white and have been rich and have at our command all wisdom and skill? Back to slavery with the dumb brutes." Still the brutes strove on and up with silent, fearful persistency. They restored the lost crops, they established schools, they gave votes to the poor whites, they established democracy, and they even saved a pittance of land and capital out of their still slave-bound wage. The masters feared their former slaves' success far more than their anticipated failure. They lied about the Negroes. They accused them of theft, crime, moral enormities, and laughable gross queries. They forestalled the danger of a united Southern labor movement by appealing to the fear and hate of white labor and offering them alliance and leisure. They encouraged them to ridicule Negroes and beat them, kill and burn their bodies. The planters even gave the poor whites their daughters in marriage, and raised a new oligarchy on the tottering, depleted foundations of the old oligarchy, a mass of new rulers the more ignorant, intolerant, and ruthless because of their inferiority complex. And thus was built a solid South impervious to reason, justice or fact. With this arose a solid North, a North born of that North which never meant to abolish Negro slavery, because its profits were built on it, but who had been gradually made by idealists and laborers and freed slaves to refuse more land to slavery, to refuse to catch and return slaves, and finally to fight for freedom, since this preserved cotton, tobacco, sugar, and the Southern market. Then this new North, fired by a vision of concentrated economic power and profit greater than the world had visioned, tried to stop war and hasten back to industry. But the blind, angry, bewildered South threatened to block the building of this new industrial oligarchy by a political power increased by the very abolition of slavery, until the North had to yield to democracy and give black labor the power with which white Southern landholders threatened Northern industry. In return, Northern capital bribed black and white labor in the South and white and black labor in the North. It thrust debt, concessions, and graft on the South, while in the North it divided labor into exploiting and exploited groups of skilled and highly paid craftsmen who might and did become capitalists, and a mass of ignorant, disfranchised imported foreign slaves. The West transformed its laboring peasant farmers into land speculators and investors and united its interests through railways to the solid South in return for non-interference with big business. God wept, but that mattered little to an unbelieving age. What mattered most was that the world wept and still is weeping and blind with tears and blood. For there began to rise in America in 1876 a new capitalism and a new enslavement of labor. Home labor in cultured lands, appeased and misled by a ballot whose power the dictatorship of vast capital strictly curtailed, was bribed by high wage and political office to unite in an exploitation of white, yellow, brown, and black labor, in lesser lands and breeds without the law. Especially workers of the New World, folks who were American and for whom America was, became ashamed of their destiny. Sons of ditch diggers aspired to be spawn of bastard kings and thieving aristocrats rather than of rough-handed children of dirt and toil. The immense profit from this new exploitation and worldwide commerce enabled a guild of millionaires to engage the greatest engineers, the wisest men of science, as well as pay high wage to the more intelligent labor and at the same time to have left enough surplus to make more thorough the dictatorship of capital over the state and over the popular vote, not only in Europe and America but in Asia and Africa. The world wept because within the exploiting group of New World masters, greed and jealousy became so fierce that they fought for trade and markets and materials and slaves all over the world until at last in 1914 the world flamed in war. The fantastic structure fell, leaving grotesque profits and poverty, plenty and starvation, empire and democracy, staring at each other across world depression. And the rebuilding, whether it comes now or a century later, will and must go back to the basic principles of Reconstruction in the United States during 1867–1876 land, light and leading for slaves black, brown, yellow and white, under a dictatorship of the proletariat. Profit? What profit hath the sea? Of her deep-throated threnody? What profit hath the sun, who stands staring on space with idle hands? And what should God himself acquire from all the eons blood and fire? Fanny Stearns Davis. From Krakow Dawn, The Macmillan Company. 15. Founding the Public School. How the freedmen yearned to learn and know, and with the guiding hand of the Freedmen's Bureau and the Northern School Marm, helped establish the public school in the South and taught his own teachers in the New England college transplanted to the Black South. It was soon after the war that a white member of Johnson's restored Louisiana legislature passed one of the schools set up by the Freedmen's Bureau in New Orleans. The grounds were filled with children. He stopped and looked intently, and then asked, "Is this a school?" "Yes," was the reply. "What, for niggers?" "Evidently." He threw up his hands. "Well, well," he said, "I have seen many an absurdity in my lifetime, but this is the climax. 1. If a poor, degraded, disadvantaged horde achieves sudden freedom and power, what could we ask of them in 10 years? To develop some, but surely not all, necessary social leadership, to seek the right sort of leadership from other groups, to strive for increase of knowledge, so as to teach themselves wisdom and the rhythm of united effort. This latter accomplishment crowns the work of Reconstruction. The advance of the Negro in education, helped by the abolitionists, was phenomenal, but the greatest step was preparing his own teachers the gift of New England to the Black South. If the Negro public school system had been sustained, guided, and supported, the American Negro today would equal Denmark in literacy. As it is, he surpasses Spain and Italy, the Balkans, and South America, and this is due to the Negro College, which despite determined effort to curtail the efficiency of the Negro public school, and despite a sustained and violent attack upon higher education for black folk, nevertheless, through white Northern philanthropy and black Southern contributions, survived and furnished teachers and leaders for the Negro race at the time of its greatest crisis. The eagerness to learn among American Negroes was exceptional in the case of a poor and recently emancipated folk. Usually, with a protective psychology, such degraded masses regard ignorance as natural and necessary, or even exalt their own traditional wisdom and discipline over book learning, or they assume that knowledge is for higher beings, and not for the likes of us. American Negroes never acted thus. The very feeling of inferiority which slavery forced upon them fathered an intense desire to rise out of their condition by means of education. Of the 488,070 free Negroes in the United States in 1860, 32,629 were attending school, and only 91,736 were unable to read and write. In the slave states, there were 3,651 colored children attending schools supported by the free Negroes. The mass of the slaves could have no education. The laws on this point were explicit and severe. There was teaching, here and there, by indulgent masters, or by clandestine Negro schools, but in the main, the laws were followed. All the slave states had such laws, and after the Nat Turner insurrection in Virginia, these laws were strengthened and more carefully enforced. As late as May, 1862, Edward Stanley, whom Lincoln appointed provisional governor of North Carolina, sought to conciliate the white people when he stopped a Negro school at New Bern. He said that he had been sent there to restore the old order of things, and that the laws of North Carolina forbade the teaching of slaves to read and write, and he could not expect success in his undertaking if he encouraged the violation of the law. At the time of emancipation, not all the Southern Negroes were illiterate. In South Carolina, a majority of the nearly 10,000 free Negroes could read and write, and perhaps 5% of the slaves. But illiteracy among the colored population was well over 95% in 1863, which meant that less than 150,000 of the 4 million slaves emancipated could read and write. The first great mass movement for public education at the expense of the state, in the South, came from Negroes. Many leaders before the war had advocated general education, but few had been listened to. Schools for indigents and paupers were supported, here and there, and more or less spasmodically. Some states had elaborate plans, but they were not carried out. Public education for all at public expense was, in the South, a Negro idea. Point 2. Prior to the abolition of slavery, there was no general public educational system, properly speaking, in the Southern states, except perhaps, in North Carolina. In some populous centers, there were free schools, in some localities, academies and colleges, but for the most part, no adequate provision was made for the education even of the poorer whites. Emerging from their bondage, the Negroes in the very beginning manifested the utmost eagerness for instruction, and their hunger was met by a corresponding readiness on the part of the people of the North to make provisions for it. Point 3. The original state constitution of North Carolina, in 1775, provided for public education, but there was no appropriation for the schools, and the only direct result was the establishment of the state university. In 1825, a literary fund was established toward defraying the cost of the public schools. A school system was sketched in 1839, but without an executive head, and with small funds. In 1852, a superintendent of public instruction was appointed. His work for a long time was confined to propaganda, and he especially noted the lack of any demand for public schools, and the feeling that such schools were simply for paupers. Nevertheless, the work of the first superintendent, C.H. Wiley, was important as propaganda, but only as propaganda, because at the time of the war, only here and there in the state is there a schoolhouse for whites of very inferior description, and with long distance between. There was no state support of schools. The burden of public education, such as it was, rested on local authorities. In South Carolina, there was even less effort. In 1811, there was an act to establish free schools throughout the state. It provided for as many free schools in each election district as the district was entitled to representatives in the lower house. After 44 years of operation, 1811 to 1855, Governor J. A. Adams pronounced the system a failure, saying of the handling of funds, "Great inequalities prevailed, and during 27 years, returns were made in only 5 years, the small districts and parishes did not receive regular sums, and the amounts received, did not have proportion to the number of schools, or to the population." After 1815, the annual appropriation was $37,000 annually, nearly $1,500,000 in all, of which only $109,740 was accounted for. 4. In December 1855, Governor Adams pleaded for the appointment of a superintendent of education. "Let us make at least this effort, and if the poor of the land are hopelessly doomed to ignorance, poverty, and crime, you will at least feel conscious of having done your duty." He was, of course, referring only to the whites, and did not himself seem to believe much in the educability of the poor. In Virginia, Armstead reports that in 1851, less than one-half the poor white children were attending any schools, and those attended only 11 weeks in the year. This pitiable result was obtained with a cost to the state of $69,000. Thomas Jefferson in the 18th century had evolved a school system for whites, with industrial schools for Negroes, but there was bitter and successful opposition, and as Jefferson himself said, such a permissive scheme was doomed to failure from the very moment of its inception. 5. In Georgia, the Constitution of 1777 had spoken of schools, but nothing was done. Some private academies were incorporated in 1783, and permission given the governor to grant 1,000 acres of free land for erection of free schools, but few if any grants were made. In 1815, $250,000 was appropriated, known as the Poor School Fund. Nothing further was done until the legislature of 1851, when something was added to this fund to pay tuition for the children of parents too poor to pay anything. The whole fund for education as late as 1865 was only $23,355. Governor Brown urged a system of public schools before the war, but the legislature did nothing but make a small increase of the Poor School Fund. In 1858, a movement was started in Atlanta looking toward the establishment of a system of free schools in Georgia. A. N. Wilson went to Rhode Island to look into the public school system there, and on his return, held several meetings, culminating in a meeting October 6, 1858, called by the mayor. The chairman appointed a committee, but some of the members of the committee took charge of the entire movement and blocked it. The original movers, seeing that they had lost control, withdrew, and the proposal fell through. The Constitution of 1865 under the Provisional Government gave the legislature permission to appropriate money for the promotion of learning and science, and for the education of the people, and provided for the resumption of the regular exercises of the University of Georgia. In the first session of the legislature after the war, a bill to establish public schools was introduced, but postponed until late in 1866. By a vote of 62 to 58, in the House, and an equally close vote in the Senate, a bill to establish a system of public schools was squeezed through, but only on condition that nothing was to be done until 1868. This proposal lapsed because of the Reconstruction Acts of 1867. Thus, although there had been much talk and some legislation on the subject, there had been no regularly organized system of common schools supported by public taxation in Georgia prior to the Civil War. 6. Mississippi did lip service to the idea of public education in her earlier constitutions, but little tangible was accomplished. The 16th section fund given to the states by the federal government for education, amounting to at least $15 million in Mississippi, was totally mismanaged and lost, while tens of thousands of white children grew up in ignorance. Florida tried, about 1850, to obtain schools for whites, from taxes on certain sales of slaves, with small results. Alabama and North Carolina had the best pre-war systems, due to the enthusiasm of certain teachers, but even here, there was no disposition among the planters to accept taxation for public education. Joel Riggs, Comptroller of the State Treasury in 1851, said, "Perhaps of all trust funds, none has been so greatly mismanaged as the school fund of Alabama 7. The experience of the other southern states shows similar neglect and indisposition to educate the poor whites." The fact of the matter was that in the pre-war South, there were two insuperable obstacles to a free public school system. The first was the attitude of the owners of property. They did not propose under any circumstances to be taxed for the public education of the laboring class. They believed that laborers did not need education, that it made their exploitation more difficult, and that if any of them were really worth educating, they would somehow escape their condition by their own efforts. The second obstacle was that the white laborers did not demand education, and saw no need of it, save in exceptional cases. They accepted without murmur their subordination to the slaveholders, and looked for escape from their condition only to the possibility of becoming slaveholders themselves. Education they regarded as a luxury connected with wealth. It was only the other part of the laboring class, the black folk, who connected knowledge with power, who believed that education was the stepping stone to wealth and respect, and that wealth, without education, was crippled. Perhaps the very fact that so many of them had seen the wealthy slaveholders at close range, and knew the extent of ignorance and inefficiency among them, led to that extraordinary mass demand on the part of the black laboring class for education. And it was this demand that was the effective force for the establishment of the public school in the South on a permanent basis, for all people and all classes. If the planters opposed schools for poor whites, they all the more regarded Negro schools as absurd. The unalterable conviction of most white Southerners was that Negroes could not and would not learn, and thus their education involved an unjustifiable waste of private property for public disaster. D.R. Grattan, a native Virginian, testified before the Reconstruction Committee in 1866, "They cannot educate themselves, they are not disposed to educate themselves." 8. In the face of this, listen to the words of Booker T. Washington. "Few people who were not right in the midst of the scenes can form any exact idea of the intense desire which the people of my race showed for education. It was a whole race trying to go to school. Few were too young, and none too old, to make the attempt to learn. As fast as any kind of teachers could be secured, not only were day schools filled, but night schools as well. The great ambition of the older people was to try to learn to read the Bible before they died. With this end in view, men and women who were 50 and 75 years old, would be found in the night schools. Sunday schools were formed soon after freedom, but the principal book studied in the Sunday school was the spelling book. Day school, night school, and Sunday school were always crowded, and often many had to be turned away for want of room. 9. The first educational efforts came during the war, when the Negroes, refugees, and soldiers were taught at various camps and places of refuge at their own pressing request. This was followed by the efforts of philanthropic societies. Schools were started among the Negroes of the peninsula of Virginia and of Port Royal, South Carolina, as soon as they were captured. In Virginia, when federal authority was established in the Southeast, the American Missionary Association asked to work among the freedmen and was welcomed by Governor Butler. The first day school was established on September 17, 1861, in the town of Hampton in a small brown house near the seminary, a school formerly used by the whites. This school was taught by Mrs. Mary Peake under the auspices of the American Missionary Association. Mrs. Peake was a mulatto, whose father was an Englishman. She was born a free woman and received a fair education at her home in Alexandria. She wanted to help her race, and she had gone among the slaves during slavery to teach them to read and write. She held her school at Hampton, however, only until the next spring, when she died of consumption at the early age of 39. Her school was not only the first one at Hampton but the first of the kind in the South. Around the small school she began followed the other schools in the Hampton vicinity, all of which led to the Hampton Institute of today. 10. In January, 1862, Solomon Peck had opened a school at Beaufort, South Carolina, and Barnard Lee, at Hilton Head. In February, 1862, Edward L. Pierce and General Thomas W. Sherman sent out a call to the highly favored and philanthropic people of the North to send volunteers to teach both old and young the rudiments of civilization and Christianity. 11 Freedmen's Aid Societies were formed at Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, and 41 men and 12 women teachers went to Port Royal in March. 8 schools were in operation by May, and within a year, 30, with 3,000 students. Officers held schools for black soldiers, and many Negroes, who had bought abandoned lands, opened schools at their own expense. Port Royal schools in 1855 had 60 teachers. Schools for their children had been supported by the Free Negroes of Charleston since 1744, openly at first, clandestinely after the law forbade them. When Johnson was inaugurated, the event was celebrated in Charleston, South Carolina, by opening the public schools to all children without distinction of color. 25 of the 42 teachers were colored. The Tribune said, March 10, 1865. So the thing is done. The loyal white people, the Irish and German population, have shown that they are quite willing to let their children attend the same school with the loyal blacks, although it is true that no attempt to unite them in the same room or classes would have been tolerated at the time. But in the playgrounds, white and black boys joined in the same sports as they do in the public streets, and there can be no doubt that now that this great step has been made, all the prejudice against equal educational advantages will speedily vanish, and indeed, it is the veriest hypocrisy in the city where very old families have aided in obliterating all the complexional distinctions by mingling their blood with that of their slaves. In the rooms where the colored children assembled, there were many children with clear, blue eyes, pure, white skins, long, silky hair without kinks, and yet, they were classed with the Negro population by the former rulers of the city. 12. A month later came a significant celebration. I walked to the square with William Lloyd Garrison. Think of the great pioneer abolitionist of Boston in the streets of Charleston. As Mr. Garrison entered the square, he was introduced to about 2,000 children by Mr. James Redpath, Superintendent of Public Instruction. When the children were told who Mr. Garrison was, they surrounded him, threw up their hats and caps, caught hold of him, fell down and over each other, and sent up shout after shout of such welcome and greeting as I may safely say was never before witnessed on the soil of South Carolina. 13. Many private schools were established, one by Jonathan C. Gibbs, afterward Superintendent of Schools in Florida, another by F. L. Cardozo, who became State Treasurer of South Carolina, and others in various parts of the state. In the second year of freedom, 23 schools in different localities were built by Negroes, aided by the Freedmen's Bureau and philanthropy. The freedmen contributed to the support of school teachers $12,252, and $500 to schoolhouses. In Beaufort, the Negroes opened a building for a free high school bought and supported entirely by them as early as 1867. In the West, General Grant appointed Colonel John Eaton, afterwards United States Commissioner of Education, to be Superintendent of Freedmen in 1862. He sought to establish and regulate schools and succeeded in organizing a large system. Louisiana had schools for free Negroes, supported by them before the war. Afterward, the Army established a large system. On March 22, 1864, General Banks, on his own responsibility, had made provisions for the establishment of schools for freedmen by an order issued which did not meet the approval of many in Louisiana. He appointed a board of education of 3 persons, and granted it large powers. It was to establish one or more common schools in every school district defined by the provost marshal, to acquire by purchase or otherwise, lands for school sites, to erect schoolhouses and to employ teachers as far as practicable among the loyal citizens of Louisiana, to furnish books, to provide every adult freedman with a library costing $2.50, this amount to be deducted from the wages of the said freedmen, and, finally, to levy for these purposes a school tax on real and personal property in every school district. When the collection of the general tax for Negro schools was suspended in Louisiana by military order, the colored people were greatly aroused and sent in petitions. One of these petitions, 30 feet in length, represented 10,000 Negroes, who signed mostly with marks. They offered to pay a special tax, if the schools could be kept going. When the Confederates returned to domination, the public schools, which had attained a degree of efficiency never before reached in the South, were greatly curtailed. 110 of the teachers, many of them native-born, were dismissed at once, and their places filled with intolerant Confederates. The most noted of the clandestine schools for free colored children was opened in Savannah in 1818 or 1819 by a colored Frenchman named Julien Frumontaine, from Santo Domingo. Up to 1829, this school was taught openly. After December 22, 1829, it was made a penal offense to teach a Negro or free person of color to read or write. Frumontaine's school, however, flourished clandestinely for many years, and in a sense, laid the foundation of the new state system of public instruction, which gave equal school privileges to all children regardless of race or color. The public school system of Georgia started in the conference in Savannah, December 1864, when Stanton, Secretary of War, and General Sherman met 5 or 6 leading Negroes, and decided upon schools. It was a notable gathering. The Colored Committee consisted of 8 or 10 leading colored ministers of Savannah. Secretary Stanton was astonished at the wisdom and tact of those untutored blacks and observed that the men's replies to his questions were so shrewd, so wise, and so comprehensive. They were the picked men of the race in Georgia, of great native ability and would have attracted attention in any assembly. 14. It was decided to have the schools opened at once for all the colored people who should apply. A time was set for examination of teachers, and a number of colored men and women applied. The colored citizens of Savannah were greatly encouraged and assisted in their efforts by the Rev. James Lynch, of the AME Church, an educated colored man, who afterwards became Secretary of the State for Mississippi. Early in January, 1865, the Reverend J. W. Alvord, Secretary of the American Tract Society, Boston, who had done business in Savannah for a number of years before, gave his assistance. He and Mr. Lynch examined the teachers. 10 colored persons were found competent. It was very difficult to find buildings in which to locate the schools. The most available place was the old Bryan Slave Mart, which had recently served as the pen from which relatives of many of these Negroes had been sold. The bars which marked the slave stalls were knocked down to make more space for seating. To this and other places flocked the freed people of every age and shade, eager for that book learning which really seemed to them the key to their advance. By December 1865, the colored people of Savannah had opened a number of schools with 500 pupils, and they were contributing a fund of $1,000 for the support of the teachers. In January 1866, the Negroes of Georgia organized the Georgia Educational Association, whose object was to induce the freedmen to establish and support schools in their own counties and neighborhoods. In 1867, 191 day schools and 45 night schools were reported as existing. Of these, 96 were reported either wholly or in part supported by the freedmen, who also owned 57 of the school buildings. Persistent propaganda represents the South after the war as being largely in favor of Negro education. This is a flat contradiction of plain historical evidence. Dunning says, the Negroes were disliked and feared almost in exact proportion to their manifestation of intelligence and capacity, and there were many reasons in the utterances of Southerners to support his generalization. Education of the Negroes, they thought, would be labor lost, resulting in injury instead of benefit to the working class. The teachers of the Freedmen's Bureau or of private philanthropies interfered with labor and encouraged directly or indirectly, insolence to employers. Schooling, felt the South, ruins a nigger. 15. The American Freedmen's Commission reports that the Negroes' attempts at education provoked the most intense and bitter hostilities, as evincing a desire to render themselves equal to the whites. Their churches and schoolhouses in many places were destroyed by mobs. Nigger teachers was one of the most opprobrious epithets that the Southern vocabulary furnished. Even in the North this prejudice existed among some of the avowed friends of the freed people, and it is a singular fact that one of the early Freedmen's Aid societies was rent asunder by the unwillingness of a part of its members to cooperate in any movement looking toward the education of the Negro, though they were willing to provide him with food and clothing, in order to prevent suffering and death. 16. The teachers who went down from the North were soon disillusioned, if they were at all influenced by any other than the most serious missionary spirit. Ostracism is a mild term for the disesteem with which they were regarded as nigger teachers. 17. The white people of Virginia were shocked at the efforts of Northern philanthropists to educate Negroes, and the papers sneered at them. 18. There was some gradual change of sentiment among the better class of whites in Virginia, but still the mass of whites remained bitterly opposed to the schools, and some had become brutal. Teachers were proscribed and ill-treated, schoolhouses burned, and threats so strong that many schools could not be opened. And others, after a brief struggle, had to be closed. In Virginia, I heard a man who did not know who I was, make a remark in reply to something that had been said about establishing a school at Wytheville for the teaching of colored children. He said that he hoped that the damned rascal who attempted to teach niggers would be shot. 19. In North Carolina, instances are found where persons who taught in Negro schools were assaulted, schoolhouses burned, and threats made against the lives of those engaged in the work. 2 women school teachers who were recently sent from Wilmington to Fayetteville, North Carolina to establish a school for colored children, were informed by the sheriff of the county that they would not be allowed to start their schools, nor would they be allowed to land, but they might remain on the steamer until her return to Wilmington, inasmuch as they were women. If they were men, they would receive such treatment as was awarded to such meddlesome characters before the war. 20. In South Carolina, General Saxton said that teachers of colored schools throughout the state gave it as their opinion that they would be unable to remain there for a day, but for the protection of United States troops. In Mississippi, bitter opposition was manifested against Negro schools. Colored men in some instances themselves gave the money to prepare and furnish a school, and then were forbidden to use it. 4 young men in Adams County conspired to murder the teacher of a Negro school. They maltreated him somewhat barbarously. 21. One wonders just what somewhat barbarously would be. In Louisiana, it was said, if military protection were withdrawn, our schools would cease. Conway said of Louisiana in 1866. The feeling there is unanimous that they shall not own an acre of land or have any schools. They are more hostile to the establishment of schools than they are to owning lands. They had broken up some of our schools at the time of my departure, and since then I have official reports from those who have charge of the schools that upon the withdrawal of the military from the parishes of St. Mary and Lafourche the freedmen's schoolhouses in those parishes were, before night, burnt or pulled down, the schools disbanded, and the teachers frightened away. 22. In many regions, this opposition was very persistent. Along the coast it was usually tacit and suppressed. Their teachers and schools for Negroes were ignored. But, in the interior of Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Maryland, it was given full and free expression. Negroes were dispossessed of their school buildings, teachers were not allowed to enter upon their duties, and churches and schoolhouses were sometimes burned. 23. A few voices cried in the wilderness that a due regard for the public weal imperatively requires that the Negroes be educated, taught at least to read and write. Steeped in ignorance, they can never be made to understand the responsibilities that rest upon them as freedmen. 24. But others only admitted that the sole aim should be to educate every white child in the Commonwealth. 25. I am in favor of providing ways and means for the education of freedmen, but not in favor of positively imposing upon any legislature the unqualified and imperative duty of educating any but the superior race of man, the white race. Our pecuniary condition does not allow us to do it. Often this objection took an even more ungracious form. I say that the levying of a tax upon us, to pay for the education of a race we expect to be torn from us, is an indignity. Why are we called upon to educate these Negroes? No, sir, I will never be so dishonest as to disgrace myself by such a vote. 26. In the midst of these efforts of Negroes and the general opposition of whites came the Freedmen's Bureau. The Freedmen's Bureau found many schools for freedmen already in existence, maintained by tax commissioners, by Negroes, and by the Army. The original Freedmen's Bureau Act made no provision for Negro education, but notwithstanding this, the funds derived from the rent of abandoned property was used for education, and government buildings were turned into schoolhouses. Transportation was given to teachers and subsistence granted. By Act of 1866, the educational powers of the Bureau were greatly enlarged, cooperation with benevolent associations, teachers, and agents was sanctioned, and buildings leased. The sum of $521,000 was appropriated for school purposes, and other sums provided by the sale and lease of property formerly belonging to the Confederate government. Teachers were sent from the North, and the Quakers, Methodists, Baptists, Presbyterians, and especially Congregationalists, took part. The efforts thus begun in the Army and by philanthropists, and taken up later by the Freedmen's Bureau, expanded into a system which penetrated the whole South, although naturally it touched but a fraction of the Negro population. Between 1865, June 1, and September 1, 1870, the Bureau spent on education a sum which represented about one-half of the expenses of the schools. The rest was met by benevolent associations and the freedmen themselves. For some years after 1865, the education of the Negro was well-nigh monopolized by the Freedmen's Bureau, and the missions sustained by the Northern churches and organizations allied with them. Schools of all grades, from the kindergarten to the college, were established in each state. The Freedmen's Bureau alone appropriated $3,521,934 to schools from 1868 to 1870, while the churches and societies spent $1,572,287 during the same period. Among the Northern teachers were many men and women of unusual sincerity of purpose, zealous as only religious enthusiasts can be. The Negro was only responsive to efforts in his behalf as far as his economic conditions would permit. 27. It is nevertheless both interesting and astonishing to realize that during 1866 to 1870 the freedmen contributed in cash $785,700 to their schools. 28. In 1866, Alvord, the superintendent of education under the Freedmen's Bureau, reported that in 11 former slave states and the District of Columbia, there were 90,589 Negro pupils and 1,314 teachers in 740 schools. From 1865 to 1866, teachers in the Negro elementary schools were almost exclusively Northern whites. Gradually Negro teachers came to be used. The annual amount which the Bureau voted to school purposes increased from $27,000 in 1865 to nearly $1 million in 1870, and reached a total in 1865 to 1870 of $5,262,511.26. In July 1870, there were 4,239 schools under their supervision, with 9,307 teachers and 247,333 pupils. Notwithstanding this, of the 1,700,000 Negro children of school age in 1870, only about one-tenth were actually in school. The public school systems, in most Southern states, began with the enfranchisement of the Negro. For instance, in South Carolina, the Constitution of 1868 was a notable departure in the educational history of the state. Not only was education mentioned for the first time in the organic law, but the state for the first time was given the outline of an educational system in keeping with the advanced thought of the age. The General Assembly was obligated to establish a system of universal education as soon as practical. 29. Perhaps no state illustrates the relation of the Negro and the public school system better than South Carolina, and the story of the debate in the convention of 1868 is worth following. On Saturday, January 18, 1868, Beverly Nash, a colored member, offered a resolution on education, and A.J. Rancière on Tuesday, January 21, presented another resolution which read, "Resolved, that the Committee on Education inquire into the expediency of establishing a Board of Education, consisting of 3 from each congressional district. Such board shall have power to divide the state into school districts, and provide for a thorough system of common schools, elect a superintendent from among their number, and make all needful regulations for the education of youth, no distinction to be made in favor of any class of persons." 30. The Committee on Education was named January 20, and F. L. Cardozo, the Negro leader, was chairman. 3 white men and 5 colored men served on the committee. Robert Smalls, of planter fame, desired that a system of public schools be established, and that they be open to all classes of people, and he wanted compulsory education. B. F. Randolph wanted institutions for the insane, blind, deaf, and dumb, and poor fostered and supported by the state. The matter of compulsory attendance brought considerable discussion. Rancière, afterwards congressman, supported compulsory attendance, contending that ignorance was a cause of vice and degradation, and that civilization and enlightenment were the consequence of the schoolmaster, and if force was necessary to secure the benefits of education, it ought to be resorted to. 1 or 2 able Negroes were against the compulsory feature, but 2 white delegates were in favor of it. One of them, Gilson, said, "In South Carolina, where there has never been any system of free public schools, there is 1 person in every 8 who cannot read and write." 31. Finally, it was decided that the compulsory feature should not be insisted upon until a thorough and complete system had been organized. The Constitution as ratified provided for the establishment of universal education as soon as practical and for compulsory attendance for all children between the ages of 6 and 16, but this was not to become effective until the system had been completely organized. It provided for a normal school and a school for the deaf, dumb, and blind. After the termination of the convention, the General Assembly enacted a law to provide for the temporary organization of the Education Department. On November 20, 1869, 1 year after this, J. K. Gilson made a report on the school situation, incomplete because many counties had not reported. There were at that date 16,418 children in school, of whom 8,255 were white, and 8,165 colored. There were 381 schools with 528 teachers. Among the teachers, 50 were colored. The temporary act proved inadequate, and Governor Scott urged in November, 1869, an efficient and comprehensive law. This led to the Act of February 16, 1870. To establish and maintain a system of free schools for the state of South Carolina. An examination of its provisions reveals that it is no gross exaggeration to state that it was the most comprehensive and most beneficial legislation the state of South Carolina has ever enacted. Textbooks were to be provided at cost or free to the poor. 32. June 4, 1870, there were 30,448 children in 769 schools, and the average pay of the teachers was $35 a month. The superintendent complained of the inexperience of the school officers, want of suitable schoolhouses, scarcity of good teachers, and the apathy and opposition to the new system, and also of the inadequacy of the appropriation. Besides this, there was deep prejudice against mixed schools. The public press of the state had held the whole educational system up to ridicule, abused officials and belittled their efforts, or else had remained silent. The number of colored pupils attending school in 1869 was 8,163, in 1870, there were 15,894. The number of white pupils in 1869 was 8,255, in 1870, 11,122. The repeated failure on the part of the state to meet in full its appropriations for school purposes had been a fruitful source of sore perplexity to these officers, and a very serious detriment to the cause. 33 Evidently, the school system was operated in a most inefficient manner, and there was a gross misappropriation of the school funds. 34 From year to year, Gilson was able to report progress. When he left office in 1876, there were 123,035 students attending 2,776 schools taught by 3,068 teachers, and the school revenue was $457,260. We may assume that had the Reconstruction government not been overthrown in 1877, it would have given to the state an excellent school system. 35 F. J. Moses, Jr., while governor, said, "No greater eulogy can be written upon the reconstructed administration of government in South Carolina than that when it came into power it was a statutory offense against the law of the land to impart even the rudiments of a common school education to a South Carolinian, because, forsooth, he was black, while the reconstructed government has made it a statutory offense to hinder or prevent any child in the state, of whatever color, from obtaining a common school education. Nay, we have even gone further, and demanded, by our Constitution, that their attendance at school be compulsory. 36 The Reconstruction Constitution of Georgia in 1868 provided for a thorough system of general education to be forever free to all the children of the state, the details to be worked out by the legislature. In August 1869, the Georgia Teachers Association, composed of white and colored teachers, met for the first time at Atlanta. The subject of public education was thoroughly discussed and a plan proposed by which the educational provisions of the Constitution could be put into operation. It was not until 1870 that the legislature took up the subject. Practically all of the Negro senators and representatives introduced bills on education. Senator Campbell, who was one of the group that met Stanton and Sherman at Savannah, presented a bill asking for a thorough system of a public education. He also presented a very lengthy resolution describing how the money for education was to be secured. White Georgia, however, long resisted the establishment of the public school system. The first public school law was enacted in October 1870, and amended in 1872. Its details were the result of recommendations made by a committee of the Georgia Teachers Association. The plan was more elaborate than that of 1866 and had a state school commissioner and a state board of education, and a special school fund was provided. There would be separate schools for whites and blacks, but equal facilities. The first public schools were taught in the state during the summer of 1871. The schools were suspended in 1872 because of reaction and the alleged lack of funds. In 1871, there was $500,000 in the school fund, but the legislature had diverted it to other purposes. The schools were put in operation in 1873, and in 1874, there were 1,379 schools for whites, and 356 for Negroes. It is a coincidence that the passage of the Act of 1870 came on the 100th anniversary of a previous act passed by the Georgia legislature, making it penal to teach a Negro to write or read. This was a great day for Georgia. There were over 500,000 Negroes in the state, and less than 1% of them were able to read and write in 1870. Perhaps not over 500 colored people, when the public schools were opened, were more or less capable of taking charge of a primary school. In 1871, 6,664 colored children were enrolled in private schools, while in 1880, after 10 years of free schools, the enrollment of colored children was 86,399. By that time, too, most of them were taught by colored teachers. Along with the public school system, there were 3,719 pupils in private schools, and a few in college, making a total enrollment, in 1880, of 97,174. The new state constitution of Mississippi of 1868 made it the duty of the legislature to establish a uniform system of free public schools, by taxation or otherwise, for all children between the ages of 5 and 21 years 37. Before this, the only free schools in the state were those maintained out of the proceeds arising from the sale or lease of the so-called 16th section lands, granted to the state by Congress in the early part of the century. But as most of these lands had been lost by mismanagement, the number of such schools was not very large. The Reconstruction Convention was thoroughly imbued with the idea of education for all. The Constitution made it the duty of the legislature to encourage by all suitable means the promotion of intellectual, scientific, moral, and agricultural improvement by establishing a uniform system of public schools for all children between the ages of 5 and 21 years. Constitutional provision was made for a permanent school fund, and the legislature was empowered to levy a poll tax not exceeding $2 per capita. Many difficulties were encountered in the early life of Mississippi's new school system, and its progress was slow. Objections to Negro education were early apparent. The school report of 1873 says, "Again it is objected that a general tax compels white men of the state to educate the children of the Negro. But as the Negro forms a majority of the entire population of the state, and in an eminent degree a majority of the producing classes, as such classes of every population the laborer, tenant, and consumer indirectly bear the burdens of taxation, it follows that an assessment upon the property of the state would be principally paid by the Negro and, therefore, the ground of complaint, if any, against a general tax is with the colored people and not with the white." 38. During the first year of free education in Mississippi, State Superintendent Pease reported that more than 3,000 free schools had been opened with an attendance of 66,257 pupils. Of the 3,500 teachers employed, all except 399 were white. The total expenditure for public education for the year exceeded the government expenditures for all other purposes. Alabama, in 1,850, out of 176,657 persons 5 to 20 years of age, reported 62,728 pupils, mostly in private academies and pay schools, which meant that the bulk of the white poor had no schools. The established public schools were without a state board, and in 1,854, spent only $2.50 a year on each enrolled pupil. The public school system of Alabama was established by the state constitution of 1867, and organized in the following year. It was in continual financial difficulty owing to the bitter opposition of the whites. Irregularities and defalcations in the educational department were charged, and finally, owing to the lack of funds and non-payment of taxes, as well as other conditions, the schools closed in 1873, as the result of the triumph of reaction. But the demand for education was now strong, and the effect of the Northern opinion too great, so that the new constitution made by the Democrats in 1875 kept something of the system, but abolished the Board of Education, and sought, as far as possible, to return to the antebellum status. Separate schools for the races were ordered, the administrative expenses were reduced, no money was to be paid to any denominational school or private school. And the constitutional provision of 1/5 of the state revenue for school use was abolished. The United States Commissioner of Education gave a disapproving account of these changes, and said it was exchanging a certainty for an uncertainty. 39. This was in fact a restoration of education to local reactionary control, and cutting off all higher training of Negroes from public help. Alabama felt the result of this narrow policy for many years. The Freedmen's Bureau schools in the state reached only a small portion of the Negroes, and there were a few missionary schools. It is likely that for 5 years there were not more than 200 Northern teachers in the state, and a majority of the white people were hostile toward the education of the Negro. 40. In Florida, a school at Fernandina was established in 1862 by the Rev. Dr. Barrows, who was superintendent, with a half-dozen white Northern teachers. In Jacksonville, the Odd Fellows Hall was seized by the United States Provost General and turned over to Dr. Barrows for a school building. Here a school was opened both for Negroes and for whites. When the white children remonstrated against attending school with black children, Mrs. Hawks, the lady principal, said, "Very well, the colored children will be educated even if you will not." It is reported that this type of argument proved effective, and the two races got along harmoniously in school for a time. Several disturbing factors prevented this experiment in democracy from continuing. First, the schools were built upon military force and outside workers, rather than the community itself, and secondly, public education was new to Florida, and came at a time when it could least afford to have it from the point of view of finances and personnel. Schools were closed in 1864, but education continued in federal military camps. 41. Negro schools began again under the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865, helped by missionary societies, including two colored groups, the AME Church, and the African Colonization Society of New York. The Constitution of 1865 under Johnson's Reconstruction established a uniform system of education without specific provisions. There were 30 schools at the close of 1865. The Committee on Negroes recommended immediate education for Negroes, but the legislature of 1866 compromised by establishing a state system of Negro schools under which Negroes were to pay for their own schools. E. B. Duncan eventually became superintendent of both the state and the Freedmen's Bureau schools. This system of schools was based on the plan of making the poor pay for their own education. The schools for freedmen were to be supported by a tax of $1 upon all male persons of color, between 1 and 55, and a tuition fee to be collected from each pupil, and the fee for a teacher's certificate, $5, was also to go to the school fund for freedmen. The superintendent was to establish schools for the freedmen when the number of children of persons of color in any county or counties should warrant it, provided, the funds provided for shall be sufficient to meet the expense thereof. 42. The freedmen themselves erected schoolhouses and provided further school funds. Some good schools were established under the superintendency of the Reverend E. B. Duncan, an able and conscientious man, who worked hard to establish colored schools in every county. At that time railroad facilities were very poor, and I have known him to walk from county to county in South Florida to establish colored schools. 43. Gradually, the Bureau schools were absorbed into the state system, although the Bureau was the paramount authority during the period of military rule, 1866 to 1868. Under Negro suffrage came the Law of 1869, and all of Florida's educational historians grant that this was the real beginning of the public school system in this state. 44. Near the end of the radical Republican administration, conditions in education among Negroes of Florida were improved. The field of primary education was virgin, 71,000 inhabitants over 10 years of age were illiterate, 18,000 of them were white. By the end of 1870, 331 schools were open with 14,000 pupils in attendance, one-third of whom were Negroes. Probably the most outstanding character in the early life of the Florida public school system was a Negro, Jonathan C. Gibbs, whose colorful and efficient career has been noted in Chapter 12. After acting as Secretary of State for 3 years, he was appointed, late in 1872, Superintendent of Public Instruction, an office which he held until his death in 1874. It was then a post of considerable difficulty, as the first enthusiasm for a new school system had subsided and political complications and embarrassment about school funds had come in to hinder progress. But by his energy and enthusiasm in the cause he so far succeeded that, in the month of August, 1873, he had the pride and pleasure of saying before the National Educational Association, "The census of 1860 antebellum shows that Florida had in her schools, 4,486 pupils, at an expense of $75,412. Today, Florida has 18,000 pupils in school, at an expense of $101,820, fully 4 times as many pupils, at an increase of only 33% expense. 45. In 1876, when the Republicans were driven from power, 676 public schools had been established with 28,444 pupils, black and white, costing $158,846.36. In North Carolina, Negroes early pushed toward public education. There had been private schools for free Negroes before the war, and they had the example of John Chavis, who studied at Princeton and at what is now Washington and Lee University. Among his white pupils were a United States Senator, a governor of the state, and the sons of a Chief Justice. All accounts agree that John Chavis was a gentleman. When the law stopped him from teaching white students, he taught a school for free Negroes in Raleigh. In 1867, it was reported that many instances had come to notice where the teachers of a self-supporting Negro school had been sustained until the last cent the freedmen could command was exhausted, and where these last had even drawn on their credit in the coming crop to pay the bills necessary to keep up the school. The most severe critics of Reconstruction must admit that the Convention of 1868 and the legislature of 1868 to 1869 set up a fine school system for North Carolina, so far as it could. The poverty of the state made the realization of this system immediately an impossibility, but no one can place at their door the laxity and graft of the administrative officers which afterwards characterized the Department of Public Instruction. Their work was to provide a system of public schools for the state of North Carolina, and this they did. The only error with which one may charge them is that they did not set up a system calling for separate schools for Negro and white children, and many people there are, who would not class this as an error. 46. Article 9 of the new Constitution, the section dealing with education, made provision for a general system of public schools, with tuition free to all persons between the ages of 6 and 21. The counties were to be divided into school districts in which at least one school must exist and run for a minimum term of 4 months. The entire state system was to be governed by a Board of Education, composed of the governor of the state, the lieutenant governor, the secretary of state, the treasurer, the superintendent of public works, the auditor, the superintendent of public instruction, and the attorney general. The money to support this system was to come from appropriations from the state treasury, from county taxation, certain fines from the courts, and certain other funds, such as the pre-war literary fund. The school laws were more thoroughly set forth than at any other time in the history of the state. 47 S.S. Ashley, a northern white man, who favored mixed schools, was selected superintendent. The new superintendent of public instruction made his first report of the status of education in North Carolina in November of 1868. The new school laws had just been passed, and sufficient time had not elapsed for any considerable amount of constructive work to be accomplished. The act authorizing the organization of a system of schools was not passed until April, 1869. $100,000 was appropriated, chiefly to come from the poll tax. This report showed that there was a total of 330,581 children between the ages of 6 and 21 in the state. Of this number, 223,815 were white, and 106,766 were Negroes. There were 1,900 schoolhouses or buildings being used for school purposes, of which 178 could be definitely classed as good, and 685 were just as definitely to be thought of as bad. The remainder of the buildings were probably neither very good nor particularly bad. On the assumption that the legislature would appropriate the $100,000 called for in the school law, Superintendent Ashley apportioned this sum among the counties. The capitation tax was supposed to supplement this so that the total from the state to the counties was reckoned at $165,209.50, or 50 cents per census child. This was only an apportionment, as the first money out of the state treasury which actually went for the support of public education was not yet distributed. Ashley's second report, issued in the autumn of 1869, gives one an idea of the general situation, and is especially helpful in the matter of Negro education, as it contains the report of the Rev. John Wesley Hood, the Negro who had been appointed as the Assistant Superintendent of Public Instruction in charge of the Negro schools. J. W. Hood, afterward bishop in the AME Zion Church, had been given his position by the Board of Education, but it appears that no legal provision had been made for this office. In calling attention to this report, Ashley simply states that he had been secured as an agent of the Board of Education and as Assistant Superintendent of Public Instruction. Hood had visited every section of the state in compiling his report, and Ashley asked that attention be given to it, as it represents a more intelligent and complete view of the work of education among the colored population of this state than has yet been given. 48. Hood reported that there were 257 Negro schools, with an enrollment of 15,647, chiefly carried on by churches and missionary societies. Ashley estimated 25,000 colored pupils in all, but the financial support of the public schools was bad. It improved, however, by 1,872. That year, $412,070 was appropriated, and a property tax helped to raise the funds. Just as success seemed in sight, the Democratic Party in North Carolina entered upon its historic policy of white control. The results of the return of the whites to power were soon shown. In 1870, the salary of the Superintendent of Public Instruction was reduced from $2,400 to $1,500, and his appropriations for travel and clerks cut off. The state lost the services of both Ashley and Hood. From yet another quarter was Negro education to receive a blow in the same year. The legal life of the Freedmen's Bureau had expired before this time, but the agents had remained in the field, winding up its affairs. The last of the reports dealing with the educational work of the Bureau is dated July, 1870. The very fact that it was generally disliked by the Southern whites is testimony in favor of its effectiveness. And though it did antagonize the whites on the question of educating the Negro, it stood behind the schools for these same Negroes until such time as they had become pretty well established. Without the support of the Bureau, it is doubtful if any of these schools for Negroes would have existed very long. Reasons of local hostility and financial stringency make this seem probable. 49. A professor of the faculty at the University of North Carolina, Alexander McKeever, was appointed by the new governor to fill out the unexpired term of Ashley. McKeever served in this position until January 1, 1875, when he was succeeded by Stephen D. Poole. Poole promptly stole the money of the Peabody Fund entrusted to his care, proving that theft in North Carolina was not confined to Negroes and carpetbaggers. He was removed from office the following year. In 1872, there were 119,083 white pupils and 55,000 colored pupils in school. For a long time, there was continual fear of mixed schools, but an amendment to the Constitution finally eliminated this. In Virginia, the Constitutional Convention of 1867 to 1868 had 25 Negroes, and they and some of the whites were eager to educate the children. The attempt to establish a public school system was vigorously opposed by the reactionaries, but with the backing of the Negroes, the Constitution provided for a uniform system of public schools to be established not later than 1876. This was adopted by the voters in 1869, and W. H. Ruffner became Superintendent of Public Instruction in 1871. The Constitution did not provide for separate schools, but the laws under it did, and the support of the schools was to be obtained from a corporation tax of $1 and a small property tax. The first schools were opened in 1870, and by the end of the year, there were 2,900 schools, with 130,000 pupils, and 3,000 teachers. Of these, 706 were Negro schools, with 38,554 pupils. The Negroes were eager for the schools, but the whites were largely indifferent. There was a scarcity of Negro teachers and many white teachers were used. In Arkansas, there was a so-called school system before the war, but the governor in 1860 called it radically defective and noted only 25 common schools organized and kept up in the whole state, from the common school funds. The beginnings of popular education in Arkansas were under the Reconstruction government in 1868.50. Negroes themselves after 1865 established the first free schools in Arkansas. This they did at Little Rock, where after paying tuition for a short time, they formed themselves into an educational association, paid by subscription the salaries of teachers, and made the schools free. In July 1865, General Sprague appointed William M. Colby, General Superintendent of Refugees and Freedmen, to cooperate with the state authorities, and, if possible, work out a system of education for those classes. Little progress had been made in Negro education under the lessee system, and Colby had little to build on. Many Arkansas whites did not approve education under the Bureau because they feared it encouraged social equality. Under the Freedmen's Bureau, Negroes built schoolhouses and sometimes furnished as much as 33% of the cost of instruction. This civil government did little toward the encouragement of Negro education. As has been stated earlier, little free school education was furnished for anyone. The legislature of Arkansas on July 2, 1867, provided for a rather pretentious public school system, but all benefits were limited to whites. This was in direct contradiction to the ordinance passed at the Constitutional Convention of 1864. The Constitution of 1868 provided for the maintenance of a system of free public schools for the gratuitous instruction of all persons in the state between the ages of 5 and 20 years. On July 23, 1868, Governor Clayton approved the law under which education was to be carried on. A state board of education had been begun under the lessee system and continued under the Freedmen's Bureau, but this was the first time the civil government had made any provisions for it. The expense of public school education was to be taken care of by taxation. The masses, black and white, were unprepared for this. Competent teachers were scarce, and school officials were often indifferent. This made the situation very trying. Nevertheless, the work of organization was begun August 1, 1868, with Thomas Smith as state superintendent. The Freedmen's Bureau turned over to school authorities all schools under its control, and entered heartily into the development of Negro schools under the new order. In March 1869, a few schools were reported organized. On June 15, 1869, the Daily Republican claimed that there were in successful operation nearly, if not quite, 300 schools. 51. The school funds were reduced somewhat in the fall of 1869 because of tax collectors squandering the proceeds. As a result, many school terms were cut, and others were closed completely, but some continued. Teachers were, as a rule, inefficient. White teachers in Negro schools were held in contempt. The textbooks were usually fixed by the school board, and occasionally the Democratic press demanded that only books of Southern production be used. J. C. Corden, a Negro graduate of Oberlin, was state superintendent of education from January 16, 1873, to October 30, 1874. Under the Democratic administration, the schools were closed during the years of 1874 and 1875, and the attendance in 1876 was only 8% of the school population, but from that time onward, it gradually increased from year to year. The year 1870 remained the high water mark in school attendance for a period of at least 20 years. In Texas, as a result of the work of the Freedmen's Bureau, the educational work, which was under the charge of Lieutenant E. M. Wheelock, advanced to such an extent that by the end of January 1865, there were in operation 26 day and night schools with an enrollment of about 1,600 pupils. These schools were supported partly by voluntary contributions, partly by a small tuition fee. The number of pupils enrolled in the schools September 1, 1866, was over 4,500, with 43 teachers. When the state Republican Party was organized, they advocated free common schools and free homesteads out of the public lands, open to all without distinction of color or race. During the convention of 1868 to 1869, the Committee on Education reported that there were provisions for increasing the existing permanent school fund by adding to it all money to be received from the sale of the public domain, and for applying all the available fund to the education of all children within the scholastic age from 6 to 18 years without distinction of race or color. The public school system in Texas was at first in a large measure a failure because of popular hostility to the admission of Negroes to the public schools, coupled with inefficient management by counties. In the convention which reconstructed Louisiana in 1864, the Banks system of schools was discussed, and there was a motion to declare it unconstitutional, but it was finally approved by a vote of 72 to 9. There was, however, a great diversity of opinion as to the ways and means of providing for the system. It was decided at first to establish schools for whites supported by the white taxation and schools for Negroes to be supported by black taxation. It was argued that unless this measure was adopted, whites and blacks might be compelled to attend the same schools. The friends of the freedman feared that he would suffer by separate taxation. The mover of the previous resolution, Terry, moved some 3 weeks later that there should be no separate taxation of the races, and that the legislature should provide for the education of all children between the ages of 6 and 18 by the maintenance, by taxation or otherwise, of free public schools. This provision, being adopted by a vote of 53 to 27, was incorporated into the Constitution. By the Constitution of 1868, all children were admitted to the public schools regardless of color. The law thus provided for compulsory mixed schools, a condition which prevailed until 1877. As a matter of fact, there were not a great many cases where colored children were pupils in white schools, so that the mixed schools were not universally prevalent. The children of Governor Pinchback, for example, were escorted to a white school by a policeman, but often run off by white hoodlums after the policeman had disappeared. The Freedmen's Bureau was the salvation of Negro education in Kentucky. By the middle of 1866, 35 Negro schools had been established with 58 teachers. The number increased to 139 in 1869. In 1866, there were 58 teachers with an enrollment of 4,122 pupils. An average attendance of 3,215 was maintained. In 1869, the number of teachers had reached 1,080, and the pupils 18,891. Most of the teachers were Negroes with a few whites from the North. The revenue for these schools was obtained from state taxes levied on Negroes, private donations, and sometimes tuition fees. By a law passed in 1866, all Negro taxes, including a poll tax, were to be divided equally between Negro schools and Negro paupers. In 1867, an additional poll tax of $2 was levied on Negroes, but it was soon repealed in 1871, after considerable Negro opposition. In 1873, Negroes also threatened to appeal to the state and federal courts to obtain, by legal process, equal school advantages. Not until the advent of Satch F. Smith as State Superintendent of Education in 1867 did public school education in Kentucky take on new growth. In the 1869 elections, the people voted an increase in school taxes to 20 mills on the dollar. By 1871, the school receipts had increased from less than $400,000 in 1869 to almost $1 million, the number of districts from 4,477 to 5,177, the number of pupils from 376,000 to 405,000. In the District of Columbia, Negroes began their self-supported schools in 1807. Led by 3 former slaves, a great educational movement began. Other schools followed during the early 19th century, and finally, efforts to start a free school system for Negroes in the district were made in 1856. The project was overwhelmingly defeated by white voters at the polls. In 1862, May 21, Congress passed an act providing that 10% of the taxes collected from colored people be appropriated to establish public schools for Negroes. 3 trustees for the Negro schools in Washington and Georgetown were appointed by the Secretary of the Interior, but even the meager funds thus provided were only in part turned over to the Negroes. For 2 years, only $736 had been credited to the Colored School Fund, and the first public school for Negroes was not opened until March 1864. In 1864, another act became the fundamental school law for the whole district. This provided that the authorities should set apart every year from all its receipts for educational purposes such proportionate part thereof, as the number of colored children between the ages of 6 to 17 years in the respective cities bear to the whole number thereof, for the purpose of establishing and sustaining public schools in said cities for the education of colored children. In 1866, Congress appropriated $10,000 to purchase school sites and erect buildings, and after these laws, the Negroes began to receive a just proportion of the school funds. It was not until the year 1867 that these trustees obtained sufficient funds to undertake the establishment of any considerable number of schools. Previous to that time, for about 3 years, from 60 to 80 colored schools had been maintained at a large expense by various benevolent associations in the northern states. 52. There were 26 private schools in 1864, and between 1860 to 1864, $135,000 was contributed by philanthropists for the work. After this, for several years, the white and colored school systems were practically separate, each with their own superintendent. Finally, about 1890, one general superintendent with white and colored assistants under him combined the 2 school systems. In Delaware, early attempts at the education of the colored youth were made by the Negroes themselves, and it was not until 1875 that schools for Negroes had any recognition by the state. By personal taxes, tuition fees, and voluntary contributions, these people were able to keep up the work of education until the General Assembly of the state assumed the responsibility in 1881. Since that date, the work of educating Negroes has been a matter of public concern, with much discrimination against the colored schools. In the other border states, the development of the Negro schools was somewhat different. Missouri and West Virginia established free schools about the same time that the other states did, and made provisions for Negroes. Tennessee was slower, while Maryland, like Delaware, refused to provide for colored children at first, and for a long time granted them only the taxes raised among themselves. Not until 1880 were the colored children generally in border states put on a legal footing with other children in education. It will be noted that in nearly all the southern states there were continual and well-proven charges of peculation and misuse of public school funds. This was not a part of the general charge of stealing and graft, but was the fault of local county officials. In most cases, the leading white landholders, who took no part in the administration of the state, nevertheless kept their hands upon local taxation and assessments, and were determined that the impoverished property holder should not be taxed for Negro education. By various methods, direct and indirect, they thus continually diverted the school funds, and this class of white people were primarily the ones responsible for such dishonesty as there was in the administration of local school funds. On the other hand, there were Negro and poor white officials, here and there, who were guilty of waste and theft. During and after Reconstruction, diversion of school funds was common. In North Carolina, $136,076 was collected for education in 1870, but the Department of Education received only $38,931. In Louisiana, $1 million worth of bonds for the school fund were used to pay the expenses of the legislature in 1872. In Texas, a large part of the income and public lands which belonged to the education fund was lost. In 1870, the school funds in Georgia were partially used for other purposes, and in 1874, Alabama school funds were diverted. In Tennessee, From 1866 to 1869, only 47% of the school taxes were spent on schools. In nearly every state, the question of mixed and separate schools was a matter of much debate and strong feeling. There was no doubt that the Negroes in general wanted mixed schools. They wanted the advantages of contact with white children, and they wanted to have this evidence and proof of their equality. In addition to this, they were strengthened in their stand by white Northern leaders, who pointed out the practical difficulty of two separate systems of schools, which must, to an extent, duplicate effort and would certainly greatly increase cost. In many of the states, the matter was left in abeyance, and in some states, like Louisiana, mixed schools were established. This raised a fury of opposition among the whites, but for reasons of economy and democracy it was obviously the best policy. The propaganda of race hatred made it eventually impossible, and the separate school systems so increased the cost of public education in the South that they resulted in the retardation of the whole system and eventually in making the Negro child bear the burden of the increased cost, so that even to this day throughout the South, the Negro child has from 1/2 to 1/10 as much spent on his education as the white child, and even then, the white child does not receive sufficient funds for a thorough elementary education. Separation by race was prohibited in the constitutions of South Carolina and Louisiana. In Atlanta, the Board of Education wanted mixed schools, but allowed separate schools when they were desired. The trustees of the Peabody Fund caused the dropping of a clause prohibiting separate schools in the original draft of the Federal Civil Rights Bill of 1875. One Southern congressman's speech represents the strength of this fear. Woe be unto the political party which shall declare to the toiling yeoman, the honest laboring poor of this country, your children are no better than a Negro's. If you think so, you shall not practice on that opinion. We are the rulers, you are the servants. We know what is best for you and your children. We, the millionaires who are paid out of your pockets, will take your money and will send our children to select high schools, to foreign lands, where no Negroes are, but you who are too poor to pay, shall send your ragged, hungry urchins to the common schools on such terms as we dictate, or keep them away to stray among the treacherous quicksands and shoals of life, to wander on the streets and learn to syllable the alphabet of vice and crime, or stay at home, and like blind Samson, in mental darkness, tramp barefoot, the treadmill of unceasing toil. 53. In the Reconstruction constitutions, state taxation for schools was a new feature, unknown in the previous school laws of Alabama, Florida, Arkansas, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, and South Carolina. The principle of direct taxation was undoubtedly the most important contribution of the Reconstruction regime to the public school movement in the South. It was perpetuated in all the revisions of these constitutions after 1876, except in Alabama. The victory of Home Rule in 1876 was followed by a period of hostility or at least indifference to public education. In 1879, in Virginia, $1 million belonging to the school fund had been used for other purposes. In Georgia, the legislature of 1876 destroyed $350,000 worth of bonds belonging to the school fund. Tennessee, in 1869, abolished the general tax for school purposes, and the administrative system. The Alabama Constitution of 1875, instead of allocating 1/5 of the state revenue to education, which was the provision in the Constitution of 1868, substituted direct appropriation. In Arkansas, the income from land sales belonging to the school fund was used for other purposes. There were similar reductions of school revenue in Louisiana. In Texas, a voluntary county system was substituted for the state system in 1875 and 1876. The public school system of the South was helped by the gifts of the Peabody Fund in 1867 and 1869. On account of the influences mentioned, it became common throughout the South, for all parties to pledge themselves to the cause of public schools. Yet, by some of those strange fatalities of history, the strongest of all influences for educational progress was the very one which during and just after the Reconstruction period undoubtedly checked the cause. That was the race issue. The movement to eliminate the Negro as a factor in politics involved an appeal to passion, to prejudice, and sometimes a misrepresentation of the part of the colored man in Southern progress. 54. It is fair to say that the Negro carpetbag governments established the public schools of the South. Although recent researches have shown many germs of a public school system in the South before the war, there can be no reasonable doubt that common school instruction in the South, in the modern sense of the term, was founded by the Freedmen's Bureau and missionary societies, and that the state public school system was formed mainly by Negro Reconstruction governments. Dunning says, free public education existed in only a rudimentary and sporadic form in the South before the war, but the new constitutions provided generally for complete systems on advanced Northern models. 55. Colonel Richard P. Hollowell adds, the whites had always regarded the public school system of the North with contempt. The freedmen introduced and established it, and it stands today a living testimony. 56. From the beginning of the public school system under Reconstruction, and after, the fight between local and state control and supervision has been bitter. Local control meant the control of property and racial particularism. It stood for reaction and prejudice, and wherever there was retrogression, particularly in Negro schools, it can be traced to the increased power of the county and district administrators. This accounts for the difficulties, corruption, and failures in Alabama and South Carolina, particularly, and in most of the other southern states. For the first success of the Negro schools, the South deserved little praise. From the beginning, most of the southern states made the Negro schools just as bad as they dared to in the face of national public opinion, and every cent spent on them was taken from Negro rents and wages, and came back to the property holders tenfold in increased opportunities for exploitation. It is said, for instance, in one state, there were to be free public schools. The blacks were to be the chief beneficiaries of the new system, but the whites would pay the taxes. Whites considered such education either useless or positively dangerous to society. Of free, self-sacrificing gifts for the sake of Negro uplift and intelligence, the vast majority of Southern white people contributed almost nothing. In recent years, under the influence of educational leaders like Atticus Haygood and James Dillard, the support of Negro education in some Southern states has become more enlightened and generous. This is particularly true in North Carolina, West Virginia, and Texas. Improvement over unusually bad conditions may be noted also in Louisiana, Virginia, and Delaware. The situation in South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi is still reactionary and deplorable, while the improvement in Arkansas, Tennessee, and Kentucky is not great. Finally, the movement that saved the Negro public school system was not enlightened Southern opinion, but rather that Northern philanthropy which at the very beginning of the Negro education movement contributed toward the establishment of Negro colleges. The reason for them at first was to supply the growing demand for teachers, and was also a concession to Southern prejudice, which so violently disliked the white teacher in the Negro school. This led to the establishment by 1879 of 84 normal and high schools and 16 colleges, with over 12,000 students. But these institutions soon saw a higher mission. In the midst of reaction and disfranchisement, of poverty and growing caste, they became the centers of a training in leadership and ideals for the whole Negro race, and the only fine and natural field of contact between white and black culture. The fathers of 40 years ago anticipated the criticisms of later years as to the wisdom of colleges for the development of a backward race. So, they said, let it be granted that other lines of education are imperative, colleges also certainly are needed, and we must set the standards for the education of the race now. Thorough training, large knowledge, and the best culture possible are needed to invigorate, direct, purify, and broaden life, needed for the wise administration of citizenship, the duties of which are as sure to come as the sun is to shine, though today or tomorrow may be cloudy, needed to overcome narrowness, one-sidedness, and incompleteness. 57. Howard University and Freedmen's Hospital are survivals of the Freedmen's Bureau. Howard University was chartered in 1867 and General O. O. Howard, head of the Freedmen's Bureau, was made its first president. Succeeding as presidents were W. W. Patton, J. E. Rankin, who wrote God Be With You Until We Meet Again, and John Gordon, a lineal descendant of Jonathan Edwards. On its governing board have been Douglas, Langston, and Bruce. It has the largest Negro medical center in the United States, and has furnished about half of the Negro lawyers. Berea College was started by John G. Fee, a Kentuckian, who became an abolitionist. After the war, colored students were admitted, and a brother of the president of Oberlin was at the head of the school. For 40 years, colored students attended Berea, but finally, in 1904, the institution was by law closed to Negroes. Hampton Institute was founded by General S. C. Armstrong, near where the Negroes were first made contraband of war, and where a colored woman founded the first colored school. Among its trustees were Mark Hopkins, Phillips Brooks, and John G. Whittier. Atlanta University was founded by Edmund Ware in 1867. To have gone on as President Ware did during those early years, there must have been in his heart deathless love and pity for men who needed what he could give them, a faith in the gospel and eternal righteousness that never wavered, and a love for God that made work easy and suffering joy. 58. Add to this the picture of Day Forrest at Talladega, Cravath at Fisk, and others at Biddle, Knoxville, New Orleans, and Central Tennessee. There were those two influential schools at the edge of the South, Lincoln in Pennsylvania, and Wilberforce in Ohio. Nearly all of these educational leaders were either nominated by Howard, head of the Freedmen's Bureau, as in the case of General S. C. Armstrong, or received from him the most thoroughgoing cooperation. There is no greater tribute to the Freedmen's Bureau than this. Propaganda has centered the attention of the world upon these Northerners who took part in the political reconstruction of the South, and particularly upon those who were charged with dishonesty, while of the history of this astonishing movement to plant the New England College in the South, and to give the Southern black man a leadership based on scholarship and character, almost nothing has been said. And yet this was the salvation of the South and the Negro. These carpetbaggers deserve to be remembered and honored. Without them there can be no doubt that the Negro would have rushed into revolt and vengeance and played into the hands of those determined to crush him. As it was, when reaction triumphed in 1876, there was already present a little group of trained leadership which grew by leaps and bounds until it gripped and held the mass of Negroes at the beginning of the 20th century. Had it not been for the Negro school and college, the Negro would, to all intents and purposes, have been driven back to slavery. His economic foothold in land and capital was too slight in 10 years of turmoil to effect any defense or stability. His Reconstruction leadership had come from Negroes educated in the North, and white politicians, capitalists, and philanthropic teachers. The counter-revolution of 1876 drove most of these, save the teachers, away. But already, through establishing public schools and private colleges, and by organizing the Negro Church, the Negro had acquired enough leadership and knowledge to thwart the worst designs of the new slave drivers. They avoided the mistake of trying to meet force by force. They bent to the storm of beating, lynching and murder, and kept their souls in spite of public and private insult of every description. They built an inner culture which the world recognizes in spite of the fact that it is still half-strangled and inarticulate. There is wide wonder in it all. That from degraded rest and servile toil, the fiery spirit of the seer should call these simple children of the sun and soil. O black slave singers, gone, forgot, unfamed. You alone, of all the long line of those who've sung untaught, unknown, unnamed, have stretched out upward, seeking the divine. James Weldon Johnson. 16. Back toward slavery. How civil war in the South began again indeed had never ceased, and how black Prometheus bound to the rock of ages by hate, hurt and humiliation, has his vitals eaten out as they grow, yet lives and fights. It must be remembered and never forgotten that the Civil War in the South, which overthrew Reconstruction, was a determined effort to reduce black labor as nearly as possible to a condition of unlimited exploitation and build a new class of capitalists on this foundation. The wage of the Negro worker, despite the war amendments, was to be reduced to the level of bare subsistence by taxation, peonage, caste, and every method of discrimination. This program had to be carried out in open defiance of the clear letter of the law. The lawlessness in the South since the Civil War has varied in its phases. First, it was that kind of disregard for law which follows all war. Then it became a labor war, an attempt on the part of impoverished capitalists and landholders to force laborers to work on the capitalists' own terms. From this, it changed to a war between laborers, white and black men fighting for the same jobs. Afterward, the white laborer joined the white landholder and capitalist and beat the black laborer into subjection through secret organizations and the rise of a new doctrine of race hatred. It is always difficult to stop war, and doubly difficult to stop a civil war. Inevitably, when men have long been trained to violence and murder, the habit projects itself into civil life after peace, and there is crime and disorder and social upheaval, as we who live in the backwash of World War know too well. But in the case of civil war, where the contending parties must rest face to face after peace, there can be no quick and perfect peace. When to all this you add a servile and disadvantaged race, who represent the cause of war and who afterwards are left near naked to their enemies, war may go on more secretly, more spasmodically, and yet as truly as before the peace. This was the case in the South after Lee's surrender. Emancipation loosed the finer feelings of some Southerners toward Negroes. They felt the fall of a burden and expressed it. The nightmare was at last over. They need no longer apologize to the world for a system they were powerless to change or reconstruct. It had been changed and they were glad. But emancipation left the planters poor, and with no method of earning a living, except by exploiting black labor on their only remaining capital, their land. This underlying economic urge was naturally far stronger than the philanthropic, and motivated the mass of Southerners. Carl Schurz said, "Some planters held back their former slaves on their plantations by brute force. Armed bands of white men patrolled the county roads to drive back the Negroes wandering about. Dead bodies of murdered Negroes were found on and near the highways and byways. Gruesome reports came from the hospitals, reports of colored men and women whose ears had been cut off, whose skulls had been broken by blows, whose bodies had been slashed by knives or lacerated with scourges. A number of such cases, I had occasion to examine myself. A veritable reign of terror prevailed in many parts of the South. 1. Many testified that the Southern people seemed to have transferred their wrath at the federal government to the colored people. The disorder and utter lack of control was widespread. Governor Sharkey of Mississippi found an unprecedented amount of lawlessness in 1866. Mrs. Smedes, a Southern white woman, tells of incidents in Mississippi involving both whites and Negroes. At this time, incendiary fires were common. There was not much law in the land. We heard of the gin houses and cotton houses that were burned in all directions. One day as Thomas came back from a business journey, the smoldering ruin of his gin house met his eyes. The building was itself valuable and necessary. All the cotton that he owned was consumed in it. He had not a dollar. He had to borrow the money to buy a postage stamp, not only during this year, but during many years to come. It was a time of deepest gloom. Thomas had been wounded to the bottom of his affectionate heart by the perfidy of the white man who had brought this on his house. In the midst of the grinding poverty that now fell in full force on him, he heard of the reckless extravagance of this man on the money that should have been used to meet these debts. 2. Bands of Confederate soldiers roamed in some states. There have been a number of complaints made to Captain Glavies by citizens of Wayne, Greene, and Sampson counties of numerous robberies and acts of violence by a band of late rebel soldiers, who are inhabitants of Wynne County. They are said to be headed by one Frank Coley. 3. Some 8 weeks ago, several returned rebel soldiers from Pitt County went into the village of Washington and commenced shooting and beating Union men. Several assaults were made, and at least one Union man was publicly whipped in the streets, and some Negroes were wounded. One of the party was badly wounded by a person whom they attacked. On their return, they met on the public highway a Negro. They first castrated him, and afterwards murdered him in cold blood. 4. In Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, it was said in 1866. The life of a Negro is not worth much there. I have seen one who was shot in the leg while he was riding a mule, because the ruffian thought it more trouble to ask him to get off the mule than to shoot him. There is a very large class of such people in Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. I had expected to find Texas in a much worse condition, but I found it much safer there than in Alabama and Mississippi. Particularly in Alabama, the people have been rendered desperate. The crops for the past year have been very poor. The rust and the armyworm have destroyed their cotton crops, and there is much want and suffering among the people. 5. An argument frequently employed in justifying the outrages on the freedmen is that the whites were goaded into it by the evils of Negro domination. The argument holds good in part, but only in part, for unhappily, the outrages were committed before the suffrage was conferred upon the blacks, before such a step was even favored by any considerable number of Northern people. 6. Clara Barton, who visited Andersonville, Georgia, in 1866, tells the story of a colored wife of 18, whom her husband, a blacksmith, brought to her, walking 30 or 40 miles. I took his wife into my tent and examined her back. She was a young bright-colored woman, a little darker than he, with a fair, patient face, with nothing sulky in her look. I found across her back 12 lashes or gashes, partly healed and partly not, some of them cut into the bone. She must have been whipped with a lash half as large as my little finger. It may have been larger, and one of these lashes was from 8 to 10 inches in length, and the flesh had been cut completely out most of the way. It had been a curling whip. It had curled around her arms, cut inside the arm, over the back, and the same on the other side. There were 12 of those long lashes, partly healed and partly not. She could not bear her clothing on her at that time, except thrown loosely over her shoulders. She had got strong enough so as to be able to walk, but she was feeble and must have been unable to work before that occurred. She was in no condition to work. She had been bucked and gagged by her employer, thrown on her face, and lashed on her back, so that, when her husband found her, he said she was a gore of blood. The offense was that, in the last months of pregnancy, she had proved unable to do the task of spinning which was given her. 7. There was in those southern states which I have visited for some years after the war, and up to the year 1868, or in some cases 1870, much disorder, and a condition of lawlessness toward the blacks, a disposition, greatest in the more distant and obscure regions, to trample them underfoot, to deny them equal rights, and to injure or kill them on slight or no provocations. The tremendous change in the social arrangements of the Southern whites had suffered a defeat which was sore to bear, and on top of this, they saw their slaves, their most valuable and cherished property, taken away and made free, and not only free, but their political equals. One needs to go into the far South to know what this really meant, and what deep resentment and irritation it inevitably bred. 8. The unrest and bitterness of post-war lawlessness were gradually transmuted into economic pressure. Systematic effort was made by the owners to put the Negro to work, an equally determined effort by the poor whites to keep him from work which competed with them or threatened their future work and income. Cotton and other crops were high in price, and hard work would soon restore something of the losses of war. The planters offered the ex-slave, therefore, a labor contract, and were surprised when he refused. He had to refuse. The plantation laborer, under the conditions offered, would still be a slave, with small chance to rise to the position of independent farmer, or even of free modern laborer. On the other hand, the poor whites were determined to keep the blacks from access to the richer and better land from which slavery had driven the white peasants. A three-cornered battle ensued and increased lawless aggression. Recurrent crop failures due to the weather made more trouble, and at the same time, the wars of Europe, the 7 Weeks' War and the Franco-Prussian War, disturbed civilization. In such an economic revolution, the cost of change and uplift ought to fall on the community, the nation, and the government. The plantation land should have gone to those who worked it, and the former owner should have been compensated in some part for a lost investment made with the social sanction of the nation. To this, should have been added economic opportunity and access to the land for the poor whites. But such a possible outcome was frustrated by the economic selfishness of the North, and by the intransigent attitude of the vast majority of the planters. They did not believe in freedom for Negroes, and they sought to frustrate it by law, force, and deliberate cheating, and by arrogant demands for economic license and political power, such as no sane nation could grant. This result was federal Reconstruction. A lawlessness which, in 1865 to 1868, was still spasmodic and episodic, now became organized, and its real underlying industrial causes obscured by political excuses and race hatred. Using a technique of mass and midnight murder, the South began widely organized aggression upon the Negroes. When Congress intervened by its Reconstruction measures to defeat the reactionary program of the South, there swept over that section a crime storm of devastating fury. Lawlessness and violence filled the land, and terror stalked abroad by day, and it burned and murdered by night. The southern states had actually relapsed into barbarism. During that period, a new generation was conceived and born to the South of both races that was literally conceived in lawlessness, and born into crime-producing conditions. Lawlessness was its inheritance, and the red splotch of violence its birthmark. 9. Armed guerrilla warfare killed thousands of Negroes, political riots were staged, their causes or occasions were always obscure, their results always certain. 10 to 100 times as many Negroes were killed as whites. Then differences began to arise. Instead of driving the Negroes to work, bands of poor whites began to drive them from work. Private vengeance was taken upon prosperous and hard-working Negroes. A number of Negroes were employed in building the airline railroad between Atlanta and Charlotte. Disguised men went there, took the Negroes and whipped them, and forced them back to the farms to work. They were receiving money wages for working on the railroad. A man from Ohio, living in Clarendon County, South Carolina, had his stock and business amounting to $40,000 a year entirely destroyed. There were a good many industrious men, who if they could get a start, would make crops of their own and become independent farmers. In every such case, where colored men could bring proper recommendations thereof evidences of industry, he would take advances to them as well as to white men. The farmers about complained that in this way he was taking away laborers and making Negroes independent farmers. They whipped him, ruined his business, and drove him out of the state. 10. In Choctaw County, Alabama, a colored man, Robert Fuller Love, lived. Masked men shot into his house and burned it. He and his neighbors were killed and driven away. I have 400 acres of land. I have about 20 head of cattle, little and big. I have an ox team, and in the lot of cattle there are 7 milk cows. I have corn and fodder and hogs. I had a very fine crop of cotton planted and was going over it, when this last raid happened at my house. I have lost my crop entirely, and it isn't worthwhile for me to stay. I am a hard-working man, and I love what I have worked for and earned. 11. Augustus Blair of Huntsville, Alabama, was a hard-working old black man, who had stayed at home during the war and helped to take care of the little white children. The Ku Klux came to his house, seized his son, and beat and maltreated him. He got so he could get about a little. I hired a wagon and fetched him here, but directly he came here he was taken down with a hemorrhage that came from stamping him on the stomach and breast. They stamped him all over the stomach and breast. In 2 weeks after he was examined in the courtroom there, he died. Everybody that saw him said he couldn't live, and they were surprised that he lived so long. I had the doctors to tend to him. I owe $40 or $50 to Dr. Henry Benford, he asked me for the money on Saturday. After all this was done, I knew every man of them, and I came here and made complaint. Mr. Wager assisted me, and Jim Common, of Athens, told me to have them arrested before the grand jury. I had a good deal of property down there. I had 30 head of hogs and 4 bales of cotton. I had 4 bales ginned and fetched my cotton there and sold it. They looked for me to go back. I left my wife and young child there. I didn't want to go away. I hadn't done anything, but I believe they would have treated me just the same way, and I went away. I left 30 head of hogs and 1 good milk cow, 4 bales of cotton, and my corn in the field. Jim Common told me to sue for it. I went down there and all my things were gone. 12. These happenings were not confined to particular regions. They spread all over the South. In 1866, the first church for colored people was opened by the American Missionary Association at Memphis, Tennessee. It was burned with all the colored churches in Memphis in the riot that year. 13. In the 18 months ending June 30, 1867, General Canby reported 197 murders, and 548 cases of aggravated assault in North and South Carolina. In reference to South Carolina, the report of the Joint Select Committee of the two Houses of Congress of 1872 contains such a mass of revolting details that one cannot decide where to begin their citation or where to stop. Murders, or attempts to murder, are numerous. Whippings are without number. Probably the most cruel and cowardly of these last was the whipping of Elias Hill. He was a colored man who had from infancy been dwarfed in legs and arms. He was unable to use either. But he possessed an intelligent mind, had learned to read, and had acquired an unusual amount of knowledge for one in his circumstances. He was a Baptist preacher. He was highly respected for his upright character. He was eminently religious, and was greatly revered by the people of his own race. It was on this ground that he was visited by the Ku Klux, brutally beaten and dragged from his house into the yard, where he was left in the cold at night, unable to walk or crawl. 14. A report from South Carolina tells of 97 Negroes killed, and 146 shot and whipped. There are riots because of the arming of Negroes. White farmers who are displaced as tenants attack the Negro tenants. Negro churches are burned. In one community, 4/5 of the Negro men are sleeping out in the woods. Gins and gin houses are burned in retaliation by Negroes. Colored women are whipped and raped by whites. In some cases, the white landholders try to protect Negroes, while the irresponsible poor whites lead the attack. In another community, 11 murders and more than 600 whippings have gone unnoticed, while there are 7 cases of incendiary burnings. Negro artisans are stopped from following their trade, and the antagonism between poor whites and Negroes grows. 6 Negro foundrymen are beaten and blacksmiths whipped. In Edgefield and Laurens counties, South Carolina, there were organized bands of regulators, armed men, who make it their business to traverse these counties and maltreat Negroes without any avowed definite purpose in view. They treat the Negroes, in many instances, in the most horrible and atrocious manner, even to maiming them, cutting their ears off, etc. In one case, 2 citizens of one of these counties testified against these parties, and were instantly compelled to leave the county, barely escaping with their lives. The citizens are bound in honor, by an understanding or compact among them, not to testify against these regulators, so that it is impossible to get evidence against them unless the Negro gives it. 15. The report of the Ku Klux investigation published in 1871 said of South Carolina that in the 9 counties covered by the investigation for a period of approximately 6 months, the Ku Klux Klan lynched and murdered 35 men, whipped 262 men and women, otherwise outraged, shot, mutilated, burned out, etc., 101 persons. It committed 2 cases of sex offenses against Negro women. During this time, the Negroes killed 4 men, beat 1 man, committed 16 other outrages, but no case of torture. No case is found of a white woman seduced or raped by a Negro. The reasons given for the Ku Klux outrages were significantly varied. The victims should suffer in revenge for killing, and for some cases of arson, they were Republicans, they were radical, they had attempted to hold elections, they were carrying arms, they were niggers, they were damn niggers, they boasted that they would own land, they should be made to recant Republican principles, and they should give desired information. In Georgia, in 1868, disturbances are reported in the northwest section, where the poor whites are in the majority. Negroes were whipped for debt, for associating with white women, and for trying to vote. In the Cotton Belt, where the Negroes outnumber the whites, 3 white members of the legislature were killed, and there were insurrections and riots, culminating in the one at Camilla. In this case, 300 Republicans, mostly Negroes, with music and banner, were marching to hold a public meeting. They were met by the sheriff and told that they could not meet. A riot ensued, where 8 or 9 Negroes were killed, and 20 to 40 wounded. No whites were killed. The Negro Secretary of State, Jonathan Gibbs, in Florida, when called before a committee of Congress in 1871, reported 153 murders in Jackson County in that state. 16. Conditions in Texas were particularly bad. In 1869, in 30 counties, there was no civil government, and in others, very imperfect organizations. During Sheridan's command of the state there were 9 murders a month. If he owned both Hell and Texas, Sheridan said upon one occasion, he would rent out Texas and live in Hell, a statement which was repeated over the country for a generation. Benjamin F. Wade added to this that he was told by a native, all that Texas needs to make it a paradise is water and good society. Yes, answered Wade, that's all they need in Hell. 17. A committee of the Constitutional Convention of 1868 on partial returns said that 1,035 men had been murdered in Texas since the close of the war, and a federal attorney said that the number might have been 2,000. The Secretary of State reports to the Texas Senate that 905 homicides had taken place in the 2 years ending in 1870, and he believed that if all the facts were known, the total would be 1,500. In 1870, after the new state government was organized, it was officially reported that 2,970 persons charged with murder were evading arrest in the state, and 2 to 7 murders were often attributed to the same individual. From war, turmoil, poverty, forced labor, and economic rivalry of labor groups, there came again in the South the domination of the secret order, which systematized the effort to subordinate the Negro. The method of force which hides itself in secrecy is a method as old as humanity. The kind of thing that men are afraid or ashamed to do openly, and by day, they accomplish secretly, masked, and at night. The method has certain advantages. It uses fear to cast out fear, it dares things at which open method hesitates, it may with a certain impunity attack the high and the low, it need hesitate at no outrage of maiming or murder. It shields itself in the mob mind and then throws over all a veil of darkness which becomes glamour. It attracts people who otherwise could not be reached. It harnesses the mob. How is it that men who want certain things done by brute force can so often depend upon the mob? Total depravity, human hate, and schadenfreude do not explain fully the mob spirit in America. Before the white eyes of the mob is ever the shape of fear. Back of the writhing, yelling, cruel-eyed demons who break, destroy, maim, and lynch and burn at the stake, is a knot, large or small, of normal human beings, and these human beings at heart are desperately afraid of something. Of what? Of many things, but usually of losing their jobs, being déclassed, degraded, or actually disgraced, of losing their hopes, their savings, their plans for their children, of the actual pangs of hunger, of dirt, of crime. And of all this, most ubiquitous in modern industrial society is that fear of unemployment. It is its nucleus of ordinary men that continually gives the mob its initial and awful impetus. Around this nucleus, to be sure, gathers snowball-wise all manner of flotsam, filth, and human garbage, and every lewdness of alcohol and current fashion. But all this is the horrible covering of this inner nucleus of fear. How then is the mob to be met and quelled? If it represents public opinion, even passing, passionate public opinion, it cannot permanently be put down by a police which public opinion appoints and pays. 3 methods of quelling the mob are at hand. The first, by proving to its human, honest nucleus that the fear is false, ill-grounded, unnecessary, or secondly, if its fear is true or apparently or partially true, by attacking the fearful thing openly either by the organized police power or by frank civil war as did Mussolini and George Washington, or thirdly, by secret, hidden and underground ways, the method of the Ku Klux Klan. Why do we not take the first way? Because this is a world that believes in war and ignorance, and has no hope in our day of realizing an intelligent majority of men and peace on earth. There are many exceptions, but, in general, it is true that there is scarcely a bishop in Christendom, a priest in the church, a president, governor, mayor, or legislator in the United States, a college professor or public school teacher, who does not in the end stand by war and ignorance as the main method for the settlement of our pressing human problems. And this despite the fact that they may deny it with their mouths every day. But here again, open civil war is difficult, costly, and hard to guide. The right toward which it aims must be made obvious, even if it is wrong. In 1918, in order to win the war, we had to make Germans into Huns. In order to win, the South had to make Negroes into thieves, monsters, and idiots. Tomorrow, we must make Latins, Southeastern Europeans, Turks, and other Asiatics into actual lesser breeds without the law. Some seem to see today Antichrist in Catholicism, and in Jews, international plotters of the protocol, and in the rising tide of color, a threat to all civilization and human culture. Even if these things were true, it would be difficult to bring the truth clearly before the ignorant mob and guide it toward the overthrow of evil. But if these be half true or wholly false, the mob can only be stirred to action by wholesale lying, and this is difficult and costly, and may be successfully answered, or by secret underground whispering, the methods of night and mask, the psychology of vague and unknown ill, the innuendo that cannot be answered, for it is not openly published. Secret organization had long been a method of fastening dictatorship upon the South. It was seen in Louisiana early in the 19th century, and helped in the annexation of Texas. It was widespread in Kansas. Senator Douglas called the whole secession movement the result of an enormous conspiracy. Charles Sumner said, "Not in all history, ancient and modern, is there any record of conspiracy so vast, so wicked, ranging over such spaces, both in time and history." The evidence taken by the Congressional Committee which visited Kansas in 1856, furnished the most incontestable proof of the power and extent of those oath-bound orders. The different lodges were connected together by an effective organization, it embraced great numbers of the citizens of Missouri, and was extended into other slave states and into the territory. Its avowed purpose was not only to extend slavery into Kansas, but also into other territories of the United States. This dangerous society was controlled by men who avowed their purpose to extend slavery at all hazards. 18. The renewed use of the secret orders to fasten the dictatorship of property over labor upon the South began in New Orleans in 1865, when the rebel armies were disbanded and began to return to the city. First, apparently, appeared the Southern Cross, determined to drive out the new Northern capitalist, and reduce the Negroes to slavery. Governor Wells said in 1866, should the secret associations now organizing rapidly be able to regain the ascendancy which made it New Orleans a living hell for years before the rebellion, I shudder at the consequences. Meantime, a larger and more inclusive secret order had been started in Tennessee known as the Ku Klux Klan. Tennessee, Alabama, Texas, Arkansas, and North Carolina soon fell under its action by the same methods. The new technique of the plan solidified the various objects and efforts, and provided a new unity through emphasizing the importance of race. The race element was emphasized in order that property holders could get the support of the majority of white laborers and make it more possible to exploit Negro labor. But the race philosophy came as a new and terrible thing to make labor unity or labor class consciousness impossible. So long as the Southern white laborers could be induced to prefer poverty to equality with the Negro, just so long was a labor movement in the South made impossible. Some excuse the rise of the Ku Klux and the White League and the Knights of the White Camellia in the South with the plea that they were the answer to Negro suffrage, and that the Union Leagues started among Negroes were the cause of secret orders among whites. There is no historic foundation for this. The Union League in the North was the movement of Northern white aristocracy, including most of the rich and well-to-do, against defeatism and the menace of the Copperhead. Its powerful and influential social clubs in New York, Philadelphia, and elsewhere, exist to this day. This Union League movement influenced the labor vote in the North. It came to the South with the carpetbaggers and used the Northern technique. It employed among Negroes some ceremonies and secrecy, but it never contemplated murder and force. By no stretch of imagination could it be called an organization similar to or provocative of the Ku Klux Klan. The carpetbaggers organized the Negro voters and offered them more in wages and privileges than the whites. The logical answer of the planters, in a free industrial democracy, would have been to meet these offers by better ones. They chose instead force and secret revolution. It was not, then, the organization of Union Leagues that caused the Ku Klux Klan, it was the determination to deprive the Negroes, by force, of any real weapon for economic bargaining. Their use of the ballot from 1868 to 1872 aroused the property holders to a frenzy of protest, but it also attracted certain elements of white labor, and bade fair, with reform and efficiency, to build a Southern Labor Party. There was but one way to break up this threatened coalition, and that was to unite poor and rich whites by the shibboleth of race, and despite divergent economic interests. The work of secret orders in 1868 to 1872 frustrated any mass movement toward union of white and black labor. Before 1874, the turmoil of Louisiana blazed the way. The New Orleans riot in 1866, which stirred the nation and influenced a presidential election, was due primarily to the fact that the head of a secret order was also chief of police. The Knights of the White Camellia came into prominence after Negro enfranchisement and were especially aimed at excluding Negroes from voting by terrorism and killing the leaders. The presidential election of 1868 spurred the planters and their allies to deliberate activity. They saw a chance to nullify the vote of black labor, unite with Northern Copperhead democracy and capture the government. Frank Blair egged them on to revolution. The testimony shows that over 2,000 persons were killed, wounded, and otherwise injured in Louisiana within a few weeks prior to the presidential election in November, 1868, that half the state was overrun by violence, and that midnight raids, secret murders, and open riot kept the people in constant terror until the Republicans surrendered all claim. But the most remarkable case is that of St. Landry, a planting parish on the River Techet. Here the Republicans had a registered majority of 1,071 votes. In the spring of 1868 they carried the parish by 678. In the fall they gave Grant no vote, not one, while the Democrats cast 4,787, the full vote of the parish, for Seymour and Blair. Here occurred one of the bloodiest riots on record, in which the Ku Klux killed and wounded over 200 Republicans, hunting and chasing them for 2 days and nights through fields and swamps. 13 captives were taken from the jail and shot. A pile of 25 dead bodies was found half buried in the woods. Having conquered the Republicans and killed and driven off the white leaders, the Ku Klux captured the masses, marked them with badges of red flannel, enrolled them in clubs, made them vote the Democratic ticket, and then gave them a certificate of the fact. 19. In the parish of St. Bernard, a Negro was killed, a black mob killed a white man. 3 steamboats filled with armed ruffians left New Orleans for the scene of the riot. Before the trouble could be composed, a dozen or 15 men were slain. 20. Frightful conditions prevailed up the Red River around Shreveport, in Caddo and Bossier parishes, a trading center for Texas, Arkansas, and the Indian nations. A United States Army officer on duty in this place saw 2 or 3 men shot down in the street in front of a store in which he sat. He picked up the bodies of 8 men who had been killed in one night. Never had he heard of anyone being punished for murder in that country. 21. 120 corpses were found in the woods or were taken out of Red River after a Negro hunt in Bossier Parish. 22. For 10 days prior to the election of November, the streets were filled with men carrying shotguns, rifles, pistols, and knives. A band of Sicilian cutthroats called the Innocents, made up largely of fruit dealers, fishermen, oystermen and other elements drawn from the markets, roamed the city, hunting Negroes. Soon no one could be found in the streets. Then the ruffians entered the houses to drive out the blacks, shooting them like rabbits as they ran. A colored man feared to sleep 2 nights in the same place. 23. This bloody club had 2,000 members. There were more than 70 other clubs in New Orleans bearing such names as the Seymour Soutrons, the Seymour Infantas, the Seymour Tigers, the Blair Knights, the Swamp Fox Rangers, the Hancock Club, and the Rousseau Guards. Their appearance in parades led to riots in which many were killed and injured. 24. Disorder extended to other parts of Louisiana. In 1 month, said General Hatch, of the Freedmen's Bureau, 297 persons were slain in the parishes adjacent to New Orleans. 25. During election time, the gun stores of New Orleans were thronged with buyers, and the price of Colt's revolvers doubled. A local paper said, "Thad Stevens is dead, the prayers of the righteous have at last removed the congressional curse. May old Brownlow, Butler, and all such political monsters follow the example of their illustrious predecessor." The coup d'état failed, and the Reconstruction government was established. But although conditions during the next 2 years showed improvement, General Moore, in command in New Orleans, said in 1869 that the country around Winsboro in Franklin Parish was infested by a gang of desperadoes and thieves who totally defied the civil authorities. All this was a challenge to the North and to democratic government. The response was only half-hearted. The North recoiled from force, and force alone could dislodge the planters and allied capitalists and firmly fasten labor government on the South. The North hesitated. Did it want labor government in the South? Should black rule white, even if it could? To enforce the 15th Amendment, a federal law was passed May 31, 1870, after a long debate. There was an all-night session in the Senate, May 21, conferences between the 2 houses, and finally, the bill became a law May 31. The law made minute provisions to protect by federal action all citizens in the civil and political rights guaranteed by the Constitution. It enumerated 26 misdemeanors, 5 felonies, and 87 crimes. The punishments varied from $500 fine and 1 year's imprisonment to $5,000 fine and 10 years punishment. It was the intention of this law to protect the Negro in using his right to vote, and this protection was to be carried out through federal officials. It was known that the Southern whites were keeping the Negro from voting by methods which local officials and state courts could not touch. Witnesses were afraid to testify, and juries did not return verdicts, even on clear evidence. Registration was hindered, voters were bribed and intimidated, Negroes and white men were killed. The law brought the whole power of the government, militia, land, and naval forces, and courts to bear upon persons who, by bribery or threat, sought to influence the Negro voter or to deprive him of his political rights. Meantime, the Ku Klux Klan, organized in Tennessee in 1865, became so widespread that in 1871 Congress appointed a joint committee to investigate it. This committee investigated conditions from April 1871 to February 9, 1872, and issued a voluminous report in 12 volumes, covering most of the southern states. This formed a tremendous and invaluable picture of the situation in the South at that time. A federal election law was passed February 28, 1871, which provided for a national registration of voters, a necessary and inevitable step to rescue national democracy from local particularism and possible fraud. Such a law is still needed and still lacking. President Grant was appealed to in March 1871, for military aid to suppress violence in South Carolina. He recommended legislation, and as a result, the Ku Klux Klan Enforcement Law of April 20, 1871, was passed. It strengthened the Act of 1870 and was designed to destroy conspiracies against the 14th or 15th Amendments. It empowered the President to suspend the writ of habeas corpus when in his judgment the public safety shall require it. The President by proclamation of May 3, 1871, called the attention of the nation to this act, and said that it had been made necessary by persistent violations of the rights of citizens of the United States. He recognized the responsibility placed on him, and did not wish to use these extraordinary powers. But it was his duty to make it known that when it was necessary, he would use them. As a matter of fact, he only once suspended the writ of habeas corpus, in the case of certain lawless counties in South Carolina. The actual military forces at his disposal at this time were limited, amounting to only about 9,000 troops, or one-third of the army in the whole South. To emphasize his wish to be fair to the South, Grant urged the removal of all political disabilities of former Confederates in December, 1871. A bill for this purpose had passed the House, but failed in the Senate, because Sumner tried to couple with it his Civil Rights Bill, and the Northern Democrats voted against it. It finally passed Congress in May, 1872, with the civil rights feature omitted. Also, in 1872, the Ku Klux Klan law expired by limitation, and was not extended. Meantime, in Tennessee, North Carolina, and Texas, the writ of habeas corpus had been suspended in the summer of 1870 by the governors, and in 1871, United States courts were filled with Ku Klux cases. In Mississippi, 640 persons were indicted under these enforcement laws, and 200 arrested, but not a single one convicted. President Grant declared that in some of the counties of South Carolina 2/3 of the whites were organized and armed. In all, during 1870 to 1897, 5,172 cases were tried in the South, and 2,200 in the North. Of these, 5,046 were dismissed, 1,432 convicted, 903 acquitted. The testimony was overwhelming, but conviction was impossible in the South. With 1,872, new forms of violence took the place of old intimidation, threats, and fraud. There were judicial discrimination, force, and actual civil war. Federal officials were kept busy, and the President tried in vain to execute the force acts. The election of 1872 and the panic of 1873 changed the face of affairs. The labor governments built on Negro votes had kept Grant in office, since the only alternative offered the Negroes was to vote for their own disfranchisement. The Northern reform movement had begun to unite itself with big business and superfinance, and to sympathize with the Southern planters. The planters had won this sympathy by denouncing the carpetbaggers as the cause of Southern corruption, and thus compelling these representatives of Northern capital either to unite with the planters or leave the South. The labor vote was divided along the color line, and the freedmen submerged beneath a wave of race prejudice and economic rivalry. The time was now ripe for open war on the labor of the Black Belt. 7 states had been redeemed from labor domination under the leadership of carpetbaggers and scalawags, i.e., Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Texas. This had been accomplished by unifying the white majority and suppressing the Negro vote by intimidation or economic pressure. It was now planned to move on the states where the Negro majority was such that only force could dislodge them. 4 states in 1874 remained under Reconstruction governments: Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Florida. It is said that consultations among white leaders took place throughout the South, and that in May 1874, 40 men assembled on Magazine Street, New Orleans, to arrange for the final drive. They represented all of the secret organizations. They consulted during May and June, and in July the White League was organized, under 5 comparatively unknown leaders, who were the chosen agents for the secret combinations. In less than 60 days after the formation of the New Orleans Central of the White League, it spread to the furthest parts of the state, had before the end of the year 40,000 members, and was extending in all directions through the South. In Mississippi, the White League began organized work in 1874. 7 organized armed groups were formed in Vicksburg to control the city election. The charge here was extravagance in building schoolhouses and too many niggers in office. Armed companies patrolled the city, and yet there was perfect order at the polls. Voters were thus intimidated and kept at home, while in the surrounding counties some 200 Negroes were killed. At Clinton, in 1875, another blow was struck when a mass meeting and barbecue was being held by the colored people. 500 armed white men assembled, food and wagons were destroyed, mules and horses stolen, hundreds of Negro homes searched, and fugitives driven away. Grant wrote to the Senate, January 13, 1875, regarding the condition of Louisiana. He said, on the 13th of April 1873, a butchery of citizens was committed at Colfax, which in bloodthirstiness and barbarity is hardly surpassed by any acts of savage warfare. Insuperable obstructions were thrown in the way of punishing these murderers, and the so-called conservative papers of the state not only justified the massacre but denounced as federal tyranny and despotism the attempt of the United States officers to bring them to justice. 26. Concerning Mississippi, President Grant said, as to the state election of 1875, Mississippi is governed today by officials chosen through fraud and violence, such as would scarcely be accredited to savages. 27. In 1874, the President was asked for federal troops in Mississippi and South Carolina. The President refused to send extra troops, and the result was the Vicksburg riot in Mississippi, where many were killed. Afterward, troops were sent there. In 1876, he promised South Carolina every aid on account of the Hamburg riot. He tried in February, 1875, to secure the passage of a bill to protect voters in United States elections, but it did not pass. Nevertheless, before the election of 1876, the House of Representatives asked him to enforce the remaining provisions of the Force Act with the utmost vigor. Grant kept appealing to the Southern people to stop this situation of their own initiative and make the exercise of his power unnecessary. The South did not listen. Rather, it took note of the strong liberal opposition to Grant in the North, and counted on these liberals to favor withdrawal of that same protection of Southern labor which, in alliance with Northern business, they had helped institute in 1867. On the other hand, the South sensed the willingness of big business, threatened by liberal revolt, labor upheaval, and state interference, to make new alliance with organized Southern capital if assured that the tariff, banks, and national debt, and above all, the new freedom of corporations, would not be subjected to mass attack. Such a double bargain was more than agreeable to Southern leaders. During the last session of the 43rd Congress in 1875, another federal election bill, drawn so as to put Congress in control of the national elections, was introduced. The Speaker of the House, James G. Blaine, prevented its passage. He was candidate for the Republican nomination in 1876, and was afraid that the bill might defeat him. He told Lynch, the colored representative from Mississippi, that the passage of the bill would defeat the Republican Party throughout the country. But he was confident, on the other hand, that if a solid South resulted from the failure to pass the bill, it would make a solid North in opposition. It did nothing of the sort. It did not prevent a South solidified by the determination to exploit disfranchised Negroes, and it did leave a North hesitating between democracy with black voters and plutocracy with white supremacy. In South Carolina, the situation was a little more difficult for the mob because of the efforts at reform that were being made by the Republicans. Despite Chamberlain's administration and the efforts at reform, the Democrats determined to carry the election of 1876 by force. Hampton, shortly after the war, went to Mississippi to look after his large planting interests in the Yazoo Delta. He returned to South Carolina in 1876 at the earnest solicitation of Butler and Gerry, former Confederate generals. Their plan of campaign was clear. Every Democrat must feel honor-bound to control the vote of at least one Negro, by intimidation, purchase, keeping him away, or as each individual may determine, how he may best accomplish it. Never threaten a man individually. If he deserves to be threatened, the necessities of the times require that he should die. A dead radical is very harmless. A threatened radical, or one driven off by threats from the scene of his operations, is often very troublesome, sometimes dangerous, always vindictive. In the month of September, we ought to begin to organize Negro clubs, or pretend that we have organized them, and write letters from different parts of the county giving the facts of organization out from prudential reasons. The names of the Negroes are to be withheld. Those who join are to be taken on probation and are not to be taken into full fellowship until they have proven their sincerity by voting our ticket. Point 28. Riots and labor troubles ensued. Addressing the Senate on August 1, 1876, on the late disgraceful and brutal slaughter of unoffending men at the town of Hamburg, South Carolina, President Grant said, "Murders and massacres of innocent men for opinion's sake, or on account of color, have been of too recent date and of too frequent occurrence to require recapitulation or testimony here. All are familiar with their horrible details, the only wonder being that so many justify them or apologize for them." Point 29. The scene at Hamburg, he wrote to the governor of South Carolina, as cruel, bloodthirsty, wanton, unprovoked, and as uncalled for as it was, is only a repetition of the course that has been pursued in other states within the last few years, notably in Mississippi and Louisiana. In September there was a race riot in Aiken County, where an unknown number of Negroes were killed, some said 15, some said 125. Federal troops intervened. No one ever knew how many were killed, but the best informed men estimate that between 80 and 125 lost their lives. In Charleston County, Negroes in October killed 5 white men and wounded 16 others. Point 30. Meantime, deliberate fraud carried the election of 1,876. There was cheating, intimidation, bribery, and repeating in voting, especially in Edgefield and Laurens County. At Edgefield, several hundred armed men were ready to take possession of the courthouse, and Negroes were kept from voting. When a Negro leader, with several hundred followers, marched to the courthouse to vote, the white leader ordered his men to pack the steps and corridors so that entrance would be impossible. When the Negroes protested to General Ruger, he asked Gary to let the Negroes vote. Gary refused, and was reported to have replied, "By God, sir, I'll not do it. I will keep the compact I made with you this morning that white men and Negroes should vote at separate boxes." 31. Gary's doctrine of voting early and often changed the Republican majority of 2,300 in Edgefield to a Democratic majority of 3,900, thus giving Hampton a claim to the office of governor. It was Edgefield's majority alone which gave to Hampton a chance to claim to have been elected, the opportunity which he utilized so well. It will be recalled that the tissue ballots were used in the heavy Negro counties for the purpose of having the white men to vote several tickets at once by folding them all together in a way to have them drop apart in the boxes. The law provided on closing the polls that if there were more ballots found in the box than there were names on the poll lists, the ballots should be returned to the box and one of the managers should draw out the excess to be destroyed. It is needless to say that the Democratic white manager did the drawing, and the Negroes used to be very much surprised that he always drew a thick Republican ticket to be burned. We all went on each other's bonds, and it became a joke, causing great amusement, that Creighton Matheny, who did not own $10 worth of property, had signed bonds to the extent of $20,000. In truth, the whole performance was a perfunctory and in many respects a laughable travesty on law, for if they had attempted to put us in jail, I am sure few or none of us would have acquiesced, and we would have probably killed every obnoxious radical in the courtroom in town and gone to Texas or some other hiding place. In an hour we had departed, and gathering up our camp followers were on our way home. 32. In Laurens County, the Democratic majority was 1,112 as against a Republican majority of 1,077 in 1,874. To catch the unwary Negro, the Democrats counterfeited the Union Republican ticket in various ways. Some ballots were headed by the picture of Hayes and Wheeler but carried the name of no presidential candidate. Instead it carried the name of Hampton for governor, along with Republican county candidates. 33. In this way, Wade Hampton became governor of South Carolina, but with the specific promise to protect the Negro in his political rights. After 1877, this Southern gentleman made no attempt to keep the promise. 17 Republican representatives in the legislature from Charleston were expelled, and Democrats replaced them in special elections. Thereafter, all sorts of fraud and intimidation kept the South Carolina Negro from voting. A white South Carolinian, who went through the period and was violently partisan, says of the election of 1876. It is not now denied, but admitted and claimed, by the successful party, that the canvass was systematically conducted with the view to find occasions to apply force and violence. The occasions came, and the methods adopted had their perfect work. The result is known, but must be stated here for historical purposes purely. By a system of violence and coercion, ranging through all possible grades, from urgent persuasion to mob violence, the election was won by Democrats. It has been charged by Rhodes and others that there was deliberate exaggeration and misrepresentation concerning these outbreaks and atrocities. This might have been true in some cases, but no one can read the mass of testimony in the various congressional reports and other sources without being convinced of the organized disorder and conspiracy that accompanied this revolution. The majority report of the Ku Klux Committee says, "Obedient citizens they cannot be considered who, themselves, complaining of bad laws, excuse or encourage the masked and armed mobs that override all laws. Brave and magnanimous enemies, even they cannot be reckoned, who permit the remnants of rebellious feeling, the antagonisms of race, or the bitterness of political partisanships to degrade the soldiers of Lee and Johnston into the cowardly midnight prowlers and assassins who scourge and kill the poor and defenseless." 34. And even the minority report admits that we do not intend to deny that bodies of disguised men have in several states of the South been guilty of the most flagrant crimes. 35. And this same minority report voices the object of the revolution. But whenever that party shall go down, as go down it will at some time not long in the future, that will be the end of the political power of the Negro among white men on this continent. Men in the frenzy of political passions may shut their eyes to this fact now, but it will come at any time when the Negro shall cease to be a party necessity in the politics of this country. Thousands of Republicans, even now, hate him for his insolence and for his arrogance in the ready self-assertion of his newfound rights and privileges. The truly sincere and rational humanitarian looks with sorrow upon the future status of the poor, deluded Negro, for in the near state of things which is to come, when the two great parties which now exist shall have passed away, he sees either the exodus or the extinction of this disturbing element in the social and political condition of the more powerful race. 36. Systematic effort was made during the whole period of Reconstruction to prevent Negroes from bearing arms. First, there was the demand that Negro federal troops be immediately disbanded or moved from the South. Then the white militia searched Negro dwellings for arms and took them away. The militia organizations in the opposite country of South Carolina Edgefield were engaged in disarming the Negroes. This created great discontent among the latter, and in some instances, they had offered resistance. In previous inspecting tours in South Carolina much complaint reached me of the misconduct of these militia companies towards the blacks. Some of the latter of the most intelligent and well-disposed came to me and said, "What shall we do? These militia companies are heaping upon our people every sort of injury and insult unchecked. Our people are peaceably inclined and we are endeavoring to inculcate good feeling, but we cannot bear this treatment much longer." Many are beginning to say, "We have been patient long enough. We are free men now, and we have submitted to such usage as long as we can." And again they ask, "What shall we do?" I assured them that this conduct was not sanctioned by the United States military authorities, and that it would not be allowed. 37. While the Negro was in power, most of the southern states organized Negro militia. In South Carolina, 96,000 were thus nominally enrolled, and others in Louisiana and Texas in the militia and in the police. Nevertheless, the Reconstruction governors were afraid to use these militia lest they start race war, and the effort to arm and equip them efficiently was silently opposed. Usually it resulted that disarmed and unsuspecting black people were set upon by white forces superior in numbers, armed and disciplined, and with little chance of self-defense. Meantime, a new power appeared upon the scene, or rather an old power of government paralyzed by the Civil War began to reassert itself, and effectively stopped Northern federal dictatorship to enforce democracy in the South. This was the Supreme Court. Johnson had had no chance to make appointments to the Supreme Court, although he had long relied upon that court to overthrow Reconstruction. The court, however, hesitated before overwhelming public opinion. In 1870, Northern Big Business designated 2 railroad and corporation lawyers from Pennsylvania and New York for appointment. It was charged that they were purposely put on the bench in order to reverse the legal tender decision, and protect the bondholders in collecting at par debts contracted when paper money was at a discount of 30% to 60%. At any rate, they, together with one other appointment made in 1872 to 1874, changed the complexion of the Supreme Court, and when Waite was appointed Chief Justice, over the protest of Charles Sumner, the reconstructed court was ready for the appeals concerning the laws to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments. It is significant that the very center of Northern capitalistic power, which protected and buttressed the new monopoly of big business, turned, and with the same gesture freed land and capital in the South from any fear of control by black and white labor. Cases on appeal reached that tribunal in 1876. Reverdy Johnson, Henry Stanbury, and others had striven to bring this to pass. They relied upon the court to do what Democratic members of Congress had failed to accomplish in the court, through a process of reasoning very similar to that of Democratic legislators, deprived the enforcement legislation of nearly all its strength when it rendered its decisions in the cases of United States v.s. Reese and United States v.s. Cruikshank. The 15th Amendment to the Constitution does not confer the right of suffrage, the court concluded in the first case. The power of Congress to legislate at all upon the subject of voting at state elections rests upon this amendment and can be exercised by providing a punishment only when the wrongful refusal to receive the vote of a qualified elector at such election is because of his race, color, or previous condition of servitude. In the Cruikshank case, the court declared that the right of suffrage is not a necessary attribute of national citizenship, but that exemption from discrimination in the exercise of that right on account of race, etc., is. The right to vote in the states comes from the states, but the right of exemption from the prohibited discrimination comes from the United States. The first has not been granted or secured by the Constitution of the United States, but the last has been. The 14th Amendment prohibits a state from denying to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, but this provision does not, any more than the one which preceded it, add anything to the rights which one citizen has under the Constitution against another. The equality of the rights of citizens is a principle of republicanism. Every republican government is in duty bound to protect all its citizens in the enjoyment of this privilege if within its power. That duty was originally assumed by the state, and it still remains there. The only obligation resting upon the United States is to see that the states do not deny the right. This the amendment guarantees, but no more. The power of the national government is limited to the enforcement of the rights guaranteed. 38. Both the 14th and 15th Amendments were thus made innocuous so far as the Negro was concerned, and the 14th Amendment in particular became the chief refuge and bulwark of corporations. It was thus that finance and the power of wealth accomplished through the Supreme Court what it had not been able to do successfully through Congress. In 1876 came the bargain between big business and the South. At first, there was the attempt at direct bribery in Louisiana, Florida, and South Carolina. In one case in one state, a majority of the board was said to have been secured if Tilden would pay $80,000. But this was rather too crude and direct. The work of Mr. Charles Foster, representative from the district of Rutherford Hayes in Ohio, was much more subtle and certain. Mr. Charles Foster, representative from Hayes' own district, stated in a speech in the Louisiana debate that it would be the policy of Mr. Hayes, if inaugurated, to wipe out sectional lines, that under him the flag should wave over states, not provinces, over freemen, not subjects. Negotiations were entered into and conferences held. On the 26th of February, 1876, there were 3 conferences. The outcome was an agreement. The Republicans guaranteed that Mr. Hayes, when he became president, would by non-interference in the withdrawal of troops allow the planter capitalists, under the name of Democrats, to control South Carolina and Louisiana. They also agreed to induce President Grant to adopt the same policy before the end of his term. This meant that Southern landholders and capitalists would be put in complete control of disfranchised black labor. The Democrats promised to guarantee peace, good order, protection of the law to whites and blacks, or, in other words, exploitation should be so quiet, orderly, and legal, as to assure regular profit to Southern owners and Northern investors. This bargain was so raw and obvious that it must not yet be submitted to public opinion. In order, therefore, to avoid bringing up the issue in the United States Senate, before the cabinet was confirmed, and perhaps preventing the confirmation of persons favorable to this Southern policy, the Democrats agreed not to elect the long-term Louisiana senator until March 10. Other details were arranged next day. The Democratic assurances were ratified by Governor Nichols of Louisiana, and a copy was sent north. Louisiana was told that Grant had promised that as soon as the count should be completed, to rescind or modify all orders to enforce the laws in the South. Foster sent an unsigned draft of a letter to Brown and to Senator Gordon. The Democrats thought the letter might be fuller and stronger, but agreed to it. An hour later, the same letter signed was received from Foster. The Democratic legislature, protected by armed members of the White League, declared Nichols governor. He was eventually recognized by the president, and Louisiana became Democratic. Federal troops were withdrawn under Hayes. The force behind the dictatorship of labor in the South disappeared. The last act was to appoint a Kentuckian and a Georgian to the Supreme Court. The deed was done. Negroes did not surrender the ballot easily or immediately. They continued to hold remnants of political power in South Carolina and Florida, Louisiana, in parts of North Carolina, in Texas, Tennessee, and Virginia. Black congressmen came out of the South until 1895 and black legislators served as late as 1896. But it was a losing battle, with public opinion, industry, wealth, and religion against them. Their own leaders decried politics and preached submission. All their efforts toward manly self-assertion were distracted by defeatism and counsels of despair, backed by the powerful propaganda of a religion which taught meekness, sacrifice and humility. But the decisive influence was the systematic and overwhelming economic pressure. Negroes who wanted work must not dabble in politics. Negroes who wanted to increase their income must not agitate the Negro problem. Positions of influence were only open to those Negroes who were certified as being safe and sane, and their careers were closely scrutinized and passed upon. From 1880 onward, in order to earn a living, the American Negro was compelled to give up his political power. There was an old remedy known since the 18th century, the colonization movement which had resulted in Liberia. In the first Negro Convention held in Philadelphia in 1833, migration to Canada was discussed and recommended, and large numbers went there. In 1853, a convention at Rochester opposed emigration, but seceders called another convention, and this convention sent emissaries to Haiti, Africa, and Central America. As a result, some 2,000 Negroes went to Haiti. The war stopped thoughts of emigration, except as Lincoln proposed it. After 1876, movements arose simultaneously in several states. The first conspicuous leader was Benjamin Singleton, a Negro undertaker in Tennessee, who took 2 colonies of 7,432 Negroes to Kansas. Henry Adams started an even greater movement in Louisiana, sending organizers into each state in the South. It claimed, by 1879, 92,800 members in Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama. Altogether about 60,000 Negroes went to Kansas, two-thirds of whom were destitute when they arrived. Slow individual movements of Negroes from the south to the north kept up, but there were no further mass movements until the World War. Indeed, the whole matter of migration to escape the new regime in the south was complicated by the attitude of the north. Few northern communities wanted Negro immigrants, and labor organizations opposed them, so that it was difficult to get work. Outside the United States, growing imperialism and the treatment of Liberia, Haiti and other small colored countries made emigration less attractive, and the United States government, by permitting the spreading of unfavorable reports and putting difficulties in the way of Negro travelers, has made colored migration to the West Indies and South America difficult even to this day. The situation settled down to a new system and a new outlook in the South. The whole history of this post-Reconstruction development is yet to be written, but a few words concerning it may close this chapter. First, there was systematic disfranchisement of the Negro. He was kept from voting by force, by economic intimidation, by propaganda designed to lead him to believe that there was no salvation for him in political lines but that he must depend entirely upon thrift and the goodwill of his white employers. Then came the series of disfranchisement laws discriminating against poverty and ignorance and aimed at the situation of the colored laborer, while the white laborer escaped by deliberate conniving and through the understanding and grandfather clauses. To make assurance doubly sure, the white primary system was built on top of this, by which the Democratic Party confined its membership to white voters of all parties. The white primary was made by law and public pressure the real voting arena in practically all Southern states. This brings us to the situation when Booker T. Washington became the leader of the Negro race and advised them to depend upon industrial education and work rather than politics. The better class of Southern Negroes stopped voting for a generation. Then with the shift of population toward the north, there comes the present situation when out of 12 million Negroes, 3 million are in the north and 9 million in the south. Those in the north and in border states vote. Those in the south are seriously restricted in their voting, and this restriction means that their political power is exercised by the white South, which gives the white South an extraordinary political influence as compared with the voters of the north and east. The disfranchisement of Negroes in the South became nearly complete. In no other civilized and modern land has so great a group of people, most of whom were able to read and write, been allowed so small a voice in their own government. Every promise of eventual recognition of the intelligent Negro voter has been broken. In the former slave states, from Virginia to Texas, excepting Missouri, there are no Negro state officials, no Negro members of legislatures, no judges on the bench, and usually no jurors. There are no colored county officials of any sort. In the towns and cities, there are no colored administrative officers, no members of the city councils, no magistrates, no constables, and very seldom even a policeman. In this way, at least 8 million Negroes are left without effective voice in government, naked to the worst elements of the community. Beyond this, caste has been revived in a modern civilized land. It was supposed to be a relic of barbarism and existent only in Asia. But it has grown up and has been carefully nurtured and put on a legal basis with religious and moral sanctions in the South. First, it was presented and defended as race separation, but it was never mere race separation. It was always domination of blacks by white officials, white police, and laws and ordinances made by white men. The schools were separate, but the colored schools were controlled by white officials who decided how much or rather how little should be spent upon them, who decided what could be taught and what textbooks used and the sort of subservient teachers they wanted. In travel, separation compelled colored passengers to pay first-class fare for second- or third-class accommodations, and to endure on streetcars and trains discrimination of all sorts. Ghettos were built up in nearly all southern cities, not always sharply defined but pretty definite, and in these, Negroes must live, and in them white vice and crime might find shelter and Negro delinquency go unpoliced. Little attention was paid to lighting, sewerage and paving in these quarters. Besides this, a determined psychology of caste was built up. In every possible way it was impressed and advertised that the white was superior and the Negro an inferior race. This inferiority must be publicly acknowledged and submitted to. Titles of courtesy were denied colored men and women. Certain signs of servility and usages amounting to public and personal insult were insisted upon. The most educated and deserving black man was compelled in many public places to occupy a place beneath the lowest and least deserving of the whites. Public institutions, like parks and libraries, either denied all accommodations to the blacks or gave them inferior facilities. A distinguished white Southerner said in 1885, "Is the freedman a free man? No. We have considered his position in a land whence nothing can, and no man has a shadow of a right to drive him, and where he is being multiplied as only oppression can multiply a people. We have carefully analyzed his relations to the finer and prouder race, with which he shares the ownership and citizenship of a region large enough for 10 times the number of people. Without accepting one word of his testimony, we have shown that the laws made for his protection against the habits of suspicion and oppression in his late master are being constantly set aside, not for their defects, but for such merit as they possess. We have shown that the very natural source of these oppressions is the surviving sentiments of an extinct and now universally execrated institution, sentiments which no intelligent or moral people should harbor a moment after the admission that slavery was a moral mistake. We have shown the outrageousness of these tyrannies in some of their workings, and how distinctly they antagonize every state and national interest involved in the elevation of the colored race. Is it not well to have done so? For, I say again, the question has reached a moment of special importance. The South stands on her honor before the clean equities of the issue. It is no longer whether constitutional amendments, but whether the eternal principles of justice, are violated. 39. With this went widespread and determined exploitation of black labor, and, of course, above all, taxation without representation. Taxation fell crushingly upon the poor, so that the proportion of taxes which the black laborer paid, according to income, was much larger than that borne by the rich whites or even the laboring whites. The Negro had no voice concerning this taxation, whether in the state, county, city, town, or district administration. He had little redress in the courts. The judges of the upper courts were usually selected from the better class of men whose fairness could be depended on so far as public opinion and their own sympathy with white exploiters would admit, but the police courts and magistrates' courts were in the hands of a wretched set of white Negro-hating politicians, and 9/10 of the Negro court cases ended here and filled the chain gangs with Negroes. It was the policy of the state to keep the Negro laborer poor, to confine him as far as possible to menial occupations, to make him a surplus labor reservoir and to force him into peonage and unpaid toil. In a report by the Hon. Charles W. Russell, Assistant Attorney General, to the Attorney General, in 1908, appears this language. I have no doubt from my investigations and experiences that the chief support of peonage is the peculiar system of state laws prevailing in the South, intended evidently to compel services on the part of the working man. From the usual condition of the great mass of laboring men where these laws are enforced, to peonage is but a step at most. In fact, it is difficult to draw a distinction between the condition of a man who remains in service against his will, because the state has passed a certain law under which he can be arrested and returned to work, and the condition of a man on a nearby farm who is actually made to stay at work by arrest and actual threats of force under the same law. 40. The editor of the Macon, Georgia, Telegraph said recently, "Since at least 1865, we have been holding back the Negro to keep him from getting beyond the white man. Our idea has been that the Negro should be kept poor. But by keeping him poor, we have thrown him into competition with ourselves and have kept ourselves poor." Of course, Governor Talmadge has the popular attitude. It is to hold the Negro down in order to make him work to keep him poor. And Southerners are willing to keep themselves and their kind and section down and poor in order to keep the Negro that way. 41. To make this policy effective it was necessary to keep the Negro ignorant and disorganized. Here, however, there were some difficulties. The Negroes had higher schools, supported largely by Northern philanthropy. They were turning out small but increasing numbers of educated men. There were, therefore, larger and larger numbers of trained teachers available for the public schools. The North was not disposed at this time to defend universal suffrage or even democracy. But it did still believe in intelligence, so that the Negro public schools had to be kept open, and at the same time, the private schools which were furnishing teachers and leaders were depending not on state aid but on Northern philanthropy. This meant that a large and influential section of the North had direct contact and knowledge of the educated Negro. For a long time they defended the Negro college and normal school from all assaults. Indeed, it was not until the 90s that organized property in the North, uniting with Southern propaganda for Negro industrial education, made an assault upon the Negro college that almost overthrew it. But that is another story. There were, nevertheless, numberless ways in which Negro schools could be and were decreased in efficiency. In the first place, the public school funds were distributed with open and unashamed discrimination. Anywhere from twice to 10 times as much was spent on the white child as on the Negro child, and even then the poor white child did not receive an adequate education. In the Black Belt, particularly, large amounts of funds were drawn by the county officers because of black population and distributed among the whites to the extent of sending some to college. The Negro schools were given few buildings and little equipment. No effort was made to compel Negro children to go to school. On the contrary, in the country they were deliberately kept out of school by the requirements of contract labor which embraced the labor of wife and children as well as of the laborer himself. The course of study was limited. The school term was made and kept short, and in many cases there was the deliberate effort, as expressed by one leading Southerner, Hoke Smith, when 2 Negro teachers applied for a school, to take the less competent. The supervising officers paid little or no attention to Negro schools, and the education of the Negro for many years after the overthrow of Reconstruction proceeded in spite of their school system, not because of it. An attempt was made through advocacy of so-called industrial education to divert the Negro schools from training in knowledge to training in crafts and industry. But here the white laborers, North and South, objected, and practically no effective industrial training was ever given in the Southern public schools, except training for cooking and menial service. Sickness, disease, and death have been the widespread physical results of caste. The sick have had wretched care. Public hospitals supported by public funds turn Negroes away or segregate and neglect them in cellars and annexes. White physicians often despise their Negro clientele, and colored physicians crowd into the larger towns and cities to escape the insult and insecurity to which the colored professional man is exposed in the country and smaller towns. Above all, crime was used in the South as a source of income for the state. An English traveler wrote in 1871, "I confess I am more and more suspicious about the criminal justice of these Southern states. In Georgia there is no regular penitentiary at all, but an organized system of letting out the prisoners for profit. Some people here have got up a company for the purpose of hiring convicts. They pay $25,000 a year besides all expenses of food and keep, so that their money is clear profit to the state. The lessees work the prisoners both on estates and in mines, and apparently maintain severe discipline in their own way, and make a good thing of it." Colonel P., who is not very mealy-mouthed, admits that he left the concern because he could not stand the inhumanity of it. Another partner in the concern talked with great glee of the money he had made out of the convicts. This does seem simply a return to another form of slavery. In no part of the modern world has there been so open and conscious a traffic in crime for deliberate social degradation and private profit as in the South since slavery. The Negro is not antisocial. He is no natural criminal. Crime of the vicious type, outside endeavor to achieve freedom or in revenge for cruelty, was rare in the slave South. Since 1876 Negroes have been arrested on the slightest provocation and given long sentences or fines which they were compelled to work out. The resulting peonage of criminals extended into every Southern state and led to the most revolting situations. A Southern white woman writes, "In some states where convict labor is sold to the highest bidder, the cruel treatment of the helpless human chattel in the hands of guards is such as no tongue can tell nor pen picture. Prison inspectors find convicts herded together, irrespective of age, confined at night in shackles, housed sometimes, as has been found, in old boxcars, packed almost as closely as sardines in a box. During the day all are worked under armed guards, who stand ready to shoot down any who may attempt to escape from this hell upon earth, the modern American Bastille. Should one escape, the bloodhounds, trained for the purpose, are put upon his track, and the chances are that he will be brought back, severely flogged and put in double shackles, or worse. Of all the degrading positions, to our mind, that of the whipping boss in the Georgia penitentiary system is the worst. He stands over his pinioned victim and applies the lash on the naked, quivering flesh of a fellow man. Plies it hard enough to lacerate the flesh and send the blood coursing down the bruised back and sides from the gaping and whipcord cuts, and just think of the mercilessness, the inhumanity, the bestiality of the sentiment that can drive the lash deeper and deeper through the cuts and gashes on the body of a human being, white or black, just as a cool, calculating business for a very niggardly stipend. 42. Hundreds of Southern fortunes have been amassed by this enslavement of criminals. George W. Cable protested in 1883 and wrote, "If anything may be inferred from the mortal results of the lease system in other states, the year's death rate of the convict camps of Louisiana must exceed that of any pestilence that ever fell upon Europe in the Middle Ages." And as far as popular rumor goes, it confirms this assumption on every hand. Every mention of these camps is followed by the execrations of a scandalized community whose ear is every now and then shocked afresh with some new whisper of their frightful barbarities. It is not for the present writer to assert that every other community where the leasing of convicts prevails is moved to indignation by the same sense of outrage and disgrace, yet it certainly would be but a charitable assumption to believe that the day is not remote when in every such region, the sentiment of the people will write, over the gates of the convict stockades and over the doors of the lessees' sumptuous homes, one word, Aceldama, the field of blood. 43. The normal amount of crime which an ignorant working population would have evolved has been tremendously increased. Young criminals and vagrants were deliberately multiplied, and this in turn made an excuse for mob law and lynching. Colored women were looked upon as the legitimate prey of white men, and protection for them even against colored men was seldom furnished. While all instruments of group control, police, courts, government appropriations and the like were in the hands of whites, no power was left in Negro hands. If a white man is assaulted by a white man or a Negro, the police are at hand. If a Negro is assaulted by a white man, the police are more apt to arrest the victim than the aggressor. If he is assaulted by a Negro, he is in most cases without redress or protection, and the group will of the colored man has no power to express itself. Interracial sex jealousy and accompanying sadism has been made the white foundation of mobs and lynching. With thousands of white fathers of colored children, there is scarcely a case on record where such a father has been held legally responsible. Such evils led to widespread violence in the South, to murder and mobs. Probably in no country in the civilized world did human life become so cheap. This condition prevails among both white and black and characterizes the South even to our day. A spirit of lawlessness became widespread. White people paid no attention to their own laws. White men became a law unto themselves, and black men, so far as their aggressions were confined to their own people, need not fear intervention of white police. Practically all men went armed, and the South reached the extraordinary distinction of being the only modern civilized country where human beings were publicly burned alive. Southern papers specialized on Negro crime with ridicule and coarse caricature. The police court where hearts bled was a matter of hilarious newspaper laughter, while a note of decency and success among Negroes was buried on a back page or ignored entirely. The political success of the doctrine of racial separation, which overthrew Reconstruction by uniting the planter and the poor white, was far exceeded by its astonishing economic results. The theory of laboring class unity rests upon the assumption that laborers, despite internal jealousies, will unite because of their opposition to exploitation by the capitalists. According to this, even after a part of the poor white laboring class became identified with the planters, and eventually displaced them, their interests would be diametrically opposed to those of the mass of white labor, and of course to those of the black laborers. This would throw white and black labor into one class, and precipitate a united fight for higher wage and better working conditions. Most persons do not realize how far this failed to work in the South, and it failed to work because the theory of race was supplemented by a carefully planned and slowly evolved method, which drove such a wedge between the white and black workers that there probably are not today in the world two groups of workers with practically identical interests who hate and fear each other so deeply and persistently, and who are kept so far apart that neither sees anything of common interest. It must be remembered that the white group of laborers, while they received a low wage, were compensated in part by a sort of public and psychological wage. They were given public deference and titles of courtesy because they were white. They were admitted freely with all classes of white people to public functions, public parks, and the best schools. The police were drawn from their ranks, and the courts, dependent upon their votes, treated them with such leniency as to encourage lawlessness. Their votes elected public officials, and while this had small effect upon the economic situation, it had great effect upon their personal treatment and the deference shown them. White schoolhouses were the best in the community, and conspicuously placed, and they cost anywhere from twice to 10 times as much per capita as the colored schools. The newspapers specialized on news that flattered the poor whites and almost utterly ignored the Negro except in crime and ridicule. On the other hand, in the same way, the Negro was subject to public insult, was afraid of mobs, was liable to the gibes of children and the unreasoning fears of white women, and was compelled almost continuously to submit to various badges of inferiority. The result of this was that the wages of both classes could be kept low, the whites fearing to be supplanted by Negro labor, the Negroes always being threatened by the substitution of white labor. Mob violence and lynching were the inevitable result of the attitude of these two classes, and for a time were a sort of permissible Roman holiday for the entertainment of vicious whites. One can see for these reasons why labor organizers and labor agitators made such small headway in the South. They were, for the most part, appealing to laborers who would rather have low wages upon which they could eke out an existence than see colored labor with a decent wage. White labor saw in every advance of Negroes a threat to their racial prerogatives, so that in many districts Negroes were afraid to build decent homes or dress well, or own carriages, bicycles or automobiles, because of possible retaliation on the part of the whites. Thus every problem of labor advance in the South was skillfully turned by demagogues into a matter of interracial jealousy. Perhaps the most conspicuous proof of this was the Atlanta riot in 1906, which followed Hoke Smith's vicious attempt to become United States Senator on a platform which first attacked corporations and then was suddenly twisted into scandalous traducing of the Negro race. To this day no casual and unsophisticated reader of the white Southern press could possibly gather that the American Negro masses were anything but degraded, ignorant, inefficient examples of an incurably inferior race. The result of all this had to be unfortunate for the Negro. He was a caged human being, driven into a curious mental provincialism. An inferiority complex dominated him. He did not believe himself a man like other men. He could not teach his children self-respect. The Negro as a group gradually lost his manners, his courtesy, his light-hearted kindliness. Large numbers sank into apathy and fatalism. There was no chance for the black man, there was no use in striving, ambition was not for Negroes. The effect of caste on the moral integrity of the Negro race in America has thus been widely disastrous: servility and fawning, gross flattery of white folk and lying to appease and cajole them, failure to achieve dignity and self-respect and moral self-assertion, personal cowardliness and submission to insult and aggression, exaggerated and despicable humility, lack of faith of Negroes in themselves and in other Negroes and in all colored folk, inordinate admiration for the stigmata of success. Among white folk, wealth and arrogance, cunning dishonesty and assumptions of superiority, the exaltation of laziness and indifference as just as successful as the industry and striving which invites taxation and oppression, dull apathy and cynicism, faith in no future and the habit of moving and wandering in search of justice, a religion of prayer and submission to replace determination and effort. These are not universal results, or else the Negro long since would have dwindled and died in crime and disease. But they are so widespread as to bring inner conflict as baffling as the problems of interracial relations, and they hold back the moral grit and organized effort which are the only hope of survival. On this and in spite of this comes an extraordinary record of accomplishment, a record so contradictory of what one might easily expect that many people and even the Negroes themselves are deceived by it. The real question is not so much what the Negro has done in spite of caste, as what he might have accomplished with reasonable encouragement. He has cut down his illiteracy more than 2/3 in 50 years, but with decent schools it ought to have been cut down 99%. He has accumulated land and property, but has not been able to hold 1/10 of that which he has rightly earned. He has achieved success in many lines, as an inventor, scientist, scholar, and writer. But most of his ability has been choked in chain gangs and by open deliberate discrimination and conspiracies of silence. He has made a place for himself in literature and art, but the great deeps of his artistic gifts have never yet been plumbed. And yet, for all that he has accomplished, not only the nation but the South itself claims credit and actually points to it as proof of the wisdom or at least the innocuousness of organized suppression. It is but human experience to find that the complete suppression of a race is impossible. Despite inner discouragement and submission to the oppression of others, there persisted the mighty spirit, the emotional rebound that kept a vast number struggling for its rights, for self-expression, and for social uplift. Such men, in many cases, became targets for the white race. They were denounced as troublemakers. They were denied opportunity. They were driven from their homes. They were lynched. It is doubtful if there is another group of 12 million people in the midst of a modern cultured land who are so widely inhibited and mentally confined as the American Negro. Within the colored race, the philosophy of salvation has by the pressure of caste been curiously twisted and distorted. Shall they use the torch and dynamite? Shall they go north, or fight it out in the south? Shall they segregate themselves even more than they are now, in states, towns, cities or sections? Shall they leave the country? Are they Americans or foreigners? Shall they stand and sing "My country 'tis of thee"? Shall they marry and rear children and save and buy homes, or deliberately commit race suicide? Ordinarily such questions within a group settle themselves by laboratory experiment. It is shown that violence does not pay, that quiet persistent effort wins, bitterness and pessimism prove a handicap. And yet in the case of the Negro it is almost impossible to obtain such definite laboratory results. Failure cannot be attributed to individual neglect, and success does not necessarily follow individual effort. It is impossible to disentangle the results of caste and the results of work and striving. Ordinarily a group experiments, tries now this, now that, measures results and eliminates bad advice and unwise action by achieving success. But here success is so curtailed and frustrated that guiding wisdom fails. Why should we save? What good does it do to be upstanding, with self-respect? Who gains by thrift, or rises by education? Such mental frustration cannot indefinitely continue. Some day it may burst in fire and blood. Who will be to blame? And where the greater cost? Black folk, after all, have little to lose, but civilization has all. This the American black man knows. His fight here is a fight to the finish. Either he dies or wins. If he wins, it will be by no subterfuge or evasion of amalgamation. He will enter modern civilization here in America as a black man on terms of perfect and unlimited equality with any white man, or he will enter not at all. Either extermination root and branch, or absolute equality. There can be no compromise. This is the last great battle of the West. Evil results of the Revolution of 1876 have not been confined to Negroes. The reaction on the whites was just as significant. The white people of the South are essentially a fine kindly breed, the same sort of human beings that one finds the world over. Perhaps their early and fatal mistake was when they refused long before the Civil War to allow in the South differences of opinion. They would not let honest white Southerners continue to talk against slavery. They drove out the nonconformist, they would not listen to the radical. The result was that there has been built up in the South an intolerance fatal to human culture. Men act as they do in the South, they murder, they lynch, they insult, because they listen to but one side of a question. They seldom know by real human contact Negroes who are men. They read books that laud the South and the lost cause, but they are childish and furious when criticized, and interpret all criticism as personal attack. The result is that the South in the main is ranged against liberalism. No liberal movement in the United States or in the world has been able to make advance among Southerners. They are militaristic and will have nothing to do with a peace movement. Young Southerners eagerly crowd West Point and Annapolis. The South is not interested in freedom for dark India. It has no sympathy with the oppressed of Africa or of Asia. It is for the most part against unions and the labor movement, because there can be no real labor movement in the South. Their laboring class is cut in two and the white laborers must be ranged upon the side of their own exploiters by persistent propaganda and police force. Labor can gain in the South no class consciousness. Strikes cannot be effective because the white striker can be threatened with the colored scab and the colored striker can be clapped in jail. The result of the disfranchisement of the Negro on the political life of the South has been pitiful. Southerners argued that if the Negro was disfranchised, normal political life would be possible for the South. They did not realize that a living working class can never lose its political power and that all they did in 1876 was to transfer that political power from the hands of labor to the hands of capital, where it has been concentrated ever since. Moreover, after that transfer the forms of Republican government became a continuing farce. As Chamberlain said, "Every present citizen of South Carolina knows, and those who are truthful and frank will confess that the ballot debauched in 1876 remains debauched, the violence taught them remains now, if not in the same, in other forms, the defiance of law learned then in what was called a good cause survives in the horrid orgies of degradation and of lynchings." 44. There can be no doubt that the revolution of 1876 established fraud and oligarchy in the South and the remains of that regime are still with us. Local government in the South to this day is handicapped and frustrated by caste and by the use of the color line to divide the electorate and dominate the Negro. As late as 1931, the Atlanta Constitution said of the Georgia legislature, "Never in its history has Georgia been inflicted with so incompetent a legislature as the one just adjourned." George W. Cable said in 1885. The vote, after all, was a secondary point, and the robbery and bribery on one side, and whipping and killing on the other were but huge accidents of the situation. The two main questions were really these: on the freedman's side, how to establish Republican state government under the same recognition of his rights that the rest of Christendom accorded him, and on the former master's side, how to get back to the old semblance of Republican state government, and allowing that the freedman was de facto a voter still to maintain a purely arbitrary superiority of all whites over all blacks, and a purely arbitrary equality of all black among themselves as an alien, menial, and dangerous class. Exceptionally here and there someone in the master caste did throw off the old and accept the new ideas, and, if he would allow it, was instantly claimed as a leader by the newly liberated thousands around him. But just as promptly the old master race branded him also an alien reprobate, and in 99 cases out of 100, if he had not already done so, he soon began to confirm by his actions the brand of his cheek. The paradox of this whole muddle is that what the South started to do in 1876 was never accomplished and never will be. The Negro cannot be disfranchised. He votes in every policy and the only result of disfranchisement is to bind the white South hand and foot and deliver it to its own worst self. Stevens and Sumner stand eternally vindicated. Particularly has the South suffered spiritually by the effort to use propaganda and enforce belief. This always results in deliberate lying. Not that all white Southerners deliberately lie about the Negro, but to an astonishing degree the honest South allows known lies to stand uncontradicted. The wide distortion of facts which became prevalent in the white South during and after Reconstruction as a measure of self-defense has never been wholly crushed since. For years Southerners denied that there was any fraud and cheating in elections. Henry Grady stood in Boston and told New England that the Negro was as free to vote in the South as the white laborer was in the North. Booker T. Washington repeatedly testified as to the goodwill and essential honesty of purpose of Southerners and put the whole burden of responsibility for advance upon the Negro himself. The Southern white man is the Negro's best friend, scream all the Southern papers, even today. And this in the face of the open record of 5,000 lynchings, jails bursting with black prisoners incarcerated on trivial and trumped-up charges, and caste staring from every train and streetcar. This whole phantasmagoria has been built on the most miserable of human fictions, that in addition to the manifest differences between men there is a deep, awful, and ineradicable cleft which condemns most men to eternal degradation. It is a cheap inheritance of the world's infancy, unworthy of grown folk. My rise does not involve your fall. No superior has interest in inferiority. Humanity is one and its vast variety is its glory and not its condemnation. If all men make the best of themselves, if all men have the chance to meet and know each other, the result is the love born of knowledge and not the hate based on ignorance. The result of this upon the higher life in the South is extraordinary. Fundamentalism rules in religion because men hesitate openly to reason about the Golden Rule. Literature, art, and music are curiously dominated by the Negro. The only literature the South has had for years is based largely upon the Negro. Southern music is Negro music. Yet Negroes themselves are seldom recognized as interpreters of art, and white artists must work under severe social limitations and at second hand, they thus lack necessary sincerity, depth, and frankness. Democracy in the South and in the United States is hampered by the Southern attitude. The Southerner, by winning the victory which the 14th Amendment tried to deny, uses the Negro population as a basis of his political representation and allows few Negroes to vote, so that the white Southerner marches to the polls with many times as much voting power in his hand as the voter in the North. The South does and must vote for reaction. There can be, therefore, neither in the South nor in the nation a successful third-party movement. This was proven in the case of Theodore Roosevelt and La Follette. A solid bloc of reaction in the South can always be depended upon to unite with Northern conservatism to elect a president. One can only say to all this that whatever the South gained through its victory in the Revolution of 1876 has been paid for at a price which literally staggers humanity. Imperialism, the exploitation of colored labor throughout the world, thrives upon the approval of the United States, and the United States gives that approval because of the South. World war waits on and supports imperial aggression and international jealousy. This was too great a price to pay for anything which the South gained. The chief obstacle in this rich realm of the United States, endowed with every natural resource and with the abilities of 100 different peoples, the chief and only obstacle to the coming of that kingdom of economic equality which is the only logical end of work, is the determination of the white world to keep the black world poor and themselves rich. A clear vision of a world without inordinate individual wealth, of capital without profit and of income based on work alone, is the path out, not only for America but for all men. Across this path stands the South with flaming sword. Of course, it would be humanly impossible for any such regime to be completely successful anywhere without protest and reaction from within. Almsgiving to Negroes in the South has always been almost universal. Even petty pilfering has been winked at. Beyond this, and of far greater social significance, have been the personal friendships between blacks and whites with aid and advice, even at great pecuniary and spiritual costs. Large-hearted Southern white men and women have in unnumbered cases quietly and without advertisement done enormous work to make life bearable and success possible for thousands of Negroes. Most of the benevolence of this sort, however, has been of a personal and individual matter. In only a minority of cases have such Southern white people been willing to stand on principle and demand for all Negroes' rights as men and treatment according to desert. When in some cases such opinion and clear advocacy has been made and has consequently evoked the usual social punishment, it is singular and almost peculiar to the South how seldom Southern whites have had the courage to stand up and suffer for righteousness' sake against the mass terror of public opinion. In the South the iconoclast, the martyr, not only on the Negro question, but on other moral matters, have been conspicuously absent, and where they have arisen, they have soon either subsided into silence or retreated to the more tolerant atmosphere of the North, leaving the South all the poorer and all the more easily hammered into conformity with the mob. If white and black in the South were free and intelligent, there would be friendship and some intermarriage, and there ought to be, but none would marry where he did not wish to, and there could be no greater intermingling in the future than in the shameful past, unless this union of races proved successful and attractive. The Revolution of 1876 was, in fine, a victory for which the South has every right to hang its head. After enslaving the Negro for 2½ centuries, it turned on his emancipation to beat a beaten man, to trade in slaves, and to kill the defenseless, to break the spirit of the black man and humiliate him into hopelessness, to establish a new dictatorship of property in the South through the color line. It was a triumph of men who in their effort to replace equality with caste and to build inordinate wealth on a foundation of abject poverty have succeeded in killing democracy, art, and religion. And yet, despite this, and despite the long step backward toward slavery that black folk have been pushed, they have made withal a brave and fine fight, a fight against ridicule and monstrous caricature, against every refinement of cruelty and gross insult, against starvation, disease, and murder in every form. It has left in their soul its scars, its deep scars, but when all is said, through it all has gone a thread of brave and splendid friendship from those few and rare men and women of white skins, North and South, who have dared to know and help and love black folk. The unending tragedy of Reconstruction is the utter inability of the American mind to grasp its real significance, its national and worldwide implications. It was vain for Sumner and Stevens to hammer in the ears of the people that this problem involved the very foundations of American democracy, both political and economic. We are still too blind and infatuated to conceive of the emancipation of the laboring class in half the nation as a revolution comparable to the upheavals in France in the past, and in Russia, Spain, India, and China today. We were worried when the beginnings of this experiment cost $18 million, and quite aghast when a debt of $225 million was involved, including waste and theft. We apparently expected that this social upheaval was going to be accomplished with peace, honesty, and efficiency, and that the planters were going quietly to surrender the right to live on the labor of black folk, after 250 years of habitual exploitation. And it seems to America a proof of inherent race inferiority that 4 million slaves did not completely emancipate themselves in 80 years, in the midst of 9 million bitter enemies, and indifferent public opinion of the whole nation. If the reconstruction of the Southern states, from slavery to free labor, and from aristocracy to industrial democracy, had been conceived as a major national program of America, whose accomplishment at any price was well worth the effort, we should be living today in a different world. The attempt to make black men American citizens was in a certain sense all a failure, but a splendid failure. It did not fail where it was expected to fail. It was Athanasius contra mundum, with back to the wall, outnumbered 10 to 1, with all the wealth and all the opportunity, and all the world against him. And only in his hands and heart the consciousness of a great and just cause, fighting the battle of all the oppressed and despised humanity of every race and color, against the massed hirelings of religion, science, education, law, and brute force. For he has a Paul, this wretched man, such as few men can claim. Deep down below a prison yard, naked, for greater shame, he lies, with fetters on each foot, wrapped in a sheet of flame. Oscar Wilde. 17. The propaganda of history. How the facts of American history have in the last half-century been falsified because the nation was ashamed. The South was ashamed because it fought to perpetuate human slavery. The North was ashamed because it had to call in the black men to save the Union, abolish slavery, and establish democracy. What are American children taught today about Reconstruction? Helen Boardman has made a study of current textbooks and notes these three dominant theses. 1. All Negroes were ignorant. All were ignorant of public business. Woodburn and Moran, Elementary American History and Government, p. 397. Although the Negroes were now free, they were also ignorant and unfit to govern themselves. Everett Barnes, American History for Grammar Grades, p. 334. The Negroes got control of these states. They had been slaves all their lives, and were so ignorant they did not even know the letters of the alphabet. Yet they now sat in the state legislatures and made the laws. D. H. Montgomery, The Leading Facts of American History, p. 332. In the South, the Negroes who had so suddenly gained their freedom did not know what to do with it. Hubert Cornish and Thomas Hughes, History of the United States for Schools, p. 345. In the legislatures, the Negroes were so ignorant that they could only watch their white leaders carpetbaggers, and vote aye or no as they were told. S. E. Forman, Advanced American History, Revised Edition, p. 452. Some legislatures were made up of a few dishonest white men and several Negroes, many too ignorant to know anything about lawmaking. Hubert Cornish and Thomas Hughes, History of the United States for Schools, p. 349. All Negroes were lazy, dishonest, and extravagant. These men knew not only nothing about the government, but also cared for nothing except what they could gain for themselves. Helen F. Giles, How the United States Became a World Power, p. 7. Legislatures were often at the mercy of Negroes, childishly ignorant, who sold their votes openly, and whose loyalty was gained by allowing them to eat, drink and clothe themselves at the state's expense. William J. Long, America: A History of Our Country, p. 392. Some Negroes spent their money foolishly, and were worse off than they had been before. Carl Russell Fish, History of America, p. 385. This assistance led many freedmen to believe that they need no longer work. They also ignorantly believed that the lands of their former masters were to be turned over by Congress to them, and that every Negro was to have as his allotment 40 acres and a mule. W. F. Gordy, History of the United States, Part 2, p. 336. Thinking that slavery meant toil and that freedom meant only idleness, the slave after he was set free was disposed to try out his freedom by refusing to work. S. E. Forman, Advanced American History, Revised Edition. They began to wander about, stealing and plundering. In 1 week, in a Georgia town, 150 Negroes were arrested for thieving. Helen F. Giles, How the United States Became a World Power, p. 6. 3 Negroes were responsible for bad government during Reconstruction. Foolish laws were passed by the black lawmakers, the public money was wasted terribly and thousands of dollars were stolen straight. Self-respecting Southerners chafed under the horrible regime. Emerson David Fite, These United States, p. 37. In the exhausted states already amply punished by the desolation of war, the rule of the Negro and his unscrupulous carpetbagger and scalawag patrons, was an orgy of extravagance, fraud, and disgusting incompetency. David Soville Muzzy, History of the American People, p. 408. The picture of Reconstruction which the average pupil in these 16 states receives is limited to the South. The South found it necessary to pass black codes for the control of the shiftless and sometimes vicious freedmen. The Freedmen's Bureau caused the Negroes to look to the North rather than to the South for support, and by giving them a false sense of equality did more harm than good. With the scalawags, the ignorant and non-property holding Negroes under the leadership of the carpetbaggers, engaged in a wild orgy of spending in the legislatures. The humiliation and distress of the Southern whites was in part relieved by the Ku Klux Klan, a secret organization which frightened the superstitious blacks. 1. Grounded in such elementary and high school teaching, an American youth attending college today would learn from current textbooks of history that the Constitution recognized slavery, that the chance of getting rid of slavery by peaceful methods was ruined by the abolitionists, that after the period of Andrew Jackson, the two sections of the United States had become fully conscious of their conflicting interests. 2 irreconcilable forms of civilization, in the North, the democratic, in the South, a more stationary and aristocratic civilization. He would read that Harriet Beecher Stowe brought on the Civil War, that the assault on Charles Sumner was due to his coarse invective against a South Carolina senator, and that Negroes were the only people to achieve emancipation with no effort on their part. That Reconstruction was a disgraceful attempt to subject white people to ignorant Negro rule, and that, according to a Harvard professor of history, the italics are ours, legislative expenses were grotesquely extravagant, the colored members in some states engaging in a saturnalia of corrupt expenditure. Encyclopaedia Britannica, 14th edition, volume 22, p. 815, by Frederick Jackson Turner. In other words, he would in all probability complete his education without any idea of the part which the black race has played in America, of the tremendous moral problem of abolition, of the cause and meaning of the Civil War and the relation which Reconstruction had to democratic government and the labor movement today. Herein lies more than mere omission and difference of emphasis. The treatment of the period of Reconstruction reflects small credit upon American historians as scientists. We have too often a deliberate attempt so to change the facts of history that the story will make pleasant reading for Americans. The editors of the 14th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica asked me for an article on the history of the American Negro. From my manuscript they cut out all my references to Reconstruction. I insisted on including the following statement. White historians have ascribed the faults and failures of Reconstruction to Negro ignorance and corruption. But the Negro insists that it was Negro loyalty and the Negro vote alone that restored the South to the Union, established the new democracy, both for white and black, and instituted the public schools. This the editor refused to print, although he said that the article otherwise was in my judgment, and in the judgment of others in the office, an excellent one, and one with which it seems to me we may all be well satisfied. I was not satisfied and refused to allow the article to appear. War and especially civil strife leave terrible wounds. It is the duty of humanity to heal them. It was therefore soon conceived as neither wise nor patriotic to speak of all the causes of strife and the terrible results to which sectional differences in the United States had led. And so, first of all, we minimized the slavery controversy which convulsed the nation from the Missouri Compromise down to the Civil War. On top of that, we passed by Reconstruction with a phrase of regret or disgust. But are these reasons of courtesy and philanthropy sufficient for denying truth? If history is going to be scientific, if the record of human action is going to be set down with that accuracy and faithfulness of detail which will allow its use as a measuring rod and guidepost for the future of nations, there must be set some standards of ethics in research and interpretation. If, on the other hand, we are going to use history for our pleasure and amusement, for inflating our national ego, and giving us a false but pleasurable sense of accomplishment, then we must give up the idea of history either as a science or as an art using the results of science, and admit frankly that we are using a version of historic fact in order to influence and educate the new generation along the way we wish. It is propaganda like this that has led men in the past to insist that history is lies agreed upon, and to point out the danger in such misinformation. It is indeed extremely doubtful if any permanent benefit comes to the world through such action. Nations reel and stagger on their way, they make hideous mistakes, they commit frightful wrongs, they do great and beautiful things. And shall we not best guide humanity by telling the truth about all this, so far as the truth is ascertainable? Here in the United States we have a clear example. It was morally wrong and economically retrogressive to build human slavery in the United States in the 18th century. We know that now perfectly well, and there were many Americans North and South who knew this and said it in the 18th century. Today, in the face of new slavery established elsewhere in the world under other names and guises, we ought to emphasize this lesson of the past. Moreover, it is not well to be reticent in describing that past. Our histories tend to discuss American slavery so impartially, that in the end nobody seems to have done wrong and everybody was right. Slavery appears to have been thrust upon unwilling helpless America, while the South was blameless in becoming its center. The difference of development, North and South, is explained as a sort of working out of cosmic social and economic law. One reads, for instance, Charles and Mary Beard's Rise of American Civilization, with the comfortable feeling that nothing right or wrong is involved. Manufacturing and industry develop in the North, agrarian feudalism develops in the South. They clash, as winds and waters strive, and the stronger forces develop the tremendous industrial machine that governs us so magnificently and selfishly today. Yet in this sweeping mechanistic interpretation, there is no room for the real plot of the story, for the clear mistake and guilt of rebuilding a new slavery of the working class in the midst of a fateful experiment in democracy, for the triumph of sheer moral courage and sacrifice in the abolition crusade, and for the hurt and struggle of degraded black millions in their fight for freedom and their attempt to enter democracy. Can all this be omitted or half suppressed in a treatise that calls itself scientific? Or, to come near the center and climax of this fascinating history, what was slavery in the United States? Just what did it mean to the owner and the owned? Shall we accept the conventional story of the old slave plantation and its owner's fine, aristocratic life of cultured leisure? Or shall we note slave biographies, like those of Charles Ball, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, and Frederick Douglass, the careful observations of Olmsted and the indictment of Hinton Helper? No one can read that first thin autobiography of Frederick Douglass and have left many illusions about slavery. And if truth is our object, no amount of flowery romance and the personal reminiscences of its protected beneficiaries can keep the world from knowing that slavery was a cruel, dirty, costly, and inexcusable anachronism, which nearly ruined the world's greatest experiment in democracy. No serious and unbiased student can be deceived by the fairy tale of a beautiful Southern slave civilization. If those who really had opportunity to know the South before the war wrote the truth, it was a center of widespread ignorance, undeveloped resources, suppressed humanity, and unrestrained passions, with whatever veneer of manners and culture that could lie above these depths. Coming now to the Civil War, how for a moment can anyone who reads the Congressional Globe from 1850 to 1860, the lives of contemporary statesmen and public characters, North and South, the discourses in the newspapers and accounts of meetings and speeches, doubt that Negro slavery was the cause of the Civil War? What do we gain by evading this clear fact, and talking in vague ways about union and state rights and differences in civilization as the cause of that catastrophe? Of all historic facts there can be none clearer than that for 4 long and fearful years the South fought to perpetuate human slavery, and that the nation which rose so bright and fair and died so pure of stain was one that had a perfect right to be ashamed of its birth and glad of its death. Yet one monument in North Carolina achieves the impossible by recording of Confederate soldiers, they died fighting for liberty. On the other hand, consider the North and the Civil War. Why should we be deliberately false, like Woodward, and meet General Grant, and represent the North as magnanimously freeing the slave without any effort on his part? The American Negroes are the only people in the history of the world, so far as I know, that ever became free without any effort of their own. They had not started the war nor ended it. They twanged banjos around the railroad stations, sang melodious spirituals, and believed that some Yankee would soon come along and give each of them 40 acres of land and a mule point too. The North went to war without the slightest idea of freeing the slave. The great majority of Northerners from Lincoln down pledged themselves to protect slavery, and they hated and harried abolitionists. But on the other hand, the thesis which Bale tends to support that the whole North during and after the war was chiefly interested in making money, is only half true. It was abolition and belief in democracy that gained for a time the upper hand after the war and led the North in Reconstruction. Business followed abolition in order to maintain the tariff, pay the bonds and defend the banks. To call this business program the program of the North and ignore abolition is unhistorical. In growing ascendancy for a calculable time was a great moral movement which turned the North from its economic defense of slavery and led it to emancipation. Abolitionists attacked slavery because it was wrong, and their moral battle cannot be truthfully minimized or forgotten. Nor does this fact deny that the majority of Northerners before the war were not abolitionists, that they attacked slavery only in order to win the war and enfranchised the Negro to secure this result. One has but to read the debates in Congress and state papers from Abraham Lincoln down to know that the decisive action which ended the Civil War was the emancipation and arming of the black slave, that, as Lincoln said, without the military help of black freedmen, the war against the South could not have been won. The freedmen, far from being the inert recipients of freedom at the hands of philanthropists, furnished 200,000 soldiers in the Civil War who took part in nearly 200 battles and skirmishes, and in addition perhaps 300,000 others as effective laborers and helpers. In proportion to population, more Negroes than whites fought in the Civil War. These people, withdrawn from the support of the Confederacy, with threat of the withdrawal of millions more, made the opposition of the slaveholder useless, unless they themselves freed and armed their own slaves. This was exactly what they started to do. They were only restrained by realizing that such action removed the very cause for which they began fighting. Yet one would search current American histories almost in vain to find a clear statement or even faint recognition of these perfectly well-authenticated facts. All this is but preliminary to the kernel of the historic problem with which this book deals, and that is Reconstruction. The chorus of agreement concerning the attempt to reconstruct and organize the South after the Civil War and emancipation is overwhelming. There is scarce a child in the street that cannot tell you that the whole effort was a hideous mistake and an unfortunate incident, based on ignorance, revenge, and the perverse determination to attempt the impossible, that the history of the United States from 1866 to 1876 is something of which the nation ought to be ashamed and which did more to retard and set back the American Negro than anything that has happened to him, while at the same time it grievously and wantonly wounded again a part of the nation already hurt to death. True it is that the Northern historians writing just after the war had scant sympathy for the South, and wrote ruthlessly of rebels and slave drivers. They had at least the excuse of a war psychosis. As a young labor leader, Will Herberg writes, "The great traditions of this period and especially of Reconstruction are shamelessly repudiated by the official heirs of Stevens and Sumner. In the last quarter of a century hardly a single book has appeared consistently championing or sympathetically interpreting the great ideals of the crusade against slavery, whereas scores and hundreds have dropped from the presses in ignoble extenuation of the North, in open apology for the Confederacy, in measureless abuse of the radical figures of Reconstruction. The Reconstruction period, as the logical culmination of decades of previous development, has borne the brunt of the reaction. 3. First of all, we have James Ford Rhodes' History of the United States. Rhodes was trained not as an historian but as an Ohio businessman. He had no broad formal education. When he had accumulated a fortune, he surrounded himself with a retinue of clerks and proceeded to manufacture a history of the United States by mass production. His method was simple. He gathered a vast number of authorities, he selected from these authorities those whose testimony supported his thesis, and he discarded the others. The majority report of the Great Ku Klux investigation, for instance, he laid aside in favor of the minority report, simply because the latter supported his sincere belief. In the report and testimony of the Reconstruction Committee of 15, he did practically the same thing. Above all, he begins his inquiry convinced, without admitting any necessity of investigation, that Negroes are an inferior race. No large policy in our country has ever been so conspicuous a failure as that of forcing universal Negro suffrage upon the South. The Negroes who simply acted out their nature, were not to blame. How indeed could they acquire political honesty? What idea could barbarism thrust into slavery obtain of the rights of property? From the Republican policy came no real good to the Negroes. Most of them developed no political capacity, and the few who raised themselves above the mass, did not reach a high order of intelligence. 4. Rhodes was primarily the historian of property, of economic history and the labor movement. He knew nothing of democratic government. He was contemptuous. He was trained to make profits. He used his profits to write history. He speaks again and again of the rulership of intelligence and property, and he makes a plea that intelligent use of the ballot for the benefit of property is the only real foundation of democracy. The real frontal attack on Reconstruction, as interpreted by the leaders of national thought in 1870 and for some time thereafter, came from the universities and particularly from Columbia and Johns Hopkins. The movement began with Columbia University and with the advent of John W. Burgess of Tennessee and William A. Dunning of New Jersey as professors of political science and history. Burgess was an ex-Confederate soldier who started to a little Southern college with a box of books, a box of tallow candles and a Negro boy, and his attitude toward the Negro race in after years was subtly colored by this early conception of Negroes as essentially property like books and candles. Dunning was a kindly and impressive professor who was deeply influenced by a growing group of young Southern students and began with them to rewrite the history of the nation from 1860 to 1880, in more or less conscious opposition to the classic interpretations of New England. Burgess was frank and determined in his anti-Negro thought. He expounded his theory of Nordic supremacy which colored all his political theories. The claim that there is nothing in the color of the skin from the point of view of political ethics is a great sophism. A black skin means membership in a race of men which has never of itself succeeded in subjecting passion to reason, has never, therefore, created any civilization of any kind. To put such a race of men in possession of a state government in a system of federal government is to trust them with the development of political and legal civilization upon the most important subjects of human life, and to do this in communities with a large white population is simply to establish barbarism in power over civilization. Burgess is a Tory and open apostle of reaction. He tells us that the nation now believes that it is the white man's mission, his duty, and his right, to hold the reins of political power in his own hands for the civilization of the world and the welfare of mankind. 5. For this reason America is following the European idea of the duty of civilized races to impose their political sovereignty upon civilized, or half-civilized, or not fully civilized, races anywhere and everywhere in the world. 6. He complacently believes that there is something natural in the subordination of an inferior race to a superior race, even to the point of the enslavement of the inferior race, but there is nothing natural in the opposite. 7. He therefore denominates Reconstruction as the rule of the uncivilized Negroes over the whites of the South. 8. This has been the teaching of one of our greatest universities for nearly 50 years. Dunning was less dogmatic as a writer, and his own statements are often judicious. But even Dunning can declare that all the forces in the South that made for civilization were dominated by a mass of barbarous freedmen, and that the antithesis and antipathy of race and color were crucial and ineradicable. 9. The work of most of the students whom he taught and encouraged has been one-sided and partisan to the last degree. Johns Hopkins University has issued a series of studies similar to Columbia's. Southern teachers have been welcomed to many northern universities, where often Negro students have been systematically discouraged, and thus a nationwide university attitude has arisen by which propaganda against the Negro has been carried on unquestioned. The Columbia School of Historians and Social Investigators have issued between 1895 and the present time 16 studies of Reconstruction in the Southern states, all based on the same thesis and all done according to the same method. First, endless sympathy with the white South; second, ridicule, contempt or silence for the Negro; third, a judicial attitude towards the North, which concludes that the North under great misapprehension did a grievous wrong, but eventually saw its mistake and retreated. These studies vary, of course, in their methods. Dunning's own work is usually silent so far as the Negro is concerned. Burgess is more than fair in law but reactionary in matters of race and property, regarding the treatment of a Negro as a man as nothing less than a crime, and admitting that the mainstay of property is the courts. In the books on Reconstruction written by graduates of these universities and others, the studies of Texas, North Carolina, Florida, Virginia, and Louisiana are thoroughly bad, giving no complete picture of what happened during Reconstruction, written for the most part by men and women without broad historical or social background, and all designed not to seek the truth but to prove a thesis. Hamilton reaches the climax of this school when he characterizes the Black Codes, which even Burgess condemned, as not only, on the whole reasonable, temperate and kindly, but, in the main, necessary. 10. Thompson's Georgia is another case in point. It seeks to be fair, but silly stories about Negroes indicating utter lack of even common sense are included, and every noble sentiment from white people. When two Negro workers, William and Jim, put a straightforward advertisement in a local paper, the author says that it was evidently written by a white friend. There is not the slightest historical evidence to prove this, and there were plenty of educated Negroes in Augusta at the time who might have written this. Lons, Louisiana puts Sheridan's words in Sherman's mouth to prove a petty point. There are certain of these studies which, though influenced by the same general attitude, nevertheless have more of scientific poise and cultural background. Garna's Reconstruction in Mississippi conceives the Negro as an integral part of the scene and treats him as a human being. With this should be bracketed the recent study of Reconstruction in South Carolina by Simpkins and Woody. This is not as fair as Garna's, but in the midst of conventional judgment and conclusion, and reproductions of all available caricatures of Negroes, it does not hesitate to give a fair account of the Negroes and of some of their work. It gives the impression of combining in one book two antagonistic points of view, but in the clash much truth emerges. Ficklin's Louisiana and the works of Fleming are anti-Negro in spirit, but, nevertheless, they have a certain fairness and sense of historic honesty. Fleming's documentary history of Reconstruction is done by a man who has a thesis to support, and his selection of documents supports the thesis. His study of Alabama is pure propaganda. Next come a number of books which are openly and blatantly propaganda, like Herbert's Solid South, and the books by Pike and Reynolds on South Carolina, the works by Pollard and Carpenter, and especially those by Ulrich Phillips. One of the latest and most popular of this series is The Tragic Era by Claude Bowers, which is an excellent and readable piece of current newspaper reporting, absolutely devoid of historical judgment or sociological knowledge. It is a classic example of historical propaganda of the cheaper sort. We have books like Milton's Age of Hate and Winston's Andrew Johnson which attempt to rewrite the character of Andrew Johnson. They certainly add to our knowledge of the man and our sympathy for his weakness. But they cannot, for students, change the calm testimony of unshaken historical facts. Fus Karl Schurz paints the picture of this fine liberal, and yet goes out of its way to show that he was quite wrong in what he said he saw in the South. The chief witness in Reconstruction, the emancipated slave himself, has been almost barred from court. His written Reconstruction record has been largely destroyed and nearly always neglected. Only 3 or 4 states have preserved the debates in the Reconstruction conventions. There are few biographies of black leaders. The Negro is refused a hearing because he was poor and ignorant. It is therefore assumed that all Negroes in Reconstruction were ignorant and silly and that therefore a history of Reconstruction in any state can quite ignore him. The result is that most unfair caricatures of Negroes have been carefully preserved, but serious speeches, successful administration, and upright character are almost universally ignored and forgotten. Wherever a black head rises to historic view, it is promptly slain by an adjective shrewd, notorious, cunning or pilloried by a sneer, or put out of view by some quite unproven charge of bad moral character. In other words, every effort has been made to treat the Negro's part in Reconstruction with silence and contempt. When recently a student tried to write on education in Florida, he found that the official records of the excellent administration of the colored superintendent of education, Gibbs, who virtually established the Florida public school, had been destroyed. Alabama has tried to obliterate all printed records of Reconstruction. Especially noticeable is the fact that little attempt has been made to trace carefully the rise and economic development of the poor whites and their relation to the planters and to Negro labor after the war. There were 5 million or more non-slave-holding whites in the South in 1860 and less than 2 million in the families of all slaveholders. Yet one might almost gather from contemporary history that the 5 million left no history and had no descendants. The extraordinary history of the rise and triumph of the poor whites has been largely neglected, even by Southern white students. 11. The whole development of Reconstruction was primarily an economic development, but no economic history or proper material for it has been written. It has been regarded as a purely political matter, and of politics most naturally divorced from industry. 12. All this is reflected in the textbooks of the day and in the encyclopedias, until we have got to the place where we cannot use our experiences during and after the Civil War for the uplift and enlightenment of mankind. We have spoiled and misconceived the position of the historian. If we are going, in the future, not simply with regard to this one question, but with regard to all social problems, to be able to use human experience for the guidance of mankind, we have got clearly to distinguish between fact and desire. In the first place, somebody in each era must make clear the facts with utter disregard to his own wish and desire and belief. What we have got to know, so far as possible, are the things that actually happened in the world. Then with that much clear and open to every reader, the philosopher and prophet has a chance to interpret these facts, but the historian has no right, posing as scientist, to conceal or distort facts, and until we distinguish between these two functions of the chronicler of human action, we are going to render it easy for a muddled world out of sheer ignorance to make the same mistake 10 times over. One is astonished in the study of history at the recurrence of the idea that evil must be forgotten, distorted, schemed over. We must not remember that Daniel Webster got drunk, but only remember that he was a splendid constitutional lawyer. We must forget that George Washington was a slave owner, or that Thomas Jefferson had mulatto children, or that Alexander Hamilton had Negro blood, and simply remember the things we regard as creditable and inspiring. The difficulty, of course, with this philosophy is that history loses its value as an incentive and example. It paints perfect men and noble nations, but it does not tell the truth. No one reading the history of the United States during 1850 to 1860 can have the slightest doubt left in his mind that Negro slavery was the cause of the Civil War, and yet during and since we learn that a great nation murdered thousands and destroyed millions on account of abstract doctrines concerning the nature of the Federal Union. Since the attitude of the nation concerning state rights has been revolutionized by the development of the central government since the war, the whole argument becomes an astonishing reductio ad absurdum, leaving us apparently with no cause for the Civil War except the recent reiteration of statements which make the great public men on one side narrow, hypocritical fanatics and liars, while the leaders on the other side were extraordinary and unexampled for their beauty, unselfishness and fairness. Not a single great leader of the nation during the Civil War and Reconstruction has escaped attack and libel. The magnificent figures of Charles Sumner and Thaddeus Stevens have been besmirched almost beyond recognition. We have been cajoling and flattering the South and slurring the North, because the South is determined to rewrite the history of slavery and the North is not interested in history but in wealth. This, then, is the book basis upon which today we judge Reconstruction. In order to paint the South as a martyr to inescapable fate, to make the North the magnanimous emancipator, and to ridicule the Negro as the impossible joke in the whole development, we have in 50 years, by libel, innuendo, and silence, so completely misstated and obliterated the history of the Negro in America and his relation to its work and government that today it is almost unknown. This may be fine romance, but it is not science. It may be inspiring, but it is certainly not the truth. And beyond this it is dangerous. It is not only part foundation of our present lawlessness and loss of democratic ideals, it has, more than that, led the world to embrace and worship the color bar as social salvation, and it is helping to range mankind in ranks of mutual hatred and contempt, at the summons of a cheap and false myth. Nearly all recent books on Reconstruction agree with each other in discarding the government reports and substituting selected diaries, letters, and gossip. Yet it happens that the government records are an historic source of wide and unrivaled authenticity. There is the report of the Select Committee of 15, which delved painstakingly into the situation all over the South and called all kinds and conditions of men to testify. There are the report of Carl Schurz and the 12 volumes of reports made on the Ku Klux conspiracy, and above all, the Congressional Globe. None who has not read page by page the Congressional Globe, especially the sessions of the 39th Congress, can possibly have any idea of what the problems of Reconstruction facing the United States were in 1865 to 1866. Then there were the reports of the Freedmen's Bureau and the executive and other documentary reports of government officials, especially in the War and Treasury departments, which give the historian the only groundwork upon which he can build a real and truthful picture. There are certain historians who have not tried deliberately to falsify the picture, Southern whites like Francis Butler Lee and Susan Smedes, Northern historians like Macpherson, Oberholtzer, and Nicolay and Hay. There are foreign travelers like Sir George Campbell, Georges Clemenceau, and Robert Summers. There are the personal reminiscences of Augustus Beard, George Julian, George F. Hoare, Carl Schurz, and John Sherman. There are the invaluable work of Edward Macpherson and the more recent studies by Paul Hayworth, A. Taylor, and Charles Wesley. Bale simply does not take Negroes into account in the critical year of 1866. Certain monographs deserve all praise, like those of Hendricks and Pierce. The work of Flack is prejudiced but built on study. The Defense of the Carpetbag Regime by Turgee and Allen, Powell, Clayton, Holden, and Warmoth are worthy antidotes to the certain writers. The lives of Stevens and Sumner are revealing even when slightly apologetic because of the Negro, while Andrew Johnson is beginning to suffer from writers who are trying to prove how seldom he got drunk, and think that important. It will be noted that for my authority in this work I have depended very largely upon secondary material, upon state histories of Reconstruction, written in the main by those who were convinced before they began to write that the Negro was incapable of government, or of becoming a constituent part of a civilized state. The fairest of these histories have not tried to conceal facts. In other cases, the black man has been largely ignored, while in still others, he has been traduced and ridiculed. If I had had time and money and opportunity to go back to the original sources in all cases, there can be no doubt that the weight of this work would have been vastly strengthened, and as I firmly believe, the case of the Negro more convincingly set forth. Various volumes of papers in the great libraries like the Johnson Papers in the Library of Congress, the Sumner manuscripts at Harvard, the Schurz correspondence, the Wells Papers, the Chase Papers, the Fessenden and Greeley collections, the McCulloch, McPherson, Sherman, Stevens and Trumbull Papers, all must have much of great interest to the historians of the American Negro. I have not had time nor opportunity to examine these, and most of those who have examined them had little interest in black folk. Negroes have done some excellent work on their own history and defense. It suffers of course from natural partisanship and a desire to prove a case in the face of a chorus of unfair attacks. Its best work also suffers from the fact that Negroes with difficulty reach an audience. But this is also true of such white writers as Skaggs and Bancroft, who could not get first-class publishers because they were saying something that the nation did not like. The Negro historians began with autobiographies and reminiscences. The older historians were George W. Williams and Joseph T. Wilson. The new school of historians is led by Carter G. Woodson, and I have been greatly helped by the unpublished theses of 4 of the youngest Negro students. It is most unfortunate that while many young white Southerners can get funds to attack and ridicule the Negro and his friends, it is almost impossible for first-class Negro students to get a chance for research or to get finished work in print. I write then in a field devastated by passion and belief. Naturally, as a Negro, I cannot do this writing without believing in the essential humanity of Negroes, in their ability to be educated, to do the work of the modern world, to take their place as equal citizens with others. I cannot for a moment subscribe to that bizarre doctrine of race that makes most men inferior to the few. But, too, as a student of science, I want to be fair, objective, and judicial, to let no searing of the memory by intolerable insult and cruelty make me fail to sympathize with human frailties and contradiction, in the eternal paradox of good and evil. But armed and warned by all this, and fortified by long study of the facts, I stand at the end of this writing, literally aghast at what American historians have done to this field. What is the object of writing the history of Reconstruction? Is it to wipe out the disgrace of a people which fought to make slaves of Negroes? Is it to show that the North had higher motives than freeing black men? Is it to prove that Negroes were black angels? No, it is simply to establish the truth, on which right in the future may be built. We shall never have a science of history until we have in our colleges men who regard the truth as more important than the defense of the white race, and who will not deliberately encourage students to gather thesis material in order to support a prejudice or buttress a lie. 3/4 of the testimony against the Negro in Reconstruction is on the unsupported evidence of men who hated and despised Negroes and regarded it as loyalty to blood, patriotism to country, and filial tribute to the fathers to lie, steal, or kill in order to discredit these black folk. This may be a natural result when a people have been humbled and impoverished and degraded in their own life, but what is inconceivable is that another generation and another group should regard this testimony as scientific truth, when it is contradicted by logic and by fact. This chapter, therefore, which in logic should be a survey of books and sources, becomes of sheer necessity an arraignment of American historians and an indictment of their ideals. With a determination unparalleled in science, the mass of American writers have started out so to distort the facts of the greatest critical period of American history as to prove right wrong and wrong right. I am not familiar enough with the vast field of human history to pronounce on the relative guilt of these and historians of other times and fields, but I do say that if the history of the past has been written in the same fashion, it is useless as science and misleading as ethics. It simply shows that with sufficient general agreement and determination among the dominant classes, the truth of history may be utterly distorted and contradicted and changed to any convenient fairy tale that the masters of men wish. I cannot believe that any unbiased mind, with an ideal of truth and of scientific judgment, can read the plain, authentic facts of our history, during 1860 to 1880, and come to conclusions essentially different from mine, and yet I stand virtually alone in this interpretation. So much so that the very cogency of my facts would make me hesitate, did I not seem to see plain reasons. Subtract from Burgess his belief that only white people can rule, and he is in essential agreement with me. Remember that Rhodes was an uneducated moneymaker who hired clerks to find the facts which he needed to support his thesis, and one is convinced that the same labor and expense could easily produce quite opposite results. One fact and one alone explains the attitude of most recent writers toward Reconstruction: they cannot conceive Negroes as men. In their minds the word Negro connotes inferiority and stupidity lightened only by unreasoning gaiety and humor. Suppose the slaves of 1860 had been white folk. Stevens would have been a great statesman, Sumner a great Democrat, and Schurz a keen prophet, in a mighty revolution of rising humanity. Ignorance and poverty would easily have been explained by history, and the demand for land and the franchise would have been justified as the birthright of natural freemen. But Burgess was a slaveholder, Dunning a copperhead, and Rhodes an exploiter of wage labor. Not one of them apparently ever met an educated Negro of force and ability. Around such impressive thinkers gathered the young post-war students from the South. They had been born and reared in the bitterest period of Southern race hatred, fear, and contempt. Their instinctive reactions were confirmed and encouraged in the best of American universities. Their scholarship, when it regarded black men, became deaf, dumb and blind. The clearest evidence of Negro ability, work, honesty, patience, learning and efficiency became distorted into cunning, brute toil, shrewd evasion, cowardice and imitation, a stupid effort to transcend nature's law. For those 7 mystic years between Johnson's swing round the circle and the Panic of 1873, a majority of thinking Americans in the North believed in the equal manhood of black folk. They acted accordingly with a clear-cut decisiveness and thorough logic, utterly incomprehensible to a day like ours which does not share this human faith, and to Southern whites this period can only be explained by deliberate vengeance and hate. The Panic of 1873 brought sudden disillusion in business enterprise, economic organization, religious belief, and political standards. A flood of appeal from the white South reinforced this reaction, appeal with no longer the arrogant bluster of slave oligarchy, but the simple moving annals of the plight of a conquered people. The resulting emotional and intellectual rebound of the nation made it nearly inconceivable in 1876 that 10 years earlier most men had believed in human equality. Assuming, therefore, as axiomatic the endless inferiority of the Negro race, these newer historians, mostly Southerners, some Northerners who deeply sympathized with the South, misinterpreted, distorted, even deliberately ignored any fact that challenged or contradicted this assumption. If the Negro was admittedly subhuman, what need to waste time delving into his Reconstruction history? Consequently, historians of Reconstruction, with a few exceptions, ignore the Negro as completely as possible, leaving the reader wondering why an element apparently so insignificant filled the whole Southern picture at the time. The only real excuse for this attitude is loyalty to a lost cause, reverence for brave fathers and suffering mothers and sisters, and fidelity to the ideals of a clan and class. But in propaganda against the Negro since emancipation in this land, we face one of the most stupendous efforts the world ever saw to discredit human beings, an effort involving universities, history, science, social life, and religion. The most magnificent drama in the last 1,000 years of human history is the transportation of 10 million human beings out of the dark beauty of their mother continent into the newfound El Dorado of the West. They descended into hell, and in the 3rd century they arose from the dead, in the finest effort to achieve democracy for the working millions which this world had ever seen. It was a tragedy that beggared the Greek, it was an upheaval of humanity like the Reformation and the French Revolution. Yet we are blind and led by the blind. We discern in it no part of our labor movement, no part of our industrial triumph, no part of our religious experience. Before the dumb eyes of 10 generations of 10 million children, it is made mockery of and spit upon, a degradation of the eternal mother, a sneer at human effort, with aspiration and art deliberately and elaborately distorted. And why? Because in a day when the human mind aspired to a science of human action, a history and psychology of the mighty effort of the mightiest century, we fell under the leadership of those who would compromise with truth in the past in order to make peace in the present and guide policy in the future. One reads the truer deeper facts of Reconstruction with a great despair. It is at once so simple and human, and yet so futile. There is no villain, no idiot, no saint. There are just men, men who crave ease and power, men who know want and hunger, men who have crawled. They all dream and strive with ecstasy of fear and strain of effort, balked of hope and hate. Yet the rich world is wide enough for all, wants all, needs all. So slight a gesture, a word, might set the strife in order, not with full content, but with growing dawn of fulfillment. Instead roars the crash of hell, and after its whirlwind a teacher sits in academic halls, learned in the tradition of its elms and its elders. He looks into the upturned face of youth, and in him youth sees the gowned shape of wisdom and hears the voice of God. Cynically he sneers at chinks and niggers. He says that the nation has changed its views in regard to the political relation of races and has at last virtually accepted the ideas of the South upon that subject. The white men of the South need now have no further fear that the Republican Party, or Republican administrations, will ever again give themselves over to the vain imagination of the political equality of man. 13. Immediately in Africa, a black back runs red with the blood of the lash. In India, a brown girl is raped. In China, a coolie starves. In Alabama, 7 darkies are more than lynched, while in London, the white limbs of a prostitute are hung with jewels and silk. Flames of jealous murder sweep the earth, while brains of little children smear the hills. This is education in the 1935th year of the Christ, this is modern and exact social science, this is the university course in History 12 set down by the Senatus Academicus, ad quos halitari pervenerent, salutum in domino, sempiternam. In Babylon, dark Babylon. Who take the wage of shame? The scribe and singer, one by one. That toil for gold and fame. They grovel to their master's mood. The blood upon the pen assigns their souls to servitude. Yet, and the souls of men. George Sterling. In the Marketplace from Selected Poems. Used by permission of Harry Robertson, Redwood City, California.